J in the morning roast.
Let's go! Hit me!
Oh, baby! Championship Friday here on the Morning Roast. It's a shameless shout-out Friday. It's a non-payday Friday, but Championship Sunday is right around the corner. It is finally here. Well, not really. We still got all day today, all day Saturday. And then we got to wait up until 3:30 p.m. before kickoff between the Niners and the Lions. There's been a lot of talk. We'll talk about it. We'll have our final breakdowns. What's your key? Whether there's first down, whether there's down and distance, the pass rush or whatnot. We're going to break it all down. We got a big stacked guest list as well. But, man, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Hopefully you had a better sleep than I did. I couldn't stop thinking about the Kings. I couldn't stop thinking about this football game. We'll get to all that. Warriors lose 134-133. We're going to talk a lot of football, We'll squeeze in some Kings and Warriors thoughts right now. The Warriors lost their second straight game to the Kings by 1 point. So good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what's happening? If you're getting ready for work, what's happening? Teachers, students, cops, you know the drill. Good morning to everybody out there. What up, Shasky?
Good morning. I'm super fired up. Got a great night of sleep. The damn Warriors. We'll get to them in a second. I'm so fired up for this game, this NFC Championship game. And I know yesterday everybody got mad at me for saying how I was feeling. But I'll tell you this morning I woke up, I'm feeling a lot better. Seeing Deebo Samuel out there, I don't know. I don't know if they're trying to avoid concussion protocol with the shoulder thing. That's reckless for me to even speculate.
Somebody DM'd you that? I got a DM saying
I got a few of those DMs.
Do you think Deebo had a concussion? They don't want to go through the protocol or what?
That's reckless. I think we can both agree that's reckless. But he looked, careful, that's spelled. He looked good running out there. But it's different to look good, running around and playing a game and play the physical style that he looks for. But it feels like things are trending toward him playing, which makes me feel super optimistic.
Yeah, I think he's playing. I think once Jerry Rice says something else, thinking about the shoulder, and when Schefter said 50-50, I said there's no way. If Deebo's 50-50, there's a 100% chance he's playing because that's just the way he's built. Maybe he'll shoot it up with some Toradol. That old baby was subpar. Yeah, give me a chance here. Look, I'm going to tell you about my night as I get ready, as I'm fired up for the show. I did not get a great night of sleep.
Why?
Because during the postgame show, I got a picture from Anna with baby Chaz all on my side of the bed, sprawled out like Jordan logo. So she's like, good luck scooting in here. Get in there, and baby Chaz has my entire side taken up on my pillows. So it was a couch day for your boy. You know what the couch did for me?
Ruin your nap?
All it did was wake me up every 40 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's been a rough sleep, and I'm a little crusty right now.
Did you get the Theragun?
Oh, my neck's fine. Oh, everything's good.
No, I know,
I
but because I bought one.
Oh, yeah, no, I've had a Theragun for like 2 years.
I just got it the other day, and I tried it last night. Oh, my God, it's incredible.
It's not that the couch is uncomfortable. It's just that I'm on the couch, and you can't toss and turn like you want to in the bed. No. You got that soft pillow top, Cali King. You sleep like a king, man. Last night I slept like a little peasant. So, listen, maybe I should be a peasant because the Kings got action and chase hitter.
So you're like Tony Soprano in season 5 when he gets kicked out of the house.
Basically.
Living out on your own.
Yeah, it's tough deal. Tough deal.
All right, where do you want me to start here? Because I'm ready to go full guns blazing on the Sacramento Kings.
Why? They won a game.
No, because Sabonis can I just call it what it is?
They're on the Golden State Warriors.
No, and I know Damian Barleen and KC because they need content because all they talk about is the boring-ass Kings who play no defense, and so they're going to clip this, and that's fine. Sacramento can clip this. 916 can clip this. I really don't care.
You kind of want them to clip it.
No, I don't. I just think I can't stand watching Sabonis play basketball. He comes to shoulder into his opponent over and over and over again. The guy has allowed more contact than Shaquille O'Neal, for Christ's sake. What are we doing? What are we doing? He's a hack on offense. He's a hack on defense. Oh, he had 13 assists. Yeah, because he touches the ball in every possession. The Hollow Man is one of the most boring, frustrating players to watch in the league. He trips and falls all over himself. He initiates contact on every single play. He's elbowing, smacking, hitting people. I can't stand watching Sabonis play basketball. And you couple that with Harrison, the Ghost Man Barnes, having the game of his life with a block on Jonathan Kuminga.
Harrison Barnes, career high, 39 points last night at Chase Center. 39 points. He hit 3 threes right away in the first quarter. I said, you got to be kidding me. Harrison Barnes' legacy game,
good for him.
where Harrison Barnes hit 7 threes last night. 7 made threes for the Sacramento Kings. Again, when you don't play defense, and look, I'm with you on Sabonis.
Neither team played defense.
I'm with you on Sabonis. Listen, man, Sabonis,
he's a
empty
flop.
calories. He's empty calories. You know, he's empty calories, and they'll learn in the playoffs once he gets to the playoffs.
Oh, they're not a real playoff. They're not a real. Like, they're not a contender.
They're being a play.
Yeah, but they're not a contender.
Yeah, no, they're who thought they were a contender? Nobody thought they were a contender. I know I didn't. They are who they are. They're a first-round team that didn't get bounced, but good for them. Good for them. But Sabonis is empty calories. We know all about that. Look, I'm looking at the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, well.
You give up 75 points in the first half. Once again, you give it up five halves in the last 9 games, in which you're giving up 70 points in a half. You want to play defense. You say you want to play defense. This team can't play defense, all right? So you lost in the shootout. The final possession, I know a lot of people are going back and forth on whether or not Steph Curry should have called timeout. Here's where I think things went awry on that final possession. And bear with me here, Shasky, because I think people are
rewatched
missing
the final
point.
2 minutes over and over.
I think people are missing it.
What's on?
You know, I don't care about the timeout or whatnot, that you didn't call a timeout. Maybe you do on a double. But my problem is Draymond Green being a screener.
Well,
Draymond Green being a screener is not an offensive threat.
I'm sorry.
And so, no, I think we're on the same page here. That was my first thought. Nobody talked about it. Nobody talked about it.
So earlier in the game, Kuminga and Steph had done the high pick and roll, and Kuminga's going downhill, and he's the second most reliable player on the floor at that given time.
So that's where I was going here. Kuminga gets the ball. Clay gives it up to Kuminga on the rebound.
Agree.
Kuminga finds Steph, but once Kuminga gives the ball away to Steph, he runs to the corner where Clay is already at. I would have loved to see Kuminga say, come here, Curry.
Totally
Draymond,
agree.
get the hell out of the way. Because if you run the pick and roll with Kuminga and Steph, well, not only does Kuminga get downhill, the Sacramento Kings have to respect Kuminga going downhill for the 31 he's already torched him for. So get to the rack, get down there, or if they want to go under the screen and say, you know what, we don't want to double Steph, then you get Steph Curry going one-on-one against the Sacramento Kings defender. So I was thinking the whole time, and nobody really touched on it. I would have rather saw Kuminga be the screener, or once he gets doubled, call timeout, because Draymond Green was not in a position to shoot the ball. He wasn't in a triple threat position, nor did the Sacramento Kings respect Draymond Green enough offensively to even bother guarding him. So that's a brutal loss. Now, the previous possession, Kuminga's got to slow down on the block shot. Just slow down, dude.
No, I agree
Hold
with
your
that.
horses.
But he was really good for the majority of that game.
No, I'm not saying that. But on that last possession, he'll grow from it.
Yeah,
I'm not ripping him for that. But he got the ball. Just take your time. Maybe a couple pump fakes. It's not there. Pass it back out.
I tend to agree on that. On the Draymond, Steph Curry high pick and roll, you got to understand, they got the ball at like 11 seconds into the front court. There just wasn't a lot of time, right? By the time the double team, which was very smart from Sacramento, the blitz on Curry, even if he throws it to Draymond Green, there's 3 seconds left.
Yep.
You tell me if you want Draymond Green with the ball at the top of the key, 3 seconds, not 6 seconds or 7 seconds to where you can go downhill and set up for someone else. It was going to be about 3 seconds.
Right.
I don't want Draymond shooting the top of the key 3 with the game on the line. Do you?
No, I don't think.
I don't want him in mid-range
except for Sacramento. Sacramento wanted him to do
No, it was brilliant by them. And but this goes back to this team, I think, for a long time, and rightfully so. You know, they've played a certain brand of basketball, and it's worked for them for a decade. And now you're starting to see Father Time kind of catch up with them. I mean, who would have had old man Harrison Barnes coming back and stopping Kuminga on one of Kuminga's best nights of the year? I mean, it felt like I was just having a nightmare.
So the last 2 games, Harrison Barnes has been dynamic.
Of course he has.
He scored 71 points in the last 2 games against the Hawks and the Golden State Warriors. 71 points for Harrison Barnes, 11 of 19, 11 of 20 from 3, shooting over 50% from 3 over the last 2 games. The previous 6 games, Harrison Barnes had a grand total of 34 points and a grand total of 5 made threes. So he was slumping hard. And he got out there and he got comfortable. Why? Because he's getting wide open three-point attempts. Because this team, whether it's Klay Thompson, whether it's Steph, whether it's Pajewski, whoever, this team just is incapable of playing defense. And over the last, I don't know, month and a half, they've been the worst defensive rating team in the league.
So, great example. Last night, we could bitch and complain about the referees. Like, there's a lot that you can, on both sides, you can complain about referees a lot. Steph catches the ball out of bounds, right? You know, the one where he's lying out of bounds. Sacramento gets an under the basket, out of bounds play. OOB, right?
Wide open.
Well, they run Herter and Sabonis on a pick and roll, and Steph is supposed to either stay with Sabonis or they're switching, and Draymond stays with Sabonis.
A lot of breakdowns.
And Clay's back's turned. He's the faraway helper. I don't think he's going to get there in time. JK tries to hustle over. Wiggins is guarding the inbounder by the time he sits around. It was just, you just can't have that happen. Yeah. Like, Herter in that game, of all the guys, let him shoot that corner three. He ain't done nothing.
And he had just missed one from the wing wide open there. But, they missed a couple calls. It's not on the referees.
No, it's not.
But Curry did get popped in the face on that right before Sabonis hit that game with a layup.
How about when Sabonis went shoulder into Clay and blasts Clay and then goes up and gets the layup? I'm like, okay, is this how we're playing?
Well, I also saw Draymond Green. I'm just happy that elbow. When he grabbed a rebound and he swung an elbow
and didn't catch somebody,
didn't connect Malik Monk.
I know.
That could have been it for Dre. That's what I was thinking about. And Draymond, Steve Kerr had to pull him out the game yesterday, man. He started running a little hot. He throwing some cheap shots.
Oh, I didn't notice.
We noticed a lot of it.
Really?
You just go back and watch that second half. There's a stretch where Draymond got a little edgy, and that's Draymond. You knew it was just a matter of time. He started chirping at the referees. But you know what? This team right now, and we had Dudley on the pregame show, I'm not sure they're going to make a lot of moves because I don't know if there's a move out there to be made.
Well, here's the
move. What is the move going to be made that's going to make you better?
Clear Andrew Wiggins the hell on out of here so that Kuminga has runway to play 35 minutes a night. There's no excuse. I don't want to hear. They found the data. The data has told you it doesn't really matter if a 21-year-old plays 35 minutes a night. You're not saving his legs for anything. Like it's not a 4 minutes here and there isn't killing the kid.
He got his 30 yesterday.
He needs 35 minutes a night from here on out. Rest of the year. This year is now about. Can Jonathan Kuminga take the leap from, where he was at the beginning of the year to I am an impact starter? I don't know about star or any of those, just an impact starter. And you're seeing a kid, what does he have, 5 consecutive 20-point games?
Yeah.
Okay. He's taking the leap, and he feels like one of the most reliable entities on the team on a nightly basis. And you're seeing Steph Curry trust him. Steph Curry, how about that alley-oop late in that game?
Yeah, no, he was really good. It was really good. Steph Curry's move on Keegan Murray around the back, cooked him, and then throws the alley-oop up to Jonathan Kuminga. And we made sure to say it yesterday. I had to give D. Wright his love because he's the first guy who came on this show the day of the draft and said they need to draft Jonathan Kuminga. And you see why. You see why. So I don't think JK is going anywhere. He's coming into his own. The game is slowing down for him. He's being more selective when it comes to three-point shooting. He's being more selective when it comes to crashing the glass.
He gets
I like where Kuminga's at right now. But this team, they're the most expensive basketball team in the history of the league.
Wow, when you put it that way. They aren't getting their bang for their buck.
You're 4 games under 500, right? You're 12-12 at Chase Center. You haven't won back-to-back games since December 22nd and 23rd. Defensively, everybody's a liability. Poor Klay Thompson was getting cooked. Curry was getting cooked.
Curry was too.
I mean, it was just this
Malik
team.
Monk was quiet as hell, and then the start of the fourth quarter, they let him to get going, and he was getting downhill. I'm just talking about setting up for others.
Malik Monk scored 4 points last night. He had
a couple of nice assists. He had a couple of nice plays. And it was on the heels of the Klay Thompson technical, which was out of nowhere.
Yeah, no, I mean, he was a little frustrated. He got fouled on that play, but he was getting. Who's the young man from Australia? Kessler Edwards. I'm going to say
Kessler Edwards. He got into it with Dre.
He was hooking him and grabbing him,
It was a 3-point game, and they had built the lead up to 7 at the beginning of that fourth quarter, and all those points matter at the end of a game.
Well, what matters is not turning the ball over on the final possession, too. But you're playing uphill. The Kings deserve to win that game. They controlled that game from the opening tip, and the Warriors were playing uphill the entire time. And when you give up 75 points and a half, and you continue to give up points at an efficient rate, look, the Warriors shot 55% from the floor, 56% from the floor, and 51 from 3. And they lost. You lose by scoring 133. You got to string together some stops. Let's go to Nick in San Jose. Nick in San Jose, before we put the Warriors in bed for the day. What's up, Nick?
Hey, Bonte, you looked fresh last night in that gray suit and those blue socks. Fresh, brother.
Thank you, brother.
And Shafsky, I'm praying for you, buddy. I really am, man. You're the man, brother.
Thanks, bro.
Hey, look, I've completely changed it now to just being entertained. And at least last night I was entertained. However, as Shafsky said, you have to get rid of Wiggins. He floats on defense. And the reason I'm so pissed off at him, unlike Clay that can't do it anymore, this guy just chooses not to do it. He is soft. He floats. He doesn't pop out on the screen. And you know what? I blame this on Kerr again. You should be able, as a coach myself like you, Shafsky, You should have seen right in the first few seconds of that last play that we are disjointed. Call a timeout. Get settled. You do great plays out of timeouts under the basket and sideline. It's unacceptable. This is the 7th game I've counted that Kerr has lost for us this year, and he's won none for us this year. Lastly, I am so sick and tired of seeing Green and Looney on the court at the same time. All right? It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Green had the ball inside the key, not triple threat, and throws it out to Looney. It's a joke, man. And you know what? This is unacceptable if Dunleavy doesn't get at least a third score, because Clay is a declining asset, but he is good in space still.
Yes,
right. And Curry, his body language, he's so infuriated with everything. You need to get someone to open some space for Clay and open some space for Curry. Now, we do need Green, and I'm sick of this crap and having Wiggins start. Put Green in the starting lineup,
agree.
okay? We've made a deal with the devil. Just go with the devil. Help me. I can't handle this. Talk to me.
I love it.
Bye.
Love it, buddy.
Goodbye. Goodbye at the end.
Look, he scored, what did he score, 17 last night, 19? How many?
17, 5 and 5.
Okay. He had a couple of turnovers that were just like, he just goes into the air. You're a 10-year vet. You take 3 hard dribbles. You get to like the free throw line. You jump in the air. You turn around. You just throw it to the other team. I was just like, get this guy off the floor. Just get him off the floor. Everybody wants to point at what Kuminga does wrong. Any little thing. Kuminga doesn't tie both of his shoelaces properly, and the entire fan base is like, ready to kill Kuminga. Meanwhile, Wiggins is out there literally just doing laps. He's just doing laps up and down the court.
He's actually 6 of 8.
I don't care what his stats say.
I don't know.
Does that look like a man who wants to play basketball who's making $30 million a year?
Listen, man. I've seen a lot of bad Andrew Wiggins games. That was actually one of his better games.
Oh, great.
Night.
Congratulations.
And you know what?
We're applauding
No, we're not
applauding.
I'm not applauding a couple buckets. I'm just telling you, he actually played all right last night. That's all I'm saying. I'm not applauding anything. They lost the damn basketball game, and I'm sick of losing. And they're 4 games under 500, and I'm sick of that. All right? I'm sick of this team getting cooked on defense. Harrison Barnes is just destroying Klay Thompson individually. Well, what the hell is going on here? And Klay Thompson's actually been better on the defensive end of the floor, and Harrison Barnes is just having his way. Alert, alert, number 11. Let me isolate him. So, listen, man, whether it's Wiggins, whether it's Klay, there needs to be some sort of jolt. But I would temper my expectations because I don't think there's anything out there worthwhile. And as a team, is there a team out there that are willing to help the Warriors if they do want to say, move off of somebody here with Andrew Wiggins, or whether it's Draymond, or whether it's expiring contracts with Chris Paul and Klay Thompson? I have no idea. But is there a team willing to do business with the Warriors, know that they're down bad, and know they've just had a stranglehold on this league for over a decade? It's going to be tough trying to get these contracts off. You don't understand. Andrew Wiggins got 4 years left on his deal. Just started this new contract, and he has a player option at the end of the deal. What team is signing up for that right now? If we feel like this about Andrew Wiggins, what do you think the rest of the league feels? How they feel about Andrew Wiggins?
I'm going to pull a Bonte Hill. There's always a sucker.
There is.
But here's the thing. It's not about salvaging this year. This year is like the boat is so far out, lost in the Bermuda Triangle. It's not about this year. It's about keeping Steph Curry engaged long term. That's what it's about right now. It's about being flexible so you can find out what the hell happens with the Bucks and the 76ers and pray to God one of those teams bows out and one of those bigs wants to leave.
Well, Steph Curry's going to look at the film. He's going to be irate because he's had a lot of turnovers. A lot of turnovers down the stretch. You got to get a shot up at the end of the game. All right, more coming up here on the Morning Roast. YouTube and Twitch brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. We'll reveal our guest list on the other side, and that's what's coming up on the games. Brought to you by Safeway.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Stop into Safeway this week for savings on
Losing. If RJ Fairfield wants to call and brag, go ahead, RJ. The floor is yours. But you better do it in a hurry. Sacramento's having a lot of fun. That was their NBA Finals last night. Damian Barley. I told you they got T-shirts to be up there in Sacramento. Serious breakfast. Hey, Damian Barley made our TV show. I think I even said, too. Hey, Draper. You know Draper's laughing somewhere. I even said on television last night, I said, I can't stand Sacramento.
Yeah, but then you wake up and you realize you live in Sacramento.
It was a good place to live today. I'll tell you that much. They got a dub over the Warriors, 2 straight over the Warriors, 2 straight 1-point victories over the Dubs. So you know what? Sacramento can have the last laugh right now. They can have the last laugh right now. They're playing better, slightly better.
I just can't watch Sabonis.
Well,
he drives me insane.
You don't have to watch him the rest of the season because the Warriors don't play him again. That is done for the season series. And instead, we got the LA Lakers on Saturday. I don't know if you heard me last night, Spinoza. You're probably asleep, but I go, I tell you to drive ahead. The stinking Lakers. Said that on live air television. The stinking Lakers. The Lakers! 2 teams I cannot stand. The Kings and the Lakers, back to back.
Are you outraged that Steph Curry wasn't an all-star starter?
No. SGA's been great. Boy, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. You see his numbers? You see what he's doing with Oklahoma City?
Well, yeah. I mean,
they're a half game out of first place in the Western Conference. This guy made All-NBA last year. All-NBA. So, you know what? I'm not mad at it. It's Steph Curry understands it. They've had great years, and he gave SGA and Luka their credit. Luka's playing like an MVP. SGA's playing like an MVP. And the fans voted for Steph Curry to start, but the players in the media didn't. So hopefully he'll be in the All-Star game. 9 of the last 10 years he had been an All-Star starter. I'm not outraged. Are you?
No, not at any means. And, nobody wants to say this out loud. He's still great. He's still amazing. I don't know. Maybe he's just not in his prime anymore. Maybe, obviously, the game is more difficult because the teammates around him aren't as great. And by not being in his prime, you were a 99, now you're a 97 or a 96. We're not saying that he's a 74 overall. No one's saying that. It's just what is he, 35?
Yeah.
It is what it is. Is LeBron still in his prime? No. But he's had a hell of a year this year.
Starting his 20th All-Star game.
Yeah, well, he deserves it.
That is insane.
He's been great.
That is insane. Now, does he deserve it this year in the Western Conference? I would like to see Anthony Edwards in there. I thought
Over
Anthony
LeBron?
Edwards is both playing. I mean, you're not going to outvote LeBron. I get it.
It's because it's the fan thing.
Yeah, no doubt. He's a LeBron. Go ahead, Spinoni. Get in
It's just the narrative, too.
Right.
I always go back to what Ramona Shelburne said about awards and all-stars. It just always goes back to the narrative. Right. He's 39 years old. He's averaging, his second best from three-point percentage. He's 40%, which is incredible. He's 39, and he's averaging 24, 7, and 7.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, just wait till he gets Bronny as a teammate.
Yikes.
Well, SGA, 31 points a game, 6 rebounds, 6 assists. And these teams like Minnesota, Oklahoma City, my thought process now is how do the Warriors build for those teams? Because that's the future. The future's now with Minnesota, OKC, Denver, New Orleans, who's got a squad. You got to figure out what's going on with Zion. But when they're healthy and whole, they are a dangerous, dangerous team. The Clippers are balling right now. All those teams are young, athletic, and have rim protection, something the Warriors do not have. So how do you build to start facing these teams down the stretch? Because OKC over the next 7 years have 9 guaranteed first-round picks. They're not going anywhere. And you saw this, but I don't know. A lot of people didn't see this coming, man, a couple years ago when they started building.
Chet's been incredible.
Chet is incredible.
I mean, he's really, really good. He's better than what I think a lot of people thought he was going to be. Yeah. And then obviously Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's been coming on for quite some time. I mean, that Paul George trade has really worked out for them.
Yeah,
for Oklahoma City. Like, it just has. Like, those trades are tough when you try to salvage the final couple years of a superstar's run. And credit Oklahoma City, they took a lot of swings and they've hit. Yep. Like, even their bench guys, like their random guy, Isaiah Joe, like, fits a perfect role on that team, you know? And so, you know, Josh Giddey, nice player alongside Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, gives them a lot of half-court options. And so the bigger thing for me on Minnesota is the growth of that team. I don't know if you saw what happened when Cat was going off and how angry they were in postgame and how Anthony Edwards was like, it was really immature of all of us. Like, we just started like feeding into Cat being on fire and we were watching. And it was like, I'm watching a player who clearly hasn't even come close to what his zenith is going to be, and his mental maturity to understand that, like, why are we feeding this guy to try to get 80 or 100? Yeah. We just lost a winnable game, and they've won a lot of games. Like, it's not like they can't burn a game here or there.
They're learning on the fly, man. Chris Finch has done a good job.
He's done a great job.
That is a dangerous team.
And I question that Gobert trade, and I feel like an idiot.
No, it's working out for them. It's working out for them. Let's go to RJ real quick in Fairfield, and we're about to pivot to football because I'm getting sick. I'm already, all right, you know what, RJ? Hurry up. Get it out your system. Get it out your system right now.
No. The purple skies last night for you and Warrior fans around the world. You probably saw it driving home in your remote control car, Bonte and Shasky. How dare you, Shasky? Shasky, how dare you talk about Sabonis? Okay, this is basketball. It's a physical sport. He could put his elbow in. Y'all got all the calls last night. All them fouls, you got them. You had more. It seems like you have more foul calls than the Kings. So don't ever talk about Sabonis like that. Harrison Barnes put you out of bed last night. And and baby, De'Aaron Fox came through. Malik Monk didn't even have a good day, but I'm just so glad that Harrison Barnes put you out of bed last night. And let me just say this real quick, Bonte. Y'all keep talking about how great Steph Curry is. He's a great player. You know, one of the best. But he ain't clutch, man. Come on, how many times at the end of the game?
Game 7, when he dropped 50 in Sacramento after Harrison Barnes, who's not clutch, bricked a wide open shot to end the series. After that Game 7, you're going to have the balls to come on here and say that Steph Curry isn't clutch. Really?
Yeah. Yes, I am going to have the balls to come up here. I'm talking about the last minute. All right, he chokes last minute. I'm not the only one. I bet some Warrior fans feel the same way.
Hey, RJ.
I love y'all, man.
Hey, RJ. You Kings fans got on my nerves trying to be on television last night behind us at the Gatehouse. Terry Kings fans go away. Don't ever come to my stadium again.
Yeah, I saw that, Bonte. I was watching your post game, and I loved every second of it. I saw that dude holding that flag back there, and I took a picture of it. I was about to tag you, but I didn't want it to slide in your DMs like Brittany. You know what I'm saying?
RJ, what are you going to do after this call?
Niners, man.
RJ, where you going to work? You going to work, RJ?
No, man, I got the day off, man. I slept on my king mattress, quilted, pillow plush.
What the hell are you doing up so early?
Couch, homeboy.
What are you doing up so early? What are you doing up so early?
Oh, I'm an early. Hey, you sent the bat signal out. I felt it. I saw it. I'm here for you.
RJ, I love you. Go Niners, right?
RJ,
go Niners, baby.
Sabonis is so fake tough. I can't stand that.
Let RJ have his moment, man. I ain't mad at him. I'm not mad at him up there. Sacramento, I'm going to a game up there in Sacramento this year. I'm going to go mess with KC, D-Lo, the whole crew up there, man. I want to get to go to one, man, because Sac does love me. I'm not going to lie. Sac does love me. They got me on T-shirts up there. They're lighting the beam. Damian Barley made television. I mean, they're having fun up there. I got to show Sac some love.
Damian's doing TV?
No, well, we played his tweet on our show. I didn't know what was coming, but he basically had me with the beam, and we played it on television. I said, David, I should get royalties. They're selling T-shirts with my face on it. I'm not seeing a dime.
You should.
I should get some royalties up there.
Do what Star Wars does. They like shut down anybody who's selling like knockoff merchandise, like Major League Baseball during the World Series. Remember they did that?
No doubt.
When they all the knockoff merchandise along 3rd Street here, they like shut that down. That's what you should do. You should get a cease and desist order.
I'm gonna show some love to Sac.
You need to get yourself a lawyer.
Right, I should get a lawyer. I need a lawyer right now. I need a lawyer. All right.
By the way, RJ 100%. Is he employed or
RJ's a baller. I think RJ's a baller. He'd be chilling. I like RJ. I want to meet RJ.
You ain't got no
I want to
job.
meet RJ. He's an early bird guy. He likes to get up, listen to his sports radio, maybe smoke a little something. He's fired up. If I was a Kings fan, I wouldn't be able to sleep either. You finally beat the Dubs 2 straight times, and you finally beat them in the Bay Area. They had lost 7 in a row in the Bay Area. So good for Sacramento to come down the freeway and get a win for them. Warriors got to figure this thing out, man. The Lakers coming up on Saturday. And that'll be it for basketball for today, because it's time to get ready and buckle up, folks. Niners and Lions. Our final breakdowns, our final keys to the game. X factors. We have Shanahan sound. We have Dan Campbell sound. I don't know. Did you hear Dan Campbell yesterday?
No.
Breaking down Shanahan's offense. He did it for like 2 minutes. It was football porn for all the geeks.
Really?
He's talking about the evolution of the zone scheme and the gap scheme and the tight end coming here and how they do this and how they do that. Dan Campbell's so impressive on the podium. Hopefully he's impressive after their L on Sunday. Because I'm feeling good about this game. I feel better and better as the week goes along about this football game for the 49ers. 3 straight NFC title losses? Nah, I'm not putting that out there in the stratosphere. I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Would that be an NFC record?
No, Andy Reid did it 4 straight. No.
What did the Eagles do? 4 in a row?
They lost 3 in a row, too.
3 in a row.
And they
not
finally
4.
went to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Yeah, they finally went to the Super Bowl. Get that thought out of your head. Get it out of your head, Chasky. We're not going there. We're not going to Sausalito today. We're not
Kyle
going to
Reed?
the game.
Andy Shanahan?
It's coming up for the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. Spinoni, I'm in the mood. Don't you be talking today. You know what's happening Saturday. The Lakers. Leave me alone. Let me live, all right? Your call's coming up on the Morning Rush. 888-957-9570. We'll be back.
Purdy, don't back down. I'll hold that mat down.
95.7 The Game will be live and local all day long on Sunday. Kick off your championship Sunday with Mark Grandy, the Grandy Man Can. Sterling Bennett from 9 to 1 leading into the kickoff show with Larry and Lowe at the Santa Clara Hilton presented by Hab is Law. You've been wronged. Hab is Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habislaw.com. This segment is sponsored by Go to St. Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStLumber.com. Look, man, we're going to have some fun today. We're talking Niners. We're talking Lions. We're back in the NFC title game, folks. These don't come around often. They don't come around often. And this is the third straight for Kyle Shanahan and company. The fourth in 5 years. It's been a run of dominance in the NFC, but we're missing that one thing. The one thing that we've talked about all season long that we've had in the back of our head. That Super Bowl ring. And we're going to talk a lot. We're going to talk to Rav, Stats on Fire, Guerrera at 8 o'clock. We're talking to Detroit Lions superfan Dylan Henderson. Remember, we talked to him before Dan Campbell's first game. He's a real cool dude. I don't think he's going to be chirping like that. It'd be a nice, cordial back and forth.
He is a good
at
dude.
8:30. Circa CEO Derek Stevens. That's right. The owner, the CEO of Circa.
Why him? He's a Detroit super fan?
Yeah, he's coming in on a private jet.
It's okay.
He loves radio,
On
too.
a private jet.
He's coming in on a private.
On the PJ?
He's on a PJ. He's on a PJ. Just one time in my life, I want to be on a PJ.
Do you?
Yeah, just once. Don't you?
Well, was it Bow Wow who faked that he was on a private jet and someone said that he was like on
he was actually on the United flight in the economy. People be flexing. And by the way, Lomas Brown, former tackle for the Lions and New York Giants. He actually won a Super Bowl with Tampa Bay. He's our color commentator on the radio side. He gets after it. He'll join us at 9:20 for a nice little extensive breakdown of the Detroit Lions.
So you asked me, would I want to be on a private jet? Quite honestly, not that like the exclusivity and having the financial wherewithal would be impressive. I just like any of these like individual helicopters, planes. I don't like flying in general. Like I freely admit that. Major anxiety. I don't like doing it. I don't like flying. I think it's I'd rather drive somewhere. If you told me, Joe, you could drive to place X and it would take you twice as long as opposed to flying there, like I would probably want to drive more than I want to fly. That's just me.
You're like John Madden with the Madden mobile,
100%.
right?
Madden Cruiser.
100%.
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm taking my shoes off. I'm getting me a blanket. Nice little headrest.
I always
And
just
I'm on
feel
that
so
plane.
nasty in a plane.
Well, not on a private plane.
Well,
This is a private jet.
I mean, I wouldn't even know where to
Right.
begin with
I
something.
just said, hey, you said, give me that private jet, nice little blanket. We'll
Bonte
play
and
some
Joe
cards. We'll play some cards.
Heading to the Hamptons to sign the next free agent.
That would be great. Joe, I would love to ride with you. I'll love to ride with you. I'm telling you, like, it's okay to be bougie. First time I ever flew first class to Paris, I remember Anna looking back at me and said, babe, I never want to fly first class. I never want to fly economy again. And I was like, look, I'm not in the NBA, but I understand exactly what you're talking about.
Honey, I work at Odyssey.
Honey, I work at Odyssey, but damn it, if I could try, we will never ever fly economy again. First class, man, it's just different. It's just different. It hits different. So I'm sure the PJ as well, it's different. Get to go out tarmac and get on the plane. You got 6 dudes up there. You don't have to worry about getting over,
Now-
fighting for people getting out your seat with the luggage and everything like that.
Michelle has been on her corporation's private plane, and it's behind SFO. You have to drive
Yeah.
around back.
Yep.
And I dropped her off at that. I mean, you want to talk about fancy. Oh,
Yeah.
I pulled up. I couldn't even get out of the car, and they were coming to grab all the stuff
Right,
for her.
right. You're just eating different at first class. You're eating different on a private jet. So, Shasky,
I don't want to put her business out there. Maybe we have her call in and explain her experience on a private
and
jet.
how are you going to say, I'd rather drive and go twice as long?
I'm just telling you what I like to do.
Those road trips for me are done.
I don't know, Joe.
I will, if I can help it, I will never drive to LA ever again.
Yeah, I don't like people like all up on me, breathing on me, being weird. You're in the sardine can of the plane. I just don't trust. I don't look. I know you're more likely to get in an accident on Geneva and Mission than you are up in the air on a Southwest flight, for crying out loud. But I don't like flying. I admit it.
Time is money. 6 hours to LA or 45 minutes. It's a difference. But anyway, that's enough private talk. We've never been on a private plane. It's just one of my little weird fantasies. We play 50 Cent. I'm always looking at 50 Cent videos on Instagram or hearing Floyd Mayweather and looking at all these guys. You're like, damn, what a life. What a life. You don't have to worry about anything. TSA pre-check doesn't apply to them.
Well, the TSA pre-check, that's a whole nother thing. It's a ripoff. Everyone's got it now.
No, it's not a ripoff.
The line at SFO is longer in the TSA pre-check than the normal one. And now they want to get you for clear.
Nah, the
TSA. Total racket.
TSA is so legit.
Oh, I do it.
Where did I just recently go? Where did I go? Oh, the Rose Bowl. My boarding was at 5:20 in the morning, 5:20 a.m. I didn't get the Uber till 5:25. I lived that close to SFO. I get dropped off. I was in my seat in 20 minutes. Look, it took me longer to walk from the gate to the plane than it was to the gate than it was going through. Like, it was in and out. Boom, 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 boom. So, anyway, some people are telling me, get a ring first, then fly private. Thanks for telling me personally what to do.
People are so out of pocket.
No, it's fine. It's
Jesus.
Fine. He's trying to crack a little jokey joke. It's all good.
I'm ready for Detroit.
Yeah. Are you ready for Detroit?
I am.
How'd you sleep, buddy? How'd you sleep? Because I felt, look, can I say something?
Yeah.
I felt bad yesterday.
Why?
We started piling on you, started calling you Sausalito.
Well, because I felt that way on a Thursday?
No, we started calling you Sausalito Shasky, this and that, being paranoid. I felt maybe I was a little too mean.
Well, the mayor of Sausalito actually reached out to me and wants to give me keys to the city. That's not
good.
true. That's not true. But here's what I would say. I woke up at 3:45 this morning, like the Undertaker, and I popped out of bed and I started playing music. And I'm telling you, I'm feeling really good today about the 49ers. My boy Della, who was anti going to Levi's, is actually going to this game this weekend.
Oh, whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, about time.
Great.
He realizes it's going to be a party on Sunday.
Who is Della? Who is Della?
One of the Candlestick originals. I probably went to, I don't know, 100 games with him and his brother.
We gotta let the people know who they are. They may be
Just one of the
listening for
homies.
the first time. Okay, what are your homies?
The equivalent
Della.
of Wet Wet to Bonte.
So Della's gonna.
He's going. So that's good vibes.
So he's good. That's good vibes.
Good vibes.
That's the same guy who bet on Rice University.
No, that's Guido.
Oh, that's Guido. That's the other one. Okay, all right. Della, I do like Della.
Stop ripping Guido.
I rip all your friends. I rip all my friends. That's what we do on the roast. That's why it's called the morning roast. We rip people. Now, if people get sensitive, that's on them. But I felt bad. I felt bad. I called you Charmin yesterday.
Well, we're getting out there early. I was like, I'm questioning, do I leave my house at 11, 10:30? Like, what time? Because I want to get down there in time to be able to hit up all the tailgates, but I also want to get out there in time so I could sit in front of someone's TV to watch the AFC Championship game. I have to be able to watch that and consume that. I have a feeling it's going to be cold and windy. You know, the 3:30 start, that means by about 4:30, that cold is going to kick in, so you better wear layered. I'm going to bring I got the scarf ready to go.
Is there a possibility we could get Lieutenant Birch back on the show?
Well, she was way off on her weather prediction last time. I mean, that was like a Brock Purdy. Yeah, that was like Brock Purdy performance, like in Cleveland for her, in predicting the weather. She said it wasn't going to rain during the game, and it rained all game.
No, she said it was going to be light rain during the game, and it was light rain. It wasn't like heavy. It was like dump it down. Can we get Lieutenant Birch on? By the way, I got a great idea with Lieutenant Birch. We need to get that Blackhawk. Get that Blackhawk, baby.
Yeah, I think I'm out on that.
Are you serious?
The movie's called Black Hawk Down.
Yeah, I don't think I
want to be in it.
I want to know that Blackhawk. Let's go to SF
Not
Bay
about
Drummer.
that life, I admit it.
I want to be on that Blackhawk. SF Bay Drummer, what's happening?
What's up, Bonte? What's up, Shasky?
Let's go. We're playing the Lions. Let's do this.
Oh yeah. I'm hyped. I mean, like over the week, I'm just hearing a lot of people just give respect and kind of be like concerned about the Lions. Man, who cares about Detroit, man? Like they come up every once in a while, man. Like we are going to the Super Bowl. This is going to be a blowout. We're winning 31-17. Lock it down. And if it gets too rough for Detroit, hopefully they have Chris Webber on the sideline to call a timeout.
Oh.
So let's go Niners. Let's go to the Super Bowl. Let's finish the job. Let's go to the Las Vegas Stadium and rub our feet all over the Raiders couch because that's our house. And let's bring this Super Bowl home to San Francisco. Let's go Niners.
I like that energy, SF Bay Drummer down in H-Town. Let's go to James in Santa Rosa. I really like that energy on a Friday. James, what's happening?
Hey, before I get started, I just wanted to say I want to thank you guys. This is the best morning show in the Bay Area. I'm pumped up for this game. And Shasky, man, my heart goes out to you and my thoughts and prayers.
Thanks,
and
bro.
sending all love to your family.
Thanks, bro.
Anyway, we're about to crush We're about to crush the Lions. I'm telling you, we're a super team. We're like the KD Warriors. When Deebo's in the lineup, his gravity unlocks the whole offense for us. You notice how many wide open, how many 20-yard passes that has Ayuk had when he's wide open. But when Deebo went down, those windows got real tight, which contributed to Brock Purdy's struggles.
A little bit. Shanahan talked about his struggles last week. Here's what Shanahan had to say about Brock Purdy's struggles and what hurt his rhythm against the Green Bay Packers.
It wasn't just Brock. I think it was our whole offense. I mean, they did some good things. They stopped us, kind of completed a couple third downs. We had a big penalty that made us miss one. I mean, I'm sure a few balls got away in the rain like they always do, like I think it did from the other quarterback also. But I also thought that was a good defense we were going against. I thought they were a challenge. We knew it would be a challenge going into the week. We would like to have done better, but and the way Brock finished on that last drive, and not just him, but everybody. I mean, it was a little here and there. I mean, we were able to overcome some of our mistakes in the last drive than we did earlier in the game, even the drops, things like that. But, I wouldn't put it all on just Brock. I mean, Brock did some really good things, and that would have been impossible to win the game without him.
Then he brought up Deebo Samuel. Somebody just brought up Deebo Samuel's shoulder. So that's Shanahan on Brock Purdy in his rhythm, but we'll get to Brock in a second here. But Deebo's shoulder, what's the status for Sunday?
We just got Deebo's shoulder. He won't practice. Everyone else is full.
How is Deebo feeling?
He's feeling better.
Does that make you more optimistic about his availability for Sunday?
It makes me feel better.
What is his exact injury? Is it a separation, a bruise, dislocation, a fracture?
His shoulder hurts. That's all, yeah. Just hurts.
Nice try, Larry Krueger.
I mean, in the league of the NFL.
Right.
Shoulder hurts.
Yeah.
Like, is that what? Come on, Shanahan.
No, wait a minute. Larry Krueger knows. That's a great question by Krueger. Is it a separation? Is it a... Shanahan's not revealing what it is. You don't do that for competitive balance. So the Detroit Lions...
No, you legally,
right.
the NFL has to disclose the injury.
Yeah, you just say shoulder injury. It's a shoulder.
Yeah, he said hurts.
Yeah, his shoulder hurts.
I mean, like when you have a high ankle sprain, it's like a high ankle sprain.
That's appropriate. His shoulder hurts. He has a shoulder injury. It hurts.
Ow!
I'm not going to tell you if it's separated. I'm not going to tell you if there's a torn rotator cuff. I'm not going to tell you if it's a stinger. Well, I'm going to tell you anything about I'm not going to specify the details if I don't have to the media so they can put out there Deebo's dealing with a separated shoulder. So now the Lions know how to attack. No. The answer is very appropriate. His shoulder hurts. Nice try, Larry.
But B, like, I think contractually the league, because of the partnerships with all of the gambling sites and the DraftKings things, like that's why things are probable, questionable.
Right.
Like they have degrees of this, and you do have to disclose to some level what the injuries are. You can't just go lower body like in hockey, for example.
But you just say, hey, it's a knee. Now, what is it with the knee? Is it a sprained knee? Is it a torn ACL? Is it a torn PCL? You don't have to specify that. Say it's a knee injury. It's a calf injury.
Does it concern you that they're gearing up to play him and he could walk out of this game at any moment?
I don't get concerned. Once they step on the football field, it's all systems go. Like, so what? I'm sorry. I don't operate like that. Whenever I played, I'm sorry. You don't think about those things. Once Deebo hits that field and he's carrying the boombox, you don't think about, oh, man, if he goes down and he's out, yes, there's a chance. But my mind doesn't go there. Once he gets on the field and if he plays throughout the game, then great. If he gets hurt midway through the game, it sucks.
I just think last week they were not prepared for him to leave that game early in terms of the preparation of the week building up into it. It just felt like the game plan was very predicated on him being available and a huge part of it. And so I would hope this week that Shanahan has it baked into the equation that the guy could walk off the field in the second quarter. And it isn't so Deebo reliant in terms of the scheme because he struggles at times to pivot off that.
Yeah, no, he does. He does. Shanahan's been very loose this week at the podium, though. I have noticed that.
Yes, he is.
He's been very outgoing. I like that a lot. I do like that a lot about him opening up. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto rates. It's super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line as well. It's a Football Friday. Brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Let's squeeze in one more call before King of the Hill. One quick call before King of the Hill. Let's go to Wichita, Kansas, Shasky.
Oh.
Ever been to Kansas?
Shocker.
He's a shocker. Doug, he's the shocker. What's up, Doug?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Like the show. Listen to you on the phone every day.
Thank you.
For the Odyssey app.
Thank you.
Hey, no doubt. Hey, bang, bang, Niner gang, man. I feel it. I'm not worried about Detroit, but I wouldn't overlook them either. Like I tell all these guys around here, the big Cowboy fans, the big Chief fans, all these morons, yeah, I said it, morons, want to talk about how we hope y'all get pounded. I'm like, yeah, I bet you do. Tell Green Bay hello from us, from your couch. Anyhow, look, man, if the pressure does get to Purdy in the pocket, it's easy. Roll him out because the man drops dimes when he's running around. He's very good at that. All right, man, that's all I got. I just want to say bang, bang, Niner gang. Let's get it done.
Love it, Doug. Love what
you bring up
Kansas.
the pressure, and I know you got to get to King of the Hill here. On the other side of King of the Hill, like the left guard and the center, possibly both being out for Detroit, to me, puts a spotlight on Eric Armstead, Kevon Givens, all these guys, Kevin Givens, Javon Hargrave, Javon Kinlaw.
Yep.
Like, they have to dominate. And one of the key elements of why the Niners did kick Goff in the teeth was because I felt like they did have their way with that Ram offensive line for many years. I don't know if that's the case if both these guys are healthy, but their backups are in there.
Yeah,
you have to win those matchups.
You can heat them up. I even want to see Bosa lined up on the inside. Play some games with that interior offensive line and move Jared Goff off his spot. The more I think about this game, it comes down to Jared Goff making some plays. He's prone to make a couple mistakes. Even more so than Brock Purdy. Now, he has the experience in his favor, but I think the Niners could really heat up Jared Goff this week and get after him. Let's get the King of the Hill because I want to break this game down. Shask, I feel good. We're going to Vegas, man.
Yeah, you're like wildly calm.
We know what it is.
Yeah, it's an NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
I want to know whose tailgate I'm going to. Hit us up in the chat. Call me up. I want to know. Where's the 408 Empire?
Don't bother me.
No, I'll be there. I'm a man of the people. Not private jet Bonte.
No. Man of the people, please.
All right, what is this list?
I'm always in the streets. King of the Hill brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. Number 5, this is my favorite championship moments in 49ers history. My favorite.
Oh.
Now, there's a lot of moments.
Championship game, not
championship
Super Bowl.
game.
Okay.
Championship game only. Number 5, Niners playing the Dirty Birds down 17-0. They're holding off for dear life. Frank Gore to Dirty Bird. Michael James also scored a touchdown in that game, too.
Michael James.
But Navarro Bowman making a huge play on Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah.
4th down and 4. Ryan. Pass is broken up. There are no flags. And the 49ers will take over up by 4. Roddy White is going to try to run a crossing route. You see there's contact by Navarro Bowman at the top of the route, but he's just unable to create any separation.
That was Buck and Aikman on Fox Sports. The Georgia Dome. The Georgia Dome in 2012. Niners beat the Falcons 28-24. Navarro Bowman with that clutch play in the 4th quarter, and the Niners had no pass rush whatsoever. They got it done there after the Falcons. They're on a 14-play, 70-yard drive, and they come up short. They come up short as Bowman deflects a pass at the 10-yard line. What a moment.
Of Tony Gonzalez's final game?
That may have been his final game, I believe.
And then also, Crabtree had fumbled earlier in the red zone. I mean, Kaepernick threw them from behind. I'll never forget the Harbaugh, Frank Gore interaction on the sideline. God, what a great game.
What a great game. They were down 17-0. I was losing my mind.
God.
Number 4. Raheem Mostert steals the show in 2019.
I thought it'd be Jimmy G's 8 passes.
Garoppolo's still only thrown 6 passes. 6. Mostert, left side. Another first down carry and more. How about a touchdown?
It just shows some fans, you got to win a certain way to get credit.
Garoppolo's still only thrown 6 passes.
I'm averaging 7.5 yards a carry. I'm running the ball all damn day, but y'all do you, man. Y'all want Garoppolo to throw it more? Go ahead, fine. Number 3. Soldier Field, 1988. The soft finesse 49ers going to Soldier Field and kick the Bears' ass because Jerry Rice did this twice. Not once, but twice.
To the right. Montana back to throw it. To Rice. Pass caught by Jerry Rice, and look out for this one. 49er touchdown from 61 yards away. Second down and 10. Rice is the motion man. The Rice touchdown.
Summerall, just so succinct.
Yep. Niners beat the Bears 28-3. They go on to beat the Bengals.
I love that.
Yeah, I love what he said.
Dude,
Rice.
He was a punter. It's like Kuiper, like the players who are also, play-by-play and don't do the, God, there's just something special.
No, 28-3. Niners win in Chicago, Soldier Field. They go on to beat the Bengals in Super Bowl 23, 20-16.
All right.
Bill Walsh's last season as 49ers head coach.
Number two.
Don't rush me.
Number
two. Steve Young running around Candlestick Park after the Niners beat the Cowboys in the NFC Championship game after falling to them 2 consecutive seasons, and Steve Young got that monkey off his back.
3 in a row won't happen for so many years. Is finally out.
And it's his day, and it's his team, and he knows it, and everyone else knows it.
Matt and Summerall, Fox Sports. I didn't want to play that Rice touchdown. I didn't want to play Eric Davis pick 6, the rock candlestick to go up 7-0. It was Steve Young running around that stadium with the football in his hands, waving at the crowd saying, yes, we're going to the Super Bowl.
One of the great video highlights of all time is the throw from Steve Young to Jerry as he's falling down in the end zone.
Right before halftime.
First base side.
And quickly, number one. How could it not be this?
Of course, for the upstart 49ers, they're 6 yards away from Pontiac. 3rd and 3.
We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Dwight Clark. It's a madhouse at Candlestick with 51 seconds left.
Vince Scully on a call for CBS Sports. Hank Stram doing the color. Dwight Clark with the catch. Niners advance to their first ever Super Bowl. Go on to win their first ever Super Bowl. Who will have that moment this Sunday? Who's going to etch their name in stone? Whose highlight will we be playing 20 years from now after the Niners beat down the Lions on Sunday?
Who's got the guts to wear the all-white pimp suit that guy had in the front row? You know what I'm talking about.
Who is that guy?
Who is that man? I want to interview him.
Yeah, I do too. What's coming up in the game brought to you by the Inn at the Tides. We're going to interview our callers, Sonny, Mike, Larry, and the rest of you. We're going to get to everybody out there, 888-957-9570, plus shameless shout-outs here on the First Go Friday. Don't forget, the Inn at the Tides, they're back. Legendary. Oh, you can eat Dungeness crab feeds at Tides Wharf Restaurant, just $99 per person. You guys are ballers out there. Go spend some money at the 10 at the Tides, February 2nd and 23rd, March 8th and 15th. Make it a getaway and ask for the crab feed special room rate. I may have to do that, man. Let me check my calendar. Info at inatthetides.com.
The road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, executive.
is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Steph? We'll see you tomorrow night against the LA Lakers, trying to bounce back after a tough loss last night to the Sacramento Kings. Boy, 13 days until the trading deadline. All eyes will be on the Golden State Warriors on what they may or may not do. By the way, 9-5-7 the game. That's what we're calling it now Sunday, because we're going to be live and local all day long for Championship Sunday. Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett from 9 to 1, leading into the kickoff show with Larry and Low Neal at the Santa Clara Hilton, presented by Havas Law. You've been wronged. Havas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit HavasLaw.com. Top 5 moments in championship history, in my opinion, with Niners now on Twitter. Shasky, we're getting closer and closer here. What are some of the things you're looking at in this football game? What are some of the things that's got you bugging out or saying this can't happen? The Niners want to win this football game.
Well, you know, the number one thing is that when opportunities present themselves, you have to make the most of them. There was a couple of throws early in that game for the Detroit Buccaneers matchup where Goff threw a couple up, particularly on that first drive, and the Bucs didn't capitalize on it.
Dropped that interception in the red zone, yeah.
Absolutely. You know, those are what changes games. I mean, just go back to that Baltimore game with the Niners. If they don't turn it over on that first possession, that entire game plays out differently.
Yep.
Right? And so I'm looking at it this way. The 49ers, when the ball is thrown right in their hands, need to make plays. And also, they need to win individual matchups. And if that means Ambry Thomas is out there on an island by himself, don't just grab a guy, you know? Turn around, locate the ball, and make a play. Make a guy beat you. Let him high point the ball. Don't just give them a free 40 yards. I look at Nick Bosa. Nick, you got to win some matchups.
Yeah.
Like you just do. When you see the chip coming, blast that guy. When you see somebody coming to set the edge, whether it be a tight end or whatever, take that dude out. Javon Hargrave, there are no excuses. I gave you $40 million in guaranteed. You want to become a 49er legend? Well, all the 49er legends who signed here to win championships showed up in the biggest moments in the playoffs. And that's what I need this guy to do. Eric Armstead, you are the longest tenured 49er. Now, I know your foot hurts, and I get it. But if their guard and their center are out, and I don't hear your name, and I don't see impact, this might be your final season in San Francisco.
Ooh.
I cannot invest $40 million in 2 D tackles and get zero production in the biggest moments of the year. So we can talk about DC all we want. We can talk about scheme and Kyle Shanahan's play calls. We could bitch and complain about the quarterback till we're blue in the face, and he needs to play better too. It's undeniable. But my guys who are making premium money, Bosa, Hargrave, Armstead, they need to show up and win these individual matchups.
Shanahan on that Lions offense and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Here's Kyle Shanahan.
He's a really good football player, and they get him the ball in a number of different ways. So there's no way to just cover a guy. You don't just say cover him in man, cover him in zone. It's about defending the team and the scheme. And when you do that, you usually make it harder for a good player too. And if you don't, their scheme gets going. They run the ball well. They throw the ball, whatever it is, and you're just trying to defend both. And then you're going to get a guy like that good looks. And when you get a guy like that good looks, it's similar to when you get guys like that we have good looks. It's not easy to stop him.
Here's Shanahan on Jared Goff.
I think he's showing some of the stuff that he did in L.A. I mean, you go with Jared, I mean, he built for a number of years, especially, you know, I think 17, 18, really 18. I mean, he played at MVP-type level. When Jared's, when they give him a good scheme, when he's got good people around him, Jared's going to always find the spot. He's as accurate as any quarterback I've seen. He can play at a very top level. If you sit and make things easy for him, he will gas you. I've seen it over and over, whether he's with the Rams, whether he's with Detroit, and that's why you challenge it. You better be on your stuff or he can embarrass you fast. I mean, he played at MVP-type level. Give him a good scheme, when he's got good people around him, he's going to always find the spot. He's as accurate as any quarterback I've seen. He can play at a very top level. If you sit and make things easy for him, he will gas you. I've seen it over and over. That's why you challenge it. You better be on your stuff or he can embarrass you fast.
And he can embarrass you. And they've been embarrassing teams all season long. And really, it started last year with Detroit when they got on a heater there, and they won some big-time road games for that organization. Remember, they ended the season on Sunday Night Football beating the Green Bay Packers, and the Packers, of course, were playing for a spot in the playoffs. Win or go home. Well, it turned out to be Aaron Rodgers' last game in a Green Bay Packer uniform. So they've got this momentum. They play. Think about the road wins Detroit has had. So you don't want to get them into a rhythm, right, Shasky? They go to Green Bay. They beat them. They beat the Jets on the road last year. And you just think about what they've done this season. Opening the season, I know Chris Jones was in his suite and Travis Kelce didn't play, but going to Arrowhead Stadium and facing Mahomes and beating them.
One of the best wins of any team this year.
Right.
It's on a short list.
It's on a short list. You beat them in Kansas City. You beat the Packers on Thursday Night Football, really dominated them at Lambeau Field. You go down to Tampa and win a football game. Now, they got blown out and blasted by Baltimore. That's one anomaly. But they go down to SoFi, beat the Chargers. They win in the Superdome against the Saints, get a big lead, and hold off for dear life. So they've won some big-time road games for that organization. So how do you make it uncomfortable for them? You just mentioned it. It's all about that front four getting pressure. It starts with them. And I believe with their guard and center out, we'll talk to Lomas Brown at 9:20, the color commentator for the Detroit Lions, longtime NFL player at right tackle, left tackle, you name it. He'll break down what's the weakness of that offensive line this week, and Niners are going to have to even send some blitzes. If you need to send a Fred Warner or Drake Greenlaw blitz up the A-gap into the interior, get Jared Goff moving around, because then he's got to reset his feet. And it takes him a while for that. That's how you beat this team and get Jared Goff uncomfortable.
You know, I've been thinking a lot about just these coaches and these openings that are out there. And Ben Johnson is the offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions, and he's highly coveted by a lot of teams right now. I think, you know, Seattle feels like they're going to go Dan Quinn direction. I would worry, and I will want no part of Dan Quinn.
I think they're waiting. I think Seattle's waiting for championship weekend to be over.
Okay.
They want to see what's going on with McDaniel, with Baltimore, the defensive coordinator, or Ben Johnson, as you just mentioned, offensive coordinator with the Lions.
Well, if I'm Ben Johnson, I think that's an enticing place. I get to pick my quarterback, and I have a lot of offensive weaponry, and I think that there are pieces on defense that are intriguing, and Schneider's a great GM. The point that I was going at with Ben Johnson, when you win a game on the road without your guard and without your center, as good as these two are, people take notice of that.
Yep.
That's when you're a premium guy. Part of what makes Shanahan, no one had ever heard of Jake Brendel till a couple years ago. I had never heard of him. Had you?
No.
All right? He's done a great job there. Feliciano, anyone could have had Feliciano.
Burford.
Even Banks didn't play his first year.
Right.
You know, so the great offensive coordinators know how to minimize the weaknesses of an offensive line through play calling, deception, motion, etc. So I am very interested to see what they have in store. If they know they're down a couple guys, how do they disguise that? How do they try to mask that? You know, do they keep LaPorta in a little more? This is why I keep coming back to you. You have to win the individual matchups up front in the middle of this defensive line.
I agree there. Let's go to the lines. Mike in Detroit. What's happening, man? Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you for having me. I appreciate that. And I'm just so sick. I just want to say I'm so sick of these Lions fans. Everywhere I go, it's bad, man. I wear a Niners hoodie everywhere I go, the mall, even at work. They think that they're gonna blow us out, and I'm just staying quiet.
Is that what's happening? Is that what's?
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible.
Detroit fans have gotten cocky?
Yeah, they're very cocky.
Really?
Very.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised by that. So are you coming out here to the West Coast for this football game?
I'll be there Saturday, brother.
Really? So you're flying from Detroit to the Bay. Where are you flying in? SFO, San Jose? Where are you going?
SFO.
Okay.
We're flying there. Right now, tickets, flights are like $2,400. They're trying to add airplanes right now in Metro Detroit.
Just economy, $2,400?
I swear to God.
Yeah, that's a long flight. I'll take that flight to Detroit. That's a long flight.
Yep.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's all I just want to say. And one more thing. Even if that offensive lineman is playing, I know the other, I forgot his name. Was it
Jonah Jackson?
Jonah Jackson. Yeah, he's out. He's not playing.
Out. Frank Ragnow.
Yeah,
what's up with him?
Playing.
He's
I
playing?
think he's playing.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not going to. He played through it last week. He's playing. But listen, it's all on the defense. I'm not worried about the offense. Take it drive by drive, play by play. It's just on the defensive line. You guys, I'm listening to you guys. You guys are saying the D-line is getting paid $40 million a year. Reek Armstead, he's getting top dollar. All these D-linemen are getting paid top dollar. We got to rush, man. Aubrey Thomas isn't going to hold up more than 3-4 seconds. They're going to throw it up.
Are you from Detroit?
I'm sorry?
Are you from Detroit originally?
Yes.
Man,
originally.
All people from Detroit are just too nice. Like I hope that they bring more smack talk, like your cadence and everything.
He's a Niner fan.
No,
I know he's a Niner fan, but like you just
fans.
have a great demeanor about you.
They're not like Pittsburgh fans. I was actually at Greektown Casino watching it on a big screen with all these Lions fans, and I'm the only one wearing a Niners gear. And they're like, yeah, we'll see you next week. We'll see you next week. They're not, like, trashing you, nothing. And they're cool, you know?
Yeah.
They're very nice.
Yeah, no, good. Thanks, Mike. So Hit us up when you get out here. Yeah. They are nice because I told you I've attended a Lions game, and they were so cordial. This guy I sat next to, he was a long-time season ticket holder. He broke down the entire history, how it was being a Lions fan, what's going on there. I have a lot of respect for Detroit. I do. I have a lot of respect for this team and Dan Campbell. Doesn't mean we're not going to go out there and kick their ass because that's how I feel. But Dan Campbell, the way they built their team, Brad Holmes, possibly the executive of the year, they built it in a very similar fashion as the 49ers. Brick by brick. We're going to identify physical players, right? Mm-hmm. High IQ players, high character guys who wants to fit into a culture, a team culture, and not be about themselves, but be about the team. They have a slew of those guys, and they bought into the type of football they want to play. Physical. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to go for it on fourth down. We're going to do whatever we got to do to win a football game. And that's a credit to Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, but it's very similar to how Lynch and Shanahan built their rosters through the draft, physicality, running the football, playing intense, being buttoned up. A little different stylistically, obviously, on the football field, but in the way they built their team, very similar.
Yes, and you didn't even mention the Bosa Hutchinson comparisons where they draft two guys at the top of the draft who are former NFL players' sons, you know, and these guys come with a pedigree. And I mean, Hutchinson's been way better than I anticipated. Like, I watched him at Michigan and I was like, he's good, but I don't know, man. Number 2 overall, he has completely proven me wrong.
I mean, Jacksonville took, who was it, Walker out of Georgia?
Walker.
And Hutchinson, it hasn't even been close.
Not even close. We talked about that in that Jacksonville thing. Like, Bulky went with the high upside guy, and it hasn't worked.
Hasn't worked so far.
I mean, he's flashed a little, but Hutchinson's been a better player, and it's I have no argument.
8 sacks in the last 4 games for Aiden Hutchinson. Let's go to Larry in San Francisco. By the way, 15 minutes, shameless shout-outs. 15 minutes, shameless shout-outs. Larry in San Francisco, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? Man, I tell you, man, I haven't called in a while, man, because I've been riding this ride, dude. I've been riding Brock Purdy since the beginning of the season, man. And I'm just so tired of all the mess about this cat, how they judge him, you know. But anyway, man, I tell you what, I've been so excited about this year. I ain't even drove Uber during 49er games. I just stayed home, watched the game. I watched every single game this year for the first time in 20 years, man. That's how excited I am about this year.
Nice.
Larry, what's going on, man? How's the taxi world?
Man, dude, it's a little slow. There's, it's a lot of small stuff. You know, I think people are still kind of reeling. You know,
I mean,
but yeah, I think they're kind of reeling financially right now. You know, because nobody wants to go to San Jose anymore and stuff. You know, I mean, unless it's strictly business.
Yeah.
You know, but anyway, but I got to tell you, man, I am so jacked up for the 49ers, man.
You should be jacked up. You should be jacked up, Larry. I'm glad you're jacked up. Thanks for the call. Sonny and Bristow. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, the Brock Purdy thing. Like, I get where a lot of Niner fans are like, oh, they're discrediting Brock Purdy. And, like, I understand. Like, he was awesome this year. He was. Those things happened. But once I think he's established himself as awesome. Like, he's a good player. He's a really good player. He had a great year. Phenomenal year. I might be underselling how great his year was. But once you've proven that you're there, the next step on the ladder is like, all right, now do it in the playoffs, right? Like, part of why a lot of people are believing in C.J. Stroud, and he's done it for 1 year, all right? He had a really big monster game. Now, Purdy's had a monster game, but it's not about the individual game. It's like when you want to be one of the best players, when I talk about Mahomes, right? And we know there's many rungs on the ladder between Mahomes at the top and wherever you think Purdy is. Part of what makes Mahomes is every week, like, you cannot count him out at any possession. He's going to keep coming and keep coming and keep coming and keep coming. Lamar has 2 MVPs, and there are people that are like, yeah, I got to see you do it in the playoffs a couple of times. And I get that. Like, that's when the legends are truly forged. Not the good players, the legends. Part of why we diminish Dak is we don't trust you in the playoffs. Now, Purdy's beaten Dak. He's had better performances than Dak in the playoffs. But, like, a big reason, outside of health, why Jimmy Garoppolo isn't here is the lackluster playoff performances. Purdy's been better thus far in his playoff moments than Jimmy has. But there's still a long way to go. And I think every time he steps on the field in the playoffs, like it or not, Niner fans, you got to get used to it. He is going to be out there shutting people up, and they're going to continue getting people who are going to say, oh, you got to do it again next week. You got to do it in the Super Bowl. Oh, you won a Super Bowl? Do it again next year. That's just how it goes in sports. It sucks. It shouldn't have to be that way, but when you're as good as Purdy is, we move the goalposts. That's what we do.
Well, we move it too because he's a quarterback of the 49ers. And his playoff moments.
Agreed.
Listen, he's had 2 game-winning drives in the playoffs against the Cowboys and against the Packers. But you should also say those games, they were struggle buses. And that's okay. What I try to tell people all the time in the playoffs, just go look at the history of the game. Ben Roethlisberger struggled at times in the playoffs, and he's an all-time great. I love Big Ben as a quarterback on the football field. The person, no, whatever. But as a player,
we agree.
Peyton Manning, think about all his playoff runs. He was never the best player on his team during the postseason, during his Super Bowl runs. Eli Manning, so damn erratic. He's had some blunders his playoff games, and he's gotten hot, right? Drew Brees, he's gotten hot, had some blunders. That's what happens in the postseason. This is the best of the best. So the fact that it's going to be muddied, the fact that it's going to look ugly at times, that doesn't mean you need to get off your quarterback. These are the best defenses left in football. These teams have great D-line depth, trenches, linebacker play. They're not giving up an inch. And that's how it should be in January and February when you get to the postseason. It's not going to be pretty. All it is about not turning the ball over and getting to the next play, making sure you give your chance the best chance to win a football game. And that's what Purdy did last week. So I don't know how great he is. I don't know how good he's going to be in the future. Right now, he's been one of the best quarterbacks in the league. He bounced back last week after having a horrendous 3 quarters and found a way to help this team win a football game. So all the naysayers and national pundits on Brock Purdy, honestly, I don't really care about all that.
Well, I would say this. Forget the national thing for a second. Just look at the history of this team with this coach. They will pivot. I mean, they will. So, and as long as he's making $800,000, it's all good. It's all good. But this guy will pivot. And this isn't me talking. This is the coach. He's pivoted off Jimmy, Trey. He even told Brock Purdy, if your elbow's not ready, I'm going to try to entice Tom Brady to come out of retirement. So, everybody, we all love Brock Purdy. The coach has shown he has very little patience for losing, and there's always got to be a fall guy.
Yep.
Love Kyle Shanahan, but that's one of his character flaws right now.
Well, we'll get there when we get there, though. Right now, Brock Purdy is the quarterback, and you got a game on Sunday against the Lions. You want to prevent yourself from losing 3 straight NFC title games, and I think the Niners will do that. Let's go to Sonny in Bristow. Is it Bristow? Bristow?
It's Bristow.
Bristow. Where's that at?
Yeah. Just outside of D.C. Oh, we got
East Coast.
Of the nation walking around here in Manassas, Costco.
I love that. You
gotta Google it.
What's going on, Sonny? What's on your mind, man?
I just want to say, hey, Purdy put his name in the faithful book on Saturday night, and that's what I said with my sons, one who's a Philly fan and one who's a Steelers fan. I said, the name has got to go in the book. And he did it. And today, and at the end of the year, at the end of February, we're going to be telling everybody, like they told me at the Philly game, sit down and shut up. Because we're rolling. Everybody's like, oh, well, you broke Philly. They were broke before. They were broke.
Good call, Sonny. Let's go to Lucky in San Francisco real quick. Lucky, what's happening?
Hey, top of the morning, fellas. How you guys
doing? Top of the morning,
I'm
Lucky.
doing great.
What's up, Lucky?
Man, you know what, man? I'm just ready, man. My heart is beating. I'm ready. I got my boots laced. I'm ready to go. But I'm going to tell you something. I got a dilemma, guys. My wife is from Detroit, so it's going to be a heck of a day. But thankfully, I'll be at work watching it. But, yeah, it's going to be nervous energy, man, for both of us.
Lucky, you ever heard of Ghostface Killer? He has a...
come on.
Okay.
Of course.
He's got a song, Love Don't Live Here Anymore. You might have to say that to your wife after this weekend.
Hey, she already told me. She's like, baby, you better root for your team because I'm a root for mine. So, hey, that's
bragging rights for life.
I love that.
Bragging rights for life.
I love that. Boots laced tight, don't even trip.
408. Why are you guys taking shots at Kyle and Purdy today? You should be hyping them up. Come on, man. What the hell are you talking about? Nobody's taking shots at Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. What the hell are you talking about, 408? Use some Q-tips, buddy. Speaking of which, Shanahan on the Lions DBs and their defense. He talks about them. Here's Shady.
They play with their defense. They make some plays, and their whole defense. You see in numbers, and you see, 31st, I think, in the pass game. But then when you watch the tape, you kind of realize how they are. They're aggressive in what they do. They mix everything up, which makes them susceptible to big plays. But they're also fourth in causing negatives, and I think they're leading the league in the last 5 games in turnovers. If not, we're top 5 or something like that. I mean, they're a team that really is very aggressive in what they do, which is going to make you hit or miss. But they cause more negative plays than I think anyone in the NFL. I want to say it was 4th on the whole year, and they tie right into that.
Bend, don't break, timely blitzes, and some of the members of the 49ers were talking about that yesterday in their media availability, that, look, being at home, you're not going to have to use a silent count. Ford Field, you would have to use a silent count. They're blitzing left and right. We saw it in Baker Mayfield last week. This guy's coming free off the edge. Whether it was a nickel blitz, a linebacker blitz, guys just coming scot-free. Hell, we'll play Aiden Hutchinson didn't even get blocked, and Baker had to throw it away. But they also have lit up this Lions defense. If you do get time, you can light them up. Stafford threw for 367 against them and had time all day. Baker Mayfield threw for 349 against this team. They will give up yards in chunks, and if you take care of the football and you're sound and you know where the blitz is coming from, the Niners are going to have their way against this defense.
What do you think the atmosphere is going to be like out there?
The atmosphere is going to be great, especially for this offense when they're scoring touchdowns left and right, because I don't think this defense can slow down the 49ers on Sunday.
I meant just more the stadium atmosphere.
I'm talking about the game, man. The atmosphere is going to be fine.
Well, there's always an edge.
Atmosphere.
There's always an edge. Like when you go to those old school stadiums, it feels like at night as the sun starts to drop, you feel it like through the television. I can't wait to feel what the energy's like in that building. I can't wait.
Let's go to Joel in San Jose. Joel, what's happening?
Oh, I'm fired up. The stadium is going to be loud. Bonte said it last week. It was the loudest he'd heard. Levi's. It's going to be even louder. Bonte, you're absolutely right. They're not going to contain this offense. We're going to get the Purdy 30, and they haven't played a defense quite like ours. They've been in the dome for 11 out of their last 12 games. They gave up 800 combined yards to Nick Mullins. Tell me, all you Niner fans, you remember watching Nick Mullins? He ain't giving up 800 yards.
Right.
The defense is coming. We're getting the 3rd down, and I always ask for it. I need the Thunderstruck. Fire it up. Let's go.
I love that. It should be rocking Sunday at Levi Stadium. Can't wait to get there Sunday for Championship Sunday. Again, these games don't come around often. Like, I think back into the NBA Finals, and I have no idea what's going on with the Warriors. Who knows if we're going to ever host an NBA Finals again? I think we will, but damn, we never know. Cherish these moments, Niner fans. Cherish these moments. What Shanahan and Lynch have done to build this thing to where we're perennial contenders in the NFC. Now, we want to bring it home, no doubt about it. We got the NFC Championship game in our house. It's in our house for the 2nd time since 2019. I feel good about that. I feel good about these Niners. I feel good about Brock Purdy. Now, Dan Campbell, he talked about the biggest challenge getting ready for the Niners. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 4 minutes, Chasky. To listen to Dan Campbell on the biggest challenge of getting ready for the 49ers.
That's easy. It's the distractions. That's the easiest one. All right. Getting ready for these guys is not going to be hard. Knowing what we're getting ready to face, the type of team they are, we already know it's a hard-nosed team. These are, to me, we're 2 juggernauts that are just going to be swinging at each other. It's not that. It's all the other stuff. It's all the interview requests. It's all the, hey, you look at all the plays you made in this game. You are the best player on their team. What are you going to do this week? Don't you think you need the ball more? Don't you think you need more opportunities for sacks? Don't you think they need to blitz you more? Hey, will you come over here and let's do this GQ shoot? So it's all the distractions. And as long as we block those out and just stay on course, we'll be fine.
There's a 2-minute dissertation from Dan Campbell from yesterday. Did you listen to it, Lovin? Lovin said it's too geeky for me. That's what he told me. Lovin, what did you tell me about this soundbite with Campbell?
Well, no, I just said it's very like football nerdy, maybe for casual fans. For football obsessive people like us, it's great. But
can I be the judge of it?
Well, no, Shasta, you're gonna love it. So
it is unbelievable.
You're one of those people like us.
Don't talk about it. Let's be about it. Can I hear it?
Not
it's like
now.
a 2-minute long speech. Yeah, we gotta get a shameless shout out.
We'll do that in a second. Make sure you get it up though, because I want to play it. Dan Campbell's freaking unbelievable.
You love him, huh?
I do like him. I like everything in Detroit's, but I liked him from day one. And a lot of people laughed at him. Remember last year, a lot of people laughed at him. No, I didn't laugh at him. I was like, okay, get his guy shot.
I remember us playing the cuts about biting kneecaps.
Yeah, it was funny biting kneecaps.
Hilarious.
But I actually was like listening to the message and started watching videos around him. I said, you know what? Detroit needs somebody like this. They need somebody like this. And you know what? We watched Hard Knocks, and the guy was crying.
We all love the Hard Knocks.
Like,
yes,
come on,
I
man.
agree there.
I respect
when Jamal
these guys.
Williams broke the team down, obviously he's not on the team anymore, but when he was breaking the team down, it was incredible. It was emotional. It was heartfelt.
Let's go to Mr. Overtime in Redwood City before shameless shout-outs. Mr. Overtime, what's happening?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Just a couple quick things. I wanted to give you my predictions for the game, and then just speak about this issue with the national media hating on Brock Purdy. And, Bonte, you coined the term. Draftism is, like, so perfect because that's exactly what's going on. They're discriminating against Brock because of his draft position coming out of college. And I love that even in, discussions with you guys talking with Baldy and how Baldy was like, yeah, that's exactly right. That's what's going on. And then Dibbs even brought it up to Peter King on their show and gave you props, Bonte, for coining the phrase. And Peter King was like, you're absolutely right. That is what's going on.
Wow, I'm
And I saw a perfect example of this in a little clip from the Skip Bayless show the other day on YouTube between Keyshawn Johnson and Richard Sherman debating this. And so Keyshawn is just going on and on about Brock and all this, the baloney. And then Rich comes back and says, well, hey, in this past divisional weekend, Brock and Josh Allen had about the same amount of attempts. Brock actually had a couple more. Brock had more yardage than Allen did. So, why you still consider Allen to be an elite quarterback, but why not Brock? And Keyshawn tried to, explain his way around it and, get away from the point that he's discriminating against Brock. But then he finally came out and said it when he couldn't find another excuse. He said, well, it's because from the school that he came from and where he was drafted, he's not supposed to be here. He's just not supposed to be here with these other guys. And he'll never, then he'll never be, like she kept saying, it's all about Shanahan and that Brock is just another better version.
Well, you know
of
what?
Jimmy G
You
and
know
all
what,
that.
Mr. Overtime? Who cares? I don't care what they say anymore about my football teams, my basketball teams, my baseball teams. I don't give a damn what Keyshawn has to say about Brock. I definitely don't care about Skip Bayless. I actually love Jerry Goss after the other day. They asked him about, Skip said Jerry Goss said, stop right there. I don't care about the daytime TV host. I don't care about what they say. That's how it should be. We as Niner fans should not give a damn what Keyshawn Johnson has to say about our quarterback. If it gets you mad, if it gets you going, so be it. I don't really care.
Typically, I'm talking about me. I love the high, character, high physical gifts guys. Like I love the Josh Allen types. I freely admit it. I'm a sucker for those. Like that's why I'm in love with Kuminga in basketball. I could see all the physical gifts. I don't love the Kenny Pickett's, the Mac Jones in the first round. 7th rounder, fine, no doubt about it. Do that all year. 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, fine. But like, there's a reason why I'm not high on like a Kenny Pickett. I also don't think Kenny Pickett sees the field as well as Brock and doesn't have the accuracy as good as Brock. But like it goes both ways. There are lots of first-round quarterbacks, Trey Lance being one of them, who just can't play.
Trey Lance may play. We don't even know.
Well, right now he can't play.
I mean, we don't know. He can't play because.
Well, I know Kenny Pickett can't play.
I don't know.
And I know Mac Jones can't play.
Like, hey, look, Trey Lance did not look like he was ready to play in the preseason, but I don't know if he could play as a starting quarterback in this league. We see 3.5 games in a preseason game against the Raiders where he looked like dog poop. Don't know. The draftism is a thing. Shameless shout-outs here on the Frisco Friday.
It's Friday.
I want to shout out the Excelsior District's own Noel Fahey. I know you're out there, the whole Fahey family. 5th grade, St. Cecilia's girls soccer team in the championship tomorrow at Beach Chalet. Iconic venue for an iconic team and a great showdown. I don't know who they're playing. You got to let me know who they're playing. But big championship game. Good luck, ladies. Irish, go get them.
Love that. Spinotti, what you got? What you got, Spinotti? Get in here.
What do I got? It's going to be a great weekend of sports, ladies and gentlemen. We got the Australian Open final, the men's side on Sunday.
No joker.
Joker's gone. Yannick Sinner, the Paisan, the Italian, with the upset yesterday. Almost blew a 2-0 lead. Didn't. Daniil Medvedev, early morning for us, late night in Australia, up or down 2-0, I should say, to Alexander Zverev. Comes back. So it'll be Medvedev v. Sinner, the Russian versus the Italian. Can't wait for that matchup. Got Lakers, LeBron coming to town, Steph.
All right, enough for you. Enough for you.
No, real quick. This might be like the last time these two teams are, and they're not very good, but like this season especially, we might be seeing the last of LeBron v. Steph. Like this could be LeBron's last year. So I'm excited for that matchup tomorrow.
All right, there it is. Mondo, go to City, Team Kid. What up, Mondo? Jordan Lee from St. Mary's of Stockton became a McDonald's All-American. So shout out to Jordan Lee, McDonald's All-American.
Excellent player. I've been following her career. She's been balling at every single level. Good for her. On that same tip, shout out to Will Watkins, Reardon High School girls basketball program. Got their first ever victory because they just created the whole entire women's program as they unified the school. And they beat SI for the first time in the history of the program last night, 59-60.
Wow.
Big win.
I talked to Angelique last night. Oh, wow. Angelique cannot be in a good mood, assistant coach over at SI. Let's go to Uncle Gene. Uncle Gene.
Angelique seems to always be in a good mood.
Uncle Gene?
Oh, Uncle Gene, too.
Yeah.
Hey,
Angelique is always in a good mood. What's up, Uncle Gene?
What's up, Gene?
Hey, guys. So, I realize I've never shouted out my grandkids. Oh, nice. Henry and Noah that you know, excuse me, but also Brian and Kevin and little Arlo. So shout out to all you guys. Hopefully lots of great sports watching moments coming in the future.
Little Arlo. Is that is his name's Arlo or is that a nickname? I love that name.
I do like that name a lot. 888-957-9570.
Hang out with Guido and Rocco and Della and Wet Wet.
Yeah, well, Wet Wet will be at the Niners game. What's up? He texted me last night, Wet Wet.
What's up with Wet Wet?
I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell.
It's been raining a lot.
I don't know what the hell. He's taking care of his horses. Let's go Hillsdale Knights, boys and girls basketball team. Senior night for our boys class of 2024. Also, shout out to everybody who came to Mills High School last week. To the pancake fundraiser at Mills High School in the cafeteria. A lot of roasters in the building, a lot of city natives, a lot of Reardon cats, a lot of SI cats, a lot of Sacred Heart cats. Girls basketball team won CCS last week. A really good look. Mills High School athletic program. It was a lot of fun. Got another hoodie from them, so I'll be rocking Mills. I'll be rocking some SIs for Sacred Heart. I'm for sale when it comes to high school sports. I support all high schools. I support all high schools. I'm in that position now. I know I'm a Washington Eagle, but I support all youth sports, all high school athletics. That's what I do.
Oh, nice.
That's what I do.
I like it. Private jet Bonte, private school Bonte.
No private school. You went to private school. I went to public.
You had the SI.
No, I got Stuart Hall. I got SI. I got Washington. I got public schools. I got private schools. I'm a whore when it comes to high schools. Private or public. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Now I'm thinking of the dream Tony had in Test Dream where he's on the horse in the room. None of the horses should be in the house.
Right. But also
he doesn't get that.
No, I'm locked in right now. And I got to think about The Sopranos because there's so many episodes. I don't remember The Sopranos like that. That's why I'm watching it back with Etta right now.
That's tough.
I mean, I'm telling you.
It's only the 5th best show ever. Love it. Get in here.
Are you serious?
My shout out, guys. It's tough to watch other people live out your dream, but I got to give a shout out to Cam McCormick, Miami Hurricanes tight end, going into his 9th year of eligibility this year. He was in the same recruiting class as Nick Bosa and Jalen Hurts and Justin Herbert, among others. Had a couple injured years, broken leg in 2019 and 20, foot injury in 21. Last year was his first full year. 9 years of college at Miami. Oh, man, what I wouldn't give.
What are you doing in 9 years in college? Like
having a lot of fun.
I have a bunch of buddies that
exactly that. You're having fun.
Van Wilder. You hear of Van Wilder?
Yeah, my buddy's up in Chico.
Well, Chico, you get kicked out at some point. You can't survive 9 years in Chico.
Unlimited possibilities.
That's impossible.
I didn't say they were enrolled.
Right. That's impossible.
I didn't say they were enrolled.
It's just being up there. By the way, I've never been on a private jet, but I'm willing to be on a private jet. You know, when people, they scoff at like
I've never won $1 million, but
they scoff at private and bouginess. Trust me, man. We told a pair of Gucci's for the first time. It changes your life. I got no problem being bougie. Where's FP Senior? Get FP Senior to call. He knows all about it. Stats on Fire is going to join us in 8 minutes. 7 minutes. 7 minutes, I should say. FP loves the bouginess. Shout out to FP Santangelo. Louis V. He sent me the picture of the Louis Vuitton airplane. They got a Louis V airplane. And then now they're building in Paris a Louis Vuitton hotel. You don't think I want to stay there? It's going to cost a lot of bread, but damn it, I ain't going back to the projects. I'm not going back to the projects. That's why hood cats, everybody's talking about the hood, being in the hood and everything. Once we get a chance to leave the hood, we ain't coming back, buddy. We back in the suburbs. Spinoni, there's no going back to coach or economy. Once you go first class, you don't go back.
Same church, same pew, Bonte. Same here. I'm not going back to the projects.
Come on, man.
Pacific Grove.
See, unlike you spending your money on Louis V, I'll be writing a check to St. Cecilia's at church on Sunday morning on my way before I go to the
so
game.
You're getting pimped by the priest.
Try to get my kid into the school.
So you're getting pimped by the priest.
No, it's called giving back to your community.
No. You don't need to do money for that.
See, come on, man.
See, that's why E40 and I get along. I don't need no money. I got mouthpiece. I don't need no iron. My pants already creased. I don't need to donate to private schools to get my daughter to private schools. You shake some hands, you talk to some people, and you get them in. Wink, wink, head nod, boom. Some people need money, some people don't. Do you got to get the gab or not?
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. One last shameless shout out. I want to shout out the city of Detroit. You had a great year. It was a great year for you. It ends on Sunday. The Niners are about to put the beat down on the Detroit Lions. I still think it's going to be a one-score game. But I'm telling you this right now. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be a close game. But their season will come to an end. There's no way in hell on God's green earth Kyle Shanahan is losing a home playoff game with a relatively healthy team to Dan Campbell and the upstart Detroit Lions. Great year. I'm shouting you out. You had a great year. Your season ends on Sunday.
First Skolshasky back. Is he back, Spinoni? Is he back?
Injury report's back.
Ow! Shasky's back. I think the roasters are happy. But we don't know if it's real or not. Now I'm actually getting nervous. I'm getting nervous.
Hey, B, if you want to ride with us down, I'm going to have the car ready to roll. We're leaving 10:30 my spot. You're more than welcome to come.
I'll be driving down to
Deli
the
Boy's
Batmobile.
coming.
I'll be driving down to the Batmobile. I got to have my own playlist going on.
Oh, I can't wait.
Little Nipsey, little Rick Ross, little 50. I got some stuff.
You're not going to play the Luther Vandross with RJ?
I do want to ride to RJ to a Sacramento Kings game. I wouldn't. RJ, let's make that happen. Me, you, going up to Sacramento Kings game, go to what center?
Bonte, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
And I'll even get you a credential, RJ, with me. You can ride with me, RJ. I'll make that promise. All right, injury report. Deebo Samuel appears to be trending in a positive direction for Sunday's title game against the Lions. He was a limited participant in practice. He was running around. Shanahan was coy about Deebo's overall status. GM John Lynch is sounding more optimistic that Deebo will play on Sunday. I'm not worried about Deebo. He's 10 toes down, baby. There's a chance to play. He's going to play. That's the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Hey, Hillary, how are you watching the game? Hillary, are you watching it with Daisy Dips, Hillary? Justin?
Hillary was at the O Club last night eating crab.
Yeah, I saw that. I did see that. It's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises. Lubbock's going to kill me because we haven't broke on time all day long. Stats on fire. Rob Guerrero joins us on the other side.
You made a deal with the devil. Just go with the devil.
Boxer and Gerson.
Oh! finally made it to Friday here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Spadoni? What's up, Spadoni? You got a smile from ear to ear. Championship Sunday. Niners and Lions. On the other side, you got the Chiefs and Ravens. We'll worry about that later if the Niners advance to the Super Bowl.
I
If
hope
not,
they
we
go
won't
to
even talk about them.
quadruple, double, sudden death, overtime.
Well, that would just delay the NFC Championship game. Would it?
I
don't.
Not that I'm rooting for injuries. I'm just like, just make them all as exhausted as possible so even the 2-week build up to the Super Bowl doesn't matter.
Dang,
Joe.
Dang, Joe. By the way, good morning to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. The smart choice for low on a low rate. It's a super simple online application process. Also, it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. Now, shout out to Matt Steinmetz. Just had hip surgery. He's out. But this kind of bugs me here. Comcast Business Text line before we get to Rob. 510. Bonte's turning into Steiny. What do you mean by that? There ain't nothing in my game that is comparable to Matthew Steinmetz.
Are you serious?
I'm turning into Steiny? How? Explain yourself.
No love for the B chair? We doing all the heavy lifting?
Please explain.
Well, you beg for love, you get love, and when I give you love, you don't even notice that I give you love. He gets love every day. The show, Morning Roast.
Are you moody?
You get more airtime on the Morning Roast than anybody, on NBC Sports Bay Area, than anybody who works at NBC Sports Bay Area.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
Turn it into Steiny. That would be me yelling at you relentlessly and hanging on to every one of your words. Now, we can do that. We can turn it into Steiny and Guru.
Certain Clay opinions, some words will never be forgotten.
Kyle Korver, Max Strus. You see his game, Hawks?
Strus playing great defense.
Oh, my God. Sure
sorry, it's not quantifiable.
Sorry, he's playing great defense.
I mean, he
Max
does.
Strus. Yeah, Jason Tatum thought so.
I mean, it's like trying to quantify Draymond.
Please. Jamal Murray thought Max Strus played great defense in the NBA Finals, too. Oh, man, let's get to Rob Stats Guerrera.
If you came in and you were like, we've got action, then I'd start to believe that you were like Steinmetz.
Yeah, he says we got action over anything.
Although I would love for you to come in after like a big-time victory for the 49ers and be like, what are we going to talk about?
No, that's not right. Steiny never
funny.
does that. Steiny always has.
I love him.
Rob Stats Guerrero, let's bring him on here, man. Just ripping on our co-hosts here at 95.7 The Game. Speaking of which, the Gold Standard Podcast Network, Sundays, 8 a.m. So officially, I guess for what? Over the last 6-7 weeks, Rob's kind of been a teammate of ours, so we can't really rip him like we want to. We'll leave that alone. Rob, good morning.
I was going to wonder, am I next on the block here?
Yeah, you're going to get ripped at some point. We'll
Don't
make.
you say anything negative about Klay Thompson.
Listen, no. Well, some people, Rob, I didn't know this, but these new age fans that just started watching sports 2 years ago, they scoff at 41% shooting from the 3-point line. I've never seen anything like it. So much so that I got an email from Bob Fitzgerald, the voice of the Golden State Warriors, about Klay Thompson, saying, Bonte, keep fighting a good fight. Don't let these idiots tell you that Klay Thompson's washed. That's why I roll with Bob Fitzgerald. That's why I roll with you, Rob Stats Guerrero, because you keep it real. You don't sugarcoat anything. And if I'm not talking mess about you, Rob, that means I don't like you, because I talk mess about all my people I like. So that's a good thing. Anyway, Shasky can't handle it sometimes.
Why do you think I'm here?
He's nervous. No, well, we got on Sausalito Shasky yesterday because he's so nervous about the Lions. Are you nervous about the Lions this Sunday, Rob? Let me guess. You are.
Yes, I am. But only if the 49ers don't play their best game. And that's my big thing going into this week. How many weeks has it been, guys, since this team has played their best? I think it's basically been the Eagles game. And I put that at the feet of Kyle Shanahan, man. You got to be at your best when your best is required. And I'm tired of, we'll get it right next week. We got some things to clean up. Fred Warner said it this week. The time for that is over. Now it's time to dominate and to be the team that we saw earlier this year.
So what do you want to see game plan-wise from the offense?
I want to see Christian McCaffrey touch the ball once every 4 plays. There should never be a 4-down sequence where Christian McCaffrey doesn't touch the ball at least once. We're past the point of we're overusing him. Now is the time to use him. Squeeze all the juice from that orange. I want to see McCaffrey touch the ball And then I want to see deep passes down the field. I want to see Brock look like Brock again, because he admitted he got a little shook after that almost interception to Darnell Savage.
Yeah.
Forget that, man. Go into attack mode.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm with you there. Don't forget to listen to Rob this Sunday. He's doing an excellent job. The Gold Standard Network this Sunday, 8 a.m. on 95.7 The Game. Stats on Fire on Twitter. Rob, you're doing such a great job on Sundays. I'm tapped in every single Sunday at 8 a.m. because I get up so damn early, but you guys are on point. Now, when it comes to this defense of the Detroit Lions, and you mentioned deep passes and getting Christian McCaffrey involved, what about force-feeding Brandon Ayuk outside the numbers? That was one issue I had with Purdy and Shanahan last week. They failed to attack outside the numbers until the final drive of the game.
I agree, and I think there's going to be opportunities in this game. In fact, I think outside the numbers, deeper down the field is going to be big for both sides. The Lions' corners are vulnerable there. They absolutely are. They take some chances, and there's going to be opportunities down the field. We've seen Brock be willing to take those chances. We've seen the back shoulder throws to Deebo Samuel deeper down the field or in the corner of the end zone. So Brock can do it, and I think he's going to have chances to do it. And I actually think that's where Detroit is going to try to attack the 49ers as well, is deeper down the field, outside the numbers, away from 54 and away from 57.
So what is your biggest mismatch heading into this game for either side?
I think the biggest mismatch is the 49ers receivers against the Lions linebackers. I think they can't cover anybody. They can't play dead in a cowboy movie. And Kyle loves to attack linebackers, and I think he will in this game. I think you're going to see a lot of Deebo over the middle. I think you're going to see Kittle over the middle. And you're going to put some guys in some blenders. To me, that's the biggest opportunity that they have in this game to really hurt Detroit.
Now, on the flip side here, we've been hyper-focused on the front four. And the front four last week, Rob, just did not – I thought they were okay in the second half. Watching the game back a little bit in the second half, they got a little more pressure on Jordan Love, but not the pressure we expect from a defensive line so damn expensive when you think about money and draft picks and where they were drafted or whatnot. To me, it comes down to Bosa, Chase Young, Armstead, Kinlaw, Javon Hargrave are getting pressure on Jared Goff because, look, the Lions will have some success running the football. That's what they do. But can you heat up Jared Goff on those play-action passes? Can you heat him up on first down? That's an easy game for me. It's either going to be a shootout, it's going to be back and forth, nobody's going to get stops, or this front four for the 49ers is going to stand up and play like they're paid to do.
And they absolutely should be able to. Don't forget, Detroit's offensive line is good, but it's not 100%. Frank Ragnow, their center, has got an injured knee and ankle on the same leg, and even when he was healthy, he's allowed his highest pressure rate in his entire career this season. And also, the Lions' starting left guard is going to be out, and their replacement, whose name I can't even remember, gave up, I think, 8 pressures in 25 snaps last week. So he has struggled. Javon Hargrave, time to eat, man. This is you. Line up over that left guard every time and go to work. And we've seen when you get pressure on Jared Goff, he folds like a damn lawn chair. So it is time, man. Let's see it.
Do you trust Brock more than Jared Goff in this game?
If there's pressure, yes, I do. I know, and the world keeps talking about Darnell Savage's dropped interception, and that's fair, but Jared Goff threw an interception in the end zone that Tampa Bay dropped. Like, that's a thing that happened that's real. So Brock Purdy's not the only one that was a little bit shaky. Both teams needed an interception on the final drive of the game to seal the game last week. So I do trust Brock more than I trust Goff, because if there's pressure, I think Brock can handle it, and I know Jared Goff can't.
Interesting there. Interesting. All right, the DBs, if they don't get pressure, obviously, I don't know what you could do about Ambry Thomas. What are you going to do? Throw Isaiah Oliver out there? That's even worse with the speed that Detroit had. So you just got to pray, smoke a cigarette, maybe take a shot of Hennessy, and hope that Ambry can make a play here and there, right? I mean, it is. There's only so much you can do to protect him. At some point, he's going to be on the island with one of these guys. You just pray that he makes a play.
Yeah, you can't really hide people on the field, especially defensive backs. These games are on television. They're on film. They see the weaknesses. Ambry, if you listen to what he says, he basically said, look, I haven't been out on the field as much. I haven't gotten a lot of reps. Now I've got a week under my belt. He's talking like he's going to be better, like closer to the Ambry Thomas we saw in the middle of the season. And that's really what we need. We don't need the Ambry Thomas stumbling like a drunken sailor 41 yards down the field committing pass interference penalties. I don't need to see that number 20 on the field. Give me the good Ambry Thomas.
Yeah, I just, man. The secondary with Logan Ryan, that back there, I don't trust him. I know that John Lynch seems to be way more, respectful of his play than I am. I see Oren Burks out there for too often. I know Bonte's like, he only played 10 snaps. It's like 9.5 too many for Joseph Day.
Everybody was excited about him when he signed, though. What happened? Everybody was excited about that.
Some guy you're just going to pick up off the...
everybody was like, oh, my God, we got this Charger. It's really good. Everybody was excited about that move.
Most guys, outside of Eric Weddle in the NFC Championship game going back in there for the Rams, I can't think of a guy signed 2 weeks before the playoffs started who's some impact player and
Charles
gets to play
Haley?
a lot.
Charles
Haley's one of the greatest players of all time.
Kevin Greed, I mean,
That was over 30 years ago, Bonte.
I'm bringing up examples. That's all. Go ahead, Rob.
My point that I'm getting at, I'm surprised that this defensive personnel is now coming down to Oren Burks, Logan Ryans, Ambry Thomas. Like, it's kind of surprising. A strength of the team, the defense, isn't as strong as maybe I thought throughout the year.
Well, because it's constructed to get pressure with their front four. That's how this whole thing is designed, and they really haven't been able to do that. I know Shanahan got all salty yesterday in the press conference, Emperor Kyle, when he was questioned about it. But the reality is the reality. Pressures are great, but they're not sacks. Football at the most basic level is a battle for field position. It's a battle over territory, and sacks gain territory for the defense. Pressures don't, so they do matter more. I need to see it from Bosa, who hasn't been as good in the playoffs lately as he was when he started his career.
Yeah.
I need to see it from Chase Young. Chase, what the hell are you doing out there, man? You've had like one sack since we got you. Let's go. Now is the time, because if they do get pressure with the front four, Detroit's not going to be able to move the ball at all. That will grind things to a halt.
Yep, I'm with you there. I'm with you. You mentioned Shanahan being salty. I had a different perspective on him over the last 2 days. I feel like he's been a lot looser at a podium. Yeah. Why do you believe he's been salty? Just because of that one question?
No, the other question where I felt like he got salty was when we were asking him what the hell he was doing at the end of the first half.
Right.
And he's talking about, well, we got 20 years of data, and we dialed this play up for Brandon Ayuk. It's like, dude, you let 40 seconds run off the clock, and you traded 2 timeouts for 8 yards at the end of that sequence. Like, it all came down to that 1 second down call to Brandon Ayuk for Kyle Shanahan. Too often, I feel like Kyle coaches to avoid the worst-case scenario instead of trying to achieve the best-case scenario. And with Dan Campbell, you know he's going for it. He is going all in for the best-case scenario, and he's going to take his chances. If the game is close, I worry that could become a factor.
Yeah, I do worry about Shanahan getting tight moments, clock management. I go back to Super Bowl 54. First time it really blew me away. Like Super Bowl with Atlanta, 28-3. People need to go back and watch the game. That's not on Kyle Shanahan. I've chronicled the game log. I've watched that game back over and over and over again. That's not on Kyle. That's on Dan Quinn. Hold a 25-point lead. You're the head coach and the defensive coordinator. If you want the guy to run the ball, to tell Kyle Shanahan, run the ball. So I don't know why Shanahan gets so much grief for that, but clock management with the 49ers has been an issue. How does this go down, man? How does it go down? Are we going into Las Vegas, Rob? Will we have drinks in Las Vegas? Or will we be talking about a wild off season for the 49ers, which could be quarterbacks, all kind of teams happening? What's going to happen on Sunday?
What's going to happen is I'll have an old-fashioned with no ice and a tall glass. That's what's going to happen. I think the 49ers are going to get it done. As much hemming and hawing as we do over this defense, I will say this. We have not seen the best version of the 49ers in a long time, and they have still won. They don't need to play their best to win this game. If they play their best, they will definitely win it. But even if they don't, they will still win it. I think Detroit has to be at their best, and I don't think they're going to be.
I love it. Rob Stats on Fire, Rob Guerrera, Gold Standard Podcast Network. Rob, good stuff as always, brother. Enjoy the game on Sunday.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Rob.
Anytime, Rob.
Now, I don't want to put this into the ethos. I don't. I don't.
Go ahead.
No. But like there is, because I've been in an NFC Championship game when the offense falls flat and the pressure of just everything is going on. I was at that New York Giants San Francisco 49er game where we lost at home, and that was rainy, and there was a lot. The Niners should have won that game 5 different ways. But there is a pressure when you're the home crowd, right? And you're at these games, these win or go home games, whether it's a game 7, a game 5 in baseball in the early rounds, a playoff game, you could feel the pressure mounting and mounting and mounting for these offensive possessions in football in particular, where like every missed pass, like, and you don't have an explosive offense on a given day, right? And it just, the last thing I want is for this team to be down late in the game and it's getting tight in the building, and every pass is the pressure's building and building and building. Because to your point about Shanahan getting tight and the quarterback getting tight and things happening, it's just. Because then it's going to turn to, the crowd was completely quiet. It's like, what do you expect? The season's on the line.
Well, hold on. Let's give Shanahan and Purdy their credit. Dallas Cowboys, things were tight.
Oh, no
things
doubt.
Were back and forth. What did they do in the fourth quarter?
They delivered.
Mike McCarthy
Kittle made
got tight.
one of the great catches in Niner history.
Mike McCarthy got tight.
Yes.
The Cowboys got tight. It wasn't Shanahan and Purdy. What happened last week? Did the 49ers get tight in the fourth quarter? No, they were down 7 going into the fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. They took that game. They didn't get tight. So I'm not worried about Shanahan in this moment. Maybe be more worried about Dan Campbell because of his aggressiveness, because of the way he does call a game, because of the way he does go for it all the freaking time. I'm not worried about Shanahan. Like, Shanahan in crunch time in these playoff games, they've delivered. Minnesota divisional round. I know we all got out Jimmy Garoppolo. The Niners ran the ball 12 straight times and won that game going away. All right? Shanahan, I believe, on Sunday will be fine. They're going to call their best game. They're going to win this football game, man. Now, there's going to be some grinding moments, right? There's going to be some hairy moments. Detroit's going to make some plays. They're going to get some yards. They're going to score some points here and there. But in the fourth quarter, if this is a close game, I really love Purdy and Shanahan in this situation because Purdy and Shanahan have continued to deliver in crunch time. Hell, even the Cleveland loss. And that Cleveland loss, it stuck to me because they went 3 and out 8 straight times, and Shanahan ran 16 seconds off the clock late in the game. But at the end of the day, Jake Moody had a chance to win the football game. He had a chance to win a football game. So I think they're going to be fine in crunch time. I'm not worried about Shanahan. I think Shanahan's going to have his best game plan, and I've been very impressed with Shanahan at the podium this week. See, guy seems loose. Now, I also was impressed, Jasky. I want you to hear this.
Just 1 second. You said all that after asking a question to Rob about how you need to smoke a cigarette sometimes with Shanahan's play call.
No. I said smoke a cigarette, drink some Hennessy because Ambry Thomas is playing quarter. That's what I said. I didn't say anything about Shanahan.
You were talking about the tightness of Super Bowl 54.
I said you should pray when Ambry Thomas is out there at quarter. I don't know what we do. Do we pray, take a shot of Henny, or smoke a cigarette? Shanahan, I would say that we shouldn't blame him for Super Bowl against Atlanta. He didn't blow the 28-3 lead. Dan Quinn's defense did. I thought Shanahan called a great game in that Super Bowl.
Possibly.
How does Shanahan? You all right, man?
No, I think this is a big one for Shanahan, man.
They're all big.
No, this one's really big.
Why is this one bigger than the other ones?
Because this is the third one in a row, and this is the first time where you've been to me, the clear-cut number one team. You've knocked off the other last 2 times you've been on the road, and you've had to play that extra.
2019, they were clear-cut number one.
I don't even count. I'm talking about these last 3. I'm talking about 3 in a row. 3 in a row NFC Championship games, right? I mean, the 2019 feels so far away, and if you want to couple that in, fine. I'm not. This one feels different. Like, you're the number one seed. You've been waiting for this for a whole calendar year after the way it went down last year. You really have none of the excuses. This is an upstart. It's their first run, the Detroit. It's their first time. Like, we have to win this one. I'm not saying you got to win the Super Bowl. That's a whole.
You have to win the Super Bowl. Absolutely, you do.
We'll get to that when we get there. You got to win this game.
Of course you do. Yeah. Massive. If you don't win the game, you clean out your lockers on Monday, and we're talking about something entirely different.
I just think losing in the NFC Championship game 3 years in a row, this feels a little different for me. This game, there's a pressure on this game. Not that there weren't in the other ones. It's just, I think it's ramped up to about as high as it can go.
Let's go to Riff Raff in Daly City. Riff Raff. I hear you, Shasky. It's a pretty big game.
You losing 3 in a row and the third one at home.
I'll cross that bridge.
It's as close to must win for me as can be.
Well, yeah, you have to win. Your season's over. Yes, it's a must win. It's a do-or-die game. Riff Raff, Daly City. What's happening, Riff Raff? Hey, thanks for calling us.
I meant more for like the psyche of the Niner fan, but I get what you're saying.
Go.
I don't know what you're saying right now.
Guys, I love Balti. I listen to you every day. I call you guys yin and yang. Great show, guys.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Riff Raff. You called us. You called us the other day. You called us the other day about the 1983 game.
Oh yeah, my resume is I was at the Pontiac
Silverdome first Super Bowl. My family's from Detroit. My mom went to the University of Michigan. Go Blue. We've been Niners fans for years. I've been to every single significant 49er game since 1971. Preston Riley's fumble, the catch, Roger Craig's fumble, the fizzle and the drizzle, you name it.
Well, guess what, Riff Raff? Guess what, Riff Raff? We got to get the color of the week. Yeah. And guess what? Guess who's the color of the week? It's you, Riff Raff. You are our color of the week. We have somebody on the line right now who says they were at the 1983 game. Riff Raff in Daly City. Riff Raff, what do you remember about that game being at Kettlestick Park?
Monty Clark's shameful display on the sideline right before the kick that was missed. He actually prayed.
No way.
He put his hands together. He prayed. Look it up.
Oh, my gosh.
I've never seen, he was a tough guy, too, but he's just like, oh, God.
Wow, so you walked out of that game with a sigh of relief then, huh? Gary Daniels should throw 5 picks. I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. Hipple was supposed to start that day. Billy Sims, I believe, was the running back. Yep. He was going nuts on the sidelines, knocking cups over, and I was 23 then.
Wow. Riff Raff, our color of the week.
You know what?
What's coming up in the game?
As a God-fearing man of religion, an Irish Catholic, I've prayed at many sporting events. I've prayed in many crucial moments. I'm not mad at him.
No, I'm not mad at him either.
Have you ever done that? Someone's about to hit a kick and you start praying? No?
I don't pray because that usually doesn't work out. You pray and he missed a kick. I just, it is what it is. I meet the pain head on. I don't run from it. I'm not praying for a kick. I'm not doing that. What? I got to figure out what's going on with Shasky, man. What guy?
We cannot lose 3 NFC championship games in a row.
I just don't know what happened to my guy. I was thinking about the show last night. Think about how far we've come from the Hilton Hotel.
I know. I'm the realist.
No, you're the shook one.
Who would have thought?
You're the shook one. Like, I don't know what, you just sound so defeated. The game hasn't even been played yet. If they lose this game, oh my God, you can't lose. Yeah, no doubt you can't lose the game. The season's over. I don't know where the Shasky's coming from, man.
This has got a lot of
I don't know,
this has got a lot of Harbaugh, that vibe. Like, you either get over the hump or you don't. Like, that's what it feels like.
It's not going to be any changes.
I don't mean
not the last
They
run.
didn't change Harbaugh out until the following year. I'm just saying, like, this version of the team has to get over the hump. This is the weekend. They have to do it. Well, they got to get there.
Well, they got to get there, and then if they get there, they got to win it. That's the biggest one. You got to get there to get there. You got to win this one to get there. That's the ultimate pressure. Oh man, what is going on here? Buff Fitzgerald, let's break.
What is going on here? The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Tune in every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. during football.
B, I can't argue with you.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I started counting down the minutes of this show because I'm too hyped for the game, and I don't feel the same energy coming back towards me. Go ahead, play that sound. Hey, hurry up and get that sound.
Wait a minute. I want to set it up.
I'm going to roll up my sleeves. I'm going to roll up my sleeves.
Real elite athletes understand this.
No,
is Walter Payton one of the greats?
Listen, man.
I'm asking.
I get being nervous. Being nervous means that you care.
Exactly.
It means that you care.
What did you say to me when I first got into this industry?
But you're shook.
No.
There's a difference between being nervous and being like, oh my God, the Lions are going to win the game.
I didn't say
that. Oh my
that.
God, you said that yesterday.
Yesterday.
No, you didn't pivot.
Yesterday was yesterday.
No.
The sun rose.
No, that's not fair. Why you get to flip flop and broadcast journalists like myself can't flip flop? I flip flop and everybody's going to tweet at me. Oh, you flip flop. You flip flop. No. You've been shook. You are scared.
The stock market is changing hourly. Why can't opinions change?
Well, the opinions can't change.
This is the way I feel.
Nervous energy.
Like Walter Payton, let's listen to Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, my God.
At one point, I sent it to the group thread. We will play it. Jim Harbaugh basically said that his first ever preseason game, that he's sitting down in the locker room, and he turns over and he's looking at Walter Payton, and Walter Payton looks nervous and scared. And Walter Payton goes, yeah, I get nervous before every single game. This is the great Walter Payton. You're very disgusted with this.
I don't think you're nervous. I think you played it in your head that they're really going to lose a football game. This is why I'm not driving down with you at Levi Stadium. I don't need that energy.
But once the game starts and Walter gets hit, he's good to go.
Yeah.
Once that first play happens, boom, he's good to go.
You will not be good to go once that first play happens. If that first play happens and Detroit runs for 15 yards, you're going to be freaking out.
Well, everyone will be.
No, you will be. There's other people will be. I will not be.
When I first got into this industry,
60 minutes.
I was very nervous, and you said to me, nervous is good.
No, it is good. This ain't nerves that you're displaying. This is straight up petrified. You're frightened by the Lions.
The Niners cannot lose 3 consecutive NFC Championship games. Like you just can't. You just can't be.
You're giving my roasters. I've been hearing from the roasters all over the place.
This is as close to must-win as possible.
They're like Tony Soprano right now.
Lamar. You can lose to Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. You cannot lose to Detroit and Jared Goff at home when you've been the number 1 seed all year. You have to represent the NFC. Like, this is the year. Come on.
I mean,
like it is.
Roasters are telling me
let's call it what it is.
Roasters are telling me they're taking Prozac because of you. Their anxiety is at an all-time high because of you.
Don't joke on the Prozac stuff. Because I know real people that are taking
I do too, and I ain't joking
about
it. I ain't joking about it. You're making them go to the medicine cabinet because of the way you're talking. I can joke about it.
If your confidence in the team overall, like, how can I take the regular season serious next year if they lose another NFC Championship game?
So we joke about crack cocaine, but I know people all crack cocaine. Should we not joke about that either no more?
We were told not to do that.
Oh, man. Detroit Lions super fan. Let's bring him in. Dylan Hernandez. Dylan, good morning. And I remember when we had Dylan on 3 years ago. We had Dylan on 3 years ago, and Dylan Hernandez, I see Hernandez. It's Henderson? Okay, Henderson, my bad. I see the caption. My bad, Sam. My bad. Dylan Henderson, excuse me. I apologize for that. Before Dan Campbell's first ever game as head coach of the Detroit Lions.
Oh, that's right.
We had Dylan on. And he has his dope man cave with all the Lions memorabilia. We had a really good conversation, and it made me like the Lions even more. Now I'm trying to find reasons to hate the Lions, Dylan. Good morning to you, man. Congratulations, man. It's been a long grind, but I see your tweets all the time. You hit my timeline. I am proud of you guys, man. Much respect to the Detroit Lions and what you guys have accomplished.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, when I was on 3 years ago, we were singing a little different tune. I mean, we were starting our rebuild and everything else like that. And, we talked and, pretty much was like, hey, you guys are pretty much going to beat us, but, we'll see what we can do. And now we're having a different talk. Now we're meeting in the NFC Championship game, and it's been amazing, and it's been a full circle moment. I think for both of us, I mean, I've talked about it with people, with friends, family, stuff like that. No team left in the playoffs is a Cinderella story. I mean, the 2 teams that deserve to be in the NFC Championship game is the Lions, is the Niners. I don't care what anybody had to say about Dallas. They screwed us over. You guys hate Dallas as much as we hate Dallas, so we're on the same page as that. And it's going to be a headbanger. I mean, the 2 best teams that deserve to be there are in, the Niners and the Lions.
So It's okay. You can. I felt this way about. Even though until it took to the end, like the 2010 Giants, it felt like they were a team of destiny, but I couldn't believe in it until it actually finally happened. And then in retrospect, it's like, wow, they're a team of destiny. Like same thing with the Warriors, at times, the 2014, 2015. Do you feel like you're watching a team of destiny?
I do feel like I'm watching a team of destiny. We slayed the Dragon with the Rams, and we slayed Matthew Stafford. I was in attendance. I do have season tickets for the Lions. That game was the best game I've ever been to, even though we only won by 1 point. I mean, right. I've been to blowout games. I've been to games where we've just annihilated people, but that was the best game I've ever been to. And then we come out and do it against the Bucs. Everybody keeps talking, oh, this is the hottest team going against the Lions. This is the hottest team. They're 7-1. They're 6-1. They can't beat them. They can't do this. We've done it all year. We've done it all year long. And, I know there's questions. I know there's holes in our defense. I've been listening to you guys for the last, half an hour. We talked about it. Our corners, they're not the greatest. They're not the greatest corners. But you know what? We have that bend, don't break mentality when it comes to the red zone. When the Rams came to town, Stafford carved us up and down. We knew that was going to happen. But in the red zone, Stafford was 3 for 8 for 6 yards, and that was it. The Bucs weren't very good in the red zone, and the Bucs, Baker was down on the ground and he threw a touchdown pass, and we should have challenged it, and it would have got reversed. But our defense is really good in the red zone, and I'm telling you what, you guys got number 97 Nick Bosa, but we got number 97 Aiden Hutchinson, and when he heats up, there ain't no stopping that man. I mean, he is after you. We both have teams that don't have the most mobile quarterbacks. Purdy's not the most mobile. Goff isn't the most mobile, and I think it comes down to what defense is going to get the turnover. And, what offense's run game is going to be better because, yes, Christian McCaffrey, best running back in the NFL, amazing running back, can make plays, but also Lions got the best running back duo in the NFL with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. Legit. And Jahmyr Gibbs touches the ball, and he can break it for 60 yards and go to the end zone. And same thing with McCaffrey. So it really just comes down to, we have very similar teams on offense, and we also have very similar teams on defense. Now, I think you guys' defense is better than our defense. You guys do have some more players, linebacker level. Your defensive line is, more, well-rounded out with, multiple guys who get multiple sacks and multiple pressures and stuff like that. But, our offenses, we got Kittle, Laporta, 2 best tight ends in the league, You got Amon-Ra, you got Ayuk, you got Deebo, you got J-Mo. We've all been waiting for J-Mo to have this heating-up game and, but he's another guy that can touch the ball or stretch the field and make a big play. CMC, everything that he does, and then we got Gibbs and Montgomery, and then I think what our defensive line lacks, I think our offensive line makes up in that sense, us going back and forth. Our offensive line is a little better. I think our offensive line is the best in the league. Yeah, I know we're missing Jonah Jackson, but your guys' defensive line is better than our offensive line. So it's just kind of I think it's 2 evenly matched teams.
Right.
On both sides of the ball, and it's really going to come down to who's going to make the play on defense that counts and who's going to make the play on offense that counts at the crucial time.
Dylan Henderson, super fan, Detroit Lions super fan. He's a lot of fun to follow. We got to talk to him 3 years ago when Dan Campbell started his tenure with the Lions. Now, when was it that you really started to believe in Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn? Because that first year, obviously, it was a struggle. What did you guys start? 0-9 or something like that? You finally got the win against Minnesota. The next year, you go on Hard Knocks. Everybody falls in love with you. You start 1-6, but then you go on the heater to end the season, and you ruin the Packers' postseason dreams by beating them at Lambeau Field. But when was it that moment? What was that moment that you just said, you know what? We got a good one at Dan Campbell. I'm all in on the Dan Campbell experience.
I believed in him day one, and I know people tell you that. People be like, "Oh, I believed in him since day one." Everything else like that. No, I believed in him day one because of just the way he talked and everything else like that. And he was he's a player's coach and everything. When we had Matt Patricia here, Matt Patricia was terrible. I never wanted him. Never wanted anything to do with any of the Patriot way or nothing like that. And I knew it was going to take time. When Stafford got traded, it was a full-on rebuild. But I also believed in the guys that we had here, and you saw how. If you're not from Detroit, if you're not from around here, and obviously we haven't got this national media attention until this year and last year with Hard Knocks, when a team's fighting hard, and we were 0-10-1, you're right. But then we started getting close to winning those games. Then we beat Minnesota, and then we beat Arizona, and then we beat Green Bay the last game of the season, okay? And then you come out the next year, we start 1-6. all right, we're 1-6, but we were in those games, and all we knew it took was like to win a couple together. You know, we come out, we beat Chicago, then we beat the Giants, then we get rolling and we get going, and like, you know, you got to believe in your team. I mean, you know, you guys know from the early like 2000s and stuff like that, like how rough it can be cheering your losing team, and you're like, oh, should I switch teams? Should I do that? I've never wavered my fandom. I have a Lions tattoo that I've had on me.
No, you got the room. Hey, Dylan, your room is decked out, man. You're no phony Lions fan. That's for sure. I see you out there representing the Lions tough on Twitter. You do. You're retweeting everything. So the question, I guess I got another question. Are you flying to the game? Are you coming out here to the Bay Area?
No, I'm not coming out to the Bay Area. I do have, you know, my family and stuff like that, and I do have 3 small children. I'm not, but I will be watching it. I'm decking out my house like I always do. It's actually funny. I have that man cave, but I have not watched a single game down there this year because I have a bigger TV in my living room, and like I'm so superstitious on game days that like I have a certain setup. I do have Lion stuff in my living room, and like I do have certain things that I set up the way I set it up. Because I'm a very superstitious person. Like, if I wear let's say I wear my Gibbs jersey and we lose, I won't wear that jersey. I'll go through the full rotation of jerseys again before I'll wear that jersey again.
I respect it.
And like, I've been wearing my golf jersey the last couple games because I had to represent against Stafford.
All right, so
I had to wear my golf jersey, had to wear my golf socks. I've been wearing those. That's what I'll be wearing. And we'll be watching it at home. I wish I could fly out there. That'd be amazing.
That'd
be awesome.
Look. It's been a great story. And from afar, I've enjoyed watching it for Detroit. For someone like yourself, it's been amazing. Suspend your Detroit fandom for a second. If the Niners lose this game, forget the part where you're attached emotionally to Detroit. What would you think of the 49ers if they lost this game again, the NFC Championship game?
Well, you guys have went with some different quarterbacks, right? You know, Garoppolo, you know, can't get it done in the Super Bowl, you know. Honestly, I think it would come down to like, hey, you know, Purdy's a young quarterback, and you know, he just hasn't been able to like get it done. There's guys that like go and they'll never go again. Like, you know, like Burrow went, and you know, Cincinnati's on the outs. The Bills can't seem to get it done. You know, that's why there's so few and far in between of like great teams and like great quarterbacks and stuff like that. Like that's why Dallas will never go again, right? Dallas hasn't been to the NFC Championship game since 1995, right? Dallas will never go again. You want to know why? Because they're frauds. Because Jerry Jones' money is only good in the regular season, not the postseason.
Thank you.
Right?
Yep.
Like, but the thing of it is that like, okay, so I told you guys a few years ago, if I wasn't a Lions fan, I'd be a Niners fan. If you guys beat us, I am 100% rooting for you guys. I'm not like a Baltimore fan. I'm obviously not a Kansas City fan. You know, I like San Francisco. I've always liked San Francisco. I mean, I was a big Kaepernick guy. You know, I know that's a big controversy, but I liked Kaepernick. I had a Kaepernick jersey.
Yeah, guys, we love Cap.
I still have a Kaepernick jersey, you know, from when I was a kid, and I like, you know, you like certain players and stuff like that, you know. And like I always, you know, I liked Richard Sherman. I like the way you guys have built things. Everything else like that. Fred Warner, he's a baller. Kittle was one. You know, up until like we got Laporta, Kittle was like my favorite tight end in the league. You know, but like a lot of people are like, okay, you know, Detroit are babies at this, you know, this, that, and the other. If you guys lose to us, it's not like, oh my God, I can't believe we lost them. No, it's the fact that like we're a good team, and like we are a good team now, and like people want to keep sleeping on us. That's fine. I mean, you can ask everybody.
So, what's your prediction?
My prediction is the Lions are going to win 31-28, and it's going to come down to the last drive if Purdy can get it done or not.
I like it. I like your confidence, Dylan. Hey, always good to talk to you. Good luck to your team.
Good luck, man. Have fun.
It should be a lot of fun.
Hey, good luck to you guys, too. I mean, I hope, you know, regardless of what happens, you know, it's got to be one of our two teams that wins.
Right. I won't unfollow if you – hey, listen, Dylan, I will not unfollow you if the Lions win.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I work with him.
I won't unfollow you guys either if the Niners win.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I may unfollow my co-host because he sounds nervous as hell right now. Dylan, thanks so much for the time, man. Detroit Lions super fan, man. Follow him on Twitter. Give him a follow. Dylan is a good dude.
God, I'm ready for this game. Let's go.
Are you ready? I don't know if you're ready or not.
Being ready.
I don't know if you're ready or not.
Requires many things.
I don't know if you're ready or not. What jersey are you wearing to the game?
I know that I'm probably gonna wear the old school Niner Letterman jacket that I got. I got good vibes. Last time I wore that to an NFC Championship game, we advanced to the Super Bowl. So I'm gonna rock that one.
All right, good deal. Good deal.
Yeah.
That'll make you feel good, look good.
Well, like to his point, there are certain outfits that I wear that I only bust out when I know we need a dub, right? So I got my old school scarf. I got this scarf that's got all of these patches that have been ironed on that I'm going to be wearing because I think it's going to be cold in the evening. And I got the beanie already laid out. I'm probably going to go with the white turtleneck, go with the Shasky jersey. I was going to bust out the Montana, and I said, you know what? The last time I wore the Montana in an NFC Championship game was down in SoFi, so I'm not going to wear that one again. I'm not going to wear the red Bill Walsh coat, which I've had for 30 years. I'm going to put that back in the closet, even though I've worn that to playoff games. I'm going with the one that I wore with you when we ended up knocking off the Green Bay Packers. I'm rocking that. I was going to go black, but I said, you know what? I think we're going to go red and gold. If they're going to go all white, we're going red and gold.
That's impressive.
What are you wearing?
I have no idea. I'll throw some sweats in the jacket. I don't know. I'll figure it out 5 minutes before we leave the house. Come on, baby, let's go. We gotta go. All right, hold on, a second. I'll just throw something on. I may just wear this hoodie.
Custom Gucci, Louis Vuitton, cross.
No, I would never wear
Bonte Hill jersey.
I'll never wear that to a football game. Come on, you gotta be black and blue, baby. Blue collar. You never wear one of those to a football game. Now, if I was going to a basketball game, sitting courtside, absolutely. I wish I did. You know how much is custom Gucci? Man, I can't afford that stuff.
I've never
custom
looked at the Gucci website.
Oh, I have. Oh, absolutely, I have. Jealous of rich people. Are you kidding me? You ever see the houses these people live in?
Yeah,
You never go down there?
I'm looking at like Redfin and Zillow.
Yeah, it's okay to be bougie. You know, I look at Louis Vuitton. I look at, Prada shoes and see what they got in Europe, see if they got my size out there. Come on, man. No problem with that. Custom Gucci, man. That's where it's at. Let's go to the lines.
Thank you, Bonte.
Yeah.
Custom Gucci is where it's at.
That's where it's at. See, 40. Man, LeBron had a Louis Vuitton leather jacket on. I was like, damn, that's cold.
Worth $1 billion.
I know, but it's still, I was looking at it. I was like, damn, that's cold. Man, what a jacket that was. Louis V leather with the straps. Ooh-wee. It's like, man. Pharrell needs to hook me up with a job because he's running like all the Louis V stuff. He's like designing all the
Pharrell. Producer?
Yeah, they had a big runway out in
I didn't know.
Paris. This was a few months ago. Remember that, Spinone? You saw that. Offset was out there. Jay-Z was out there. Beyonce was out there.
Thank you, Offset.
Man.
I was going to say Roger Goodell's boy Offset.
Pull that up. Thank you, Offset.
Hey,
My favorite part of COVID. Goodell. Thank you, Offset.
Sean, I love this on YouTube. Bonte, you have loser energy too. All right, buddy.
I can't win.
No, he called me a loser.
Brock Purdy.
He called me a loser. He says I have loser energy. Come on,
You
man.
scare me, Bonte.
Yeah, you guys are all scary. Scary asses all week long. Man, if the Niners do win, I may call off the week of the Super Bowl. Ain't no telling how scared y'all gonna be if the Niners win this game.
The
Damn.
boy doesn't know the zone as well as you do, Bonte.
Thank you, Tony. None of them know the zone like that. You got to be special to be in the zone like that. So I'm pulling fan cards these days. I'm going to start pulling fan cards. You're not a fan. You're not a fan. You're not a fan. You're not a fan. Give me your card because you're going to dump your team as soon as they lose.
Dump the team.
That's what you guys do, man.
Fandom is a very big emotional roller coaster. It's like the Grizzly, Bonte, down there at Santa Clara. Sometimes you're up high, sometimes you're down low. That's part of being a fan.
It doesn't have to be like
being
that.
in a family. When you're in a family, you don't love everyone exactly the same all the time.
It doesn't have to be like that. You can have some ice water in your veins sometimes. Christian is Stockton. Christian, what's happening?
Happy Faithful Friday, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Christian?
What's up, man? Hey, I want to address the defensive line, man. They took a lot of bad criticism this week, and I already know this team is going to wake up. I'm excited to go to the game on Sunday. I was just there on Saturday night. Just seeing the frustrating looks on the defense. They couldn't get it done except for the linebackers and the secondary a little bit. But, hey, all I know is this team is going to wake up. They're going to have a couple sacks and a pick, and I can just feel it just because of the criticism they took. And like I said, they're ready to go, man. I'm excited for this one.
Let's go. Are you excited now? We hyped up? What are the keys?
I don't want to hear about the D-line telling me what they're going to do. I want to see it.
Yeah, I do.
They've been paid very handsomely. We've credited Jed York for putting all this money in escrow to pay for this defensive line. Now this defensive line needs to pay back Jed York with a couple of sacks in a big-time game and get them to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? And I'm not here to pay some pity party for Jed, but it's on Lynch and Shanahan and Jett, everybody they've invested. And at some point, I need to see some dividends. And this is where, like, Hargrave, Armstead, Bosa, Chase, whether it's Randy Gregory, like, whoever it is, like, do something.
Yeah. First down, too, are very important. The Lions, they love to play pass on first down. And they'll take their 6 and 7 yards, and it sets them up, especially when they get into your territory, right? They get into Niners territory. They're at the 40-yard line. They'll throw a pass on first down. They may get 4 yards. Then they will run on second. They'll run on third, knowing damn well they're going to go for it on fourth down. First down is huge. Keeping these guys, and we say that with every team, keep them in third and long situations. But I think it's very imperative for this team because we've seen them run the ball on 3rd and 4. They don't care. They'll run it down your throat and get 4 yards on third down. The run game is in play for the Lions on second and medium and third and medium all day long. So I think first down is a huge down. Like, third down is obviously the Monday down. You want to get them off the field or whatnot. But the first down yardage, can you limit them to under 4 yards a play on first down? That's asking for a lot.
Well, they throw 60% of the time on first down, which leads the league.
Right.
And we usually give cushion early in downs. Like, I'm telling you, like, we're going to have to switch some things up. I know we have our specific way that we like to play. We're going to have to press a little more than we're accustomed to.
I don't know if I should play that, Spinoni. You know what? The hell with it. I'll play Mike Martz.
This is going to be a very, very hard game for the 49ers. It's not a good matchup for them because they are patient. I'm talking about Detroit's patient enough to hand it with those two backs and grind it out and keep them off the field. And they're explosive enough to get that play action pass down the field, and those great linebackers that the Niners have, and they're great. That tandem is terrific. Get them caught up in the line of scrimmage and get it behind. That could be a tough recipe for the 49ers. I think the 49ers, Kyle's always been very deliberate, methodical, going down the field and creating big plays. I think what's going to come down this, whoever goes 3 and out is probably not going to win. You know, you can't go 3 and out in a big game like that. You can't have many of those. If you do, you're going to end up at the bottom of the pile. And it's going to be a very, very tight game. This is not going to be an easy game for the 49ers.
I could care less what Mike Martz says.
Who at our station interviewed Mike Martz?
Evan and Guru yesterday. It's actually very good. Search 95.7 The Game on YouTube for the entire interview.
It was good. I was listening live in the car.
And on the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
I mean, say what you will about him as a head coach, but he did have one of the greatest seasons ever as an OC with the greatest.
I just wanted to play to see Shasky's face for the first 15 seconds.
Mike Martz.
Because I knew that cut. No, because Shasky's face, when he said, this is a bad matchup for the 49ers. And Shasky's face was like, see, I told you I could see it. This is a bad matchup.
Hey, we're going to talk about the Golden State Warriors of 2017, but let's bring on Brian Winters, who was the 17-win coach from 2001. Let's bring him on, and let's talk to him about this champion team that he knows nothing about. Get the hell out of here, Mike Martz.
I think his all-time freezing cold take was taking Justin Herbert over Patrick Mahomes. That was pretty bad for Mike Martz.
He's not the only one, though. The play-by-play guy for the Niners was out here puffing his chest about Justin.
I'm sure they're going to say it again because now that he has Harbaugh, so we'll see. A lot of expectations for Herbert now.
Derek Stevens, the owner and CEO of Circuit Resort and Casino, is going to join us in moments here. You talk about a man with money. He's flying private to the Bay Area. I can't wait to ask him about that. But do you want to geek out a little bit? It's okay to be bougie. It's very okay to be bougie. I love being bougie. Thank you, Anna, for that. Dan Campbell asked what makes the Niners offense so good. It's kind of good. It's long, but it's good.
Okay, this is the geeky stuff.
Their system and what he's done for years and how it's evolved, everything kind of began, I think, with a wide zone, something that they really leaned on. But then it kind of evolved into more of this fast, the fast flock motion with the tight ends, and now you're blasting the edges. And then once you've done that enough, you get good at it, and they start changing fronts on you. You're able to adjust between the tackle, the tight end, and the other tight end that's moving on who's got what. So any front you get into, they adjust on the fly because you do it. You just rep it, and they're really good at it. And I mentioned this yesterday. So you get enough of that, then you get the counter off of it, right? You get that, and then you'll get gap scheme back this way. You'll get boot back this way. Then you get play pack this way. You pull the guard, and it's hard action, and here comes the dagger. Here goes the post over the top. He just does an unbelievable job of setting you up. He's going to make you stop it, and if you don't stop it, you keep getting it. And then once you feel like you're about to stop it, he counters. And he's just always been great about that, and the way he sets it up. They have a mentality about the way they do it. You can't do what they do without the mentality either. I mean, it's physical. There's nothing easy about what they do. And then when you have a back like McCaffrey, who's got we know the athlete he is, but he's got really good vision, and he understands the blocking scheme. He understands what they're trying to do. He understands I've got to pull this mic all the way to this block, the mic linebacker, before I put my foot in the ground. And if I do that, I'll find the crease back here, and then the rest is up to him. He's on the safety. So you do that, and then you add in Deebo out of the backfield with some of these things. You know, you got Kittle in play pass. You got, Ayuk. I mean, these guys, that's why they're hard to stop. They're really good at what they do. He's an excellent game plan designer, also calling a game. And then they got playmakers. They got players, you know, and they got a heck of an all-line that's pretty nasty. So does that answer it?
Wow. That was like really cool to hear that. And, you know, you saw about McCaffrey. I think one thing that has been very evident to me in Shanahan's system, some guys just can't see where the holes are or when they should, you know, put their foot into the ground, cut up field, and get back to where they need to be. It's McCaffrey's the perfect player for this system because of his physical gifts and all that, but it's the mental stuff. And when there is a little tiny little hole where he can take his foot into the ground, plant, and go upfield and cut, he cuts brilliantly into it. We talk a lot about like the one-cut scheme, the stretches, and all that stuff. But like, it's really not made for everyone.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, it really isn't. Like, I don't know. Frank Gore was so good. I think Frank Gore would have been good at it.
He would have been good in his own scheme.
Right? Yeah, but like, there's a lot of running backs like Kevin Barlow. I don't know.
Carlos Hyde. Remember what's with Carlos Hyde? I think about Carlos Hyde, where he averaged over 5 yards a carry in the shotgun, but when the quarterback lined up under center and ran the zone scheme, it was all the way down to like 3.4 yards a carry. So there's certain running backs. It is hard. You think you can just plug and play a running back and, oh, hey, go run the zone scheme. No, you got to have patience, man.
And when, like, again, you watch the All-22, and not everybody does that, but when you're sitting in the stands and you see that linebacker come flying over, and once he gets covered by either the guard or the tackle, and then McCaffrey cuts back up, you're like, oh, he timed that perfectly. And then he just blows by him. And you don't even have to, like, pancake that guy. Just get in front of him a little, and boom, he's gone. I mean, hearing him explain that was really cool.
Pretty good. You know
it
what?
was really good.
You know
You're
what?
right. I geeked out on that.
I need to get you in the zone. Before we get to Derek Stevens, I got to get to Tony in Oakland. I got to get to Tony in Oakland right now. Tony in Oakland, turn me up, Tony. Tell me you're in the zone like I am. I'm in the zone right now.
What's up,
The Australian Open. Australian Open's on fire right now, Tony. I'm loving the Aussie Open. Even though Coco lost, she's out. But Tony, turn us up.
Yeah, I am. I got a slow start because I was watching. I woke up at 3:30 because I knew Medvedev needed my help because the boy has been so under the weather with all that he's had to do. But then he got in the zone against Zverev, took him down, just like with the poll 2 days ago, right?
Tony, it's NFC Championship game Friday.
I set her up for the Australian Open.
I blame you.
Yeah, they blame me. But she's in the zone for Sunday. You're in the zone for Sunday. You know Brock Purdy's going to be in the zone, Tony.
You know that movie, Kelly's Heroes. You're always with the negative vibes, right? What you don't understand is the core. And when you say that McCaffrey's one that sees the hole, he doesn't see it. You don't know this yet. He feels it. It's like a field general. You know intuitively where the hole is. It's like that movie. I don't know if you guys have watched that trailer yet for the Ford versus Ferrari. He tells his kid, look out there. Out there is the perfect lap.
Oh,
it's
my
like
gosh.
The perfect game.
Tony.
Purdy is going to lead us. Look what he did.
Tony, real quick. I have my eyes closed listening to you because I feel like I'm listening to a sermon right now. Keep on preaching, Tony.
Yeah, and so, the problem is, Kate, Shanahan's a good playmaker, but he doesn't have any stuff. He's not like the coach we're coming up against. But what's great is that Purdy, even if he gets down, he's going to bring it in the end because he knows how to connect to the cornerstone within.
Thank you, Tony. Tony, you're in the zone. How's my energy? Am I in the zone right now?
Oh, yeah,
Positive vibes.
And your voice is like Burton, and it's like Crow's, and it's like, oh my God. And Shafty has a great voice. He's fun, but your voice is to die for.
You get to my heart, Tony. Get to my heart. You're in the zone. You enjoy the game on Sunday as you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and
What is
Nation1.
going
We're getting
on
to
here?
everybody. Jack in Massachusetts, Ham in Pittsburgh, Brian, Chucky, Michael. We're all in the zone right now.
Chucky?
It's time to turn it up.
On the line?
It's time to turn it up, man. The hell with this nervous energy. We're going out there to win. We're fans. We're not playing. Talk your talk. Who's got eye black? I need to get some eye black. I may be wearing eye black on Sunday. I'm dead serious, man. This nervous stuff is for the birds.
Did you see some kid got suspended from school for wearing the eye black?
Yeah, they're getting soft in school.
I mean, what is going on?
They're getting soft out here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco. Kids got a little passion. You send them home from school. Come on, man. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Watching YouTube and Twitch. Subscribe, like. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates. It's super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast business text line, It's a football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
So if you were putting the eye black on for this game, how would it be applied?
I'm going straight program, Lattimore. Like, I'm looking like Hawk and Animal from Legion of Doom.
Out in the offseason.
I'm looking like Legion of Doom. It's black everywhere. Cover the nose, cover the cheeks. Yeah, I need that. Smeared it everywhere. Yeah. May have to wear a bandana too. I don't care. This is personal. This is the NFC title game.
Not just
it's going to be a fifth fight. No crosses. You know when it goes to church. I haven't been to church in years, so I feel a little dirty by doing that.
I always joke around whenever I do stuff like that. I'm like, you think God really cares whether, I get a base hit right now or like my team win? No, he's worried about the big stuff. I'm ready.
I don't know if you are ready.
Play the song.
I don't know. I don't know if you're ready. I don't know if you're ready.
Let's go.
I don't know if you've been ready all week. I'm very. Hey, you got an hour, Shasky. You got an hour to redeem yourself with our roasters, with our chat. You have an hour to get hyped up and get away. Just toss away the Shasky, man. That's a thing of the past. We moved on. But we don't want to use the name Sharman Shasky. We want to dead that. We want to say rest in peace to that.
As the only real journalist on this show, it's good that I'm fair and balanced and I'm able to give the opponent the appropriate respect that they deserve in a matchup like this and just paint out all the pictures, not just the home team perspective. Someone's got to do it. You need me on that wall. You want me on that wall, John. Was it Jon Snow? I was trying to think of what his name was.
What did Jay-Z say? We don't believe you. You need more people. Derek Stevens, owner and CEO of Circa Resort.
I got 99 problems. I hope my quarterback's not one.
Circa Sports. The Circa is hosting a pair of parties this weekend. You get raffle tickets for showing up or by placing a prop bet on the Niners and Lions. On Saturday, there will be a drawing, and the grand prize is flying with Derek to San Francisco to the game. And despite Derek being a Lions fan, this is also open to Niner fans. Also, 4 people ended up splitting $9.2 million in a survivor pool, so each got $2.3 million. That's what I'm talking about. Derek, good morning. Welcome to the Morning Roast here at 95.7 The Game. First of all, I didn't win. I don't have a lot of money. Can I just fly private with you one time so I can just scratch that off my bucket list, please?
Absolutely. You're right. I grew up in Detroit. I'm a Lions fan. I've been in Vegas now 18 years, and we chartered. We did a deal with JSX, chartered a whole flight, and we're having a cocktail party over here at Circuit. We're going to give away a lot of prizes, cabanas, things at Stadium Swim, dinners at Barry's, the Steakhouse, all that. Grand prize is to fly from Vegas to San Francisco on Sunday morning, go to the game, and fly back afterwards. So we're pretty excited about it. I got a big crew coming, and I'm excited about meeting 2 brand new future friends here. They're going to win the trip of a lifetime.
Wow, that's incredible. So how many people are going to be on this charter?
Well, see, this is what happened. I got a NetJet. I was going to hold 11, but then all of a sudden my text started going up. There was like 12, 14, 16. They didn't fit. So I called over to JSX. I just threw a long shot out there. I go, hey, any chance I could charter one of your planes? They have 30-person planes, and all of a sudden the stars aligned. They had a plane available on Sunday morning, and we got 30 people coming.
Derek, don't lie.
Vontae is so excited. He wants to be on this private jet so bad.
I flew first class for the first time of my life 2 summers ago to Paris, and my girl looked at me 5 minutes into the flight and says, "Babe, we could never fly coach or economy again." So I asked you, Derek, when did you first fly private, and have you ever gone back to economy and coach?
No, I I fly a little bit of everything, but I love it when our casino's involved because you get casino customers in. That way, I can justify flying private a little bit more.
Oh my God!
So how big is this game for you? You're a lifelong Detroit Lion fan. They're playing the Niners. I mean, you're just staying in Vegas now. The winner goes on to Vegas to play in Allegiant Stadium. You're clearly into the gambling world because of Circa here. And like, how big is this game for you?
Yeah, I mean, until this year, I mean, the Detroit Lions have won one playoff game in my lifetime. You know, I mean, this is, I know there's been a lot of national media stories about, grown men crying at the game. I mean, that's not untrue. I mean, that's what happened. I was there last weekend, and it's not a weird thing. It's the fact that you've got your family, your generations of your family, going through your mind. You're thinking about when your father, your grandfather took you to their first Lions game, all that type of stuff. For me, my first Lions game was before the Pontiac Silverdome.
Tiger Stadium.
It was at Tiger Stadium.
Yeah.
So having one playoff victory in 50-some years or 60 years is just crazy. So that's what it is, like a Midwestern city, blue-collar city that has all this emotion pent up to it. So that's kind of why it's so special for Lions fans.
All right, we got to meet you, Derek, on Sunday at Levi's. Where are you going to be at?
Yeah,
how
where
can
you
we
sitting?
meet you?
Where
I
you
would love to say
tailgating?
hi to you because it feels like Circa 95.7 The Game could do some potential business as well, especially if the Niners advance to the Super Bowl. I know you want the opposite to happen. But, Derek, we got to meet up, man. Where are you going to be at Levi's Stadium? When you pull it up?
I love it. We'll be. We just bought a parking spot in something called the Red VIP. We got our party bus. We're going to park there. We're going to call that. I don't know my geography because I've never been to Levi's Stadium, so I'm excited about it. I will say it's the most expensive parking pass I've ever paid for, so it must be something pretty great.
You're right next to where our show at the Hilton is going to be happening.
Yeah.
That's where that is. It's right there. It's going to be a great time. 408 Empire is going to be out there. The band's going to be rocking. You'll be smelling all of the barbecue. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. It's a little bit of a walk. You're going to go across the parking lot to the stadium, but you're going to have a hell of a time.
I can't wait. I look forward to seeing you guys. This is going to be a great day.
What jersey you wearing, or what outfit you wearing?
I'm going with my blues, my Honolulu blue, and I'm going to go with new school. I'm going with 97 Aiden Hutchinson.
Well, I like that. Well, we're Derek. Safe travels again. Owner and CEO of Circa Resort and Casino and Circa Sports. You hosted a pair of parties this weekend. You get raffle tickets for showing up or by placing a prop bet on Niners and Lions. Saturday there will be a drawing, and the grand prize is flying with Derek to San Francisco to the game. And despite Derek being a Lions fan, this is open to Niner fans as well. 4 people ended up splitting a $9.2 million survivor pool, so each got $2.3 million. They want to get you paid. They want to get you rich. Join in on this contest. Derek Stevens is a great guy. Can't wait to see you on Sunday, Derek. Good luck, but not too much good luck. I got to sprinkle in.
I'll see you guys Sunday. I hope to see a lot of Niners fans at Circa here tonight and tomorrow night.
Hell yeah. That Sportsbook. I was there in December. Let me tell you. That Sportsbook is badass. There's a million
awesome.
seats. It's a lot of fun. Right off of Fremont there. It's really cool.
Yeah, no, I was out there too. All right, let's take him to school real quick.
Free at Laney, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda.
All right, the Warriors did not win last night.
What?
They did not win last night. Trust me, Damian and KC they're already clipping videos right now. I see you, D-Lo and KC. I can't stand Sacramento, man. I really can't stand the Kings. Warriors did not win last night, but we are watching the birth of maybe a potential superstar, Jonathan Kuminga, who dropped this dunk to put the cherry on top of a career-high 31-point night. Watch ahead.
Ball thrown into Draymond. Bounce pass Kuminga. Goes up and dunked it. The Warriors lead by 1. He set a screen for Curry coming out. Everybody looked at Curry, and Kuminga with a new career high of 31.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. That was taking him to school. Brought to you by the Peralta Community College District. Spring is free at Laney, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda. For more information, Visit Peralta.edu. All right, we're going to get to the calls in just a second. We got Lomas Brown coming up as well, 920 color commentator for the Detroit Lions. We'll get some more matchups here. A lot of matchups to watch. D-line versus the O-line. What about Diablo versus Amon-Ra St. Brown? What if Amon-Ra St. Brown lines up out wide? Ambry Thomas, do you roll over help? What is going on with these matchups here? Defensively, what do we have to look for with the Lions? We're going to get into all that with Lomas Brown coming up on the Morning Roast, and that's all brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
From better poops to more energy, when you switch your dog.
All right, do not forget, as we are back here in the Morning Roast, last segment before the title game. Cannot wait on Sunday. Cannot wait Sunday. I may get to Levi's at 11. I'll be out there pretty early. 9:05 the game. 95.7 the game. We'll be live and local all day long on Sunday. Kick off your championship Sunday with the Grandy Man. The Grandy Man can. Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett, who's done an excellent job all season from 9 to 1. Leading right into the kickoff show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal. They'll be at the Santa Clara Hilton Hotel, presented by Hab is Law. You've been wronged. Hab is Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habislaw.com. A lot going down Sunday. Lomas Brown joining us, left tackle on the 91 Lions team with Eric Kramer. Now the color commentator for the Detroit Lions on the radio side. Lomas is one of the best people out there. I love the way he breaks down the football game. He will not sugarcoat it. One of the best linemen to do it during his time. Won a Super Bowl with Tampa Bay, obviously, later in his career. His last season, I believe, in his career in the NFL. So Lomas Brown will join us in moments on the Boxer Gerser guest line. But until then, let's get a call out the way. Michael Lecocker. Michael Lecocker has been on hold for a while. Michael, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey guys. Hey, thanks for keeping the energy up. I enjoy listening to you guys. You guys got me hyped for this game. I'm excited. And I just want to say that the key to this game is to turn Jared Goff into Jared off and make him extremely uncomfortable. When I'm ready to go, I got my game gear. I'm going to rock my dad's gold jersey, my Kittle jersey, because that's my dad's gold jacket, and my Kittle jersey, because that's what I wore last time when we won. And if you guys feel the need to, if you're hungry and want to get hyped, come out to the Blue Lot 1 to the third rail tailgate. We're out there tailgating, have a bunch of food, and you guys are totally welcome to come with us and pig out and drink and have fun, and let's do this. Let's get this win.
Let's get this win, baby. Let's get this win. Let's go. Where are we going here? Before Lomas, let's go to Brian in San Francisco. Brian, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, thanks for taking my call, man. Just wanted to say, first off, appreciate you keeping the energy up, Bonte, Shafty. I think you need to stop watching so much Bravo. Turn off the Housewives. Maybe turn off some Game of Thrones. Get your ass ready.
Hey, dog, I'm the one who recites Sopranos on a daily basis. Like, who are we kidding here?
I'm just messing with you, I'm just giving you some grief. But, I'm a 25-year-old Niner fan. East Bay, born and raised, and pretty much all my life I've known is pain. But this team, like you were talking about earlier, is a team of destiny. I feel like this is our year. My first Niner game was 2012 NFC Championship against the Giants. It's in the end zone with my dad watching them, must have punt in overtime. And then my last one was, NFC Championship down in SoFi. So I'm not going this year, and I know that's why we're going to win this game. So just big ups, boys, and this is our year.
It's our year, man. That's what I like to hear.
I feel so old when I hear him say my first playoff game with my dad was in 2012.
It's pretty, yeah.
In my mind, it was like 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2012 was just around the corner.
No, it wasn't. It was closer to 15 years ago.
Story for me is JK, extra attention. No, we moved off Warriors. They lost. We're going to give them a break. We're going to give the Warriors a break. It's been a long couple weeks for them. We got Lomas. We got Big Low. Let's bring in Lomas Brown. Long-time tackle with the Detroit Lions, of course, was drafted in the first round back in 1985. He is a Florida Gator, Sam Lubman, so don't hate him. Don't fight him. Don't hang up on him. Lubman, our producer, is a Hurricane fan. I'm a Florida State fan, but Lomas, we got respect for you, Big Low. You did it for a long time with the Detroit Lions, of course, played with Arizona, Cleveland, New York, and then Tampa Bay on that Super Bowl team. And now a color commentator on the radio side for the Detroit Lions. I love you guys' call. You guys get fired up for the Lions, and you should. You got a really good team, Lomas, so congrats on making the NFC title game. Let's start off here. What is one matchup in this football game that nobody's talking about that could go a long way to determining the winner of Sunday's game?
Wow. I'm going to tell you. I'll tell you. The kicking game. The kicking game. The kicking game. It never gets talked about, but it always seems to prop its head up in some way, shape, or form, especially when you start talking about championship games or Super Bowl. So it's going to be on special teams. We got a great, great special team coach in Dave Phipps. And as you know, some people refer to Coach Dan Campbell as Dan Gamble. So, we're willing to do some things. So I would say watch special teams and even our kind of unknown kicker that we have. So just kind of watch special teams, I think.
All right, so for Jared Goff to have a great game or a winnable game, I'll just say that, which of the playmakers has to be A+ on Sunday?
You know who I say, and I'm going to say this, and I'm telling you, to me, Josh Reynolds. Josh Reynolds, I'm telling you, we know what we're going to get out of Amon-Ra. We know what we're going to get out of Sam Laporta. We know what Jahmyr Gibbs is going to give us, what David Montgomery is going to give us. I'm telling you, the key to me is Josh Reynolds. You got to have somebody that they single up or they don't pay as much attention to, that's got to have a big game. Because you know all those other people I told you about, they're going to focus in on them. But it's got to be what they say, next guy up.
Yep.
It's got to be that guy. And to me, Josh Reynolds, I think he's ready for him and Jared. Jared has chemistry, but because Jared has so many other weapons, he doesn't get as many targets as I think a guy like that should. So I look for that in this game on Sunday.
Lomas Brown here on the Boxer and Girls and Guest line on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. How much of a factor will Zach Ertz be this Sunday? I know you guys just signed him earlier in the week. He looks like he's going to be activated. Do you expect him, how many snaps, maybe 15, 20? What do you expect out of Zach Ertz, the kid who's from Danville, which is about an hour away from the stadium?
No, I expect Dan and them, if they do what they've been doing, they're going to work him in slowly. They've always done that since he's been here, even with as you've seen with Jameson Williams. All our guys, he just seems to work them in slowly. Even when guys come back from injury, he seems to work them in slowly. So I don't know if Zach's going to have a big role. I think what big role Zach can have is just being a mentor to our young guy, to the young Sam Laporta, throughout the game. And I think that could be big for us, too. So I'm not looking for a real big role from Zach Ertz this game.
All right, fourth quarter. Who do you trust more, Dan Gambler, as you called him, or Kyle Shanahan?
No, and Dan I trust. And like I say, that's the moniker they call him. I don't call him that. I've watched him, and, man, he's a great motivator. He has, and what he has done, I think this is the other thing you have to look at. If you look at our coaching staff, I think probably out of any coaching staff in the league, we have more ex-players on our sideline than anybody, if you think about it. I mean, including the head coach. And I'm telling you, that as a player, that brings you so much more comfort. If you come into the sideline after struggling, you come into the sideline talking to somebody that's been out there, that's been in your shoes, that's done that, did that, done that. And I think these guys, Dan respects these guys enough that if they have to pull them back, I think they can. I think he has the respect of his staff, and that's one reason why I think we're playing as well as we're playing, because of our coaching staff.
No, you know what? It's very impressive. J.T. Barrett, the former quarterback of Ohio State.
Yeah.
Dre Bly, cornerback coach. Mark Brunell's in the building. You got John Fox, a former head coach in the league. My guy Dorsey.
You could go on and on. Calvin Shepard.
Yep.
Like I say, Dan Campbell himself was a player. And it permeates throughout. Chris Spielman is up in our front office now. So it kind of permeates throughout the whole organization, and that's good, because I think you have to incorporate your organization. If you're a football organization, you got to have a bit of the old school and the new school in there, and that's what alumni do for you.
Antoine Randall, coaching the wide receivers. That was an impressive staff. Lomas Brown here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. All right, tell us about this interior offensive line, because I do believe the Niners front four, they have to get pressure on Jared Goff. Where are they at on that offensive line? Detroit, that is, because Javon Hargrave, Eric Armstead, especially Javon Hargrave, who they brought over from Philadelphia, the 49ers, that is, can really heat up this quarterback in Jared Goff. What's going on with that offensive line in Detroit, Lomas?
Yeah, that's my worry. I mean, again, I'm not worried about the edges. because Vinay Sewell, Taylor Decker, I'm not worried about the edges. The only thing, man, I got my warrior in the middle, which is Frank Ragnar, my all-everything center, who I thought should have been a first-team All-Pro center. But, Jason Kelsey is there. But, again, he's hobbled. And that what I'm saying, I know what Frank, and he's been a warrior over these last couple of games, man. Over this whole season, he's been a warrior. But, that's where I'm worried at because, again, you got Jonah Jackson out and you got Coyote Awasika who's going to be starting their young guy. You know what I'm saying? Then you got Graham Glasgow on the other side. So that's where my worry comes from because Jarrett, if he's not able to step up in the pocket, step up in the clean pocket, it affects his throws. So, yeah, that's my worry right now.
All right. What's your prediction in this game?
Hey, these boys have overcome everything. Going into the season, my thing was win the division, win a home playoff game. They have far exceeded where I thought they can go at, and they believe it as I believe it. They can win it. So I'm looking at us going there and beating them 28-24.
You don't believe that?
Yeah,
Big Low.
You don't believe that?
I do believe it. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. I've called it all year long. And I'm telling you, I played in 2 Super Bowls. I've been in 3 NFC championship games. And I'm telling you, everything has to fall right for you throughout the season to get to this point and to get to a Super Bowl. And I've seen throughout this season how everything has fell right for the Lions, including the Dallas game that we got robbed that we thought was going to really hurt us, which really helped us because we didn't have to face that red-hot Green Bay team. So things have to happen like that throughout the season. Certain players don't play in certain games, or certain players get hurt in certain games that help you win those games. I'm telling you, it has to fall right. They're in that point. They're hungry. Hey, 60 minutes. We'll see.
This Detroit defense, they've bent but didn't break or haven't broke in the playoffs so far. They have allowed a lot of yards. Baker Mayfield threw for a yard shy of 350. Matthew Stafford was cooking and humming, throwing the ball all over the yard, but you guys held firm in the red zone. How do you think the Lions defense could slow down this Niners offense? They had a rough day last week, but Deebo's playing. Ayuk's playing at a high level. You have George Kittle. What is the key to the Lions trying to slow down this Niners offense? Is it force Brock Purdy to pass more? Is it Chris McCaffrey? What do you think, Big Low?
I'm telling you, the blueprint has already been shown. It's to get the Brock Purdy. Man, come on, man. I'll take Jared Goff any day, all day over Brock Purdy. So the blueprint is already out there. We need to get pressure on him. We need to make him start seeing ghosts. He gonna give you an opportunity. It's just about taking advantage of that opportunity. I'm telling you, that's all we need to do. We concentrate on getting pressure, however we have to get it, whether we have to generate pressure, meaning blitz guys, or maybe we do line stunts, or I don't know, but we just need to get pressure on Brock Purdy, and I'm telling you, everything else going to take care of itself. I promise you.
You better not go radio silent on me when we win. When Brock Purdy, kicks your teeth in, all right, and Lomas, I respect you. You played in the league for a long, long time.
Hey, we're not kicking Lomas' teeth in. Lomas going to do the ass kicking.
Throw me through a glass window with your left pinky. But I'm telling you, when we kick your ass on Sunday, you better not go radio silent when Brock Purdy is hoisting this team to another Super Bowl victory.
I'm coming back. Have me back. I'll be back.
All right.
Well, you're a good sport, man. You're a hell of a player.
You are a good sport.
You're a good announcer as well, man. I enjoy your work out there in Detroit. Safe travels to the Bay Area. It'll be a long flight back home. But, Lo, thanks for the time today.
Thanks. Take care, guys.
Let's go.
Anytime. Lomas Brown here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the Boxer Guns Guest Line. All right, we got about 20 minutes left.
Yeah. Let me set the tone.
You want to set the tone?
I'm going to set the tone.
You're going to set the tone now. You've been waiting all week for you to set the tone.
Purdy!
I've been waiting for you all week to set the tone.
Shanahan, wake up! It's easy to see. Hand the ball to CMC. Don't overthink it. I want to go hoist the Lombardi. What are we doing? Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw, I know I need you to bring that thump. Let's go. And Deebo, if that shoulder's ready to go, you better be running through some souls. Aiden Hutchinson, no. The only 97 I represent is Bryant Young. And my guy, Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa, I gave you 130 mils in an escrow account. Jed did that. We waited all preseason for you to show up. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. I don't worry about Bosa's conditioning. Yeah, well, the first 2 months of the season said otherwise. It will all get negated if you have a multi-sack game on Sunday. Jared Goff, we love you. I represent. I love that you're local, Novato. But we all know Novato's soft. And yeah, I'm talking to you, Joe Nevin. All right, Novato is not Frisco.
Who's Joe Nevin?
One of my homies. Oh. They all moved up to Nevada. All these guys. They're flying into the suburbs. It drives me nuts. And Jared Goff, I got a tremendous amount of respect for you. But there's no way on God's green earth that Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers are losing 3 straight NFC Championship games. And I don't care that our quarterback got knocked out last year. That does not matter for right now. What matters for right now is we get Trent at Lombardi. Trent Williams has been putting in work in the trenches his entire career. Don't overthink it. Get the ball to CMC, and I need George Kittle to show up. You can't just front run in week 5 against Dallas when you're up 40. I need you plastering guys into the end zone as CMC scoring 6. And Ambry Thomas, I swear to God, if you get beat, just get beat. Don't tackle nobody. Let a guy make a play.
No, don't let him make a play. You get beat, take the penalty.
No.
Live to see another down. Don't let anybody head a play. What are you talking about?
Diamond Lenore, this is the game that I need you to step up. You had a monster 5-play sequence last weekend. I need a monster game from you. This is one of the biggest slot threats the game has seen in the last 5 years. Really since Antonio Brown left. I mean, if you consider CeeDee Lamb a slot guy, but Amon-Ra St. Brown is an absolute stud. You have got to slow this man down. Got to slow this man down. And Brandon Ayuk, this is the kind of game that you want to get paid this offseason. You want to get paid? You show up in NFC Championship games. Jerry Rice is immortalized for what he did in the playoffs. That's how we separate.
Oh, man.
And Purdy, I've been a critic at times. I've supported you at times. But you know where this comes down to. You want to enter out of the friend zone, the Jimmy G zone, and you want to go into the I'm a franchise quarterback zone, then you got to win a big game.
I'm glad you woke up.
Let's go.
I'm glad you woke up. That was very inspiring. Very inspiring. It almost got me going. Almost. But I've been asking for a certain individual for about 4 months now. And he knows when to call me. I sent out the bat signal. He may not react right away. He may not react in a week. He may not come around for 2 months. But when he comes around, he goes to the top of the line. And when he comes around, I turn off my microphone to just sit back and relax. It's Juice in Fremont. Juice.
What up, fellas?
It's all you, baby.
Hey, as the third unofficial host of this great morning roast, what up to you guys? Let me say this. If there was a Mount Rushmore of famous brothers in the Yay area, in no particular order, it would be the Bash Brothers, the Yak Brothers, the Splash Brothers, and then you two, the Smack Brothers. Either you bring the smack or you will get smacked. Now, let me say this. Shasky was talking about that fake toughness of Sabonis. You know what's more faker than that? Nobody's talking about the Lions' pass defense that was ranked 31st in the regular season. I mean, they had cats like Bryce Young, who threw for 247 and 3 touchdowns. Geno freaking Smith threw 328, 2 touchdowns. Nick Pick Mullins had 2 games against the Lions, threw 800 yards and 4 touchdowns. And guess what? We're ranked number 5 in passing freaking offense. So what do you think is going to happen this freaking Sunday? Now, granted, I need everybody to wake up this freaking Sunday. The Niners, they had woke up last week, and trust me, who is the one person that I think that needs to step up? Is it the defense, in which there's been more investment in this defense than Elon Musk Hasn't Tesla? No, because last week they came through. Is it Brock Purdy, who was the last pick of the draft, who took his team to back-to-back NFC championships? No, because you got cats like Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, Dak Prescott, Tua, and Trevor Lawrence. They haven't even sniffed one. But last week, he came through. The one person that needs to come through is our freaking coach. Every icon, every legend, every person who wore that gold and red represented with pride. This is a team of champions. We're going to welcome this team of the Lions this week. So this Sunday, I don't want to see 2019 Kyle Shanahan. I don't want to see Kyle Shanahan when he was the offensive coordinator of the Falcons. I want to see Kyle Shanahan call the play like he was brought in to do. This Sunday, there's a task. It's Super Bowl or bust. Let's punch these cowardly Lions in the mouth and make them like it. Let's remind these Lions that you are no longer in the Motor City, but you are in the land of where dreams will die. They say they're all grit. Come this Sunday, we're going to kick the grit in the mouth and make them like it. Welcome to the land of legends, championship, and Super Bowl rings. Empire, go get your paper, please. And finally, the lady will sing this Sunday, Bang, freaking bang, outro.
Oh, I'm so ready. I got goosebumps.
It's Joseph Fremont. And I feel like from afar, he's my life coach. He only calls 4 times a year. And I wait on every one of those calls. Joseph Fremont, folks, early nominee for Call of the Year. Bang, bang. If you ain't fired up now, you ain't going to ever be fired up. Shasky just went off for 5 minutes. Juice just went off for another 3 minutes. My work is done. It's time to go play a football game. We're not losing this game on Sunday. We could talk about all the matchups. You want us to talk more matchups and X and those? We've broken everything down for you. You want more stats? You want more numbers? It's coming down to we have the better football team. We are destined for this. They're a cute little story. They are. Cute little story. They've done well. But it's time to turn Jared Goff back into a pumpkin.
I feel like they're a little bit soft.
Oh, Romo.
Yeah. Let's get to the lines again.
I'm telling you right now, the B. If I don't hear Nick Bosa's name mentioned alongside sack 97, my head will explode. If he doesn't record 1 sack on Sunday, I'm coming for him. And I've been his biggest supporter.
Big Brandon Ayuk game. It's time for him to etch his stone in some playoff memories. We played all the playoff moments, championship history, whether it's Jerry Rice scored 2 touchdowns in Chicago, whether it's Steve Young running around the field with his fingers up in the air, number 1, whether it's Bowman breaking up a pass by Matt Ryan on 4th and 4, and then Frank Gore crashing Patrick Willis's interview on Fox Sports and hugging Patrick Willis saying, we going to the damn Super Bowl. We going to the Super Bowl. A moment that made me cry and had to walk outside to get a breath of fresh air because I couldn't believe my babies, my guys, were going to the Super Bowl if Frank Gore and Patrick Willis. Who's going to make that moment on Sunday? Who's going to have that moment? I'm looking at number 11, man. Brandon Ayuk's my guy. You want him to go get paid? He's going to go get paid against this weak defense, this secondary. Let's go, baby. Ham in Pittsburgh. Ham, what's up?
Yo, what's up, Bonte, Shasky, man? Glad you finally with the program there, bro.
This is all entertainment. You know that.
Nah, I
was here the whole time.
No, he wasn't here the whole time.
I was here the whole time.
Here, baby. All right. I know you were. Hey, man, this is going to be a generational game here, guys. This is for the 49er fans of the past. This is for the current 49er fans, and this is for the future 49er fans, baby. We about to go in there and punch them in the mouth. We going to win this game 37-24. Lock it in. Bang, bang, Niner game.
That's what I'm talking about, Ham. That's what I'm talking about.
Can this game happen today? We are so ready.
David in San Mateo, what's happening? David in San Mateo.
What's up, David?
Monte, Shasky, man, love it all, man. Everything you say, man, is what I'm always thinking 7 days a week, man. You guys are spot on. Hey, as far as the Niners this Sunday, man, it's a redemption game. Not worried at all. We got the talent loaded on the roster. Just like you guys said, man, I'm just waiting for Bosa in that D-line and Chase Young, man, to handle their business. Hand the ball to C-Mac. Let's to take us to the Super Bowl, baby.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Where's the passion? Duke in the city. Duke, I got to go to Duke. He been our home for way too damn long. Duke in the city.
Oh, good, man. What up? What up, though?
What up, Duke?
Though? This is the show, man. That's what up, though, man. Family, you know what it is. I have Tay and Shasky. Hit the wrong corner in the stone, get nasty. 49 is back on the football grind. 13 equals 7 playing out of his mind. This team that we got is on another level. Mark up, grab your boys, and go get the show because we block and we knock to the championship. Get out one time. Oh, baby, we about to dip. One more game, and it's a Super Bowl trip. Right or wrong, are you with me? We ready.
We ready.
Right, let's go.
That's what I'm talking about.
I got chills. Let me in the house. Let's go.
I'm like a proud
You know
father right
about
now,
Oceanside.
Spadoni. It took a while, but we got to that point, Spadoni. It's like we finally realized the title game is upon us. The Red Paints in the end zone. Home field advantage. Number 1 seed. It's all we wanted. What did we say? The path of least resistance? We said we wanted Detroit, right? Said, oh, we want to take on the Lions. That's an easy win. Well, let's see it. Let's see it. We got what we want. The Rams were frauds. Cowboys were frauds. Eagles were frauds. Green Bay made us sweat. But that's just going to make us sharper for Sunday. I really believe that. That's how I think Shanahan and Kittle and all these guys are so damn loose. They know what time it is. Let's go to, let's get to Doug in Berkeley. Doug in Berkeley, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. This is it. We're all ready. This is it. I want to make a comment. I want to stop on all this Purdy hating. It's got to stop. He's going to prove it to us on Sunday. Shasky, the last hour you said, oh, he better prove it. You know, we know Shanahan's got a short leash on quarterbacks. Got a short leash. I think that what Shanahan should do in that case is he should, cut to the chase. Cut to the chase. Draft a quarterback or trade for a quarterback that's never overthrown a receiver, who's never been sacked when the offensive line doesn't do its job. This kid basically delivered us from embarrassment. 3 first-round draft picks, 2 failed quarterbacks. He's done everything we could possibly have expected and more, and he's going to do that again on Sunday. He's going to prove all the naysayers wrong. Go Niners.
Let's go.
Thanks for taking the call.
Great call.
I love that, Doug. I love that, Doug. I love that. I'm just sitting here. I'm proud, man. I'm just, I'll smile at ear to ear because I feel like you're finally back. The Shasky that I grew up in radio with is finally back. I don't know who this imposter was for the first, 18 and a half hours of this week.
There's a parable.
This week's show.
Do you know about the parable? The young bull and the old bull?
I do.
Yeah, they're sitting at the top of the valley.
Yeah, I've heard this story.
They're looking
many
down,
times.
and the young bull wants to go down and mate with all of them. And the old bull said, we're going to go down slow. Do it one at a time. And what ends up happening
Please
is
don't tell me you're the old bull. Right
well,
here
in
in
this
story.
particular situation, I used to be all caps.
No.
And I'd be fired up Monday morning, Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, Thursday morning, Friday. But what ends up happening is you blow your wad. And I don't want to do that. I'm trying to pace myself.
I've been...
How do you think LeBron made it to 39?
I've been all gas, no brakes all week long. Ain't no holding back. All gas, no brakes. Ain't no holding back. Blowing wads? I've blew 5 wads already this week. I'm going to blow another one tonight and another one tomorrow.
Enough wad blowing for one show.
All right? I'll blow a wad on Sunday.
Don't talk about that.
If the Niners win, I may blow another one. Let's go to Father Time in Napa.
This is the legacy corner.
Time in Napa. What's happening?
Legacy wad.
Hey, guys. Hey. Jay-Z said, what more can I say? Last 10 minutes off the hook. What's wrong with you guys? You're losing me. Keep the wheels on it. Be professional. Let's just start off with saying how great do we have in the Bay Area, the greatest place on the planet. Every year we got championships. Every year we've got people competing. But Bonte, by the way, you derailed me with your JK talk. I think some people want to trade the future of the Warriors. The only person that makes us sit up and squirm, that's crazy talk for next week. Crazy talk. Wearing, I'll hit you quick. What am I wearing? What am I wearing? I was thinking about suspenders, my dungarees, my work shirt. I already have a gray beard. Get down there and Yosemite sourdough Steven Sam. My wife said if I do that, you better stay down there and live underneath the demon with your scraggliness. But, if they win and I come back, it'll be some serious cosplay Sunday night. I swear. She'll be like totally into Yosemite dude. Eating. I'm going to do a little barbecue just because I have to. You guys know I cook a little bit. We're doing Hog Island oysters.
Father Time, I love you, but I didn't ask for this on a Friday. I don't need to know your whole itinerary, okay?
Father Time is
tell us about this. I love Father Time. I don't need to know what you're eating, what you're drinking, who's going to win the damn game. What's the matchup you're looking for?
Kind of interested about his sourdough Sam dress up.
Yeah,
it's unacceptable.
I didn't know what I was listening to.
Furries. That guy just skunked you.
What are you wearing, clothes? Yes, I'm wearing clothes. What clothes are you wearing? I don't know. Maybe a jacket, maybe a sweater.
You've had a legacy week.
Thanks, bud.
Clock.
No, we're good.
Hey, let's call it what it is. This is a legacy game for Shanahan and Brock.
Yes, of course it is. We all know that. It's a legacy season. Shanahan and Brock will be fine. Now, Steve Wilkes, what's up with him and Ben Johnson?
Oh, here we go. See, like, how? I mean,
what'd I do?
We're immediately finding scapegoats?
No, we're not
Steve
finding
Wilkes,
scapegoats.
If we lose.
No.
We're
Nobody's talking enough about Steve Wilkes this week.
We'll run you over with that team bus.
You guys are worried about Shanahan. What about Steve Wilkes? Shanahan's going to be fine.
They gave him 20 points last week. 17 points.
That's good in today's NFL.
That's great.
Right. Steve Wilkes is fine. I tried to tell somebody that at the Disney Hotel, told me Steve Wilkes was the reason they lost 3 in a row. It's like, okay, great.
Was he wearing a costume?
No, he had a military Bosa jersey on.
Hunte goes out, it's Mickey with the head off, he's smoking a cigarette. These Niners,
No,
Steve
he
Wilkes.
was telling me what was going wrong with the Niners. Dude had no idea who I was. Leroy in Oakland. Telling me what's going on. Dude.
What's up, Leroy?
Hey, what's up, guys, man? Who on fire? I just want to say I am a lifelong 49er fan. I cannot wait for this game. I have been waiting for this game all season. The season has been great, but you know, Bonton, I've been like, hey, let's just get here. Let's get back here. This is where we're supposed to be. And so now that we're here, and we've been doing all this great stuff, right? But all season, you know, through this great stuff we've been doing, I've been looking at the things that could probably derail us, right? And there's 2 things. One is the inside pass rush, Armstead and Hargrove. I'm just like, where is that inside pressure on the quarterback? And not only that, guys, you can run inside. If you're a team that has a running back that like to runs inside and then bounce it out, these guys are to be had. So I'm just like, Armstead, Hargrove, I need a big game from you two. I need some pressure on the quarterback, and when that run come up the middle, I need y'all to stuff it because y'all haven't been doing that all season. And one more thing before I go, that secondary, y'all got to come to play as a unit. They got to come together because teams that like to throw it down the field, they know, hey, just throw it up. Give the receivers a chance, and you might get a pass interference call because I don't think a lot of referees respect our secondary. So they're going to have to come to play too. So I'm looking at those 2 areas. If we can just bring some pressure in those 2 areas and be good, hey, we going all the way, guys. God bless.
Javon Hargrave, Leroy. Get it right. You're going to hear a lot about Hargrave, not Hargrove. Kevin of Livermore, what's happening? Kevin.
Not Hollygrove?
Not Hollygrove.
Hey guys, first time caller, long time listener. Let me tell you, hey Bonte, let me tell you what I love. Watching you on TV, slimmed all down, baby. You look
Thank
great.
You, brother. Thank
you,
brother.
On Sunday, rack that last caller. He's absolutely right. Hargrave, he's got to play a little better. I don't particularly love what I've been seeing from him the last few weeks, but hey, I think he's going to step it up. He's a team guy. Hey, I'm smelling 31-10 on Sunday. Let's go. I wasn't able to sleep last night, not going to be able to sleep tonight, not going to be able to sleep tomorrow night. Let me tell you what I'm rocking on Sunday for the game, too. P. Willis, baby.
Let's go.
My pristine Pat Willis. He's my favorite Bay Area athlete of all time. Well, he's number 3. Got to shout out Stephen Clay, number 1 and number 2. All right, I love you guys. Thank you.
Love you, too, Kevin. TC Sacramento, end the show, man. End the show, TC.
Vontae, Joe, what's up, man?
What's up with my bro? What's up with my bro?
What's up, man? Look, check it out. Look, man, the game last night, man, that was a good game. We got it. We even the series. Enough Kings and Warrior talk right now. My boy's back. The Niners. Look, Shanahan, don't get in your way, bro. Don't get too cute. Dan Campbell is very smart, and he knows about your scheme, bro. It's going to be on you. This ain't got nothing to do with Steve Wilkes, Brock Purdy, or nobody. You guys know, Bonte and Joe, it's on Shanahan, bro.
This is your time to shine, not to crumble. What I'm going to be wearing, y'all know what I'm going to be wearing. Y'all see what I was wearing? That Trey Lance 94. I'm going to stay wearing it, bro. It's good. The Niners win. The Niners win 27-13, Super Bowl bound.
Let's go, TC. Let's go, TC.
Fast five.
It's time for the Xfinity.
Just win, baby. Oh, just stop that. We interviewed a lot of Detroit superfans this week, and I was surprised we didn't do an interview with new Detroit superfan Robin Sambruno. No, I'm teasing. But on the real, here's my
You can't tease after you pick the Lions to win.
Yeah, but I'm me. So there's a difference.
Guru and Shasky, man.
We're the only
Two
ones.
peas
Don't
in the
be
same
mad that I'm
pod.
slippery.
I am the system of this show.
I'm a chameleon.
I guess.
All right, I'm a lava lamp. I'm a shapeshifter. All right. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. It takes unbelievable dexterity to be able to pivot from the opinions that I corner myself into. All right? At the end of the day, if
today?
we ain't laughing, we ain't trying.
You
What?
hurt? Are you injured?
Right now? No, I got that Theragun, and I swear to God, I use it on my foot. It feels so good.
My final thought is, man, Sunday can't get here soon enough. See you guys all at the NFC title game. I'll be at a few tailgates. We'll be in that stadium early, rocking and rolling. Lubman, Spinoni, quickly.
My final thought is this is a Detroit Lions defense you can absolutely throw the ball on. Just take Aiden Hutchinson out of this game. Double team him, triple team him. I don't care. Don't let him get near Brock. Watch the Niners roll. I'm going to go 27-22 will be the final score.
All right, there you go.
Ending on a little bit of a somber note here. 4 years ago, we lost Kobe Bryant, Gianna Bryant, John Altobelli, Carrie Altobelli, Alyssa Altobelli, Christina Mauser, Sarah Chester, Peyton Chester, and Ara Zabayan. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. No doubt about that. Rest in peace. All right. Have a good weekend, everybody. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Evan Giddings and Daryl Guru Johnson. Will Guru have the speech for the 49ers for this NFC title game on Sunday? Stay tuned to find out. That's coming up right here on 95.7 The Game. Have a great weekend, Roasters.
You made a deal with the devil. Just go with the devil.
All right, let's go. Let's go,
baby.
Bay Area. It's a football Friday. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. 48 hours till kick, Goo.
Eddie Murphy.
I know you got a different jersey on, but you got your football jersey on because you're ready for Championship Sunday.
No doubt about it. We all are. And just shout out real quick, Evan, to Bonte and Shasky. That was straight pandemonium. It was fear. It was confidence. But I'm telling you, I'm wearing this jersey, but I'm not a hater because I'm rooting for the Niners to get to Vegas, Evan. It's time. I believe they are the better team, and I believe they will win the game Sunday that starts at 3:30.
Well, and I'll give you 3. I'll give you 3 for that. But that's kind of the theme of today to me, Goo, is like all emotions are on the table. Whether it's anxiety, whether it's joy, whether it's excitement, it's jubilation, it's appropriate fear. However you get ready for a game of this magnitude, that's on you. And you and I are in the same boat. You and I are from the Bay Area. We root for our friends to be happy. We want them to feel whatever they want to feel. With watching the Niners against the Lions, if they advance to the Super Bowl, it's been 5 years since they've gotten to the Super Bowl, and they've had multiple opportunities to do so. Today is about how are you feeling about this game?
Wow.
How are you getting ready for it? How are you going to potentially celebrate? How are you reserving your celebrations? How are you rolling up to Levi's Stadium? Are you packing yourself with a bunch of friends? Are you rolling up with family? How are you getting ready for the NFC title game at 3:30 on Sunday on Fox? And we are taking your calls as well as texts at 888-957-9570. I'll throw it to you, Goo. What do you think about when you think about Championship Sunday? How do you feel?
the prestige. That's my word, the P word, man. Just the fact that this is the ultimate Final Four. And you talked about it. We've talked about it all week long. This is not the Niners' first run like Detroit that's come out of nowhere. This is the fourth time in 5 trips. So just listening to Shasky, I get both sides to where he's like, we can't pull a Andy Reid or a Dallas Cowboy with Danny White in the 90s where they lost 3 straight NFC championship games. But Evan, I'm going to tell you this, I can't ignore that that's on the line. You know, you're at home. Kyle Shanahan, hey, we know his brilliance. If you think he puckered up or not last week, I'm still thinking about our conversation with Willard and Dibbs yesterday doing the crossover about, you know, what he was tired from. But I don't think anybody's wrong in the sense that they can't come out tight. They can't come out flat. And this is a moment to where Niner fans stick your chest out again. But now, Evan, it's just you got to punch that ticket and get to LV in 2 weeks. You got to.
And you got an opportunity, I think, as a fan to help improve those chances, to help this game. Like, if you're there at Levi's Stadium and you're cheering, like we were talking about it yesterday, on Saturday, that stadium was loud, and it was a dangerous environment for Packers. Right. It was a hostile environment. Like, Jordan Love was feeling the pressure down the stretch of that game, and it's something that you can absolutely get up. That's why you want to host this game. You don't want to go on the road and have to worry about silent counts, hard counts, all the things that could lead to a mistake here, a mistake there that could be the difference in this type of football game. And we'll break down the X's and O's. We'll get into what we think could be the key matchups, X factors, predictions, and all the rest.
What about the boss's tweet, Evan? Real quick, not to cut you off.
Oh, yeah.
What if you could tell Kyle Shanahan one thing before this game, what would it be? I'll tease it, Evan, but I got something for him. I would be like, you know what, Kyle? Let him hang. And you guys know, shout out planners. You know what I mean? Let him hang. Don't be tight. Like, what would you tell him? Just I know I'm throwing you on the spot, but come on, Kyle, let him hang. I don't think you let him hang last Saturday. You got away with it, but what would you tell Kyle if, hey, ball coach, let me say one thing to you.
I would say do what got you here. Trust in your players.
Damn.
I mean, we've seen him be himself in playoff games, but I'm saying do what's got you here this season. It's trusting Brock Purdy. It's running the rock. It's letting that defense eat. And it's playing like the better team, because if you look up and down this roster, you stack the 54 men up against the Lions. Yes, the Lions got talent. They got Pro Bowlers. They got gunslingers. They got pass rushers. They got a good offensive line. They got all the rest. You're a better team than them at the end of the day. There's a reason why you're the 1 seed.
Okay, no doubt about it. We know anything can happen, Evan, but you are correct. Now, you got me to thinking real quick here about yesterday when I kept, and the thing for me on a personal standpoint this week has been, I've been kind of fixated, and I know we got Emmanuel Acho. What time, Evan?
11:45.
Okay, 11:45. So
also talked to a Super Bowl champ, KJ Wright, at 10:30.
He's always good. So we got those guys joining us, but you know, I kind of was fixated on Wilkes, and you got me to thinking like, Kyle's the coach. And I was driving like, you know what? Evan is right. The reason I bring that up is, do you think this week Kyle stuck his head into the defensive meetings or has something to do with, hey, Steve, how you feeling? What are we coming out with? You know, do you think with all this on the line, Kyle might switch it up? And maybe he does that every week, Evan. I don't know. But if you were Kyle, after that performance last week, regardless, it was good enough to win. Would you have some say-so about the plan of attack to unlock this D-line and have the secondary just do their job to where this team can beat Detroit, suffocate them in advance?
I mean, I don't know how much Kyle Shanahan's sticking his head in the defensive meetings, but I'm sure they're all talking together as coaches. Okay. As long as they're unified, if they're on the same page, I don't really care what the game plan is. As long as they are aligned, which did not seem to be the case for the entirety of the divisional round game, then I'm good with it. I don't want Shanahan meddling too much in places he doesn't need to be. Again, this is what I told you yesterday. If you didn't trust Steve Wilkes, why'd you bring him in the first place? If you didn't trust him to be a defensive coordinator that could be in a position to help you get to a Super Bowl, then you shouldn't have hired him. He shouldn't be in the building. Right. And you're the head coach. You got every single way to make a decision about that, and you did. You decided this was going to be the guy that was going to fall D'Amico Ryans, who followed Robert Saleh. You chose to hire outside of the building. Well, this is what you got. You got a top 3 defense. You got the highest paid defensive line in the NFL. You got an all-pro at the quarterback position. You got 2 all-pro potential linebackers.
Yeah.
I think Dre Greenlaw should be one.
Yep.
You know, you got a secondary that's sure got some holes, but you asked your defensive line to step up, and now it's about going out and doing it.
No, I love it, Evan, and we will find out, like you said, Nick Nolte, 48 hours away from finding out what 49er team we're going to watch try to advance to the Super Bowl. So, I mean, with that said, my tea leaves, I don't have any sources, Evan, but I do believe we'll see Deebo. But what if I were to tell you I am so ultra confident in the Niners offense showing up that it's the defense side of the ball that there's some trepidation there, and we'll know early, we'll know often if they've come to play. But I'm gonna say this back to the offensive side of it. Evan, do you think I'm doing too much if I'm go Kevin Durant in regard to McCaffrey? When that game is over, he has to have a combined 35 touches. I don't care how you divvy it up, but you got to get 35 touches total for Christian McCaffrey. You say what to that?
I don't know if there needs to be a number, but there needs to be an awareness around McCaffrey. If McCaffrey's averaging 6 yards a carry, then yeah, 30 carries in that game might be good enough. The only thing I don't want us to come in on Monday, Goo, and say is, well, McCaffrey got 35 touches. Are you looking at Purdy like you looked at Jimmy G? That's a conversation I don't want to have because some people did it in 2019. It was supposed to be a celebration of them going to their first Super Bowl since the Harbaugh era, and all we could talk about was, well, does Kyle trust his quarterback? I think he trusts this quarterback. I think he trusts number 13. I didn't see it at the end of the first half against Green Bay. We saw a reason to trust him at the end of that game. I also don't think Brock Purdy is going to play like he did the first 3 quarters in which we were wondering what the hell was happening to him in front of our very eyes. I think Brock Purdy's going to have a bounce-back game. The question is it going to be good enough?
Wow, man.
I tend to lean yes.
No doubt. And Mother Nature has done them a favor. He won't have Glovegate. We won't have to, Niner fans won't have to worry about that. But Evan, it's all dependent on what type of sport fan you are. You keep asking me, and I've been just fixated with the fact that the championship game, it's like too many Super Bowls, right? And the Niners are here. But so much of sports, when you talk about the great ones, Brady, Patrick Mahomes, so much of sports and how we differentiate the greats is they perform on the biggest stages. And that's what we're about to see for young Brock Purdy, who didn't get the chance to do it last year in Philly because he got knocked out.
It's incredible, man. This is his second season, first season as a starter. He will have played in 2 NFC championship games.
Damn.
And I know that one technically goes down as a loss because he was starter in that game. But if Brock Purdy makes the Super Bowl, this guy will have, 4 wins in his first 2 seasons as a playoff starter. Not too many people could say that.
Yeah. And Evan, I'm going to say this. The movie will be written. Tobey Maguire would probably be the lead to play Brock in the movie.
You think so?
That's Spider-Man, right?
Yeah, but he played Spider-Man back in 2002.
Somebody help me. We got to find. He is a little older now, but you get what I'm saying, Spadoni.
Timothy
there will be a script. I don't give a damn about how much
the new Spider-Man, Tom Holland. There you go.
Talk to me. But you know what I mean? Like, there's so much for Brock Purdy and his brand, and of course, he ain't worried about none of this stuff. But it'll be movie worthy, man. So that's at stake. The Niners to get their 6th ring, and also Kyle to kind of just cap off his brilliance as a ball coach. If you could kind of get this team to this victory Sunday, get to the Super Bowl, get a win, and then everything I told Steiny, he didn't scoff, but he's like, Goo, you got to start at first base. You got to, before you can get home, you got to get to first base. But it starts Sunday with a win to get to the Super Bowl, and if Brock can get him over the hump, I don't care, he did this or that, or who you think is the MVP. He's the QB, and he'll be the QB for a while if they win this Super Bowl, I believe, Evan.
I believe so. Look, I don't think this team is going anywhere, but it doesn't mean that there isn't urgency on this season because they have done some outstanding things from an offensive standpoint. They have been extremely solid as a defense as a whole over the course of this season, and that's the reason why they're in the Final Four. That's why they're in a position to go to another Super Bowl and to try and capture number 6, to try and bring it back to the Bay. And that's why all emotions, again, are on the table today as far as this show is concerned. If you're feeling nervous, if you're feeling excited, if it's a nervous excitement, I think a lot of people are feeling all of the above.
Yeah.
And that's the great part about football, right, is you go through that roller coaster of the ups and the downs within one play. And then you get 60 minutes of all of that. And that's why it's the best drug in the world, is because we're just going to be sitting there injecting the San Francisco 49ers into our veins for 60 minutes on Sunday.
Yeah, and that's what we did last Saturday night, just to go back to it, because it was a roller coaster. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you're telling me all the different junctures in my mind that game had to where it looked like it just might not be their night. And your boy Brock Purdy leads them down the field in a mannerism to where the score just didn't give them more points, but it kind of sealed the deal. And I go, okay, I need a sports cigarette from the simple fact of, I mean, man, that roller coaster was up, it was down, Evan, but when it was all said and done, it was a good ride, and now it's put you in a position, and Niner fans, I don't know if you go make your hotel reservations and cancel them for Vegas or whatnot, but you do think about that, because if they handle business, you're going and you're going to be there.
Airbnbs are going fast. They are going fast in Las Vegas. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Dale the Guru Johnson. We got KJ Wright in just about 15 minutes. We got Emmanuel Acho of FS1
what up, family?
At 11:45. Can't wait to talk to a friend of the program later on in the show. But this is about the people right now. And I want to hit the phone lines, get out to Trey and Vallejo. Get us going, Trey. How you feeling about Sunday? What's up? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man, Sunday, man, it's going to be very interesting. But, man, let's just cut to the chase. Guru, I'm surprised you ain't talked about this, man. Let's just get to the case. I want to talk about the ruckus in between. Gardner Johnson has been waiting for this matchup, especially with Deebo. Deebo can't punk out now. I know he got the shoulder injury. No excuses. This man called Deebo out in the beginning of the season. Because, remember, these teams was even scheduled to play against each other. Yeah. And this dude said, if we see each other in the playoffs, he told Deebo, you will be locked up going against me. Because he called him a running back.
A glorified running back. Hey, yeah.
Can't run routes.
Yes. So, you know what?
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'll tell you what about that. The fact that Deebo is a game-time decision, don't you think that kind of, I don't want to say hurt it. That's why it's kind of been quiet on the set. Or kudos to Deebo and C.J. Gardner Johnson. I'm like, you know what? We got a game to play. This ain't about East and West Coast. Because we haven't really, because we don't know if Deebo's going to play. So I think that's kind of dampered that feud.
I also wonder how much of that was between the 49ers and the Eagles. And to be fair, Deebo Samuel squashed that beef in Week 13.
Yeah, well,
I mean, he had 3 touchdowns against the Eagles. Yeah. He silenced Lincoln Financial Field, and that was the start of the end for the Philadelphia Eagles. So
and the last
Samuel
good game by the Niners. What would you give me for that?
The what?
The last complete game by the Niners. That Eagle game.
Well, they played a lot of complete games this year, but yeah, I mean they dog walked the Eagles up and down the field.
No, that they did.
That was incredible.
Got the number 1 seed, nailed on to it.
Yes, they did. Mark's in Eagle, Idaho's got a prediction for the game. We're taking them all day long, by the way. If you got a prediction for the game, if you feel confident, if you feel like it's going to be close, we want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. What's up, Mark? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys today?
Fantastic.
Good. Well, I got, as I was sitting on hold and thinking about what I was going to talk about, I got a little bit for Kyle Shanahan, Steve Wilks, and then what I'm hoping
Let's hear it.
For Kyle Shanahan, open up the playbook. It's a regular season, treat it as a regular season game, and I would love to see him throw a couple screen passes. Whether or not he will or not, that's yet to be seen. For Steve Wilks, I love how they rush only 4, but I really think they need to bring some more pressure, whether it's with the linebackers, corners, safety. They need to do something more to get Goff off his spot. And finally, I'm thinking the game is going to turn out 31-20, the Niners, and I hope I'm able to enjoy Sunday's game more than Saturday's because it was so close the whole game I couldn't even enjoy it.
Wow.
I'll take any comment you guys have off the year.
Thanks, Mark. Well, I certainly hope it's not a game that comes down to the wire, so fans don't have to feel like they're sweating the entire time.
Yeah, they want to smoke that lion pack. Yes. I love that. I know that's the slang, but the lion pack.
Want to go big game hunting.
Look at him.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, from the 415 of the Comcast Business Text line, Guru, my friend, I am excited. I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling strong. Let's go.
Yeah. What would you tell Kyle? I love that. Like, man, get McCaffrey the Kevin Durant treatment 35 times, Evan. I really believe that.
Well, as much as we talked about, hey, there's some shortcomings that Kyle has. We feel like there's in-game decision-making that we would want to be a little bit different. Mm-hmm. In the same token, I do think that this is a game that favors what Shanahan likes to do. Like, he can take advantage of an aggressive team, and the Lions make their hay on not just being aggressive. Everyone thinks about Dan Campbell and going for it on fourth down. This is an aggressive defense, and they have to be because their pass defense is the worst of any team left. In fact, I think in terms of EPA, they're 30th in pass defense in the league this season. So they are able to be taken advantage of through the air, and that's why you're talking to our guy, Big Vic, right?
Yeah. Victor Saragosa.
If you're thinking about over-unders, Brock Purdy, I would hammer the over in this game. I know you want this to be a Christian McCaffrey game.
I told him,
I know you want this to be a CMC game. I think this needs to be a Brock game. I really do. Because this Lions defense, you can take advantage of them through the air. Right. They're good against the run. Not to say McCaffrey can't do his thing on the ground, but Brock Purdy needs to be able to pick apart this defense. Well, number one, if they want to win, but then looking ahead, if they want to, of course, get over on one of the two top defenses coming out of the other side, I would like to be able to hope that Brock Purdy could do it against the Lions.
No doubt about it. And Evan, the beautiful thing about football, Spadoni, yourself, me, we don't know how many snaps the Niners are going to get. They kind of control that, but we could see a scenario to where, let's just say they put up 40. I'm just bringing that number up. I mean, you could see McCaffrey get a total of 25 to 28 carries. That's good enough on the ground and out of the backfield or whatnot, lined up out wide. And also, we could see an explosion through the air, which we have. And it's kind of funny. He had that one pass to Kittle in the end zone, and we kind of never saw them take another deep shot the rest of the game. And again, that's neither here nor there, but it is a head scratcher as to, man, they didn't try to go up top any more of that game. And maybe I need to tip my cap to Green Bay, but my thing, Evan, is when you're trying to slay any team, I don't give a damn what they're doing. We're going to have success because I believe I can hit Ayuk or Jennings on a go route, or even Kittle for that matter. And that's what I guess I mean if I had that conversation with Kyle. Test that. Test them. And you talked about their leaky secondary. I mean, the stats are not favoring the Lions' pass defense at all. Test it. Test that thing.
And there's prime conditions for throwing the ball this weekend, as opposed to the rain.
Yeah.
I know Jordan Love didn't have a problem throwing in the rain, but we've seen Brock Purdy struggle in the conditions. And you know what? I don't care because it ain't raining this weekend.
Look at E.
Like if you tell me that Brock Purdy can't play in the rain, that's fine. He doesn't have to play in the rain every weekend.
And there'll be no rain.
He's going to be playing in 70 degrees and sunny skies or foggy skies this weekend. It doesn't matter. He's playing in a dome at Allegiant Stadium. He does not have to play against the rain the rest of the season. So it doesn't matter to me. Right now, Brock Purdy's got everything he needs to do what he can do. It looks like Deebo Samuel was a limited participant yesterday. He's trending towards playing this weekend. If he's out there, they got their full complement of weapons. And if not, you still got, and this is something that I think has flown under the radar, maybe because Amon-Ra's on the other side, you have one of the most efficient wide receivers in football.
Damn.
Brandon Ayuk didn't make a Pro Bowl, but he made the second team. He was an all-pro this year because of how good he is when the ball is thrown his direction. He's one of the most efficient, if not the most efficient receivers in the game. He receives, I think, the 30th or 35th amount of targets.
Damn.
But he's number one in yards per target. When he gets the ball thrown his way, he makes the most of it. And so I want to see Brock Purdy utilize that weapon because he's got a ton of them. And Ayuk, I think he's a little hungry. I think they need to feed him.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, you just mentioned the conditions last week. I'm sitting there, the game's over, and I'm like, man, how did Green Bay even stay in that game? But he only had 6 targets last week. Brandon Ayuk, he caught half of them, 3, and the other 3 were probably uncatchable. But, Evan, you are right. Feed them. Feed George Kittle and everything should take care of itself. And to that caller's point about getting Jared Goff off his spot, again, it comes down to execution, play calling, scheme. If we'll see stunts by the D-line or by Wilkes or whatnot. But, Evan, you would think going into this game with the Niner defense being what it's been throughout the season and the reputation they have, that shouldn't be hard to get Goff off his spot.
What do you think the reputation of the defense is? I'm just curious.
Physical and nasty.
You think?
Yeah. Look at Dallas. Look at the Philly game. They dressed in black. I love you for that one. Men in black. Like, that's kind of gone away, but they really haven't needed it up until last week. And, again, when I say, in my prediction, 38-10, I believe you had Green Bay scoring 17. Not too far off, Evan, but I never once thought they could control the edges, Green Bay, and have the ball as long as they did. So, again, that scares me, but I have to, just like a good flush when you're in the restroom, you flush that game out, it's gone, you start, you start fresh, and here we go, Evan. Because,
Well, I do want to ask someone that played on that side of the football that question on the other side, because we got a former Super Bowl champion, Pro Bowler, played here in the Bay for a bit. KJ Wright is going to join us on the other side when we return on 95.7 The Game. By the way, it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. That segment was also brought to you by Farmer's Dog. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson up next on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Super Bowl champ KJ Wright's going to join us. We also got Emmanuel Acho of FS1 coming up at 11:45 later on in the show. We'll be taking your calls all day long as the Niners get set for the Lions. NFC Championship game is 48 hours away. We got more coming your way on the other side of 95.7 The Game.
From better poops to more energy, when you switch your dog's food to the Farmer's Dog, the effects can feel magical. What sorcery is this? None at all.
things in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. It's time to go out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line as we get set for NFC Championship weekend. None other than KJ Wright, former Super Bowl champ and Pro Bowler KJ Wright. Currently, you can catch his podcast, KJ All Day, on Spotify, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, and much more. KJ, friend of the program, thank you for joining us, man. How are you?
Fellas, doing well. How y'all doing?
All right.
Oh, fantastic. Look, you've been in the trenches. You've been in these games before. What is the mentality as everything continues to ramp up every single playoff round, wild card, divisional, now conference championship weekend? You can taste a trip to the Super Bowl. What is the mentality going to a game like this?
This round is when you can really feel like, oh, my goodness, we got past the wild card. We got past the divisional round. I could really see me hoisting that Lombardi trophy. I just have one more opponent left in my way, one more opponent standing in what I really want to go get, and we have got to go win this game to go get to Las Vegas. And so people ask me all the time, which is more intense? Which is more intense? Without question, guys, it's the NFC Championship. I mean, it's just the mentality, the energy. You're in a home crowd or you're in an away crowd. And it's just no better feeling than, obviously the Super Bowl is the better feeling, but there's no better feeling like knowing that you're going to the game because you've been dreaming of this your whole entire life. And when you finally get there on your home turf, it's a great feeling.
KJ, man, you were a part of one of the best defensive units to ever do it. Last week, I told my partner and the fans, 38-10, Green Bay has no chance. And a lot of that, KJ, was the Niner defense had been, the big bad bullying. It was nasty. And last week, they didn't get home. Is that something they can just, Mariah Carey, just shake it off and it means nothing? Or I don't want to call it a slump. How much of a concern is that for Niner fans to think, can they just hit a button and show up and cause ruckus for Golf and Company?
No, they're going to shake it off. They're going to shake it off. Let's remember, guys, a lot of these guys on the football field had 2 weeks off. They didn't play that much week 18, and obviously they had the bye week in the first round of the playoffs. And so I saw it. I saw those guys. They looked a little tired, a little sluggish, a little winded. The chemistry wasn't quite there on either side of the football. Neither one of the offenses or defense was looking like the number one team in the NFC when they played against the Packers, especially in their first half last week. And so by all means, the 49ers have been my favorite team to watch all year. This defense has been outstanding all year. This offense, I've enjoyed watching these guys put up all the numbers that they putting up. And so I do believe we want to see a different ball game come this Sunday. I need for Kyle Shanahan, his game plan last week versus the Packers, I did not like. I did not like at all. I know that Deebo Samuel went out the game, but he just did way too many things that he hasn't done all football season. Get back to the run game. Play action, Brock Purdy. If I see a lot of 3-step drop, a lot of 5-step drop like I saw this past Sunday or this past Saturday, then I don't see the Niners winning. Wow. So run the ball, play action, Brock Purdy, get him downfield, and hopefully Deebo Samuel is healthy enough to make this offense more explosive.
KJ Wright joining us here on the Boxer and Gerson guest line, former Super Bowl champion, Pro Bowl linebacker, played for one of the greatest defenses of all time. We appreciate his insight. KJ, you mentioned Brock Purdy, and when I look at this kind of game, I understand that McCaffrey is kind of the fire starter for this 49ers offense, but that is where Detroit is very stout. Where they are not is against the pass. I think this needs to be a Brock Purdy game if, to your point, the 49ers are to advance to the Super Bowl. How do you expect Brock Purdy to bounce back after his performance against Green Bay? I know he had the game-winning drive, but for most of that game played beneath what we expect from him. What do you expect to see from Brock Purdy on Sunday?
I expect a bounce back. I'm a big fan of Brock Purdy and the last 5 minutes of their ball game. That's what I'm accustomed to seeing. I'm accustomed to seeing someone that's confident. I'm accustomed to seeing one that knows how to get the ball out quickly and make good decisions. But here's the thing, guys. Throughout the ball game, in the meat and potatoes in the heart of the ball game, that's when he has got to be on point. Like I said, this past week, Kyle Shanahan, for some reason, decided to just do quick game, a lot of 3-step, 5-step drops. He did a lot of check downing to Christian McCaffrey. And so they do have their same game plan. I fully expect for Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator of the Lions, to take away that safety blanket from Brock Purdy, take away the check down and force him to throw the ball downfield. He can do that. I believe that is something that he really want to hang his hat on. Just get the ball out to the check down, let Christian McCaffrey give me 7-8 yards, and set us up for a manageable third down.
KJ, I got to be careful here. You mentioned Deebo, and we know he's 50-50. My partner and I, we expect him to play. But can you take us behind the curtains if you're a Detroit Lion defender? Okay, yes, his shoulder. Are they trying, when they get a chance to tackle him, is the game going so fast it's just a regular tackle? Or do they talk like, man, we got to see if that thing is okay when we tackle him to try to inflict pain and maybe get him out the game?
We call it lay heavy on them.
Oh.
Lay heavy on them. When you tackle a guy, however much you weigh, put all your body weight on his body. It's not dirty. It's not being malicious. Lay heavy on him. That's just the name of the game. And so for Deebo Samuel, the really, really great athletes know how to play through pain. They know how to protect their body even in the midst of playing in the most violent sport on the planet. And so when he does get his carries, when he does get his catches, if you see two guys coming, you know what you do? You do a Tyler Lockett. What he does best, and you just lay on the ground. You just fall for it and do not let these guys hit you. But I know his makeup. I know his DNA. That's going to be hard for Deebo Samuel to do. But if his shoulder is banged up, you do not want to take those hits because guys' mentality on the defensive side of the football, we got to attack these guys and see if he can make it the direction of the football game.
KJ Wright joining us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Check out his podcast, KJ All Day, on Spotify, YouTube, wherever you download your podcasts. Also, you can hear him on Seattle's ESPN 710 AM, The KJ Wright Show. You mentioned Kyle Shanahan and the game plan in which was kind of uncharacteristic for what we've seen the majority of this season and the offense. He coached, in my opinion, passively on Saturday. Compare that with Dan Campbell, who might be the most aggressive head coach out there. Do you look at them as a battle of styles, or like how do you sort of slice up the head coaches? Because I think no one would say Kyle Shanahan is a lesser coach than Dan Campbell. But in my opinion, if there is a way for Detroit to win this game, it is taking advantage of the fact that you have a head coach that will maximize possessions or will try to maximize possessions opposite a head coach that might turtle up a little bit and might not get the most out of possessions.
Let's just take a look at Kyle Shanahan's track record. Let's take it back when he was with the Falcons in the Super Bowl. And we saw the decisions that he made in that ball game. Should have run the ball, decided to pass. Matt Ryan take a sack. Patriots win the ball game. Let's take it to the other Super Bowl versus the Chiefs, if I'm not mistaken. Just like, man, what are you doing? Like, just keep running the ball. Why are you doing this in this situation? And I see this game plan last week, and I'm like, this isn't you. This isn't what got you to the divisional round of the playoffs. I think he had way too much time on his hands with that bye week. And so for Kyle Shanahan, you are the greatest play caller in this game right now. You are the best when it comes to maximizing your talent on offense. But just do what got you there. Do the little things right. Just don't make stuff up, as Coach Carroll would say. And so I'm really excited to see him make this offense be what they've been all football season. Because when Kyle Shanahan is on, the rest of this offense is on.
KJ, walk us through the week that is for like Ambry Thomas. A couple guys in the secondary had a problem with the flag. How nervous are they that Detroit doesn't try to exploit that?
Exploit what exactly?
Like throwing the ball downfield and hoping for a flag because it's in their mind or whatnot. I thought Green Bay got away from that.
Yes, they did, and as defenders, we're very aware of what these referees are looking for. We're very aware of the style of referees that we're going to have. Coach Carroll would tell us all the time, this referee, he's aggressive on the back end. He calls each and everything up front in the trenches. They're going to let you guys play. Don't be looking for a holding call. And so we go into a game knowing what type of referees we want to have. When you're out there on the football field, man, we got to just play ball. We got to play ball, make the right play. They throw it downfield. You go up there, don't draw any contact, simply get the ball down. And so it's going to be fun. For these referees, stay out the way. Don't mess up an NFC Championship game. It's going to be fun. Like, both of these teams have earned the right to be here. They've earned the right to just have an opportunity to go to the Super Bowl. Let's just see an exciting game. And don't let it come down to an iffy call like we saw in the Super Bowl this past year.
KJ Wright, Super Bowl champion winning player with the Seattle Seahawks. Also, of course, a Pro Bowl linebacker joining us on 95.7 The Game. Want to get you out on this, KJ. You mentioned, what might be able to change the game, flip the game. What do you think the X factor is in this game, and how do you see it playing out? Who do you think is coming out of the NFC?
I got the Niners. I have the San Francisco 49ers. I fully expect Deebo Samuel to be healthy and to be out there and to get through the game, and just the talent, just the Jimmys and the Joes. You guys got it. How many? 9 Pro Bowlers?
Oh, yeah.
A gang of all pros. Just the talent that you guys have on your football team, the coaching that you guys have. I expect this defense to bounce back. It wasn't crazy. It wasn't crazy bad versus the Packers, but they're a more dominant football team than that. And the field situation, you saw that Gibson slipped for a touchdown. Like, guys were slipping and sliding. If that doesn't play in a factor, I got the Niners coming out of the NFC playing the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Well, no Lamar. Yeah.
Oh,
no
man.
Lamar. Yeah.
The NFL guys, we know how the NFL thinks. It's about the money. They want Taylor Swift and the Swifties there.
Wow,
come on,
conspiracy.
you know this.
Look at KJ.
You know this.
I love it.
Okay, KJ, we appreciate you taking time out of your day for us. We certainly hope you're right about the 49ers, and we look forward to seeing a great game. Enjoy it this weekend, man. Thank you so much.
It's going to be fun. Thank you, guys.
All right, that's the Super Bowl champ, Goo. He's got the 49ers in the bowl.
Yeah, and now I should bet on the Chiefs because of Taylor Swift. Like, that ain't real, Evan, right? Nah.
Well, it's funny because it depends on which conspiracy theory you abide by, right? You could say, well, the NFL wants the money, they want the Swifties there, or you could take the Super Bowl advertisement and the color scheme that's racked up in there.
But the world watches anyway,
the
Evan.
red and the purple.
Okay.
Is that going to be the Niners and the Ravens? Who's it going to be?
Now, I sent that to you as Fedonio. I sent you too much. But FP was saying that this week, too, about Swift brings all these different eyes. It's the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't have much of a read on the AFC Championship
It's
game.
going to be great, too, though, leading into the Niner game. Good God.
Well, and that's honestly my favorite part about this weekend is we got 2, I think, really good games. Now, I expect the Niners to do what they need to do to win, and I expect them to be representing the NFC. But both sides, it looks like we're going to have 2 damn good opponents that can kind of take advantage of what the other likes to do. They have schematic advantages here. The roster might favor one side in this area, but I think we're going to have 2 really good football games on Sunday, and that's ideally what you want in the Final Four.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Evan. So we'll see it play out and what narratives are to be written and come out of both of these games. But again, KJ talked about it. We've kind of heard it a lot during this week. And to the Niners' credit, they didn't use this, Evan, but they were off. And you pointed out, they kind of punted on the Ram game. Purdy didn't play. A lot of guys didn't play. So maybe that had something to do with their lackluster performance that we're accustomed to offensively. And that's what I just think the Lions aren't going to be able to bottle up on a nice sunny day here in the Bay. With everything at stake, I just don't see a scenario to where the Niner offense is stagnant again. I just don't.
No, and I think, again, we talked about it. The Niners played like a C game.
Yeah.
Maybe to be nice. Yeah, exactly. They did not play very well against the Packers. Packers, I thought, did play well. The Packers didn't play their A game either, but they certainly played better than the Niners for the majority of the game, but the Niners made the plays when it counts. And that is also one of the advantages to KJ's point about having all that talent on your roster. You don't need to play flawlessly when you have the better team, you have the advantage, but what you need to do is make the plays when they count. And that's something that Brock Purdy throughout the season has consistently done. Now he's had a couple down games, as all quarterbacks do, but for the most part, the Niners need Brock Purdy to make, I would say, 5 to 6 really great plays throughout this game. I think he can do that. Now
We've seen it.
Yeah, he'll also have to deliver the ball and get the ball in his playmakers' hands. They'll have to be able to run the ball effectively and protect him and all the rest offensively that's conducive to success. But if he makes 5 to 6 Brock Purdy-esque plays in this football game, I find it hard to believe that the offense doesn't return to form like you're talking about.
No doubt. And we're talking about, remember what was the hashtag, Purdy for 30 or, 30 gang? because we had seen it so much throughout the season. Hashtag random, Evan. We saw LaFleur win the toss and elect to get the ball, and I was like, dude, what are you doing? He did it against Dallas. They went down and scored. This week they got a field goal. If you're Kyle and you win the toss, you're at home. To me, you put your defense on the field first, and you got that in case you need it. It's like a turnover because you get the ball after half, which the Niners did, went 3 and out. But what would you elect to do if you win the toss and you're Kyle this week?
Well, you defer. Okay, and I don't look at that as playing conservative. To me, that's just playing smart. That's also, again, the advice for Kyle Shanahan. And if you have any, please call in at 888-957-9570. If you got a message for Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers before they take on the Lions, we are taking it up until 2 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. My thing is, do what got you here. And what have the 49ers done all season? They've deferred. When they win the toss, they take the ball out of the locker room in the second half. They don't want it at the beginning of the game because to me, it kind of factors into that 1-and-1, right? Or the 2-for-1, the beginning of the first half. If you can come out and get a stop and a score, you lock in on both sides of the football immediately, and you essentially dictate the terms of engagement. Same thing at the half. Even if you don't play your best football, you have a chance to go down and score.
That's huge.
I know they didn't.
Yeah, 3 and out.
They didn't at the beginning or the end of that 2-for-1. But you give yourself the best chance to maximize points. And the 49ers, to their credit offensively this season, have done a damn good job at maximizing points.
Yeah, I can't wait, Evan. I'm fired up. And I know I said this to you yesterday. Nobody probably cares. The real ones care. But Joe Montana will be an honorary captain. So you talk about all, and you see it throughout the season, but the rich history of the alumni there. And now the last time they hosted an NFC championship game in 19, they won and went on to the Super Bowl. And I just feel like, again, I told Steiny, destiny is on their side, and that's why that kick was missed. And that's why you could play a C- game. You could D+ if you want, Evan, and still get away with the win because that's all that matters. So we'll know here shortly. And when I see you again here Monday, I mean, it's going to be euphoria or – I don't care what kind of fan you are, and if you hate the medium that is sports analysis and the stuff on TV, but a bunch of stuff react to new information, Evan. A lot of guys will, and things will be said and made about, oh, he can't win the big one, whether you like it or not. But let's be honest, that's what this is about. And they control their destiny, and we'll see if it's about Brock Purdy playing in the Super Bowl and Kyle getting his first.
Yeah, exactly. I think look, if the Niners win and they get to their second Super Bowl in 5 years, we're going to be talking about them knocking on the door and finally being able to get this thing done, right? They've been there before. And this is a chance. I also don't think it should go understated about how just rare this is to see from a quarterback in this spot. For example, the name that unfairly Brock Purdy is associated with all the time is Joe Montana. We saw that thrown a lot around on Saturday. I think it was inappropriate, but I can see how people would make the connection, right? I believe the only 49ers quarterback, the last one that I can remember, Joe Montana in his first year as a starter in 81, won it all.
Yeah.
That's who Brock Purdy is trying to become. That's rare air. That's history. That's historic. That's what he's trying to do. And so I do want to put into perspective just how difficult that is to win it all as a first-year starter. Brock Purdy had starts last year. He got to an NFC championship, so he's been here before, but he didn't get a chance to play in that game.
No doubt.
He hadn't been a home 10-point favorite in the rain like he was before. These are new things that Brock Purdy is still experiencing, even though it feels like we know everything about him.
No doubt about it, Evan. And just hearing you say that he would have actually got it done sooner than Joe had he was able to stay healthy and finish that game. Let's just say they beat the Eagles and go win the Super Bowl. But, Evan, I will say this, and we talked about it throughout the week, and now that we're getting closer to tip, there is a lot of pressure on everybody in the red and gold, Kyle included. But, man, there's a lot riding on Brock Purdy's shoulder. Like, this is a moment, Evan. This is a moment for him, and I think it's more amped up the fact that they are at home. And I don't know what went on. And, again, it's a team game. What went on last week to where they didn't put their best foot forward offensively, how much of that was pressure. But I tell you what, that pressure, as KJ just told us, is going to be amped up times 1,000.
It is. And to your point, if for some reason they don't win this football game, on Monday, we're going to come in and the conversation to me is going to be, well, is Kyle Shanahan Philly Andy Reid? Is he the guy that can get it done? Can he? Can he not? Because to me, I'm not going to look, Brock Purdy, even if I don't think he's going to, but if he plays like he did on Saturday, the Niners lose, or for the first 3 quarters, and the Niners lose, I'm not going to look at a 23-year-old and be like, you're the problem. Right now, the 49ers have a great chance to win to get to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. I would say even win the Super Bowl potentially. But, these things don't always just happen. I know they've happened recently for the 49ers. We've come to expect them, but they don't just happen, and they don't happen easily. And so even though I do think the Niners, just from a matchup perspective, have advantages across the board against Detroit, I think they should be able to beat the Lions, and I think they should be representing the NFC in Las Vegas in 2 weeks. It doesn't mean that it's going to look easy throughout this football game. Just like last week was not easy.
No doubt. That's what you had me thinking. Just like 38-10. We'll give our predictions before we get out of here. But yeah, Evan, and they already experienced that to where Green Bay was a whole. So much of sports, Evan, is mental. It was almost like, okay, yeah, they were playing Green Bay, but so much of it was they were playing themselves too. When you talk about pressure and being able to, just play the best version of yourself. Like that ain't easy. The great ones make it look easy, but we'll see what goes down. We can tell if the coaches are tight, decisions, and we'll react accordingly Monday. What you laughing at?
For the 415 in the Comcast business text line just came in. Man Campbell versus Boy Genius. Man bites kneecaps, boy bites fingernails. Advantage Detroit.
Man.
Like, do you seriously...
We're going to bite a kneecap off?
I mean, seriously.
He was a Neanderthal after that presser. We were like, yeah, whatever. And now he's the man.
We're talking about him like he was Conan before he slayed the giant.
Well, who are you?
Well,
look at him now.
There's a couple takes out there that are aging.
And give
like
me
milk.
Spadoni and Evan, if you can, even Loveman. How many coaches could kick their players' ass? Like if Kyle got in a fight with any player, I'm taking the player. Dan Campbell gets in a fight I'm taking him over golf. Everybody on offense. Dude is a humongous.
I think Saul is up there too. Saul's a big guy.
Saul.
Don't want to mess with him.
Dude, but like Dan Campbell might be able to pin Penei Sewell. I can't. He might go for the literally kneecaps.
His forearms last. I'm like, this dude he might be able to still play, Evan.
When the coaches shake hands after the game, like if Dan Campbell wanted to break Kyle Shanahan's arm, he probably could do it. Give him the old Harbaugh, Jim Schwartz.
Ever have your hand lost with somebody that just has mittens like Kawhi? I have, and you're trying to play it off like, let it go.
Every single former military vet that I have shaken hands with will break my hand. Like I come from a military family.
Yeah.
So I remember, and this is a quick story before I hit the break here, my great uncle was like 95 at the time before he passed away. He was a paratrooper at D-Day.
Yeah.
He fought in Normandy. This dude at age 95 would just swallow my hand and just stare at me, smile, and just squeeze and crush it. At age 95, it was incredible. All those guys, man.
Dude, but Noah, real quick, he would say, son, you can tell a lot by a man's grip. So every time I introduce I try to squeeze the hell out of him like I'm squeezing the little, to make your hand stronger. It doesn't work, but, you always want that, Yeah.
Well, Kyle Shanahan might need a stress ball on Sunday.
Yeah.
And if you got a message for Kyle Shanahan, we want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Also a reminder, we're live and local all day Sunday for NFL Championship Weekend beginning at 9 a.m. Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett, get you rolling, taking you up until the kickoff show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before. That's 1 o'clock. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area presented by Habas Law. If you've been wrong, Habas Law. If you've been wrong, Habas Law will fight to make it right. That was my Steiny impression. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Also a reminder to check out all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Rewind it. Go check out KJ Wright. Just had him on, former Super Bowl champ. Also watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
The road to Vegas is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
During MVP's bonus days at
local on 95.7 The Game.
Can you feel it? We can. We can, Evan. It's the championship game.
Was that Jake or Moses?
Oh, that was Moses.
That was Moses.
I'm going to give you a 3.
Yeah, he's out right now. They might need Jake Moody. They're going to need him at some point in this postseason to make a massive kick. And I wonder if he's up for it, Goo.
I was open gym last night,
What you?
Oh, I thought you were a word game. My bad.
Oh.
Yeah. They had it, Evan.
Talking about
Oh, my bad. I can feel it.
All right. Wait.
Yeah. Sorry, Evan. I read you wrong.
No. You're all good. We got 45 minutes until Emmanuel Acho joins us from FS1. Of course, you can catch him all weekdays on Speak. He's going to join us, friend of the program, big Brock Purdy fan.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to hearing what he says. I mean, look, Goo, I do wonder what people feel like the game plan is for this game, or what the vibe of this game is going to be, because I think partially because of the climate, partially because of the opponent.
Now, when you say climate, what do you mean?
Well, it's not going to be raining.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's going to be 65 and overcast. It's going to be dry. The Lions are going to be outside. And I think conditions are going to have this pretty much net neutral. Like, there's not going to be one advantage one way or the other. You're going to be able to put your toe in the dirt, dig, turn, burst. Like, everything is going to be reset.
Yep.
I think it's going to look like a very different game. I think they're going to look like the 49ers that we've come to know and love this season.
No doubt. I'm with you.
That's the way I'm leaning.
Yeah, and it's the way Vegas is leaning too. And I don't think there's not too many people not from Detroit walking around the Bay Area feeling like when this game is over, Evan, there is no reason the Niners are representing the National Football Conference in the Super Bowl. So we'll see what the Niners do with that. I guess we could call it public sentiment. But right now, I just don't see how the Detroit Lions can come in here. Evan, I don't want to say keep it close, but, have us watch a repeat of what we did in regard to a close game like we did in the divisional round, and that being Green Bay last week. I just think the Niners had their scare, because that's what it was last week. It was a scare. KJ Wright talked about the rust factor. Niners, again, to their credit, haven't even used that as an excuse. But, Evan, I'm with you. A dry track, kind of like you in January, dry January. So I expect the Niners to get after it, man.
About 3 hours away from ending that.
Look at him.
About 3 hours
Plans.
away. Well, I mean, it's the 26th. We can cut this thing short. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you got a vibe on this game, if you got a read on it, we want to hear from you. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. If you got a message for Kyle Shanahan, we do want to hear that, because especially just stacking him up against Dan Campbell, and from the 650, Dan Campbell looks like a bar fight brawler.
Dude.
Shout out Roadhouse. And thanks for all the laughs. You're welcome.
Craig G. Campbell is Jesse Ventura. That's a good call. That's who he looks like, the wrestler.
The old. Wait, is he the one that ran for office? Jesse Ventura?
Well, Spadoni helped me.
Yeah, former governor of Minnesota.
That's right.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
He won.
Why do I know him as a politician as opposed to
Jesse the Body Ventura?
Wow. Yeah.
There you
Big
go.
dude.
Well, Dan Campbell certainly got. Well, he doesn't have a big gut.
Yeah.
But got a body on him. Let's get out to Fremont.
Don't talk about that.
I'm heads in Fremont. Save us, man. What's up? How you feeling about Sunday's game?
What's up, fellas? Happy Friday to you all.
Yes, sir.
Back at you.
Yeah, so I had a message for Kyle Shanahan, and I agree with Steiny, just like you said, that pressure, I mean, the weather had a lot to do with it and everything too, but that was a close game, and that was a lucky, but hey, a win is a win. So I think Kyle Shanahan has to bring his A game for his players. They got to get up on defense and offense, and I have a good feeling that we're going to take it all.
All right.
Thanks, Ahmed.
Yeah, you're right. You sound like Steiner, baby.
Yeah, shut the hell up.
Yeah, right. We love you, Steiner.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Hopefully I don't need a new hip anytime soon. By the way, that was the impression, I believe, of Deebo Samuel on the Kay Adams show, because she was asking him if he was like, ready to go or ready to come back, and you just heard like a yay,
yay,
yay.
That's great stuff.
Hopefully there's going to be a lot of yays at the end of the Sunday game, because the 49ers look, and this is also what I want to get into also. To me, this this game is more about the 49ers. Like, if the 49ers show up and they play the way we believe they can, they should win this game. And that is why I feel comfortable, or not comfortable, but confident. It's one of the reasons I feel confident is because when you are the better team in a football game, you have to essentially, fall off the tracks in order to let an opposing team in. I don't think the 49ers will do that 2 games in a row. Number one, because even in the regular season, I know they had the 3-game slide, but Cleveland's a game that came down to a kick. You missed it, you lost. Minnesota, if there's not a halftime breakdown right before Charvarius Ward makes a pick, you probably beat Kirk Cousins. Cincinnati is the one game along with Baltimore that you've really just been dragged.
They put hands on you.
Exactly. They have not played successively bad games or embarrassing games 2 times in a row. I don't think Saturday was necessarily embarrassing, but it was a C effort. I don't see back-to-back C efforts from this team that I've watched for 17 regular season games.
I appreciate that, Evan, and I believe you. And again, not to be redundant, I'm a guy that's been saying destiny is on Kyle Shanahan's side and his football team and the Bay Area. It's time for them to go get their ring and get back to the Super Bowl. So I'm not going to run from that, even though we saw a game that was kind of lackluster, confusing, baffling at times by everybody in the red and gold. But again, they got it done. So, I got to be careful here, Evan. I thought Green Bay had won their Super Bowl and shocked the world in Dallas, winning that game. So I kind of thought they would come in like fat cats and just happy to be in the game. And boy, was I wrong. They tried to take that thing and shock the world. They didn't do it, and I feel like Detroit has a lot of that going on. You'd mentioned earlier in the week that they're the darlings right now, and I get it. They're America's team. Jamel Hill joined Bonte and Shasky earlier this week and said this is the biggest game in Detroit sports history. I don't agree, but, just it's up there. I get that. So is Detroit going to try to, get it past the 1 yard line and, be underdogs in the Super Bowl? But to do that, you got to go, Joe. You got to pull off an upset. And, I think of Joe Namath and some of the Villanova over Houston in the NCAA finals way back then, Charles and company. So I just don't see that happening. But, Evan, what I believe has no bearing on the Niners being able to execute their assignments and for them to play sound football and Kyle coach a great game and Wilkes, the same, and nobody fumble. And that's why we watch. So with all that said, being proactive, if the Niners handle their business, they should be in Vegas. And the last question is what goes down at 12 o'clock in the AFC on who you and I are talking about Monday as their opponent.
Well, I do think there needs to be appropriate fear, as there should be in every matchup. Doesn't mean you can't feel confident. Doesn't mean you can't also feel anxious. But you have to have appropriate fear of your opponent. And I think from the Lions' perspective, my appropriate fear is because of how much they can run the football, and specifically how they're able to run outside the numbers, which is an area that the Niners have been hurt, not just against the Packers, but all season long. This is a Lions team that gets outside the tackles and did so against Tampa Bay with regularity, and that's a very good run defense. Meanwhile, the Niners, outside of the tackles, allow 5.4 yards per carry. That's 20th in the league.
Wow.
So the combination of Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, if those tackles are able to set the edge, do pose a very difficult challenge for the 49ers run D, one that, when they're on their toes, we saw Nick Bosa getting chipped. Chase Young has been a solid addition, but he hasn't been the guy that's come in and provided a Christian McCaffrey trade-like impact. In fact, I didn't really see his name a whole lot come up on the Saturday broadcast. So if he can't set the edge, then the Lions might feel confident in this game, and that's where my appropriate fear comes in. It's with the Lions' ability to run the football, but mostly them able to get to the corners.
No, that's real. And I'll tell you this just about Chase Young, and obviously it's not today for today. But, Evan, when that trade was consummated and they talked about his future, I just thought it was a given. He was going to be with his college buddy, Bosa, for a long time. And if we don't see him disruptive this Sunday, I don't know if it's a given that he's coming back. And I know it's not about next year's roster, but that's just kind of how pedestrian he's being, Evan. You are right. And I just wonder maybe if that's why he was available and Washington said night with Rivera and company. But it's imperative that he shows up, and it's imperative that you keep this Russian attack by Detroit, which is their staple. We talk about Goff, St. Brown, and Laporta and the rest of the gang, but it starts there. And I still, until kickoff, have not shook the first drive by Green Bay and Aaron Jones.
14 plays.
No doubt. In 7.5 minutes, like that just wasn't on the bingo card. So you are right. I think Detroit, you tell me if you think I'm wrong, is a better running team than the Packers. So if the Packers were able to have success, it's just about how much confidence you and I or Niner fans have of the coaching staff and players to get in that mindset to say, you know what, a lot's going to jump off today in these 60 minutes. But let me tell you what ain't going to happen. Detroit running right up, on getting to the outside, setting the tone. Because if you do that, then you talk about Goff comfortable play action pass, then it's just about them doing whatever they want in regard to their offense.
Well, I thought there were a couple things that factored into the Niners not being able to stop the Packers' run D. Number one, they hadn't played in a couple weeks, so there was some rust. They got the ball and just decided to get physical immediately. Number two, there was a muddy track. There's some conditions that don't allow you to play at your full speed. Number three, and this was a weird thing with Green Bay all year, Aaron Jones didn't really play a lot during the season. Now, he got busy against Dallas when he was 100%, but he was in and out the entire season with injuries, so you didn't really know what Green Bay's run game looked like. Not to say that you got more tape on Detroit makes it easier to stop, but I think that the 49ers are more prepared for what they're going to see on Sunday versus the Lions. It doesn't mean that they're going to be able to just stop it immediately, but I think if you're talking about preparation, it's easier to know what the Lions are throwing at you as far as their run game than what the Packers have.
Nice take. And I'll say this, because we kind of talked about it. I know I did. I didn't understand the 39 pass attempts from Brock Purdy. Obviously, Kyle Shanahan controls that.
Yeah.
And you talk about the conditions. But, Evan, if I'm sitting up here telling you, just from a personal standpoint, I want the Kevin Durant treatment. 35 touches. I don't care how you do it. Combination of rushes and catches out the backfield. But now you got me thinking with Detroit's quote-unquote porous pass D, would this be the game where we see Purdy put it up 39 to 40 times, if not more?
I don't know about 40. So that number is also interesting to me, too, because if Purdy's passing the ball a lot, I don't think it's because the passing game is going well. Like, when we see Brock Purdy operate with efficiency and he's dicing defenses and he's putting the ball into tight windows and he's 80 or 70-plus completion percentage, he's generally in the 25 to 30 pass attempt range because that's where they're maximizing plays. That's where Purdy's moving the ball in the intermediary part of the field. That's where he's pushing the ball deep down the field. There was a lot of those dinks and dunks on Saturday because I think it was raining, he was uncomfortable, and he was rusty.
Yeah.
I don't expect those things to all be factors against the Lions. Now, also defensively, Detroit doesn't have a great secondary. I think Purdy is going to be better, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to throw the ball 35, 40 times. Again, if they're throwing it more than 30 times, it's because the game plan is not going according to script. I don't think they want to throw it 40 times, but I do think early and often Kyle Shanahan will try and open up and kind of soften up that defensive line for the Lions with the pass.
All right, I'm here for it. I got my popcorn ready.
I do too.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's hit the phone lines. John is in Oakland, wants to talk about one of his favorite subjects. Mr. I'm built for this. Steve Wilkes, what's up, John? You're on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, boys? How you guys doing today?
All right, baby.
Awesome, man. How are you?
All right. I'm doing just fine. I can't wait till Sunday, man. I'm all ready to go. But I'll tell you what, Wilkes, he better change it up, man. He better drastically change that defense up because we cannot have what we had last Saturday. I don't know what he has to do, maybe blitz more or whatever. But like you guys said, we got to stop that outside run one way or the other. That's what I feel. And if we do that, I think we got the game in the bag. And Mr. Purdy, this kid, unfortunately, man, he has been taking so many down slaps in the face and that's got to stop, man, because this kid is the real deal. And you guys enjoy the game, and let's go Niners.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Yeah, I mean, Steve Wilkes does have... So, Steve Wilkes, to me, is the most likely scapegoat.
No.
If they win, if they lose this game.
Totally agree.
He's the easiest person to blame. He's the easiest person to blame. Personally, and I'm not even going to look at Purdy because, again, this is his second playoff trip. He's 23 years old. I think he's going to be back in situations like this in the future, even if they don't get to the Super Bowl, which I think they will. To me, if there's someone that you look at the end of this game, if it goes wrong, it's got to be the head coach. It has to be the head coach, to me.
Wow, that's interesting, man.
I might be in the minority, but...
Yeah, but I guess, Evan, you are correct, and you hit me yesterday with, this is his team, Goo. He oversees every sector of the team. But you and I both know, Evan, look around, and, I cited Philadelphia. There are a bunch of fall guys, and so many times the right guy is not the fall guy, is the wrong guy is the fall guy. But I am looking at this defense, and I'm asking you point-blank range now, do you think collectively we all overestimated the Niners' defense? I want to say, before you go, hell no.
That we overestimated them?
Oh, yeah,
Well, they're not the 85 Bears. Like, they're not just going to sit up there and throw shutouts against teams.
No doubt about it, and I'm not saying that, but you can meet me halfway. They were a top 3 defense, if not the best defense in the NFC, especially after doing what they did to Philly and doing what they did to Dallas throughout, and you're led by Bosa, Warner, and Greenlaw. Like, this was the unit that was supposed to be suffocating. And I know it's one game, but I do have questions now about, okay, whose job is it to get last week to flush that game and then show the world the Niner defense that thought we've been watching the whole year? I guess that's all I'm asking. I'm not saying a 40, a shutout, but Evan, that wasn't the Niner D I've been accustomed to last weekend is my greater takeaway.
No, but one of the great characteristics of D'Amico and Saleh was how they were able to adjust in game. And I know Wilkes hasn't done it at all times throughout the year, but I think you got to give him some credit, Goo. I thought they did adjust at half because they didn't give up a single point in the fourth quarter, and even in the first half, they were stingy in the red zone, which is really where it matters. So I thought defensively, were they perfect? No. Was the game plan coming in probably the best? Not really. But they made their adjustments when they needed to, and it resulted in 2 big turnovers in the second half.
Yeah, I'm not mad at you. I just think of the 50-yard run and also the special teams. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Green Bay could have scored. Not because, they got 3 points, but your boy missed a kick. Aaron Jones got loose for a 50-yard run at the most inopportune time, which against a good team, Evan, could kind of put you away being down 4. So I didn't feel like they pinned their ears back and gave their offense the ball. They did, because the special teams from Green Bay didn't handle their business, but more so just watching Jones run, and it was crunch time, Evan. It was the fourth quarter, but yet maybe I'm panicking, but you are right, and if it sounds like you agree with me, and I'm not being negative, if somehow this defensive unit is not on their A game, he will be the fall guy. Whatever that looks like, because Kyle's not going in. I'm pulling my Steiny. He ain't going anywhere. Brock Purdy ain't going anywhere. But if somehow this defensive juggernaut, which I thought that it's been throughout the season, they don't mimic that, then I think we're going to have questions.
Have they been a defensive juggernaut, though? Have they been? Honestly.
Against the Eagles, yeah.
And against the Cowboys, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm saying, how do you get the number 1 seed? It's a combination of stellar offense.
It is.
And not just a mediocre defense. It was a defense led by the $120 million man, and that's, to me, what I've been accustomed to watching from the San Francisco 49ers is them to be the most physical team on that side of the ball.
Okay, so a good indication of a team's dominance is point differential. Would you give me that?
Okay.
The Cowboys had a better point differential this year, I believe, in the regular season than the Niners did. It was about 2 points or something. Would you consider the Cowboys' defense a juggernaut?
No.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
But I think they blew teams out, and that allowed their defense to play well from ahead. Now, the Niners were a little bit different, and they looked different. I think they had better players, but when you're separating, when you're playing from ahead, when you're playing according to plan, your defense can pin their ears back. Where they're weak is against the run, and if you're in a tight game, you don't get to just basically line up and say, we're just going to get to the quarterback. So, like, I'm not saying this defense is bad by any means, but I just don't want us to look at it and say, well, they're in the same category as Baltimore, Cleveland, Kansas City. Like, they might be a tier below, and that's a second-tier defense. That's still really, really good. They still have perhaps the best middle linebacker in football. They got a second-team all-pro cornerback. They did miss Talanoa Hufanga for most of this year, but they got an expensive defensive line. They have good players on the defensive side of the football. I just don't want to come in and make it out to be on Monday like we expected them to all of a sudden turn to the Legion of Boom like KJ Wright, who we just talked to earlier.
Damn, I hear you. I just feel like they got everything you need to be a dominant defense, and you are right. And I cited the Arizona game where they ran for, I believe, 232 yards on the Niners. The Niners won that game going away, but it seems like you're painting the picture, Goo. Yeah, they won the game going away, but the steel curtain doesn't give up 232 yards on the ground.
That is true. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, if you got a message for Steve Wilks,
we want to hear it.
We'll be taking that as well. And Kyle Shanahan. We're about 15 minutes away from speaking with FS1's Emmanuel Acho, friend of the program, big-time national voice in sports media, big 49ers fan, and Brock Purdy fan specifically. Very curious to hear what he has to say about this game and this matchup, the NFC Championship between the 1 seed, the Niners, and the 3 seed, the Lions. Let's go to San Diego. Bring on Devin. He's got a message for Kyle Shanahan. What's going on, man? How you feeling, Devin?
Devin.
Hey, fellas. Happy Championship Friday. Go, Evan. Thank you for getting me through the work week. Tomorrow's going to be a little rough. With that said, Goo, nothing but respect. I know you're not Skip Bayless and, been in your jerseys, but with that nice championship poster on YouTube that the 95-7 team did, that Dallas Blues throwing me off a bit. With that said, I called in yesterday, talked about Wilks. I think the whole thing about this Niners team that made us the number 1 seed is being dynamic. We heard KJ talk about it with the play action, with all the Pro Bowlers and all pro players we have. We need to mix it up. With that said, we want more run game, but we give McCaffrey his touches, we give Mason some touches, we give Mitchell some touches, and as different styles of running that are factored in with McCaffrey's workload, play action, and the defense. Like I said yesterday, we got to get some edge rushing, and we got to mix it up on the edge. We can go man-on-man with Hargrave versus battered inside. But, fellas, it all comes down to being dynamic because that's what Shanahan's offense is based off of.
Wow. And do you see a scenario, Evan, to Devin's point? I just don't think we're going to see Mason. I don't think we're going to see Mitchell. That's Bobby Brown. That's just his prerogative. And I'm sitting here telling you I want to see McCaffrey left, right 35 times. But to Kyle's point, he's never come off of that, man. This is his John Riggins. He don't like sharing the rock in the backfield.
I wonder if we are going to get a John Riggins game. What was that playoff run where he had 35, 38, 40 carries?
The Hogs.
I mean, that dude was bruised and battered when they won the Super Bowl back in the
Niners
late 80s
got
early 90s.
Pass interference on Ronnie Lott years ago in the NFC Championship game at RFK.
Oh, I hope they don't get jobbed here this weekend. I feel confident in their chances, but we're going to continue the conversation on the other side. If you got a message for Kyle Shanahan, if you got a message for the 49ers, if you got a message for us, we want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Evan Giddings in for Matt's time. That's with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Back after this on 95.7 The Game. And also, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Tune in every Saturday morning at 8 a.m.
Yeah, Spadoni's black.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
I was waiting for that. I've been waiting for that every single show. Let's
I want to get fired, Spadoni. That's a banger. I'm mad at you, Evan.
What? At me? What?
Because I get excited on the show, and I said Villanova over NC State, and it was actually over Houston. Dibs text me. He said, you don't got to read it on air. I'm mad at Spadoni. Maybe he wasn't even listening to
Villanova over Houston. I'm not even sure what game that...
It was NCAA championship game years ago.
Wait, like the buzzer beater?
Yeah. Lorenzo Charles.
Jay Wright, or what are you talking about?
Oh, boy, it's way earlier than that.
I'm a couple decades
Well, maybe that's
off,
why you didn't correct me, but I said Villanova.
I thought, like North Carolina a couple years ago, right?
NC State over Houston.
A big upset? Is that what you're talking about?
Akeem Olajuwon was on Houston. I
said
see. Villanova.
We were not alive.
Yeah, is that a fact?
Wait, that was NC State.
Yeah.
Oh,
I said Villanova.
I see. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
thanks,
we were
Dibs.
born like in 93, 94.
But little
Jim Valvano.
I wasn't even here.
Survive in advance.
Damn.
That's what the 49ers did last week.
Yeah.
We're hoping they just advance.
Super Bowl, baby.
Advance to the Super Bowl. No, you're right. I mean, look, I'm going to take a line from you. File it under who cares. But there was a massive upset, for example, last night in sports. The number one tennis player in the world, Novak Djokovic.
Who you told me was going to win it all. Remember a couple of days ago I asked you.
When was the last time he hasn't? The only time he hasn't won the Australian Open in the last, I think, 5 years was because he wasn't allowed to participate.
Wow, man.
Like, that's the only time he hasn't won the tournament. So he just
That's
got
a big
upset in the
upset.
semis.
Yeah.
Like, these things can happen in sports. It's not as if the overwhelming favorite is just going to cakewalk their way all the time. But it doesn't mean that you shouldn't feel confident in them getting to the place that they're expected to get to. So, and that's why I also think all emotions are fair today. If you're feeling anxious, if you're feeling confident, if you're feeling appropriate fear, if you're feeling excitement, we want to hear from you at 888-957-9570 because we got Emmanuel Acho in about 10 minutes here, Goo. I can't wait to talk to him, get his thoughts on this game, but also continue down the road right now, of the messaging we have for the 49ers because we got a couple people that want to chime in the conversation. Let's get out to Steve, who's here in the Bay Area. And what's up, Steve? How you feeling about Sunday?
Very excited. I just wanted to mention I'm San Francisco, born and raised. You there?
Yes, sir. What's up, Steve?
Okay. San Francisco, born and raised. I was 2 days old when the Niners played the Lions in 1957. I was 3 blocks away at St. Mary's Hospital with my mother. I just wanted to say that. And I really like how you guys tie in a lot of San Francisco trivia and the high schools and all that. It's really awesome.
Appreciate it.
More importantly, the one thing I wanted to say about the 49ers, and I've been telling my kids this, all this hype and back talk about Brock Purdy. My true feeling is that people fear him. That's really what I feel, and I think that there's a good possibility that may backfire on these folks who are trying to psych him and the Niners out. That's really all I wanted to say.
Well, he's one game away from, going Kyrie. Well, you don't want to do the double bird like you guys thought I couldn't get here. If he gets to the Super Bowl, the ultimate double bird, Evan, would be him hoisting that Lombardi trophy. But, I mean, if we had $1 for every time we talked about it, and I get it, Willard brought it up. Is it draftism? Whatever ism you think it is, I just think the kid is hated on because where he was drafted and what he was not supposed to do, and everybody missed on him. So
I don't
you
think
can disagree. That's fine.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot that goes into it. I don't think that people, to his point in his call, I don't think people fear Brock Purdy, but you're getting to the point in which you probably should fear him a little bit. Like, you should keep that in the back of your mind, because if you don't pay him his proper respect and you treat him like just one of those other quarterbacks, he can hurt you and he can do a lot of damage. And that's what he's done over the course of the season. That's why he's one of the candidates for the MVP award. Now, I don't think he's going to win it. He might not be top 3, but that doesn't mean that he's still not a very, very good signal caller, and one that if you don't line up and if you just treat him like he's any other guy, you're going to get burned. And I think that's maybe what he's also getting at, too. It's like people do need to be fearing Brock Purdy. I don't know if they do now, but they should.
I mean, this dude has a new elbow, went through surgery, Evan, and when he got hurt, it was in the game to go to the Super Bowl. So he takes the job. He's inserted into the starting position on the fly, drove to the stadium that day, not having any idea that he's going to be out there taking live reps. And all he did was get his team, with his help, Evan, get his team to the NFC Championship game, wrecks his elbow, reconstruction of that, comes back, and now you're 60 minutes away from going to the Super Bowl. I mean, I don't know what else you want or what the job description was, but Evan, you can't tell me on my worst day, if I wanted to hate, what I could hate on. Because the kid does not have a tattoo, and I'm talking about Brock Purdy, that I'm the it or I'm the best. All the dude's doing is film study, showing up in his JCPenney fits or wherever he gets them, and going out there and running the game plan. I don't get it. He's not Milli Vanilli. He's not a rapper that's selling the most records, and he has no talent. But that's how I feel like that's the shade he gets. Like, dude, he's throwing dimes. The team's scoring 30 or 40 points, Evan. I don't know where it's coming from, but it goes to the Ryan Clark. Like, we still don't have the answer on what you were doing all year long and what pressure you were feeling or whatever made you put Brock Purdy into a conversation amongst the greats for whatever reason, has one subpar game in the playoffs, and then now you tell us you were doing that because. Like, that's the ultimate hate to me.
Well, I thought it was wrong because he was clear. If he was lying the whole year, I don't want a media member to admit that they're lying to me.
And for what?
To avoid the backlash? I don't know. To appease the people, to kind of placate to the masses.
That's not the Ryan Clark I know or thought I knew.
Well, especially as a player, he was one of the hardest hitting players. Borderline a little dirty nowadays. I don't think you could be doing that as much as you could. Not even.
But it was
10
weird.
years
You'll
ago.
give me weird though, right? That was a weird take and revelation by him.
I don't even know if it was a take. It was like an admission. Boy. It was like he was on the stand, like he was speaking to a pew of people. I didn't really get it.
You're right.
We got 5 minutes until Emmanuel Acho hops on. Of course, you can catch him every single weekday on FS1 Speak. But before we do that, let's get out to Fort Still, Oklahoma. Talk to Big Sargent. Has a message for Shanahan. What's up, Sarge?
Hey, happy Friday, boys. Thanks for having me. I think this is my first time talking to you, Evan. Happy Friday, Guru. Happy Friday, Evan. And shout out to Mr. New Hip on recovery.
There you go.
Shiny, hope you're doing good, brother. A few things. Larry Kruger, 95.7 Zone. Larry Kruger, he had interviewed Logan Ryan prior to the Green Bay game, and he asked Logan Ryan, "Hey, if you could, have a word with the troops, what would your message be?" And I loved Ryan's answer because something I haven't thought of. But he said pretty much now's not the time to switch anything up. As far as whether it's preparation, whether it's your sleep schedule or whatever. Now is not the time to change anything. Just stay true to your regular routine. And I love that answer. And I feel like Shanahan, I hope he heard that, or I hope that got to him some way somehow, because that's the thing. Look, Shanahan is on the brink of his second Super Bowl. Many coaches don't even make one. So just like you were saying, Evan, Shanahan, hey, if you got 3 timeouts, and you got $140 before the end of the first half, don't coach scared. Like, keep your foot on their neck and do it. You got it this time around. You have a quarterback. The numbers don't lie. Look how many runs to passes, that got us to the Super Bowl in the run in 19. And so if there's anything I'd tell Shanahan, just stay true to what you know and what got us there, just like Evan said, and let's get the job done.
Bam, Big Daddy Kane. I get the job done. But, Evan, that's it. Don't change it up. And that's why the caller, I believe it was Devin. He kind of ripped me, Devin, I remember. Devin said he wants to see maybe, the other backs. I'm like, I don't know. That's kind of changing it up, Not saying it would be for the worst, but I don't think we're going to see Mason and the rest of the gang in Mitchell. That's just me.
No.
And I understand it.
Speaking of Big Daddy Kane, I don't want to see any half-stepping. I don't want to see any half-stepping on Sunday for the San Francisco 49ers, specifically from that running back group. Dave's in Piedmont. Let's get him on before we get Emmanuel on here on the show. What's up, Dave? How we feeling, man? The donut.
Hey, guys. Feeling good. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, great. Well, I appreciate you taking my call. Thinking about Purdy and the MVP, I think, there are a lot of issues with Purdy, but I just can't think of another time when there were 2 players from the same team in the top 5 as finalists for the MVP. And I think that really cuts against Purdy, right? I mean, if you got another MVP level player in McCaffrey there, it seems like that's the obvious reason Purdy doesn't stand alone on this season.
Yeah, no doubt. Look, you can't be an MVP without teammates. But, with the 49ers right now this season and comparing them to years past, it's just undeniable that Purdy's taken this offense to another level.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, today's not the day, but I'm going to do it, Evan. That Christmas game was there for Purdy. Had he outdueled Lamar, and had they won the game and he looked like his normal self, I believe he would have the hardware. But they're trying to get some different hardware, and that's the Super Bowl trophy. But, just to go off his point, he had separated himself because the NFL now eats its own. And I say that because they don't reward the running backs or other positions like they should. And that's what made that Christmas game decides 2 of the best teams playing and clashing. It was the better quarterback. Whoever wins this game might win the MVP, and obviously it wasn't the Niners, but had Purdy won that, Evan, I think we'd be talking about him being the MVP here in a few weeks.
Well, right now we're talking about if the San Francisco 49ers could advance to their 2nd Super Bowl in the last 5 years. They're aiming for their 6th Lombardi trophy. And joining us now on the Boxer and Gerson guest line is none other than FS1's own Emmanuel Acho, best-selling author. Emmanuel, thank you so much for joining us. How you doing?
Bang, bang. It's all good, family. It's all good.
Well, you brought up something earlier this week. I thought it was a really interesting point about Brock Purdy and the idea of, like, we talked about how much better Purdy can get, but looking at the Niners situation, how many quarterbacks could come in and do a better job as far as winning games than what Brock Purdy has done so far? And he needs one more win to be his 4th playoff win in his first 2 seasons. He needs one win to get to the Super Bowl. I mean, this guy has been incredible. Is there anything more that he can really prove to people outside of hoisting that Lombardi trophy? I don't know what else.
No, I don't think so, because the doubters will doubt even if he does prove it. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if Brock were to go throw for 4 touchdowns and 300 yards against the Lions, people would say, but he's got the best offense. So the haters are going to hate regardless. You know what I'm saying? I think it was I saw on Netflix's Kirk Cousins said, if I walked on water, people would say it's because I couldn't swim.
Damn.
And that's what it's like with Brock Purdy, bro. So I don't think there's anything left for Brock Purdy to prove outside of taking his team to the Super Bowl and then obviously hoisting the trophy. But hoisting the trophy is hard to do. Get your team there, and then let's talk.
Acho, before we get out of here, I got a question my wife wanted me to ask you. I'm going to save that, but I want to ask you this. If you could tell the Detroit Lions to focus on one component of the game against Green Bay and try to do that, what would it be?
Manipulate the Niners' defensive tackles. The Niners' defensive tackles were super suspect against the Packers. Super suspect. Kinlaw out of position multiple times, getting pushed back. That's why Aaron Jones, 5-yard gain here, 2nd and 6. 2nd and 5. 4-yard gain here, 2nd and 6. 7-yard gain here, 2nd and 3. The Packers were able to play above the chains freaking the whole first 3 quarters. That was the dilemma. So if I'm the Packers, I want to try to attack the Niners on that interior run game, and I want to see if I can run at Logan Ryan, assuming the Niners are going to try to start Logan Ryan again.
Emmanuel Acho joining us here on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. You catch him every weekday on FS1 Speak, also a New York Times best-selling author. And speaking of attacking opposing defenses, I know that everyone has made this about giving the ball to McCaffrey, and everything starts with the run for the 49ers. But I'm looking up and down at this Detroit defense, Emmanuel, and I'm seeing a team that doesn't tackle very well. I'm seeing a team that allows the most yards after catch per game in the NFL. That's where the 49ers are very dangerous. Am I often thinking that this needs to be or can be a pass-first type of approach from Kyle Shanahan, and that Brock Purdy can get busy against the secondary as opposed to that defensive line, which has been very good against the run this year?
It's a really good question. I think it's twofold. I would always want to check the runs first. Let me just see what Detroit's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Let me see if Detroit's run game is as good as people want. Run defense is as good as people want to make it out to be. Plus, you got McCaffrey. Now, if it doesn't work, then let's go quick game. Let's make them tackle in space. Let me get some 3-step slants. Let me get some now screens. Let me get some glance routes. Like, if it doesn't work, then let's get the quick game going, and then I'll go play action to shots. But it's interesting when people say, like, the Niners lean on the run, I would ask, do they? Because with the game on the line, family, versus the Green Bay Packers, McCaffrey got 2 carries on the last drive, y'all. I'm not making this up. He got 2 carries. George Kittle dropped the ball on 2nd and 5. It's 3rd and 5. Kyle Shanahan could have said, all right, let's run it. Let's either get the first or let's go to 4th and 1. He didn't. He called a slant route completion. Then he called another pass. He hit number 84 Conley completion. Then he called another pass. He hit Jennings completion. So it's just interesting how people will say the Niners, they rely on – they do run the ball like every other team. Of course, you got McCaffrey back there, but with the game on the line and Brock Purdy playing as bad as he had played, Shanahan still said, hey, we got 4.5 minutes. Brock, I trust you. Get it done. And Brock got it done. So I think regardless of what has to happen, the Niners get it done, run or pass.
Acho, let me ask you this. I know Kyle's great, but I do have questions because I feel like he should have already had a ring. In your words, how big is it for him to have that Super Bowl win on his resume with all that he's accomplished?
It's a must. It's a must. You know, I can't say that Kyle should have already had a ring only because it's hard to do. Now, when you're up 28-3 against the Patriots, Kyle Shanahan is the offensive coordinator for the Falcons, get it done. Get it done. Find a way to freaking get it done. But, bro, like, now that we know, I mean, think about what Kyle's doing, right? I put it like this. Sean McVay has only ever coached number 1 overall picks. Like, y'all realize that? Not first-round picks. He's only ever coached number 1 overall picks. I would hope he got a ring. Dude coached the best quarterback coming out of high school, then coming out of college, then going into the league in Matthew Stafford, and then he coached Jared Goff, number 1 overall pick. So I won't hate on Shanahan for not having a ring, but once he finally gets one, it does 2 things. It shuts everybody up who says he couldn't do it. But more importantly, it proves that Shanahan's way of building works. Shanahan says, I'm going to get an incredibly talented roster. I'm going to get a quarterback for the cheap, and I'm going to inverse the business model. The business model which says get an expensive quarterback and just pray and hold on. Shanahan's model, I believe it would prove that it works. So it would prove that Shanahan is, in fact, the football genius that I believe him to be.
Emmanuel Acho joining us here on 95.7, the Game in the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Well, speaking of number one overall picks, one of them is playing for Detroit this weekend in Jared Goff, formerly with the Rams. Do you think that because of the, I guess, association with Dan Campbell's demeanor, that this offense kind of gets put on the back burner a little bit because Ben Johnson has been able to orchestrate a quietly very efficient passing game with Jared Goff, obviously Amon-Ra St. Brown and Sam Laporta, but do you think people aren't making enough of how dangerous this offense can be against a San Francisco defense whose secondary did have some issues and has had some issues throughout the season?
Bro, 1,000%. The Lions are the Niners. I repeat, the Lions are a less famous version of the Niners. I challenge you, the listeners, go look this up at home. McCaffrey, I believe, has 21 total touchdowns this season. The Lions running backs combined, they have 24 total touchdowns this season. McCaffrey, I think, has like 2,000 yards on the season. The Lions running back room, they have 2,300 yards on the season. The Lions, they have an all-pro tight end. The Niners, they have an all-pro tight end. The Niners, they have an all-pro wide receiver in Ayuk. The Lions, they have an all-pro wide receiver. The Niners, they have an all-pro left tackle. The Lions, they have an all-pro right tackle, but they also have an all-pro center. Especially if Deebo Samuel does not play, the Lions are the Niners. The difference is the Niners have been the Niners for about 3 years now, so everybody knows what type of time the Niners are on. The Lions have only been the Lions for 1 year. But don't get it twisted. Like, Laporta is Kittle, Gibbs and Montgomery are McCaffrey, Penei Sewell is Trent Williams, Amon-Ra is Ayuk. It's the same team, bro. It's the same team. It's the same team. It's the talent at the same positions. It's elite level talent at the same positions. And I believe that Brock and Goff and Purdy are the same person. I say the same person, not based off skill set, same person in, I think they both do a phenomenal job of running their offenses, period. So, bro, it's the same team. So whatever the hell you think of the Niners offense, think the exact same thing of the Lions offense. Just think that the Niners offense is a little bit better because the Niners have Deebo Samuel.
Acho, let me ask you this. If you're Goodell in an office in New York, and I hate that I'm doing this because we got the Taylor Swift component with Kansas City, but if you want to talk about the sexiest matchup out of these four teams for the Super Bowl, who would those two be?
Oof, that's a good one. It would probably be Lamar Jackson because they haven't been there since 2012. Man, because the Bay actually is one of the biggest markets in the nation that people don't realize, I'd still probably say the Niners. Now, Detroit, hell of a story. Hell of a story. Hell of a story. And I'm actually not super familiar with where Detroit's market ranks as far as television. I just know the Bay's market ranks super high. So I'd probably say bang, bang, the Niners, and I'd probably say the Ravens.
Oh, there you go.
I want to get you out on this, Emmanuel. You mentioned how the two teams are kind of mirror of each other. Well, then, is the difference in head coaches, and is that the reason why the Niners will be representing the NFC in the Super Bowl?
Difference is both in head coaches because Kyle Shanahan is not just the head coach, but he's also the offensive mind, whereas Dan Campbell is simply the motivator. So number one thing. Number two thing, at the end of the day, bro, players make plays. And the Niners just have more players. You feel me? Like the Lions have players. Don't get it twisted. But the Niners have more players. Because as soon as you get to the defense, yeah, y'all got Aiden Hutchinson, but the Niners have Nick Bosa. And y'all got a guy named, Jack Campbell and number 34, Anzalone, but Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, and then Charvarius Ward. And then Demo Lindor. So the Niners the Niners have too much. So eventually the Lions going to start shooting blanks. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's going to happen.
No doubt. Acho, real quick, we'll get you out of here with this one. My wife's a fan. She said, can you ask Acho, She loves the frames in your fit. We're like Equifax. We get credit. But do you have a stylist, or is that just all you when you pick your wardrobe, family?
We do. Shout out to the whole Fox department.
Oh, okay.
I have a stylist that I consult with, so it's not exclusively your boy, but your boy be hands-on.
All right, there it is.
Well, thank you so much for making time into your very busy day. We appreciate you. We'll look for you on TV today, and thank you for hopping on.
All right, family. We'll see y'all soon. Bang, bang.
That's Emmanuel Acho of FS1.
Oh, man, he's great. You ever have a stylist, awesome. E? Well, soon. When you do a play-by-play for somebody.
We're in an XL denim shirt. What do I look like?
You look
got
good,
a stylist.
baby.
No chance. Found this on the, I don't know, I actually forget where I found it.
I'm fashionable.
No, who's that?
You look good. Oh, boy.
We'll dig into. Actually, he said something I thought was really interesting about the comparison between the two sides, if they are actually the same team, and why does that mean that the Niners should be favored by 7 points? I want to dig into that a little bit deeper as we continue on halfway home here on a Friday, a football Friday, by the way, sponsored by First 5 California. Learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. Please hang on the line. Madison will get you through on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt's time. That's with Gerald the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Hey guys, at Prime Male Medical, their mission is to provide you with the medical care you need to improve your eating.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 48 hours thereabouts until kickoff. 51 to be exact. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson here on a Friday. Just had an awesome conversation with Fox Sports' own Emmanuel Acho. Gave you a couple of compliments, Goo, and you returned the favor.
Yeah, the wife, big fan of his.
Well, the frames, the shades.
Yeah, he stay clean.
He is. Yeah, I can't lie. He also thinks the 49ers got a clean chance to advance to the Super Bowl. Even though it was interesting, he kind of compared and contrasted it, like broke down the two sides, essentially. Although I did notice the one comp he left out, I think it was Purdy and Goff, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're not exactly the same. But McCaffrey is just the combination of Gibbs and Montgomery. Laporta is Kittle.
Yeah.
Amon-Ra is Ayuk. Hutchinson is Bosa. Coming into this game, did you think about the two teams as being eerily similar?
No. Not at all. I just feel like Detroit, they do chunk plays. When I watch Jared Goff drop back to throw, I mean, Evan, you talk about outside the numbers. That's what he does, outside the numbers. He's got a cannon, and he has guys that can go get it. And also, they throw to the dynamic backs out the backfield. But I wasn't too familiar with Laporta, but he's a baller. And we'll see what they do. The Niners offense, it starts with McCaffrey. You got the jet and the bubble screens with Deebo. You got a lot of weaponry on both sides. So I'll say that kind of mirrors each other. But as far as stylistically, Evan, I don't see it. I feel like Jared Goff can make throws Brock Purdy can't. Yeah, you know?
Well, speaking of Christian McCaffrey, he is our difference maker of the week. And after a fantastic performance, 24 totes combined between running as well as receiving, had the go-ahead touchdown against the Green Bay Packers. Christian McCaffrey is our difference maker of the week.
What's up? McCaffrey scores! 49ers in front!
He had Levi Stadium rocking, and he is our difference maker of the week. Christian McCaffrey, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Did listening to Acho at all, Goo, make you feel like this may not have to be a 35 carry type of approach? Like, you might see the Niners try to play. And the way he broke it down, I thought was interesting. Like, they might try to open up with a couple quick passes to then play the run off that. Like, did you sense, I guess, a different approach now coming for the 49ers?
I don't, but I do understand it.
Yeah.
And when you're good, Evan, and you have no limitations like this Niner offense, we could see another 40 passes in the air if you just look at Detroit's secondary. We kind of talked about that. And then also the greatness of McCaffrey, if they have success with some couple early passes on early downs to open up the run game. So it's almost a buffet of what Kyle wants to do if you got Detroit on a bad day as far as defensively. And again, I can't shake, and I know it's a different team, Baker Mayfield for almost going for 4 bills in the air on the Detroit Lions secondary. But one thing that did stand out to me, he wasn't too fond of the defensive tackles, and he named Kinlaw. And I was kind of thinking he was going to say that was just a one-off. But you're right, Evan. You kind of even said it. If I'm Detroit, I'm watching what Green Bay did, excuse me, in regard to success on the ground. I try to mimic that.
Yeah, and look, Kinlaw is someone that's been good against the run all year. Eric Armstead is supposed to be now back and helping that effort. But the 49ers, look, yeah, you can take advantage of them if you can get them sideline to sideline, which is interesting because you'd think that if you have a player out in space, that with their ability to wrap up, gang tackle, get into the quote-unquote kill zones that they talk about, that Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, who are hard, heavy hitters, should be able to bottle up runs. And to the 49ers' credit, I mean, outside of the explosive run for Aaron Jones, I thought that they were decent, not great against Green Bay. They were still giving up gashes.
8 yards,
Yeah, exactly. So, but I'll say this about Detroit. Like, I think the 35 number that you're talking about for the Niners and McCaffrey, I think that's much more of the Lions type of game plan. Not 35 for one of their guys, but 35 combined between Jameer as well as Dave Montgomery.
Right, and that's the one thing about this, Evan. If it's what time the game should be over, about 7 our time, and the Niners are headed to Vegas, that lets me know that, you know what, the defense had a bounce-back performance because they were able to get Jared Goff off his spot and also can control the aerial attack and also their stellar running game. So, I mean, it takes a village, but there's just no part of my being that says this Niner defense it's got to have a B+ at minimum, Evan, game to be able to slow down this Detroit offense. It's just a must.
And look, if you're looking for a particular part of this game to be the reason why the 49ers come out on top, what is the X factor for you in this football game? 888-957-9570. Also, we're taking any and all messages for Kyle Shanahan, for Steve Wilks. We want to hear from you, whether it's on the Comcast Business text line, on the YouTube chat, or on Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's get out to Madison Max, who's been waiting on patiently. What's up, Madison? How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's Friday. Thanks for taking my call, guys. So pivoting a little bit from what I was originally say, but, looking at what Manuel said with the two QBs being similar but not the same, I think when we look at Wilks and the defensive game plan, we need to bring that pressure. The difference between the two is Goff holds when we get that pressure. He's got one of the worst QB ratings in the league under pressure, and Brock Purdy, on the other hand, is up there with the best, partially due to our right side of the line needing some efficiencies and some work. But if we can get pressure on Goff, we got all the components in place on defense, an elite defense to cough the ball up. As long as we can stop that run early, get him playing from behind, get Goff throwing, I think we get that pressure on him. We get him where he's uncomfortable, and he's going to make the mistakes that he always does. He's folded in the past, shipped him over. Somehow he fit in the Lions system, and I think that's going to be the key to our success here come Sunday.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm kind of with him. I think you can rattle Jared Goff easier than you can rattle Brock Purdy.
Yeah, and we've seen it, and maybe that's why the Rams, felt like there was a change needed, and with that change, they got him a Super Bowl ring with Stafford. But you know what? It's up to the Niners defense and Wilks, Evan, to make Jared Goff uncomfortable, because if you get into, again, a situation where that running game is humming and now you can do that play action pass, you don't want any parts of that from a Niner standpoint, because now I feel like you can see Detroit putting up 21, 28 points, and who knows, that may be enough.
And conversely for Detroit, in order to maybe take some pressure off the back end of that secondary, I know it might be counterintuitive because Brock's been really good against the blitz this year. But the Lions, what they like to do schematically is blitz on early downs, first down and second down. They bring the heat, I think, one of the most of any defenses in the league. And that is, of course, to combat some of their weaknesses on the back end. But also, if you're the 49ers, you're running early and often in those downs, well, then you might get a tackle for loss, you might get a short gain, and then you have Brock Purdy playing from behind the sticks. It's not that he's been bad on third down this year, but he's been much more efficient when he's playing from ahead on those first and second downs. Like, I think his quarterback rating on third down is about 100, which is really good.
He said about 100. Damn.
But his quarterback rating on first and second down averages like 115, 116. So he's much better on early downs, and I think we're going to see a lot of blitzing from Detroit. I do wonder how much Steve Wilks is going to dip into that pool, because the Niners don't typically blitz a whole lot.
So that would be a change, Evan.
But Steve Wilks is someone that does, I think it's in his core to get aggressive. And Goff does not play well against pressure, or at least compared to Brock Purdy. Yeah. So I wonder if he's going to buck the trend a little bit this weekend.
Yeah, no doubt. And hopefully you won't need to try to manufacture pressure. I'm talking about Wilks, Evan, because, we saw what happened in Minnesota, albeit before the all-out blitz. That's not what you're talking about. But I think of the Baldy drop we have. It's Shark Week. Eat. That's what the Lions have been doing. They've been getting sacks galore here the last few weeks. So hopefully that comes to a head, and we don't see that. But if somehow they can get pressure on Brock Purdy, then we're talking about a game that, will be in the balance in the second half and late in the fourth quarter. Nobody here in the Bay wants that.
The other thing that Acho was talking about is Hutchinson and Bosa, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're both physically dominant pass rushers. Hutchinson's a lot younger. Bosa's got the hardware. He's been the established player. But as of late, and you like to throw this number up a lot, the number 0 in the last 4 playoff games, number of sacks for Nick Bosa. Unlike Nick, you look at the last 4 games, not all of them playoff games, but the last 4 games that Aiden Hutchinson has played in, he's got 8 sacks. So, there is some pressure on Nick Bosa this weekend to get home.
Yeah, no doubt, Evan. That's a lot. 8. Steve Young in 4 games, so that's 2 a pop. And again, if you want to hit me with the analytics, and I saw it to a degree. The second half, the Niners defense did make – Jordan Love felt them. He knew where they were at.
Yeah.
But, Evan, there's just something about when you're paying a guy, and I'm just pointing out Bosa here, $120 million. He's, arguably the top defensive end in the league. It's just something about – I don't feel like myself or anybody's asking too much to not just get the pressures, but get home,
Yeah, no, I'm with you. From the 408 to the Comcast Business text line, I would love to see more stunts mixed into the rush. I would love to see more versatility, like just creativity right now is I think what a lot of people are looking for this defense. But again, I kind of just
March brought it up to us.
He did. But to me, that I don't know how you read it, Goo, but when I see, kind of those, I guess, variations from what you've been the entire year, I look at a team that's trying to essentially change or alter themselves. The 49ers defense has been really good this year, but they've been good, I think, because they've just lined up and said, our players are better than yours. I want to see the 49ers players, who I believe on defense are better overall, do what they need to do.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I'm waiting on it, Evan, and I appreciate that because I don't feel like Niner fans or anybody else for that matter, is asking, that's asking too much. And, again, you got me thinking, they said this about the Cowboys defense, they were front runners. When they were up, the defense, that is, could pin their ears back, and then that's when they wreaked havoc. But if they were behind or it was tight, they were a different defense. And I never once thought that about the Niners. So, again, that wasn't their best performance. Team-wide, it wasn't last Saturday night. And, Evan, if they're going to go to the Super Bowl and get a chance to take on Kansas City or Baltimore, I just don't see a scenario, and it adds excitement to the game, where this defensive unit as a whole, we're not just talking about the D-line. I'm calling them out, but the secondary. Guys need to be on their A game, man. And now you got me thinking, okay, if we do see Wilks kind of try to change it up and manipulate or manufacture pressure with blitzes, and let's just say they get hit on a blitz call, are we going to be like, yo, he shouldn't have blitzed? All that is on the table, and it all boils down to how is it going to play out and what happens, Z?
There's always going to be second guessing. Right. Look, anytime you lose or even within a play, like if you don't beat a rush or if you get beat off the line, there's always second guessing about what went wrong. But I just think the Niners need to stick to basics in this game because I do think that they're 7-point favorites for a reason. I think it's risen to 7.5 on some sites. I think they're the better team, and we've seen the defense make clutch plays throughout the season against Tampa Bay in Week 11. A huge pick on that last drive against Baker Mayfield. We saw them come out of the bye week and blow the brakes off of Jacksonville. We saw them shut down Seattle, Philadelphia, the Dallas Cowboys. They've certainly had some flukes throughout the year, like any defense has, but I trust them more than I trust Detroit.
Yeah, and what about the question I asked him about Kyle? Because I mean this too, Evan. We talk about the resume. I know Kyle's brilliance. He's been here. He's been to a Super Bowl. Evan, all he really needs, is a Super Bowl victory. You could say, oh, well, every coach wants that, Goo. But I thought he might kind of shun it off that, he's got a feel he'll get one, Goo. But it goes back to the Andy Reid. He had a whole hell of a lot of winning in Philly, but the fans, they got theirs under Peterson, but they didn't get it in that Andy Reid era in Philly. It didn't culminate in the chip, and they had the opportunity to, and you kind of just, if Kyle would be, and he's a made man with the contract, I get it. But Evan, you know what I mean? If somehow they could win this Super Bowl, there would be nothing else. He's coaching to get multiple, but he would be a made man.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I think Sean McVay's a made man.
You know what? I forgot. Yeah, McVay got one.
I think there's a lot of head coaches that might have just one Super Bowl. Pete Carroll's a legend in the Pacific Northwest.
Should have two, yeah.
Should have two. Now, that's a little bit different because that was their first Super Bowl. I know the Rams also, solo Super Bowl. It is an expectation in San Francisco to win and continue to win Super Bowls just because of what the prior head coaches in the last millennia were able to get done. Yeah. Exactly. There's history in this town that a lot of places don't have. But, there's a 6-time Super Bowl head coach right now on the market that doesn't look like he's going to have a job this offseason. So what do you say to Bill Belichick, who's the winningest head coach of all time? I don't know.
That is funny you brought that up because I was saving that for the changeover with Willard and Dibbs. I think he's getting a raw deal, man. What are we doing in our society to where 10 years ago, I could tell you, Evan, that I felt like Bill Belichick was the best NFL football coach I've ever seen. You talk about the 6 trophies, and now all of a sudden, Brady wins one elsewhere. Has he forgot how to coach? Are we have so many years gone by to where those 6 rings? He was a part of a team that was down 28-3, and he kept the team, no backstabbing, and they kept him in position to come back. But it's just we're so sometimey, Evan, and I'm just looking like, man. I guess I'm asking you, do you think any different of Bill Belichick because of the last couple of years or the Mac Jones era, which he picked a quarterback, didn't pan out? I kind of just hated that all of a sudden I feel like, especially on social media, this guy can't coach anymore.
No, I don't think any less of him because I think that he is a brilliant defensive mind. He's a generational head coach. He's won the most Super Bowls ever. Actually, I think he might not have the regular season record. I think Don Shula might still have more total victories than he does. But he's the best coach that I've ever seen.
Okay.
Anytime there was a team that I was rooting for that had to go to New England or was playing the Patriots, I was fearful as much of Tom Brady as it was of that defense. And he's the conductor behind it. So, no, Bill Belichick is an all-time head coach. Kyle Shanahan is trying to step into that realm of a championship-winning head coach, and that right now is really the only thing that he has to prove at this point, which is still pretty impressive considering he's 47 years old and has been doing this now for 7 seasons, 8 seasons. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get out to Priest in Palo Alto. Let's talk about Brock Purdy. What's going on, Priest? How are you, my man?
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Talk to us, Priest.
Thanks for taking my call. Hey, bro. Man, I was listening. I just got in the car. Heard you say something that I said. But when I said it, you went ballistic.
Okay, go ahead.
This is about Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Now, can I just say this? If you guys take the temperature down a little bit, okay?
Please do.
Don't get so heated.
Right.
When people talk to you and give you their opinion about the kid, because I think what the issue is, it's the way you guys react to what people say. That's the issue. It's not so much what people say, because they're giving you an honest assessment.
Right.
But when it hits you guys, you guys react in ways that are it's mind-boggling how heated it gets.
In what regard, though, Priest? Because I'm not telling you, real quick before you go, I'm not telling you, and never have I said it, Brock Purdy is Joe Montana. The jury is still out. I can't hate and tell you it doesn't look good. That's all the energy I got for it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not just talking about you.
Oh, okay. All right,
I'm
got
talking
you.
about
All right,
people on this station.
Yeah, right.
I'm talking about people. It gets Looney Tunes because I'm telling you, man, it's not nobody. You guys call it hate, and it's not hate. It's an assessment that you don't agree with. That's all it is. It's no more than that. Every quarterback in the league gets criticized or assessed, especially the ones that are on really good teams. They get the microscope put on them, and they get picked apart. If you look at Lamar and the way people talk about him,
yes,
I call that hate. That is, to me, hate. But the rest of these quarterbacks out here, man, they get assessed and talked about. Like, for instance, you said that the kid that is going to be plays for Detroit.
Jared Goff. Yeah.
Right. I said the same thing. If you take Brock Purdy out of that offense and put him in aggressive, vertical offense, he would fail. And I still believe that. But I'm not saying he hasn't gotten better and changed my opinion about him a little bit, but I'm saying the way he's built and his strengths do not lend itself to a vertical path where you got to throw the ball 50 yards downfield and knock a fly off a guy's nose. He can't drive the ball. It hangs in the air, and he never negotiates the safety, because if that ball hangs in the air, it's going to get picked, and it's coming back the other way. So these other quarterbacks that you guys compare him to sometimes, he doesn't have those attributes. So I'm just saying, doesn't make him a bad quarterback.
No,
I think
hear
he's
you.
very good. Yeah,
yeah.
I think he's.
Yeah. Let me leave you with this one, and I know Evan's going to get in here. But Priest, you said nothing I don't disagree with. But the one thing I will not do, just in sports across the board, I can't get mad at Evan because Evan's doing radio in the Bay and say Evan wouldn't make it in Milwaukee. Now, I don't know what Evan would do in Milwaukee, but Priest, we're never going to find that out. You know what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying about if you put him in a different system, but the bottom line is the reality is he's controlling it like Magic Johnson in the system he's in, if that makes any sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. But you can't ask Steph Curry to go do what Jonathan Kuminga's doing.
All right. Okay, I get you.
You understand?
Yeah, no doubt about it. No, I get you, Evan. That was his, like I told you a couple of days ago, you got to disagree with me. I would take Goff, and it's no shade at Brock. I would take Jared Goff at this time over Brock Purdy. And this wasn't just reacting to Saturday's game against Green Bay, but I tell you this, and I told Grandy, who did a great job on the post game last Saturday night, I got flashbacks of the Raven game and the misreads by Brock Purdy. And I know, Evan, there's going to be 50 people waiting for me downstairs saying, hey, Goo, a lot of those interceptions were picked. Well, there were a couple that were dropped that were still bad reads. So that's why I'm looking at this game like Brock Purdy's not a finished product. Nobody can argue what he's done thus far to get his team into this point. But, Evan, there is a piece of me now when he drops back to pass, like, it ain't just Joe Montana to where, or Peyton Manning. Now I'm like, could somebody jump him? Can they kind of confuse him? And maybe the answer is no, but after Saturday night's game, I'm shook a little bit. And I think that's fair.
Yeah, but you're going to play bad games. Excuse me. You're going to play bad games. It is about how you're able to kind of maneuver. Now, if Brock Purdy has a dud on Sunday when it's not raining,
all right,
you don't have 2 weeks of rest or rust, however you want to break it down, and you're playing against a secondary that is probably even worse than what Green Bay had.
True.
Well, then we might have a conversation, especially if they advance to the Super Bowl and they're going up against two of the top defenses, whoever comes out of the AFC in the league. Yeah, then we got a conversation to have. But I think this is maybe something Priest is also getting at is like Purdy's in the final four of teams, right? The 49ers are one of the four teams left standing.
Yeah.
So naturally, we're going to compare him against the best of his peers because those are who he's competing against currently.
Damn.
That doesn't mean that he's a bad quarterback, but if I called Purdy a top 5 QB right now, that's a compliment, right?
No doubt about it.
There's only 4 quarterbacks left.
Yeah, and what
so that hypothetically means that he might not be one of the 4 best quarterbacks left standing. I think that's also a way to look at it as well. And I know we got people who want to chime in. 888-957-9570. We'll continue the conversation on the other side.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks VapoCool Drops.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Goo, we got him riled. We got him Pat riled.
Man, I'm going to give you a 3 for that one.
Not bad. Oh, because we got 48 hours until the San Francisco 49ers host the NFC Championship. 3:30 kick at Levi's Stadium, of course, taking on the Lions. And I know we might have opened up a can of worms, but I do want to get to the calls here, Goo, because people want to chime in.
Did it, yeah.
I know. Our guy, Dave Stewart, yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Raymond's in Richmond. What's happening? Actually, he's got an X factor for this game. How you feeling, Raymond? How we doing?
What's up, Goo? What's up, Evan?
Talk to us, baby.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say I'm kind of sick of hearing everybody call up and say, Brock Purdy isn't Lamar. He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not Josh Allen. But do we really need him to be? Where's Josh Allen at right now? Where's Justin Herbert at right now? At home watching the game with us, right? And I think an X factor in this game is Purdy's ability to scramble. We don't win that game against Green Bay unless he scrambles out of the pocket and gets down to the 9-yard line for the Christian McCaffrey walk-in touchdown. Excuse me. And we're going to win this game 24-17 Niners. Priest should call up his boy Josh Allen and pull up to his house and watch the championship games with him this weekend.
Wow, look at him.
Got him.
Oh, that wouldn't be a cover in Vegas, or would it? 7.
What?
If they win by 7, 24-17.
Well, I don't know what the line is currently, but it'd be a push based on the open. Yeah.
What damn?
So 30-20. Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, you would get your money back. In my mind, that's anytime you don't lose, anytime you don't lose, you win when we're talking gambling. Let's keep this thing rolling. Get down to the South Bay where the game's going to be kicking off in Santa Clara. Fernando's in San Jose. What's up, man? How you doing? You're on 95.7 The Game.
How's it going, fellas?
Hey.
Homie, what's happening? Hey, Guru, I've been listening to you. You know your game, bro. But, everybody's different. All quarterbacks are different. And everybody's doubting Purdy. Purdy's proven himself. He's not an experienced veteran like everybody else. But for the time he's been there, he's proven himself. He's going to show everybody wrong. Everybody doubts him. Like Homer said before I called you, where's Allen? Where's Baker? Where's Mayfield?
Yeah, no, those are valid.
Amy Trask said she didn't consider Purdy a top 8 quarterback, but he's still there, bro. So he's doing something right. Nobody's mistake free, but he's doing something right. And going on it, baby. I'm a Niners fan to the bone.
Yeah.
You guys be cool. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. But, Evan, no, this is no slander. This is no slander for me. And I'm not saying he said that, but the Amy Trask, I took that as slander, Evan. And then he goes out and has arguably one of his worst games. But you look at this kid, forced in to start, coming to the stadium last year, not knowing his number was going to get called, what he's parlayed that into, and what he's parlayed that into for the people out there is hate. And Ryan Clark, again, I just keep going back to it on this day because that was hate. It was fake. It was phony. And I would love for him to explain what he meant that he was doing up until he felt comfortable after the game with Green Bay. I'll leave that there. Brock Purdy, to Priest's point, he has nothing to prove but what quarterback he can be running this system, Evan. And the last time I looked, and I'll say it again before Sunday, Magic Johnson had Hall of Famers left and right, and I know that Magic was a bad boy. I get it. My point is he ran the system. Okay, and that's all Brock Purdy is doing, Evan. So I'm not sitting here putting the cap on Brock, telling you or anybody that would listen that this kid can't get it done. He's right there again on the precipice of being a Super Bowl winner in year 2.
Yeah, it doesn't, I don't care about the rankings or where you have him. I mean, it's a team sport. There's 22 people on the field. Purdy's a major part of it as the quarterback, but I don't care if you think he's the best quarterback in the league. Okay, if you think he's the 18th best quarterback in the league, that's I really don't care. He's one of the last 4 guys that gets to play at the end of the day. And
twice.
The question is, and I think the previous caller brought it up, which is the question he's trying to answer, right? Okay, so if he's not a top 3 quarterback or whatever, is it good enough? Well, it's been good enough for him to go now 18-4, including the playoffs. If he wins one more game, he'll be in the Super Bowl, which very few people under the age of 23 can say. And if he wins a Super Bowl, he would be one of 3 quarterbacks in NFL history to do that at that age. That's the kind of group that he's getting into.
No doubt.
Is he good enough to do that? We're going to find out, and that's why we watch the games, because we get to place him in these groups if he continues to win, which is something that he's only done so far. And that's really all I care about. That's one of the reasons why I have enjoyed watching the 49ers this year, is because they got the complete picture. They got all the pieces, it appears, to the puzzle, and now it's about piecing them together against the next, ideally, 2 opponents that they have to face in order to etch their names in history.
And 2 big boys, regardless if it's Lamar, Evan, and I know the Ravens beat the Niners, or it's arguably a team in the dynasty phase right now, Patrick Mahomes. It's going to be ultra impressive. But you are right, my friend. I will say this. Could you imagine year 2, his actual first year of being the actual starter, if he were to get the Super Bowl victory, you still got him under contract for a couple more. Like, what I was telling you and Steiny, where this thing could go is somehow the Niners could cash that chip and win a Super Bowl. Evan, I won't scoff at anybody telling me Kyle might run 2 or 3 off or Purdy may end. Like, he's on that. I got you. Slow down, Goo. But, it starts with 1, E. That's all. And the Niners coming back or going into next year, if you're ready for that, I know there's a draft, but I'm just looking at you and Grandy like, come on, the Niners are going to be a top 5 team going into next year. Okay, then they got to handle their business, but my point is they're not going anywhere. So if you could come into next year with hardware, I mean, it's not going to be ludicrous to think, okay, the Niners might get back to the NFC Championship game and a possible another Super Bowl in New Orleans.
Appearances, yes. Winning the Super Bowl, you got to slow your roll because, so who is Brock Purdy always constantly compared to? Kurt Warner, right? Came out of nowhere.
I was going to say Montana, but yeah, Kurt Warner,
right? I think it's unfair to put him in the name in the category with Montana because Montana's got 4 Super Bowls. Kurt Warner has 1.
Yeah.
Kurt Warner played with Marshall Faulk, Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce. He played on one of the greatest offenses ever.
Almost had to.
He had a great head coach in Dick Vermeil, one of the few guys who went at the college as well as the National Football League level. Like, there are great quarterbacks that have only won 1 Super Bowl. Yep. It looked like they were set up for a decent run. They made it back. They lost to Tom Brady. It looked like the Seattle Seahawks were set up for an amazing type of run. They got to 2 straight Super Bowls, and how many did they go to after that?
Yep, crickets.
So, look, they're trying to win their first under Kyle Shanahan. Brock Purdy's trying to win his first, and if he does that, he is going to be in rarefied air. Let me put it this way. If Brock Purdy wins the Super Bowl this year, if the 49ers win the Super Bowl, Brock Purdy is on a track to Canton, Ohio. He's on a track to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. That is not something that happens often, especially for someone that is where he's from and drafted where he is. This guy's story is still being written, and the fact that he's being put into chapters with other great names and great quarterbacks is a testament to his ability. But I don't want to just fast forward and start writing the rest of the book before we've seen chapter 2.
Yeah, I'll give you that. That was well said, but like I said, and it's bigger than, and I mean this, Evan, it's bigger than Brock Purdy. It's kind of what Kyle and John Lynch have built. It's gone on since 2019. If I just want to stop and specify just how great of a coach Kyle is, he made Jimmy Garoppolo his starting quarterback and got him to a Super Bowl and multiple NFC Championship games. You could call him Jesus just for that. But now he's got another quarterback, last pick in the draft, and last year they went to great heights, didn't get it done, but it was a championship game, and here we are come 48 hours. Brock's about to play and hopefully last and stay upright in his second in consecutive years.
Yes, sir. Steve's in San Francisco. What's going on, Steve? How you feeling before Sunday's big game?
Oh, man, I am so hyped, man. So hyped. Let me tell you guys one thing, though, before I start. I was in the end zone in 1971, Kezar Stadium with John Brody. Threw to Dick Witcher in the end zone, and Witcher dropped the ball.
Oh,
and they lost. Ended up losing. I was so upset. But now I'm hyped. I called in a while ago and I said that we need, when Garoppolo was getting, everybody saying Garoppolo was great. I said, we need to play quarterback who could extend plays.
Yeah.
By using his feet. And Garoppolo couldn't do that, and Purdy can. So that's one thing that's going to help them. His mobility, and I think we're going to see him run a little bit more. I'm hyped. Defense is going to wake up. Everybody's going to be on point. And if it gets the Ravens to the Super Bowl, we owe them anyway. They deserve what we're going to give them.
Yeah, I hear you talking. He sounds like 30, Evan, or 35, 1971.
Yeah, 1971.
You sound young, brother. Man, he said Kezar.
Well, it is. So it's always weird because I used to live right across the street from Kezar Stadium, what it is now, right?
Yeah.
And it obviously used to be big.
It was everything.
Tremendous football stadium. The only time I've been able to, thank you. I don't even know if that's a drop. Like, I just used to live across from a relic.
It counted, though. Randy counted.
Count the bucket.
Yeah.
But I think the closest that I've actually seen in real time, what is it, Dirty Harry?
Yeah. Oh, man.
When Clint Eastwood's running across the football field and shooting guys down. No, but, like, it's just weird to think about how that was the spot. That was the original location for the 49ers. Man. And we've done shows at Kezar Pub, of course, right across the street. Shout out to them. Might be there for the game. You never know. But it's really cool to see how history has now transformed. You got Kezar Stadium, of course, Candlestick for a long time, and now into Levi.
Yeah, so. And speaking of history, you talk about Bill Walsh, you talk about Seifert, you talk about those teams winning Super Bowls, Evan, and now John, again, I keep going back to the boy wonder, Kyle Shanahan, who's turned this thing around. We talk about his brilliant play calling or play design, whatever gets you off. But at the end of the day, he has a chance to put his name up there with the Bill Walshes and the George Seiferts. And it's not going to be easy. Nothing is, Evan, but they're right there, man. They are right there.
Well, speaking of nuggets about history, what's up, Mark?
Yeah, so the Niners and Lions have played in the playoffs twice before. The first time they met was 1957 in San Francisco. That was at Kezar Stadium. And the Niners had a lead at halftime, a gigantic lead. They led by like 20.
You remember it?
And the Lions, yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday. And the Lions came all the way back, and they won to go to, at the time, the NFL championship. They won that game. It was pre-Super Bowl, obviously, in 57. They won. That is their last league championship, and that win against the Niners at Kezar in 1957, the last Lions road playoff victory in franchise history.
And the last they played was 83, where the Niners beat them, right?
Yeah, by a single point.
Okay, gotcha. Wow. That last road win.
Don't let history repeat itself.
wasn't even born in 1950 like that. Boy, that's a long time, man.
57? What is that?
No way they're going to win, Evan.
Post-Korean War?
Yeah, no way they're going to win.
Who?
The Lions.
There's
I'm fat
there is a way.
Now, I don't
want to look. I don't think the Lions are going to win this game. I'm generally with you. In fact, if I had money to bet, I would.
Okay,
I would bet on the Niners covering this game.
And you would feel good about that.
I would, yes, but there is always a way. There is always a way, especially in the NFL.
But the fallout would just be. I got to be careful here. The fallout from a Lion upset would be monumental. Give me that.
Oh, of course.
Here in the Bay.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever you want to, we got to see it play out. But, Evan, that would be, you heard?
People would be furious.
Okay, there we go.
People would be
Shocker.
furious.
Okay.
Now, the thing is, I don't think much would change because again, you're in this position for a reason. If the Niners win, if the Niners lost to the Lions, I don't think the best team would have won that day.
No doubt about it.
But
the coach is coming back, the quarterback's coming back to run. I hear you on the change. That's why I say the sacrificial lamb would be, and I just don't like this, would be Wilkes. And maybe he keeps his job and the offense doesn't show up and the defense plays well. But, Evan, there was something that happened, another footnote to this season about bringing him up out of the booth, onto the field. It was quiet on the set. His first game was at Jacksonville with Chase Young, and they looked like it was just sack, sack, sack. My ball, D. Shark week, eat. But now that's kind of quieted down. And I know it's just one game. It was a playoff game. But I'm not worried about Purdy and the offense showing up. Even Deebo, I just think he's going to play. And I think just him out there will help them. But defensively, I got to tell you, Evan, that's where my concern is. Like, what Niner defense are we going to see? What game are they going to bring?
Well, you hope they bring their A game.
Yeah, no doubt.
What does the A game look like, you think, defensively?
4 sacks, maybe an interception. I'll just put 1 interception, 4 sacks, and hold in this line offense to maybe 13 to 17 points.
I mean, I like that. I don't know if it's the number of points. To me, it is largely about how good you are against the Lions in the red zone, about limiting touchdowns, about
and that's
keeping
what
them
won
to
you the
field
game
goals.
against Green Bay as much as I'm going in on the D.
And I think the Lions have a good special teams unit. I think they got a good kicking game, and Michael Badgley is pretty serviceable, though. It's always interesting when you take those kickers that have been kicking in a dome all year outdoors and how they fare. Now, Badgley's he's been outdoors before, but I'm curious to see how he's going to kick in, non-Ford field conditions.
What did you make of the Moody kick, Evan, that a lot of people said, it got blocked before half, but it was the amount of people that said, even though it got blocked, he was going to miss it. That ain't a miss. It's a block still. Even if you think he was going to hook it, he didn't because it got blocked. Well, is that fair saying, dude?
No, it's not fair.
I was like, come
assume
on.
He's going to miss a kick.
Yeah, that thing was going left. You don't know.
Like, I get he's not Robbie Gould, but you can't just assume the guy's going to miss a kick.
I said, boy, X is something else, man.
But if you do look at, I know we're ranking quarterbacks left in the playoffs. If you look at the 4 kickers, I probably have the least amount of faith in the Niners kicker than the Lions,
and
the
Tucker,
Chiefs,
number 1,
and
obviously.
the Ravens.
Yeah, okay.
Harrison Butker's also a very good kicker. Yeah. So, I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're on the 972.
What you got?
Slow your roll, Goo. Yeah, there's only one Jesus.
All right.
Yeah. Lizardo.
Oh, man, I was thinking Shuttleworth, and he got game.
Fantastic.
Ray Allen.
Speaking of hoop, you want to do a little bit right here?
Man, Evan, I don't know. Go ahead, man.
Well, first of all, we do have to talk about this. It is our Xfinity call of the game. The Warriors, after every single home game, the Xfinity call of the game is sponsored by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors.
Ball thrown into Draymond. Bounce past Kuminga. Goes up and dunked it. The Warriors lead by 1. He set a screen for Curry coming out. Everybody looked at Curry, and Kuminga with a new career high of 31.
It was a great game for Jonathan Kuminga. Unfortunately, that was the last basket and last points that the Warriors would score per Tim Roy on the call of every game for the Warriors on 95.7 The Game. The Xfinity 10G network, again, the best way to stream your Warriors. The call of the game is sponsored by Xfinity. I'm going to just get out of the way, Goo, because I know you got some thoughts about that final possession.
And I listened to you post-game yesterday. You did a great job.
I got my takes off. I'll let you get yours.
Evan, I'll tell you what. Defense wins championships, and I'll get to the offense, but the day started for me. I didn't like it. I wasn't ready for Steph Curry not to be named an all-star starter. I don't care who voted. That was just his spot forever, and I wasn't ready for that. So he comes out and has 18 in the first quarter, and I'm thinking, the chef is about to cook up a 50 burger or 45 to just let everybody know. Maybe not that they got it wrong, but that next breed of stars coming. SGA has had a better season than Steph, but I just wasn't ready for Curry not to be in there. Okay, get over that. So I watched the first quarter, and I'm like, oh, boy, my boy's feeling frisky. And then he doesn't score, Steph, in the second quarter. But bigger than that, Evan, when you give up 75 points to a Sacramento team in one half, I don't know where this season is going and who comes in or who goes. But at the end of the day, I've been turned off, and this has been consistent because this team has no defense. Draymond's back. I'm not blaming him. I am so sick and tired of looking at plus minus because it's so skewed, especially with the Warriors. I just know Draymond's out there fighting an uphill battle because you just cannot stop a team from hitting three-pointers. Whoever all of a sudden plays the Warriors, I don't care what their metrics and numbers are on the season, they just turn into Mark Price and Larry Bird. And I'm getting tired of it, and I don't know when it'll stop. But I will say this. Steph getting that ball, I wish Steve Kerr, and we've played this movie or watched this movie before, no timeout, I'll trust my guys. I mean, that was just a big cluster on that last possession, and I hate that it ended not getting the shot off. So, Jonathan Kuminga, this one's for you. You're not perfect. You had an opportunity, and you kind of lost the ball / block shot, but you're young. You're 21 years old. Evan Giddings and everybody out there listening, we should not watch another Warrior game for the rest of this season. And Matt Steinmetz, if you're out there, I love you to death. Jonathan Kuminga should be in the starting lineup. That's just I don't want any. I heard Shasky say it this morning. Great minds think alike. Evan, I don't know what's left of the season. They got the games. I thought something might have been manifesting with maybe 2 in a row coming back to run Sacramento down. But Jonathan Kuminga is the best thing you got going right now, and that's because we've seen Steph and we know what he is and how lethal. But Jonathan is new. He's getting better every night. Not perfect, but Evan, he should not be coming off the bench. Draymond, for that matter, should not be coming off the bench because defensively you are not up to par collectively. And put those 2 guys into the starting lineup. But I just went to bed with a knot in my stomach, and I thought that I was not going to let it get to me. But, Evan, they can't stop a nosebleed. They just can't. And I'm not used to it, man. And I don't think Kerr's used to it.
I'm not going to lie. I didn't know that's where that rant was going.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were going to be talking about the final possession.
Wow. Even if they had won, Evan, I would have been like, you gave up 134 to Sac.
No, I'm seeing growth. It wasn't about one moment.
When do you lock down? Is it age? You're not all the way old. I mean, what do we do? Why can't this team stop? And then you get a lead, or you think you get subtraction, and whoever it is comes down. Grandy pull up 3. Grandy to the ring. Evan to what's the disconnect defensively?
I got no answers for you there. Now, Sacramento is a really good offensive team. The fact that they made 22 3-pointers and you were in the game with a chance to win it at the end is miraculous in and of itself. Not that it should have gotten to that. You'd like to not allow 134 points. You gave up 70 in the first half. I think that's what?
75.
Or 75 points, yeah. 70 or more in the first half of like 6 of their last 7 games.
Good,
That's with Draymond last night. That's without Draymond. Look, I don't personally, if this is what Kuminga is going to give you off the bench, and he's averaging now, I think, 26 points. You saying leave him there, E? Well, I don't want to mess with him. But
that would be a happy mess
points in 30
him.
minutes.
It would almost be a reward. Like if I were to ask you, Evan, you think Kuminga would love being in the starting lineup? And let's just say we don't know what the numbers are going to do if they go up or down, but wouldn't you think that would be something he's striving for? And that would be something he's trying to attain? Is to be a starter on a nightly basis, knowing I'm driving to the arena and I'm going to get 35 minutes at least if I don't get in foul trouble. Like, I hear what you're saying, but it's apparent, Evan, he deserves to be starting, I think.
I would hope that Jonathan Kuminga's goal on every night driving to the arena is to win. And the Warriors didn't do that last night. Now, he was a big reason why they almost won, and he was coming off the bench. He still played 30 minutes. Now, whether he's been in the starting lineup or been on the bench, he's gotten 25 minutes, or he's been benched down the stretch of fourth quarters, whether he started or come off the bench. I don't think that, to me, is as big of a deal as what you talked about with the defense. But what I do want to get into on the other side is a couple of calls that I think are very interesting concerning Kyle Shanahan, along with the X factor for Sunday's NFC Championship game for the San Francisco 49ers. They got the Lions coming to town. They're 7-point favorites. We got 1 hour left here on 95.7 The Game, and I want to figure this thing out. How do the Niners get to their Super Bowl? How do they get to Las Vegas? How do they put themselves in a position to, in 2 weeks, be hoisting a Lombardi trophy for the 6th time in franchise history? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do, go to first5california.com. Also, a reminder, we're live and local all day on Sunday. The kickoff show at 1 o'clock. Prior to that, Grandy and Bennett got you at 9 a.m. Lorenzo, along with Larry Kruger, 2 hours before the game for the kickoff show at the Hilton Santa Clara. Join us for delicious food, drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. If you've been wrong, Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURE or visit habaslaw.com.
From better poops to more energy, when you switch your dog's food to the farmer's dog.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 1 hour left. We got the crossover coming up with Will and Dibbs to kick off their show and, of course, end our show. We hope that the weekend ends with a 49ers victory against the Lions in the NFC Championship. But 1 hour left. If you want to get your calls in, I don't want to steal a red zone bit, but with the witching hour of the show, kind of the witching hour, a prediction hour. How about that? Because I know we are going to get our predictions off.
And you know what? The one thing about it's so prestigious, the NFC Championship game or the day, is they have that celebration and the trophy awarded to them on the field after, as they go. So it ain't just like, oh, great win, we'll see you in the line. Like, Evan, all that's on the table, man.
It all is, yeah. Look, I'm with you. I think that of all the semifinals for any of the major sports, this is the biggest one.
Oh, man.
And in fact, it was funny. We were talking to KJ Wright earlier, who's won a Super Bowl. He's played in these games before. And even he said, especially as a team that hosts the game, like this is in a way almost it has more anticipation and juice than even the Super Bowl because the trip to the Super Bowl is what you're aiming for. Like when you get there, anything happens. It's almost like, it's almost like Game 6 for the NBA, right? The NBA Finals. Their anticipation is of winning, but once you get to Game 7, everything's off the board. It's a clean slate. You never know what's going to happen. So
they can all pop off.
There is a lot of juice behind this game. There is a lot of excitement. I also think there's a lot of appropriate fear. I think there's a lot of anticipation, anxiety. Every single emotion under the sun right now is on the table, and we want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Steeler Phil out in Vacaville. He's been hanging on through the break. What's going on, Phil? How we feeling, my man?
Chris.
Hey, fellas, how you doing? I'm doing all right.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Getting ready for this weekend of football. I heard another caller call in earlier, and he sort of made my point for me. You have two MVP candidates that were on your team, and you've got this head coach in Shanahan. What I'm trying to figure out is if that guy goes and the Niners unfortunately lose on Sunday, why wouldn't his head be on the table? This guy's gone on ahead and made it to the NFC Championship games, keeps losing. Made it to the Super Bowl, lost in Atlanta. Why wouldn't his head be on the table? Probably any other coach in the league's head would be on the table if they could not go on ahead and push it through. Now, I understand the coach isn't on the field, but he's responsible for the fellas that are on the field, and he's handling the play. So I'm trying to figure out why he doesn't. What you guys keep saying is his head won't be on the table.
Well, he's got 1 million years left on his deal. They just re-upped him. I'll start there. If you talk about, all depending on who you are, Evan, continuity, do you reward a coach that's coming in here and changed the culture and got you to a Super Bowl already, although you lost it, got you back after both in 2 seasons where you were 3-5, 4-6, you turned it around and got to the championship game. I mean, if you just look around and take a step back, that's not happening in a lot of places. Now, I do understand if I won't even say barbershop, if I was at the mall or at the grocery store and somebody was like, and I got some of these traits too, Evan, that Kyle Shanahan can't win the big one. Mm-hmm. I mean, I would understand it, but what are you replacing Kyle with? And when you look at what Jed York has done and that new contract or the extension that Kyle and Lynch have, my point is, yeah, the public perception may be different than the reality, but Evan, nobody's saying bye-bye to a guy that got you to a Super Bowl, I don't believe.
I don't think so, but I do think it's fair to expect that noise to get louder if they lose on Sunday.
No,
I think
that would be a bad loss.
But even so, there's been examples of coaches that have gotten to multiple Super Bowls and haven't won that have found themselves without jobs earlier than you might expect. Like, for example, there's a guy who's a special defensive assistant right now for the Lions. His name is John Fox.
Okay.
He's been a head coach for over 15 years in the NFL.
Been in the Super Bowl.
He's been in 2 Super Bowls. Remember, he was the head coach for the Panthers in 2003.
I remember that. Jake Delhomme.
And then in 2013 with the Broncos.
Wow.
He got fired after the 2014 season with Denver. The year after, they won the Super Bowl with Gary Kubiak.
Oh, man.
Like, it isn't as if you can't go out and find someone you don't think is... Now, I don't think... Like, John Fox is a great head coach, especially for what he does on the defensive side of the football. But I think Kyle Shanahan right now, to me, and look, your point is well taken, Colin. I appreciate you chiming in. But to me, the relevancy and the ability to be in these positions constantly is why Kyle Shanahan will continue to have a job. The hope is that if you get a crack at a top 4 appearance pretty much every single season, which is what he's done for the last 5, the only time he hasn't is when Bosa tore an ACL, Garoppolo tore an ACL. You had injuries galore during the pandemic season. It's the only time he hasn't been in the NFC Championship the last 5 years.
And, Evan, you said it all, and I'll just add this. You tell me what you think. And the fact that you're doing it with a quarterback that's not a top 10 pick or a top 5 pick. You know what I mean? You got him. You took your shot at it with Trey Lance. He's no longer here. But my point being is you've shown you could take Garoppolo to great heights, and you've shown you could take the last pick in the draft and make him formidable. So I just don't see anybody washing their hands of that. And also Kyle's, quote unquote, how he schemes up his offense. Here we go again. You know, NFC Championship game, called 4 of the 5 last years. He's been in that game. How do you just say night-night to that?
I don't think you do. And the most important part of this is that the Niners are not doing it. Now, I think a fair question is, well, if Kyle Shanahan has been continuously knocking at the door and he hasn't kicked it down yet, now he could do it this year, and this conversation is completely irrelevant. Done. But if he already had a couple of years left on his deal, it wasn't as if his contract was up at the end of the season or next season. Why was there a need to extend him now? Why wouldn't you just wait and see if Kyle Shanahan gets to the next 3 NFC Championship games and loses them all, I don't think that's going to happen, but hypothetically,
right, but it could happen.
Then, you might ask the question of, is this the guy to get you?
That would be warranted then. But,
I think that's fair.
And to answer your question, though, about why it was done, I think his employer, his boss, loves everything about his team and feels confident, Evan, that the coach, the coordinator, that whole dynamic of it, that Kyle's doing a brilliant job. And I don't think that shocks anybody. Yeah, he hadn't won it all, but if I'm York and I'm making that announcement on that extension, I mean, I'm drunk on what I'm seeing, you know? And at that time he made that announcement, the defense is kicking ass. I got 1,000 yards everywhere I look. I got a young stud from Iowa State that nobody thought was going to do anything. You've made him into a story, so here you go. And I think that's what was out of that extension, was almost just euphoria of, a lot of coaches getting fired, but I like who's running my regime right now.
I also think that extension comes with an expectation of, you found your quarterback. So now we're going to give you an extended run with that quarterback. And that's the kind of confidence it seems like the 49ers have in Brock Purdy. And it's also, he's kind of rewarded them for that confidence because he's got him in the conference championship for a second straight season. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. We got full lines here, so let's get out to him. Doug's in Wichita. We'll have to talk about the NFC Championship game. What's happening, Doug? How we feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling good, fellas. Feeling good. I'll tell you what, Guru, you asked her. Maybe you did. Asked the question just a couple minutes ago about what's the A game look like on defense, okay? And, man, that encouraged me because I got to thinking. The answer Guru gave there was, hey, maybe 13 to 17 points, a pick, and 4 sacks?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's look at what we did to Green Bay, okay? All right, we gave up an extra touchdown on a short field because they got a good run back and fumbled forward for 15 yards, so they worked with a short field, got 7 bonus points, man. They should have only really had 13 points. They got 8 points, actually, because they went for 2. So check it out. We got 2 picks. We didn't go get Love on the ground, but I think there is something to putting the guy on the run, making him throw off schedule. Maybe he wasn't quite as good at that as he hoped he was, and I think in crunch time he proved it because he threw 2 picks. Okay, that was maybe not an A game, but man, coming off the rust, yeah. Hey man, all the rest was needed, no doubt, but you got to pay the price. And when our offense comes out this week and rolls like the well-oiled machine that it is, our defense is going to look 10 times better. Mark it, baby. 49ers, handily.
Give us
I'm
a score.
30-17.
Okay.
30-17. And that's when we pull back on the reins in the fourth quarter.
Look at him.
Love the confidence.
Do we see
Doug.
a Darnold sighting, Evan?
If you do, well, actually, I was going to say it doesn't mean it's necessarily great.
Well, I'm being positive.
Because we saw a backup quarterback in the NFC Championship game last year, and that was no bueno.
And then we saw his backup and his backup. That was I've never seen anything like. Nobody wants to hear about it. No. That was uncanny.
No, that is the last thing anybody wants to see. Brock Purdy, I'll go out on a limb, is going to play the entirety of this NFC Championship.
Tell me what you would give our girl Lori Matthews on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. An astute point, Evan. We think tomorrow is promised, not just life, just in sports. Look at the Philadelphia Eagles. They went to the Super Bowl. I can make a case they should have won the Super Bowl. They start out 10-1, Evan, and I'm just talking about continuity here. Yeah. Lose both their coordinators, and now, bam, they just have it's like the Titanic of the NFL. Nobody can, you know what I mean? Like, things can change. And the fact that Kyle, I lost the Super Bowl, Evan, I lost a couple NFC Championship games up 10, but Tart dropped the ball. Mosley got lost in the Super Bowl, yada, yada, yada. You do there hadn't been that fall off from getting back to the big game.
I think also because of what Shanahan represents. Like, for example, we brought Pete Carroll's name up earlier, right? He's a legend.
Yeah,
he's got a Super Bowl champ. Yeah. He's a Super Bowl champ. He's also national champion in college. Like, he's a damn good head coach. He doesn't have a job, I believe, because each of the last 6 seasons, the Seattle Seahawks have had a subpar defense, and they have not been able to solve Kyle Shanahan. Like, they haven't. Now, I know they've beaten the Niners throughout that span, but specifically the last 3 years, and really the last 2, they haven't found an answer for what Kyle Shanahan can do to them offensively. So even they are telling you that this guy is special. If Kyle Shanahan was relieved of his duties in some alternate universe, the Seattle Seahawks would try and scoop him up immediately. Every single team in the league would be clamoring for this guy. It's not just about who would be able to replace him, which are very few people, even someone who's got 6 Super Bowls like Bill Belichick. I don't know if he could do it. But also, how many teams will be lined up at his doorstep for his services if he was a free agent?
I mean, man.
That's another question that I think factors into this as well.
Yeah, the line would be around the corner, Evan. And for anybody listening, nobody's whistling Sweet Dixie about Kyle Shanahan and giving him something he hasn't earned. That's the bottom line, and that's the biggest compliment you can do, and that's why he's not going anywhere. And just like I told Acho, man, I just feel like in a crazy way, Evan, he's already got a Super Bowl victory, but he doesn't. I just think he's so worthy of it, and he's done so much with, I dare say, less at the quarterback position. If he wins this, I didn't need a Lamar. I didn't need a Mahomes. I thought Trey Lance was something else, but my point is I won it with Mr. Irrelevant, and I got here with Jimmy Garoppolo and almost got to 2 more with Garoppolo. So that just, a quarterback's an extension of your head coach. He gets credit for that. I rip him on situational play calling, and that's what was so funny about Saturday night, Evan. Had they not pulled that off, his head he would have to be protecting his neck, Kyle, because people would have said, you puckered up. And they would have looked at what we've heard all week about the double up right before halftime. But Willard was like, and I get what Willard was saying, but the point is, people would have said the moment got too big for Kyle and he wasn't aggressive.
Yeah, and I think Shanahan suffers a little bit from what Purdy gets dinged for, which is like, okay, so you're telling me you're great, but you don't have the chip. And Purdy and Shanahan, they're different places, but everyone knows that Kyle Shanahan is a great head coach. He's a brilliant play caller. But the one thing that he doesn't have is the affirmation that is cemented and stamped. Everyone in the Bay Area, I think, believes that Kyle Shanahan is a great head coach. But in order to be separated in that conversation with other head coaches, you got to have a ring. You kind of do need to have one in order to be talked about with the reverence that people have given him before he even became a head coach. So I think there's something to that as well. Ben's in Fairfield. What's up, Ben? You're on 95.7 The Game with Evan and Goo. How you doing?
Hey, guys, just wanted to check in. I think the one matchup that I'm looking at this weekend is Ayuk on whoever, which corner is guarding him. I feel like I saw Mike Evans and Baker Mayfield just absolutely torch the outside with that kind of combo, and I'm looking for Purdy and Ayuk to do the same thing and connect on some long distance throws. I think that's a matchup that's definitely in our favor.
Thanks for the call,
They were making beautiful music, Baker, and if that means anything, Evan, and I think it does. Baker and the Devontae twin, they were making some. He does look like B.
I'll give you a 4.
Yeah, but they were getting busy. Arsenio Hall on line 1. They didn't get it done, but I see no reasons why Ayuk, whoever you want to put in, and maybe it's all 3, because I expect Deebo to play or Kittle. I just think it's imperative that they team get off to a good start, any sport, Goo. But you know what I mean? You're at home. You want Detroit to kind of be reminded that you don't belong. But, Evan, if we get to halftime and it's 10-7, 7-10, and let's not even dare think about them being down, Detroit gets that's why you want to put an opponent away early, because that Green Bay game was going that way. Even though I didn't take them serious, I'm like, it's 7-6 at halftime. Oh, boy, it's the fourth quarter. You got a lead. So it's imperative that the Niners get off to a good start, man.
I'm with you. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get our predictions in on the other side during our short segment. If you have any score predictions you want to throw in towards the tail end of the show, we're happy to take them.
I'm out of retirement, Remember I said 38-10, I was retiring.
Oh, I can't wait for the score. What's it going to be, 42-3 today? No, I don't want to spoil it for the people. Rich in Fremont, one of our favorites here on 95.7 The Game. What's happening, Rich? How we feeling?
Doing good, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. I think, honestly, what needs to happen is, if I'm Steve Wilkes, look, I got to go to my secondary and go to the corners, particularly Ambry Thomas, because I believe, honestly, he's the weakest link in all of this. And I think if I'm Dan Campbell, I got Jared Goff. Hey, I'm attacking those corners. I'm going right after them, okay? Because I know that they got issues whenever they're covering the receivers downfield. So I just think that really that's two sides of both teams. But I think my prediction is going to have me say the Niners 36-20.
Wow. Okay.
And that's the way it should go.
Hey, real quick, Rich. I remember your call last week. I want to say it was on Friday. You didn't come down my road because we're family, but you had some extra sauce on you kind of felt like Green Bay didn't have a chance. How scared were you watching that game going in the fourth? Like, man, we might lose this.
Oh, man, that is an excellent question, Guru. And I'll tell you something. At the end of the day, you are so right, because that was an Alka-Seltzer game. It was, and it wasn't supposed to. Okay? In other words, the Niners had the superior defense, and yet here we are looking at a 3-point lead in the end of the game to win the game. And I thought 3 points, that you gave up that much points on defense, Mr. Wilkes, you got to do something about that, because this next team you're going to play, guess what? They're not Green Bay.
Wow. All right. Have a good weekend, man. Good luck.
Thanks, Rich.
Yeah.
No, they're not. According to Emmanuel Ochoa, they're the less famous version of the Niners.
Yeah, he was in his.
I think there is some truth to that. They're similarly built. How about that?
Yeah,
offensively.
But Detroit's I don't want to say big boy in regard to storied franchise. You got Dallas, Steelers, Niners. Detroit's there. They play on Thanksgiving, but
they've been around for a long time. They just play on Thanksgiving.
If I'm Goodell, I want the Niners over Detroit, right?
Oh, of course,
yeah, no doubt. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, honestly, I think the best matchup for ratings is probably San Francisco, Kansas City.
You think? Okay.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah,
because we've seen 2013. Baltimore, same Harbaugh versus the Niners.
I think the more recent Super Bowl rematch is good. Mahomes is always going to draw eyes, and then of course Taylor Swift being at a Super Bowl in Las Vegas is probably going to be something that the TV
going
networks
FP on me, the Swifties.
Hey, look, all I'll say is, I was in the East Bay for a family. Why am I mad
at her?
At Taylor Swift?
Yes.
I actually, so I can't be, because my niece, who is in town for a family event, came up to me and we were asking, who do you like in football? And she's like, I'm a Chiefs fan. We're like, Patrick Mahomes, right? She goes, no, ew, Patrick Mahomes.
Taylor.
Travis Kelce is my favorite player.
See that? I don't know why.
She's like 7 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, I
shout out to your niece.
Yeah, I can't be mad at her. So, like, if that's going to bring a bunch of casuals into a game that we all know and love, and keep them hooked, I can't be too mad at it. But let's sneak Bob in Pittsburgh in right before the break. Has a 49ers fight song. I can't wait to hear this. What's up, Bob? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, listen, I used to be a sports reporter out here. I grew up a Joe Montana fan, and I've been a fan ever since. And it's very difficult to listen about Kenny Pickett being a franchise quarterback and Brock Purdy not getting any love. So I thought it was important that someone gave it to him. Why not me?
There you go.
What do you got?
All right, you ready?
Yep.
It's not going to be super musical, but I'm going to go with it.
You're on the right show.
It starts out, get Deebo on him. I'm that Q that you bet on. Football National, last pick in my draft class, getting paid minimum. Because I know that's what the coaches need. SF the filthy. I got big dubs for my stat sheet, looking like Joe and Steve. Was Mr. Irrelevant? Don't make the cha-ching. All the criticism needs explaining. All I really need to understand is when you proc Purdy to me. Brock Purdy to me.
There you go, baby. Yeah.
Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby had that cadence and the twang going.
Took me a minute. I'm there with you, Bob. Thank you so much.
Bobby for the dub. Wow.
Talk Brock Purdy.
Yeah, you hear that? Man.
I ain't mad at him.
Yeah.
I ain't mad at him.
He was harmonizing.
I'm with him.
Look at Grandy, like, oh boy.
We're getting mixed reviews from the audience here, Bob. But
no, that was great. E for effort.
Oh, I'll give him a 5. I will give him a 5. Took some guts, not just to put that together. But come on, without a beat, by the way.
Man, that was a cappella.
When I answered the call, I was like, "You want to sing it on air?" And he was like, "Yeah, we'll see."
Oh.
So he hanging out on hold. He decided he was going to go for it.
That man kills karaoke now.
Yeah, he did.
Hey. If you got any more musical medleys, we're taking them in our final short segment on the other side before the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. God, that was amazing. Evan in for Steiny with Terrell the Guru Johnson. Oh, my goodness.
He's getting 5 stars on the YouTube
Yes,
chat.
he is. Oh, from the Rotten Tomato meter, 10 out of 10. There you go, Bob. Oh, it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. Learn 4 things you need to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. Also a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny Guru on the free Odyssey app. Rewind. Go check out KJ Wright, Super Bowl champ. He was back at 10:30. Rewind to 11:45. Check out FS1's Emmanuel Acho. A couple of great interviews today. Great interviews throughout this week here on 95.7 The Game as we get you set for the Niners and the Lions NFC Championship weekend coming your way 48 hours away. We got our last segment of the day before the boys hop in here. Evan with Guru back after this on 95.7 The Game.
The road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Hey, guys, at Prime Mail Medical.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's almost that time. It is almost that time. God, this is what I'll be bumping down on my drive down to Levi Stadium, man.
This that when I do get to the gym, play this.
When I do.
Oh, boy.
One last segment here on a Football Friday. Evan in for Steiny with my man Goo, as always. We are taking your predictions. Who do you think is walking away with the win in the NFC Championship? Who's representing the National Football Conference in the 2024 Super Bowl? For the 415 of the Comcast Business Text Line, 24-13 Niners. Also for the 415, 24-10 Niners. A lot of confidence for the Red. Do you think they're going to cover? Do you think it's going to be tight? How do you see this game playing out? 888-957-9570. Guru, we've been waiting all week.
And I'm real. I thought about it long and hard. And ladies and gentlemen, I got your San Francisco 49ers 35, the Detroit Lions 20.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm going to go 35-20. I don't want to shortchange them. I think they get 20 points. And a lot of times they put lipstick on a pig at the end. You're getting blown out and you get the score at the end. I think that's how they get to 20. But, Evan, there's just, I feel like too much, I don't want to say legacy, but too many storylines that the Niners don't need from a negative standpoint, that if they go handle business, now we're talking about them in the Super Bowl, Kyle being one step closer, Purdy, his movie being written. I just don't think Detroit has what they need to pull off what Green Bay almost did, 35-20 Niners.
I like that.
What do you have?
First from the 408 of the Comcast Business Text Line, 34-24 Niners, baby. That's from Frank in San Jose.
Bam.
Here's my prediction.
Here we go.
For this game. I do have the Niners moving on, and I think it's kind of going to look similar to how the Lions actually beat the Buccaneers, which is you look at the final score, you see them covering the spread, 31-23, but you see the opposition with a chance for a final drive in either a turnover on downs. It's a game that was a lot closer than the final score indicated, but I do think that the Niners are going to win this football game, and they are going to cover the 7.
All right, gotcha.
So 31-23, San Francisco.
All right, and last week you had, if I'm correct, 31. Can you remember 30-17 last week?
I had 30-17.
Okay,
yeah.
30-17.
Yeah.
All right.
So no, it was off. I like the Niners' chances to cover. I like the Niners' chances to cover in this game. For the 209, so all of a sudden the secondary of the pass rush is going to show up for San Francisco, I assume. You guys are crazy. Lions 30, Niners 28. That's from Poncho Q.
He's got to be a Raider or some other team fan. But Mike Martz said something, Evan, that I ain't forgot, that this was a bad matchup for the Niners. I went back and played that on the way home, and that's just how he sees it.
That's true.
But what if that manifested in? If that would mean the Niners couldn't stop their running game.
Yes.
It's just a portion of it, but that would tell me.
I also think the Lions are going to have to get a turnover too if they want to win the game.
No doubt.
They're going to have to certainly win the turnover battle for sure. With all due respect to the great Mike Martz. 408, from the 510 actually. That's 42-31 Niners from our guy City Boy. This would be an old school shootout. That's from the 415. From the 510, Niners 31, Lions 24. That's from Uncle Gene. Another one for the 510, Lions 30, Niners 20. So, about 80-20 at this point. Let's get down to the calls. Matt's in Oakland. Matt, you got a prediction for us here before we get you off? What's going on, man? How you doing?
Yeah, first of all, Steiny ain't the only one who needs a new hip. That thing was awful.
I kind of liked it, man. It took courage. Come on, man. He wasn't very Manilow.
Yeah. I'm a basketball guy, so I don't really. I'm going to enjoy the game. I think that if Deebo is at least serviceable, I think they get by the Lions. But I don't think they're going to beat either one of those other two teams unless that defensive line shows up. You paid a lot of money for it, and I haven't been seeing it. Anyway, so yes, I do think they'll win by, I don't know. I thought, what did you say, Guru? 35-20?
Yeah, 35-20.
I think that's about right.
Yeah.
Now for the Warriors, I have a quick question.
Oh, boy.
Jesus. You can't give up 75 points and a half and expect to win. And is Curry still a superstar? I'm not sure that he is anymore. I mean, he's a great player. Man, get rid of Wiggins and get rid of CP3's contract, and then let's just move Clay and Draymond to the bench and keep Kuminga and move on. But, man, that was painful last night.
Yeah.
I don't know if the chef is... Am I wrong, Guru? Is Curry still a superstar?
Anytime you're averaging 27 points a game at his age, and there's not a shot he can't. You don't want him taking Evan. He's a superstar, but we can't say right now he's not playing his best basketball like early on in the season. And it's not just him, but
when he stops selling out arenas, he'll
how about this, Evan? He's the least of
superstar.
their problems.
Yeah. We can tackle that maybe next week. We don't have the time of the show. That guy's in Oakland's got a prediction. What's happening to that guy?
Hey, Evan, Goo, what's up, brothers?
Hey.
Long time no talk. How you guys been?
Fantastic, man. Who's winning on Sunday?
Hey, I got two things for you, Goo. You know I got something for you. I got a prediction. Moody's going to get a chance to squash the critic. It's going to be 30-23. The Niners are going to win it. Moody's going to have 2 to 3 field goals. Hey, but I got a rally call that I want to give you guys if you guys are down with it.
Yeah, baby.
Here we go. We have a whole lot of superstars at Levi's on Sunday night. But I want y'all to know one thing. This is Kristen's house. And when I say whose house, y'all know what time it is. Whose house? CMC's house. Once again, my friend, not a trend, but then they said the Niners running game was crap, but then the ruler came with the cooler name. He takes the ball in the end zone inside the fans insane. He's number one for run, always out to kill. His name is CMC, and he heads the bill.
Yeah.
CMC, baby.
Yeah, that was his Run DMC version.
Woo!
Oh, he went Reverend Run on us. Whose house? Wow, that was impressive.
Thanks, that
the
guy.
Talent coming out.
Oh, my gosh. A Freestyle Friday. Well, that was material. But that was impressive material is what that was. All right, real quick. Charles in South City, what's happening?
Chuck.
You got a prediction on Sunday for us. What's going on?
I got two things because I know you got to go. First and foremost, good to hear you, Evan. Guru, I owe you a call after promising I'd call you and Steiny. Hope Steiny's going well.
Thanks, buddy.
But all in all, I don't know what the score is going to be, but I feel like it's going to be close. But I got Niners running away with this one. Second, Shanahan, he's got to get past his hump of going to the NFC Championship game. He's got to get that first ever elusive 6th ring. He got it, baby. Let's go.
I love it. 415 Duke from the city, 31-14. 31-17 Niners. 619 49ers winning 42-23. That's from Sean in the 619. I see you on the YouTube chat. My guy Coffee 44-0 Niners. We know you think it's going to be closer than that. Vegelite 30-24 Niners.
All right.
A lot of confidence, Goo. And I think there should be.
A lot of overs too. A lot of points being scored in this one.
And a reminder, by the way, we got the boys coming in on the other side for the crossover after one final break here on Steiny and Guru. We're going to have Willard alongside Dibbs. And, of course, your favorite segment of the week, you brought to you by Atco Pest Control, none other than What's Bugging You. You got something dialed up you want to tease?
No, I got something for that I do.
I know, you got some heat in the pack.
Yeah, always.
We'll get that on the other side. And, of course, a reminder to catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Thanks, everyone, for your predictions. We'll see who Mark Willard and Dan Dibley believes are walking away with the win on the other side as we bring back What's Bugging You, brought to you by Atco Pest Control on the other side on the crossover on 95.7 The Game.
Tune in every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. during football season for Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti.
only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offer requires premium internet.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Was Mr. Irrelevant, don't make the cha-ching. All the criticism needs explaining. All I really need to understand is when you proc birdie to me.
Talk Brock Purdy to me. I know we really
Talk
did.
Purdy to me.
Talk Purdy
Dude,
to me.
really good.
Yeah.
That is, thank you, Granny. That was
Very
incredible.
good, Granny.
Yeah. Love the turnaround.
Talk Purdy to me.
Oh, this is the crossover. Willard and Dibbs.
Back.
What's happening, boys? 48 hours away
Let's go.
from being 2 weeks away. Hopefully.
Oh, my gosh.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
What's bugging you at 2? Yeah,
that's right.
And I've got something in. I thought about it this morning, and I thought about, like, Mark's not going to like it.
Uh-oh.
You're going to be like, I see your point. Evan's going to hate it. So that's coming up here.
I can't
Fun
wait.
to be in the middle there for a second.
Well, you're not really in the middle because you're going to be more like Evan, but Guru, I think, is going to be more like, man, I
now
hadn't
might
thought
be
of that.
offended that he'll think that I'm
Evan,
like,
it might drive a wedge between my love for Evan and what I'd like to think is his love for me.
Smart to do it on a Friday.
That's
Yeah,
a
so you guys will have the
You know,
weekend to cool off.
ATCO Pest Control, they demanded on Friday.
Wow.
I thought about it last week,
Look
and I was
at
like,
him.
you know what? This really makes me mad.
I'm-
It really annoys me.
Grinds my gears.
I'm so focused on just being excited of two things. Well, it's Championship Sunday,
Man.
and I'm a people person, so I'm thrilled to be sitting.
I was gonna say you're back.
Right back next to you guys again in this room, and so I've just been on cloud nine, and I didn't even think about something bugging me.
wow.
So I'm glad you just mentioned that.
Well, you
'cause
got 10 minutes,
I
yeah.
got a crash course.
I missed the
Yeah.
bunk bed. I'll be honest with you.
I got
Yeah,
a
where
lot of
was that?
feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was under my son's loft bed.
Under my
And,
son's bed.
What happened to Son?
Well, he was upstairs.
He's at school.
No. He's sicker than me.
Okay.
So he was upstairs.
Man.
He's fine now too. We did this together this week. We're arm in arm and had a rough week, but his imprint is literally on the couch upstairs. So he had been there all week. So I said, I'm not gonna move him, and I'll just go. I'll go bunker down, literally in his bunk bed.
Nice.
And that's where we did the show.
And what does he do when he's watching TV all day? Because I'm sure he is. Like when we were kids, it was Brady Bunch and then Petticoat Junction,
The
and
Monkeys,
dude, and the Munsters and Adam's Family.
3, 2, 1, contact. Let's go.
On YouTube?
No. I'm saying back in our day.
Oh, yeah.
You don't remember 3, 2, 1 contact?
No.
Anyway, never mind. Go ahead.
No,
I don't either.
I'm wondering what he watches nowadays.
Yeah,
Is
definitely.
it-
It's YouTube. It's football highlights. It's a YouTube show called Good Golf.
Okay.
And then just randomness, like they search. It's like scrolling, but on the television set.
Oh, gotcha.
And so there's just like he does not acknowledge when fantasy football's over. He's still staring at rankings and who did what and who's going to do what coming up next. Like he's already preparing for next year.
Good.
Yeah.
Always be grinding.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to get locked in.
I need you guys' help. Can I tell you why?
Go ahead.
I leave the studio after you in your bunk bed on the YouTube. Dibs in the
early.
It's Friday.
What kind of
We're waiting to do that for 4 days.
About 20 minutes.
Go
I'll be
ahead.
right there with you.
Go ahead.
And I don't know how.
My fault.
The ship.
So, and that's where I'm about to start. I was not ready on a personal level to see Steph Curry not named an all-star starter. Okay, I wasn't there, Mark, and I'm not saying he's going to be around here forever, but I do know the clock was ticking. So by the time I pull up in the driveway, I had a moment of like, I'm not mad at SGA. I'm not mad. This is just symbolic to me that this dude's name was here like a tattoo for his whole career. And then to watch that game, he comes out with 18 early, and the way that it ended, Mark, that ain't how the night should have went. I thought he was going to hit the game winner and be like, that's what y'all get for that. But, Dibs, that was a rough Steph Curry night for me with the start. And he couldn't control – well, he could control the ball going out of bounds.
Yeah, I mean.
But that was rough for your boy. I'm having a moment.
No, we said the same thing when it happened.
The youngster's coming, huh?
It's jarring.
It's jarring.
It's not wrong. It's jarring. That's what it is. And I actually, and Dibs and I had this conversation yesterday afternoon.
It got heated.
Well, I was a little bit bothered.
I missed it.
Well, I'm bothered by this. It's like, okay, we're not handing out Lifetime Achievement Awards, so it's okay that SGA gets that spot.
Well,
meantime, LeBron James is a starter.
Yeah.
And Anthony Davis might be the Lakers starter, but go ahead.
Well, that's my point. It's like, wait a minute. If LeBron is still going to be a West starter, and in fact the captain, then Steph should be
No
a
doubt.
West starter. To me, that's hand in hand.
Well,
both or none.
Yeah. To me, and this is hard for you to hear and for everyone to hear, and I'm going to put my name on it, and I'm going to stick my chest out. Steph is not LeBron. Steph is not LeBron. LeBron is either 1 or 2 or 1A or 1B of all time, and Steph is top 10, 12, 18, 6, 23, whatever you think. Steph is not LeBron.
Yeah.
So Steph doesn't get the LeBron treatment.
Would you
And
give-
that's just the way that goes.
Would you give Steph Kobe, though?
No, but this
Would you
era-
give
Steph is not Kobe.
Steph is not Kobe.
And it's 4 years to the day since Kobe passed.
Oh,
and
rest
so
in
I'm glad
peace,
you
man.
I'm glad
That's
you
true.
brought that up
Yeah,
because
that's true.
today is the anniversary of his untimely death.
Yep.
But Willard, I'm with you. So you're
Steph is
saying a
not Kobe.
scholarship was handed out.
Well, absolutely. And to me, to say Steph is not LeBron is not really relevant for this particular conversation. I don't disagree with you, but if somebody is 2 and the other guy is 10, and we're talking about this year's All-Star team, I look at it this way. This is the Steph versus LeBron era. It has been that for a very long time. Neither one of them are championship caliber leaders anymore. Neither one of them even has a winning record. So neither one of them are championship caliber anymore. But to say that one is more significant to the last 15 years of the NBA than the other, I mean, they've been mano a mano. And Steph has actually gotten over on it.
But this year's All-Star vote is not about the last 15 years. And if you look at
why is LeBron in it? Because he doesn't deserve it this year.
The fans voted him top 3. His fellow players voted him top 3. The media voted him top 3.
But
Steph
that's the
was not
point.
top 3 in any of those 3 categories.
But that's what's jarring.
That's
because-
my point.
I know, but that's what's jarring because if you actually think about fan interest, fan beloved play.
Well, Steph was
I
number
would
2
argue
for the
that-
fans.
But I would argue that Steph is actually
not according to NBA.com.
more popular than LeBron. The
I
TV
thought I
ratings over the last 10 years will bear that out. Steph 1, LeBron 2 in terms of that metric. So if you want to go by just what the fans want to see, I don't know anybody who shows up 2 hours before a basketball game to watch LeBron warm up. I don't know about that.
Right, but
So
they're in
that's
their
all I'm
seats
saying.
when the game
That's all I'm
starts,
saying.
though, for LeBron. But I don't know. Like from what I saw from the breakdown, it was Steph was 2 from the fans, 3 from the players, and 4 from the media. And the media part was surprising to me. Thank you, Granny. Appreciate you there. So I was a bit surprised that he was number 4, and LeBron, I think, was either 2nd or 3rd from the media when... Again, to Guru's point, I don't think LeBron's been the best player on his team this year. Like Anthony Davis has been consistently the best player on that team.
No doubt.
So,
no doubt this year.
And Steph has obviously had to be the number 1 player on his team. Now, granted, they're not in a great position record-wise, but the Lakers, who, by the way, have played very well in clutch games this year, which the Warriors have not, I think they're like 12-6 in those spots. They're a 500 basketball team. So... I'm with you. I'm kind of with you, Will. Like, there seems like a disconnect to me there. Now, if you're saying, okay, positions, that to me is the differentiation, right? The guards, I'm sorry, like, Curry's not better right now than SGA or Luka Doncic.
No.
LeBron, to me, is not better than
Let's clarify where
Anthony
he
Davis.
was in the voting. That was among guards, not among all players. Among guards. Because I was looking at the vote yesterday, and I was looking at the front court voting.
Yeah.
And they didn't have Steph top 3 in any of them. He was 3rd in the players, 2nd in fans, and 4th in the media.
Yeah,
so we can
guards.
blame the media again. In terms of...
I don't know. I'm just curious why the media sees him as the 4th best guard in the West, but LeBron the 2nd best forward. Like, even Kevin Durant's been better than him this year, and he was, I think, 3rd. So,
And now I'm more upset because Willard, the way I explained this whole thing, we're like, well, it's a new crop of guys, Goo. But LeBron,
Why is LeBron there?
The inclusion of LeBron, Dibs, has me thinking, well, no, it just happened there. Why did Steph Water get cut off?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's at Chase Center next year. He'll be a starter next season.
Yeah, and maybe more competition at guard than there is at forward. And if you look at
I think they had Anthony Edwards over him.
Yeah.
So
the media did.
Yes. Yeah, the media, yeah.
The media did. And, you could argue who's had a better year, Anthony Edwards or Steph Curry. And I was talking to Mark about this yesterday, and I do think that team performance weighs into it a lot. And I know that the Lakers are only one game better than the Warriors, but the Warriors are an 11 or 12 seed. So if you ever were going to wait for a moment to discount a Warrior and maybe hate on Steph, this is the year. And Anthony Edwards' team is better, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's team is better. And so for me, that should matter, even though Steph is one of the best players of all time.
I also think it's because there hasn't really been a steep fall off in recent years from LeBron. Like he's shooting better from three than he did last year, but statistically, he's scoring less than he has since his early 20s. But he's rebounding well. The assist numbers are still there. He's shooting above 50% from the floor. Like, he hasn't dropped so far off compared to Steph.
And he's
from
40
last year
doing this.
Well, exactly.
Okay.
But last year to this year, there is a discernible difference in Curry's numbers right now, along with, of course, the performance for the team.
Well, and
maybe that's the reason.
I think what you just brought up also, Dibs, like maybe there's more competition at guard than there is at forward.
Yeah.
This is just a quick snapshot. Listen to this. And this is not just the Western Conference. This is both conferences. But what runs the league in 2024? So just for the sake of time, I'll do the top 15 scorers in the NBA right now.
Okay.
And all I'm going to do, I'm not going to name names. All right. Just positions. Watch this. Guard, guard, guard. Center, guard, guard. Forward, forward. Guard, 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 guard.
So now don't feel too bad because it's a log jam in Curry's position.
The two people I just said at forward, Sabonis and LeBron.
Oh, boy.
So you're right. Like, LeBron does not have that.
And Embiid at center.
Well, right.
And the Joker.
Exactly. That's the center. Yeah, exactly. So
who are now forwards in the All-Star game.
Well, yes. And I mean, the Joker is kind of like a two-guard the way he plays. But to that point, Mark, to even cement it more, here are the names of the Western Conference starters and the guys who finished just shy of that in the voting. It's LeBron, Jokic, Durant, Anthony Davis, Kawhi, Paul George. Then you get to Şengün, Wembanyama, Sabonis, Towns, Chet Holmgren. My point is, Steph Curry's facing a much stiffer test in terms of the guards. Like the top six, Paul George, Kawhi, great players, elite, but not having the year that Steph's having.
No. You can't argue with SGA and Luka.
Yeah. Of course not. I won't.
That's why what bothered me was LeBron. That's why I'm like, I don't care about the guard. Those guards, yeah, they're great.
Well, he's number one among fans, but two in the media and two among players.
Media.
He touched all the bases.
Yeah.
And that's just the way that is going to go. So,
well, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Well, I know we've basically been teasing it for the last 6 minutes. All right, guys, it's time for What's Bugging You by Hadco Pest Control. Goo, what's going on, man? What's bugging you?
The fact that we can sit here and look at a football coach that I think is the best coach to ever do it and have 6 titles, and all of a sudden we can now look and say he doesn't know how to coach, and I'm talking about Bill Belichick. And I'm not so bugged out because he didn't get a job, but it's the reason I'm hearing why he didn't get a job. Willard, Dibbs, and Evan, I don't think I've seen a coach keep his team morale up, the 28-3 deficit in the Super Bowl, the defensive gems that he's put out. How are we at a point in society to where a guy can win 6 Super Bowls and now, for whatever reason, whatever analytic you're into, we can even bring up the fact that maybe coaching has passed him by? I think it's ridiculous and it bugs me.
I think it's more than just coaching. I think that when you hire Bill Belichick, it comes with a little bit of baggage in terms of his personality and what he wants to do in terms of control and the power. So if you're a team that maybe doesn't want to cede all that power and maybe you want to have things under your control, then you don't go that direction.
Do you think differently of him because it hasn't been pretty without Brady?
No, of course not. I mean, I think that any head coach, you are reliant on having a good quarterback. And this is where Kyle Shanahan, and we'll get into it today in terms of Brock Purdy.
You don't need one, right.
If Brock Purdy was Jake Driscoll or, if he was C.J. Beathard or Nick Mullins. These are the other quarterbacks that he thought in some way, shape, or form were guys. Like, he picked Brock last. He wasn't thinking, oh boy, Brock Purdy should have gone 1 overall, and everybody missed on him. I'm going to wait till the very, very end. There's a little bit of this in terms of luck for Kyle Shanahan because he tried to get these kind of quarterbacks before, and he failed. So if he didn't have Brock Purdy, where would we be now on Kyle Shanahan?
Oh, my
If they were, 7-10 with Trey Lance, or if they stuck with Jimmy and they went 8-9, there'd be mad heat. So in terms of Bill, yeah, Mac Jones was not the guy, and Bailey Zappi, R.I.P., rest in the pocket. You're welcome. I think that a lot of times we align head coaches with quarterbacks, and sometimes we think about coaches based on who your quarterback was.
Real quick on that, though, I don't think you should, just because he's not going to get hired doesn't mean that the quote-unquote game has passed him by or that it's disrespectful. This is just reality. The bottom line is you're not going to get players to hand their entire lives over to Bill Belichick when you don't have Tom Brady in the building and a system that those players know, if I do this, we're going to get to compete for a Super Bowl. So the man's 71.
Yeah.
We're about to go into this is an election year. And I'll give you my take right now and then never say it again. We should not be fighting between two old men
I get
to go be president of the United States. This is stupid. This is and at 71, is that okay? Gather around all the 22-year-olds out of the draft. Who's going to inspire you? Here's the 71-year-old guy, and the quarterback that he won with is also retired.
Okay. Wow.
So if you want to call that the game passed him by, it's just reality, man. Like, he's not the right guy for most situations right now.
You can get the money.
He said
you can
so
get the power.
Look at you.
But keep your eyes on the final hour.
Lauren Hill.
Bill Belichick, he's done it all, man. I'm sorry.
really
Like,
good.
Sometimes it's just the end. Sometimes it's just the end. Also, Jim Morris, I don't know, shout out, but okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was too much. Look, if the Atlanta Falcons don't want Bill Belichick, I don't know who is. I don't think that he's going to have a job this year, and I don't think it's necessarily an indication of him not being an all-time great or the greatest head coach of all time. It's just the point in his career in which there was a natural break, and I think the Patriots were ready to move on. I think he was kind of ready to move past there, and there's not a logical landing point for him. There's also a stiff amount of competition this offseason with coaches, and there's going to be guys that are left out that are very talented, that are up-and-comers, that are guys that are qualified, and he's kind of just now. I think people look at him as another head coach.
Vrabel's a good coach.
Yeah.
They passed him by too.
To go hire Brian Callahan?
Poor Bieniemy can't even get a look.
Raheem,
go ahead.
Raheem's in Atlanta now.
Yeah.
I'm saying
that's what we were talking about.
I'm saying Tennessee fired Vrabel to bring in Callahan. I don't know. Maybe he wore out his welcome. So, Gibbs, what's bugging you?
What's bugging me, Evan,
talk to me,
is the American phenomenon of rushing the court and rushing the field or rushing the court and. You think it's funny?
I do. I do.
Ask Joe Kay if he thinks it's funny.
Well, okay.
And you don't know who Joe Kay is.
I do know who Joe Kay is.
Joe Kay was an Arizona high school student who was paralyzed.
No doubt.
And he had not one but 2 scholarships to go to Stanford, and his life was ruined because he happened to hit a game-winning 3 in high school in a state championship tournament.
And you shared
They
the
rushed
story
the
with
court.
us. Yes.
He got paralyzed, and his life has changed irrevocably. And now we have Caitlin Clark, the best basketball player in America, maybe in the men's or the women's game, and she gets absolutely flattened by some imbecile at Ohio State because the Buckeyes happen to beat the Hawkeyes in a conference game in Ohio on Sunday. If you're a fan, you pay your money, you get your seat, stay in your seat. You don't need to rush the court. You don't need to storm the field. Your job is to cheer and support or boo if you want to boo. Keep the profanity out your mouth. Stay off the court. And this is something that has gone on and on and on. It's an American phenomenon, and a bad thing is going to happen, and I'm not here for it. And Caitlin Clark got knocked down, and she's lucky that it was just that because she got completely blindsided. And she was great in the post game. She's like, I understand it. Big win for them. And, boy, it sure caught me off guard. but a bad thing is going to happen. Either a player is going to lash out at a fan, or a fan's going to do something to an athlete. We've seen fans commit violence on coaches and athletes in the past in a less celebratory manner. I'm sick of it. I hate it, and I cringe every time I see it because I know that inevitably something bad is going to happen. Stay in your seats, people.
Well, I know you said that was going to piss me off. I don't have, I think that people do it way too much, and you're saying to just abolish it completely?
Completely.
So I can't refute that. What happened to Caitlin Clark was inexcusable, and the fact that she didn't get hurt, I'm very happy for that. But the fan just kept on going on about their day. I mean, there's no repercussion for it. So, look, I mean, I don't think we'd be worse off as a society if people weren't able to rush the field or storm the court. So no, look, and
it's done by, you're right, young people, Dibs, and they're young. You know what I mean? That's their thing, and I don't think that's why it's been banned. And you are right; those are tragic examples. The guy in Stanford you'd brought up, I remember, but it's done by young people that are demonstrative, and it's kind of like you said, a phenomenon. But they let it go on because I guess it's what you do when you're young, when they're watching the game, trying to celebrate.
I mean, people getting hurt, I don't want to sound insensitive. People getting hurt because young people do stupid stuff is never going away. So you can make a rule, and it's not going to make it go away. So, I get the frustration, but, that's life. Stuff happens.
Yeah, you can take measures. You can do things to limit it, to inhibit it. And, right now we're in a culture where, come on out. It's great. And, if you're I know me as a sore loser, and I admit it, and you all have seen it, your boy can run hot when he loses. I'm glad no one ever tried to rush the court on me because I can't speak to what my temper would do. And I'm just afraid for what might happen someday. That's all.
Gotcha. Well, on a less serious note, what's bugging me is Patrick Mahomes, to be quite honest. He is bugging me because this guy is having the worst season of his career. The Chiefs have had the worst season of their time since Patrick Mahomes has taken over as a starting quarterback, and he might be in the freaking Super Bowl. He might win it all this year, and I just have given up hope that anybody is going to be able to beat this guy if it's not the Baltimore Ravens, and it's really bugging me because I do root for a team that's in the same division as this guy, and since he has entered, really since Andy Reid has come over to the AFC West, I've been rooting for a team in the Los Angeles, formerly of San Diego Chargers, that have not been able to crack through because this guy has been standing in the way of everyone on that side of the bracket. And so all I'm going to say is feel grateful that you play in the NFC, because if you don't, you're logically and probably going to have to go through a guy that appears to be unbeatable even when he looks his most human. He's bugging me. I'm sorry.
Well, man, tell us how you feel.
I thought it was going to be his voice when you first said it. I thought it was going to be his voice. People don't like his voice. It sounds like Kermit. Baltimore's going to get him tomorrow.
Oh, God, I'm praying.
Not tomorrow. There's no game tomorrow.
Yeah.
Baltimore's
You think so? You think it's their time?
Well, if they get him tomorrow, can they please win both days?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Get him tomorrow.
I feel that.
Baltimore's going to the hotel room. They're going to pull the fire alarm.
Someone's got a bow and arrow outside his hotel room.
I'm with you, Willard, but I counted them for dead, and now they got Rice back, and they look like they just played their best game.
Yeah. No, I get it. Look, I mean, he's the face of the league for a reason.
People say sorry, Evan.
No, I'll dive in with something.
Okay.
Maybe it's going to come off a little cookie
Like the
cutter.
Chargers just hired a new head coach, and all I hear is, well, yeah, but he's going to be the next loss of Mahomes resume. It's like, oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it.
That one's interesting, though. That one's interesting. You know this. The San Diego Chargers are not usually the ownership group to do something like this.
No.
Jim Harbaugh thing is interesting.
If he can't do it.
Yeah, it's interesting.
What you got?
What's bugging me is the way that the Warriors finish basketball games.
Wow.
Yeah, it just, I mean,
I wasn't ready for
Well, I mean, it's not one thing. It's not one thing. It's everything. And, go back to what the 49ers did against the Packers last Saturday night. And a great finish can erase a lot of crap for 3 hours. And the Warriors, too often this year, are exactly the opposite. It's not one person or one thing I want to point to, but one thing is certain. When you're watching those basketball games and they're close, and we get into that, here comes the clutch stat. It's like it's also called a loss for the Warriors. Like, they find and invent ways to lose basketball games. And when you're the veteran team, when you're the championship DNA, when you're the team that's been there, that is incredibly frustrating. I know a lot of people want to blame Steve Kerr. I think he's had some unfortunate.
But he didn't lose Sabonis. That's the one that hurt me more than the turnover.
He didn't. He could have called timeout. So could everybody else have. I don't know that would have done a whole lot. That's what I mean by it's not one thing. It's a team that is poor at finishing. And if you've got a team that's poor at finishing, you've got a team that's poor at winning. And so we can talk about trades. We can talk about who looks old. Bottom line is they are not buttoned up in the final 5 minutes of basketball games, and it's really hard to watch.
You might be right, Dibbs, on what you said yesterday. You don't think it's going to turn around. Paraphrasing. And I'm like, Dibby, looking to myself. He's going to – and they just – you're right. I'm over the who's coming. They got to take ownership. You guys keep messing it up.
And I wonder if they start to approach it differently. And I was talking to some guys outside the studio before the show about maybe we call timeout now.
Oh, no doubt.
Because, Steve has always been of the mind of let him play. And, you've got one of the best players in history, not an all-star yet. He will be next week. But, we've always wanted to let him cook and an open floor, but that really hasn't worked this year. So at what point do you maybe try and do it differently?
And Kerr's so good at drawing plays out of timeouts.
Right.
Like, why punt on that?
So
Curry could dribble into a double team that probably wouldn't have been there had you drew up a play.
And I know what Mark's thinking. And
no, I do. I feel it.
Shanahan has his mindset about going into the half, and Kerr has his mindset about these situations. Yeah. So do you really want him to change what he's done so well?
Clay got the rebound, and he could have called timeout without dribbling. He was a little bit
But they didn't
wobbly.
take off, Willard.
No,
it was clunky.
But there was plenty of time. You didn't have to take off. It just...
Have a plan.
It didn't materialize. Once he got, I don't know. This is sort of, I'm going to put a thought in everyone's head here. But when Clay finally gets rid of it, he gets the ball to Kuminga, and Kuminga's over the half-court line, and I think this is a snapshot of where the Warriors are as a franchise.
I think I know where you're going.
Well, he's scored over 30 points. Drive has been the drive to the bucket has been devastating for 3 weeks with this guy, but he's 21.
And he got to get it to the OGs.
There's 8 seconds to go, and you just freeze. You're like, where's Steph? Here, you do it. And it's like, I don't know, man. Are we at a time where it's like, no, Jay, you do it.
So that was unnatural.
There was no one in his way. There was no one in his way, and he handed it to someone who could go get 3 people in his way.
The chef.
Wow. But I get it. That's how the NBA structure works.
Exactly.
That's how it works.
All right, guys. Have a good weekend, fellas.
You too. Appreciate it, guys. Will and Dibs coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, moment of appreciation.
I like these, Mark.
Moment of appreciation. And it'll be much beyond like, I'm so glad to be back. Moment of appreciation.
Should I just start off by saying you're welcome?
Or no, because there's nothing to do with you at all.
Oh, snap. That got awkward.
Yeah. Moment of appreciation.
All right, do it.
Before we all spend the next 4 hours talking about what you're all gonna do if Kyle Shanahan chokes this one away, and we're gonna need accountability, and we're gonna march, and before we do all that,
I'm gonna hold his feet to the fire.
Before we get mad about something that hasn't happened yet and isn't supposed to happen either, before we do that, I was thinking about this. And if this is too milk and cookie for you, sorry. Sometimes my brain goes there. So, how freaking great is this? We get to do this again. We get to do it again. So, snapshot, 15 years. You're a fan of Bay Area sports. 15 years. Your tote board now has 7 championships.
That's it. 8 non-championships.
Correct? Actually, no, because it'd be times 3. Anyway.
No, you're right.
7 championships. If the 49ers win tomorrow, that will mean no worse than 5 other trips to the championship round that you didn't win, because this would be Super Bowl number 3, appearance-wise,
right,
in that window. There's also the 2 Warrior championship rounds that did not end in a championship. Then save the near misses to the championship round, the 2 other NFC championship games that the 49ers didn't win, or even years like the Warriors conference semifinals, game 6 last year.
Sure.
Giants 107 or 107 wins, or 2016 Cubs series. 15 years. Jim Harbaugh's back in the NFL, so maybe we should borrow one of his questions for a second. Who's got it better than us?
Nobody, Mark.
Nobody. So before we scream and yell, Brock, and the system, and Kyle, and his booty, and all the things that
it's lemony.
Okay, that we're going to do. I'm not saying they shouldn't win tomorrow. They should. I think they will. I really do. I woke up feeling even better about it, more confident. Who knows? Maybe it was what I ate. We'll see if that changes between now and Sunday. And by the way, it doesn't matter how any of us feel the game is going to go. But moment of appreciation. And yes, it does have something to do with where I come from with regard to some opinions about this particular regime with the 49ers. We get to go do this again for the 4th time in 5 years.
Right.
The team that's coming here on Sunday, they think, and for many of their fans, this is the first time they've ever seen anything like this in their entire lives, and they have kids. They've got kids in high school, and this is the first time they've seen anything like this in their entire lives. And we call it January. Moment of appreciation.
No, I'm glad you did that, because FP and I had this conversation on, must have been Wednesday, and I ran down 10, 12, and 14, 15, 17, 18, and 22. Those are the years in the past 15 that we here in the Bay Area have had a parade. Giants 10, 12, and 14. Warriors 15, 17, 18, and 22. And then you sprinkle in the Niners near misses, 107 wins for the Giants. 2016, they were a playoff team, and all the rest of it. And you start to realize we do have it pretty damn good here in terms of always sniffing a championship. Yes, it was baseball, and then, maybe you're an A's fan, whatever. Now it's football, and they haven't gotten there, but they've been close, and not a lot of teams historically have done what they've done. And I'm looking back, actually, Mark, at NFC championships by year, and I am yet to find a team. I see Dallas, they went to 4 straight, and they won 3 of them, 2 over the Niners, 1 over the Packers in 92 through 95. Right. But since then, no team has been to 4 and 5. Green Bay went to 3 out of 5. Dallas had a little bit of a run. Yeah, the Eagles went to 4 straight. Loss, win in the championship game. So it is pretty rare in terms of what the Niners have done. And then you add in the Warriors, who are always a laughingstock, and they brought you 4 titles. And I also think about Philadelphia because, and I've used this many times, because I root against Philadelphia as a city, as a fan base, more than any other fan base in America. And they have 4 titles across the big 3 since 1980. That's 44 years. They've got 4. We've got 7 in the last 15.
Speaking of something that you'll appreciate.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Per Kyle Shanahan, Deebo Samuel has been removed from the injury report. There is no designation. Deebo Samuel will play on Sunday in the NFC Championship game against the Lions.
All right. Great news. No injury designation. Now, that doesn't mean he'll be 100%, but that means we don't have to worry about the will he or the won't he. And, man, hopefully that shoulder is solid enough to where he can play all 4 quarters.
Yeah,
but good news.
I mean, for them to remove that designation on a Friday, obviously they're feeling very confident about it. I love that also removes this gamesmanship idea,
right?
Which the 49ers could have done. They could have done this. They could have known right now, like, he's playing, but there's no, like, what would stop them from being like, he's questionable? Yeah, his shoulder still hurts. That's one of those where you can kind of mess around with the league if you want. There's not a darn thing anyone could do about it. He could go out there and play and be like, yeah, he was able to get through, but that shoulder was causing him some pain. But instead, the 49ers are like, no, just no. Straightforward. Worst. What do they all call Kyle Shanahan? All the players. He's a straight shooter.
Yeah.
Well, he shot straight. Deebo's good to go. We'll see you on Sunday.
All right. Exciting. So I don't know who else might be on the injury list. I mean, Cleveland Ferrell's a guy who probably won't play, and he's out. And so beyond that, if you've got a full roster at home, I love their chances even more, Mark.
Yeah. I mean, it's been interesting to kind of watch the odds maker conversation and how much Deebo means to them, that crew who makes lines and follows all of this stuff, the sharps, if you will. I know we always talk about quarterbacks and their line movement. Certainly someone like Christian McCaffrey, that's a line mover. I think many of us would refer to Brandon Ayuk as the Niners, quote, number 1 receiver, but he's nowhere near the line mover that Deebo Samuel is because of the game plan effect that he has. The Kyle Shanahan's book is literally a different book based on whether or not that guy is on the field. So this is a big deal.
Yeah, and did you see the line move either way in like ahead of the news or since the news? I think it's been sitting around 7 the whole time, right?
I do think there's been a little fluctuation of 7 to 7.5.
Okay, not down to 6.5.
Spots, no.
Yeah.
But it is currently where I look at it. It's at 7, but 7 minus 122.
Oh, geez.
For those of you who speak gambling, that means it could be 7.5 any second from now.
Right.
Yeah.
It probably won't go to 7 minus 130. If you get to minus 125, usually that triggers a half a point move, and then that minus number, the juice, would go down to minus 110, your standard juice.
Yeah. And when it moves, you move.
Just like
that. Yeah, exactly.
Just like that.
So anyway, interesting, man. Interesting. The way the Niners have played this, and obviously a sigh of relief for fans, and so here we go. You know, we'd love to take your calls all day on this. 888-957-9570. And we get to do this again. We get to do this again.
Right.
And the Detroit Lions, this is a terrible day for me to do this, by the way.
Are you going to call them adorable?
Well, they kind of are. They are. They wear Honolulu blue. They've never been here before. Everybody's coming home. Like Jared Goff's like, I'm from there. Zach Ertz, let's sign him. I'm from there. Everybody's coming home. Like, there's actually something about this matchup that's almost unsettling in that, what is it I'm supposed to hate about the Detroit Lions? This is so different than the Dallas Cowboys coming to town.
For sure. Almost any other team. And it gets complicated, and we can get into it because the emotions aren't totally mixed, but if they lose to this team, you'll feel better than losing to almost any other team.
I guess, but then on the other front, it's like, no, this is a team that you should be able to handle. We've said all year long that this team does not scare you if you're the 49ers, and now suddenly we sort of feel scared. Let's get into it. We'd love to take your calls. Our buddy Rob Parker in Detroit is going to join us in 45 minutes. He'll make you mad, I have no doubt. He'll make me mad. He always does. It's Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, everybody. It's Friday, and so...
it's a double management Friday. There's a lot of management in here.
There was a lot of management in here.
Yeah.
Was that an intimidation sensation for you?
That's a buck, yeah. Felt like it.
You've been around the block way
I need to get my soundboard up in here.
You've been around the block too many times to get intimidated by that. Get out of here. I don't believe it for 1 second.
I've been fired too many times to not be intimidated by that.
And me, I'm 49 now. What the hell do I care? I'm the same age as the football team. We're all 49ers.
Sure.
So
we need to start playing a lot more Europe, the final countdown, because you are now knocking on the door officially.
363 days away.
Hello, 50. Hello, friends.
Believe me, you don't need to do that. I have an older sister.
Yeah.
And
I love the young
she going to text me every day. 362 days.
She is not.
361.
My brother Douglas became the second of my siblings to hit the big 6-0 yesterday.
Okay.
Shout out Douglas. Because Mikey 2.0 is already there.
Yep.
Douglas is 60, and the Caner, Hurricane Gale, her countdown is on as well, and it's a few fewer days than you. She'll be 60 this year.
Would you like to hear, just so I can prove what I'm saying to be true?
Do it.
This is what my sister wrote on Instagram when
on the gram?
On the IG.
Man, Katie?
Christy put out the birthday, picture, whatever. Happy birthday. She waits till the very end of the night and comments on it and writes, happy birthday to my little bro. Cheers to 49. The countdown starts now.
She's got a husky voice.
She does.
Runs
in
the family.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi, Mark. It's your sister.
Exactly. So
Dude,
I'm
awesome.
well aware, though I am unafraid. And
you're up for it. You're up to it.
Yeah, whatever. I tell you what else I'm up for. I'm up for a good time. And this is part of what I was thinking walking in today. And I'm like, man, we get to do this again. And it's interesting because I walk in and there you are and there's Nahagian. And we're kind of like, all right, man, what's everybody, what's shaking? What are we feeling? And at one point in the conversation, Matt looks at us and goes, hey, are you having fun? And it's one of those questions where, I could answer that a bunch of different ways. What if I asked it to you right now? Are you having fun?
I'm having a great time.
You are?
I am.
Now, how do you mean that?
I mean that in that we have a game this Sunday that involves our team, and that's cool. And it's exciting.
Okay.
And I love championship weekend no matter what. If it was the Lions and, the Panthers, let's just say, if something crazy happened.
A real dream
and
world.
if it was, the Jets taking on the Texans, I'd still be excited. It would be fun. It's 2 football games. The winners go to the bowl, and that's cool. The fact that our team is in it ratchets it up by about 10 times or maybe 100 times. But to what you're talking about, and I know where you're going, there is that slight dark side, like the dark side of the moon part of it, which is they better win.
Well,
last year at Philadelphia, I was excited. And if they lost, and the way they lost, of course, is totally different. But let's just say they lost in a normal way where your quarterback stayed healthy and their team just happened to be 3 points better and you lost. That would have sucked, but you would have felt better about it. This time it feels like if they lose to this team, in Honolulu Blue,
that's the thought I want to erase from my mind. I can only speak for me.
Ugh.
But let's do this. 888-957-9570. Are you having fun? I want to speak to something that I wrote moments after the Dre Greenlaw interception on January 20th. That was last Saturday night. On January 20th, shortly after Dre Greenlaw finally decided to stop running around.
Keep running, Dre. You do you.
I wrote, that was the least enjoyable win I have ever seen. Now, you can take that comment 2 ways, and most of the people took it, I think, the way that I meant it in the time, which was, good Lord, that was stressful.
Right.
That was a little too close for comfort. Other people took it as very entitled and snooty. I got accused of being new Oh, have you never watched a playoff football game before?
Are you a casual, Mark?
I'm like, people, I've been wearing this gear on January Sundays since the early 80s, okay? So just chill. That's not what I meant. But I also get how you could take it that way. And I don't want to feel that way if the 49ers grind out another win. I don't want to feel like that was not enjoyable. No. If we get to 6:45 on Sunday night and the 49ers have more points than the Lions, I want a big smile. I want to crack the favorite beverage, and I want to sit back and relax and start thinking about Vegas. With a clear mind, clear eyes, full hearts. Is that what it is?
Can't lose.
Can't lose.
Can't do it.
Exactly. And so his question, are you having fun, is a good one. Has our fan base become the Bobby Cox Atlanta Braves fan base, which stopped showing up to playoff games? They didn't even fill their building for playoff games because winning the division was a birthright and in the eventual bore. It was a total bore. Why? Because they kept falling just short, and that fan base was only interested in the result. Give me championship or give me death.
Right.
And I do think we've arrived at that a little bit to where now it's sort of like I get it. It's kind of hard to enjoy the journey because we go on the journey almost every year.
A little bit, and I get that. And I think a more recent comp would be the Golden State Warriors with Kevin Durant, where you would get into the regular season. First year they go 67-15, yawn, and then you go 58-24 when you knew that they were in second gear at the most, and then they went out and they won the finals in both of those years, and you really didn't ever feel like any game had that urgency. Like last year at Philadelphia, we sent Bonte and Shasky, or they went of their own volition, and they went out there with a bunch of Niner fans, and they got showered with beer, hot dogs, epithets, and far worse, and it was like, my God. And it created a grudge, a justifiable grudge in Bonte and Joe that they will carry with them for the rest of their life. And I don't blame them for it, and I feel a little bit of it from the outside looking in because those are my brothers, and to see what happened to our fans in that place, in that loss, with our quarterback getting hurt in that fashion. And so you think about the Philly game this year, that regular season game felt as intense, if not more intense, than last week's game against Green Bay.
Oh, yes.
And maybe even this week. I mean, this week has higher stakes, but in terms of that blood-boiling, venomous, bile in the back of your throat feeling, I mean, that feeling that you felt against Philadelphia this year was more visceral and more vile than what you're feeling here. Yes, you want to win and you want to beat the Lions, but you're not feeling the same sort of emotional feelings about the Lions. You want your team to win. Absolutely. You want to go to the Super Bowl, quest for 6, Super Bowl or bust, all those things. But when Philly was the opponent, you felt a little bit more. It felt a little bit more personal, right?
That's a good point. It's a good point because if you go back to early December, it was something I said out loud that resonated at the time because it was such a surprising idea. The idea that the Eagles and Niners would not meet in the NFC title game.
Yeah, you were right. Boy, you were right.
It was like, oh, God, well, who the hell is it going to be then? And so sometimes when it feels like you're on a collision course in life and then you arrive and then the thing you're supposed to collide with isn't there, maybe it does take a little wind out of the sails. Has that done that for people here? Like the fact that it's the Lions? Is it like, okay. I hope not. And obviously it's fine for the fans. If you're in Section 280, I don't care. I don't care if you're not fired up. I certainly hope that the 49ers are not looking at this like, oh, well, it's not the Eagles. It's not the Cowboys. This doesn't get our blood boiling. It's not the Rams. So, yeah, okay, it's the Lions. I totally get what you're saying. And sometimes it does feel that way when you're surprised when that's the person you thought was going to be there is not there waiting for you. I don't know, though. I hope the 49ers look at that as what it is, which is an opportunity. This is an opportunity, and I don't mean that as disrespectful to the Lions because they're good, but they have collectively never been in an environment like this. This is so new to them. The stakes have never been this high. They've never done even things like they've done this year away from their fans and their building and all of that. So I think that's a huge edge in this game for the 49ers.
Agreed, and I think that by the time we get to kick off, all of that feeling maybe of being lackadaisical or not having that same sort of a blood feud feeling for Niner fans, that all goes away once you get into Sunday and you get the Ravens and the Chiefs in the morning and that game gets close to the end. And as a 49er fan, you realize, okay, you see who wins the morning game and now you know who you would play if you win this game. And it won't matter come 3:30 on Sunday who you're playing. And you'll start to get yourself in the right mindset, which is this team is good. No team makes it to this point by getting a couple of cheap calls and a couple of fluky bounces. This is a team that had an inside track to be the number 1 seed throughout the later part of the regular season. And if it wasn't for a miscommunication with the officials against Dallas, they probably would be the 1 seed, and this game would be at Ford Field.
By the way, you brought it up, so I wonder. First of all, who do you think wins the AFC Championship game?
I think it's Kansas City.
You do?
I think that when it comes down to it, I love Baltimore, and I've been on Baltimore for a long time. Lamar Jackson was my fantasy QB. He's a different Lamar Jackson. They've got great receivers. Mark Andrews is going to play. He's cleared. He's going to be up. He's going to play. They've got the home field. They're the better team and all the rest of it. Baltimore Joe, a dear friend from Baltimore. It's all about the Ravens. Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Mahomes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pick against Patrick Mahomes.
I will.
He's never won a road playoff game before. Well, then he just did.
Then he did.
And I mean, this is the guy, I don't know, there's something about this guy. Their offense is not as good as the Ravens D, and the Ravens offense is probably even better than the Chiefs D, which is a good defense. Mahomes.
Yeah. No, you might be right.
Mahomes.
I'll bite. I think.
What's the spread? 3 and a hook?
It might just be 3, actually.
Okay.
It might still be just 3.
And I'm not going to bet at Grandy, so in case you want to lay in case you want to lay all your money on Baltimore.
It's all the way up to 4.
Number 4.
It's up to 4.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Went up to 4.
All right, Grandy.
Okay.
I'm taking the Chiefs in the 4.
No, please, Dibs, don't. That's what I was going to do.
Yeah, no, dude, take the Ravens.
Your boys been ice, baby.
Yeah, take the
ding,
Ravens.
ding, 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 ding.
No, the 49ers are going to play the Ravens in the Super Bowl in a couple weeks. 49ers are going to play the Ravens in the Super Bowl.
Niners? I got the Lions.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I already said when you were out, I said take the Niners and lay the 7, and Grandy was mad. Lucas, no. Because your boy's been a little cold of late.
No, I know you. I know you have.
Niners by 10. Book it. Lock it down. Lock it up.
It might be
Let's
more.
go.
It might be more. It might be more.
Niners?
Look.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Dude, all right.
Remember I said, look. This is not a who was right, who was whatever. I've always, there's one thing that I think is kind of like the linchpin of a game. Last week it was, does Aaron Jones average 5 yards a carry? If he does, this thing's going to be close. If he doesn't, the Niners are going to tilt this thing in the wrong direction, and they're going to win the game by a lot. And I know his yards per carry was built by one big run, but they were able on first down to get going downhill, and so they kept it close. Here it is this week. If the 49ers put pressure on Jared Goff and the Lions' offensive line is good, but it's wounded in the middle.
Yeah.
Not on the edges, but in the middle. It's wounded in the middle. If they get pressure up the middle on Jared Goff, this is a blowout. I mean a blowout. Go see what happened when the Lions went to Baltimore in like week 5 or 6 or whatever it was. And the Ravens got pressure on Jared Goff up the middle. What was the final score? 44-6 or something? I mean, it was just an absolute runaway. I think the same thing is the case in this one. So we'll see. I I know that sounds like it's hedging. I don't think the 49ers necessarily win by 10. I think they either win by 4 or they win by 20. I think
Nothing
it's more
in between,
like that. Yeah, because it's just going to be like that matchup to me determines that outcome.
It's big, no doubt. And I was mentioning yesterday that their left guard is out, and so I think it's an Armstead game and it's a Hargrave game more than it is Bosa and Young on the outside. If you can cave the pocket from the inside out, Jared Goff is not equipped to, see it and run away from it and still make plays. It's not what he does. He likes a clean pocket. He likes to throw from a clean pocket. And if you can make the pocket dirty, I do like your chances, especially when you look at, Ambry Thomas, who is compromised in the secondary. He's hurt and he's not been playing well. And their tight end against the Niners linebackers, I think it's a good matchup for the 49ers. If you pressure him, then I think you're going to have Warner and Greenlaw maybe be able to make a pick and really impact the passing offense from Detroit.
If you're just joining us, Deebo Samuel is in. He is off the injury report. After practice today, he will play in the NFC Championship game. Guess who's on the line, buddy? Guess who's on the line?
All I see is the comment, ready for the game.
That would be Phil Mo Mike. Phil Mo!
Yo!
What's good?
Oh, man, living, working, chilling, getting ready for this game. I love Dib's cadence. And so I'm going to try to do this tape talking with Dib's cadence. This is Dibs be talking like this. He be like, this is Dibs. I'm juiced because we are one of 4 teams playing. You know how pathetic and desperate fans wear their team's gear? You guys need to really stop. You guys need to cut it out. Wearing your team gear, save it till after February 11th. If you're not one of the last 4 standing teams in the playoffs, why the hell are you wearing your gear? If the roles were reversed and the 49ers are called the faithful and, the words were reversed, if we weren't in the playoffs, I would have to delay my faithfulness until the season is over. Also, Mark, I'm happy because Deebo is a full go. And that really makes my heart warm because Brock Purdy, as you know, already said that if Deebo's there, he feels a lot better. Last point. Somebody mentioned that I seen it in a 95.7 comments. Shout out to the text line. Somebody said that maybe Deebo didn't really have a shoulder injury and he possibly had a concussion, and the Niners were trying to hide it because if they said shoulder injury instead of the concussion, he might have not cleared protocol.
Philmo, I'm going to respond to you as Philmo Mike, if you don't mind. And I don't know if you're ready for it, but Willard and Divs, man, I'm fresh off them trees. I'll tell you what, if Kyle doesn't win, they got to fire Kyle right now. But if Kyle wins, he gets a 30-year extension. He's going to be the mayor of San Francisco. And heck, he'll be the mayor of Santa Clara, too.
I'll get at a 3.
I'll give your Divs a 4.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Into the politics.
Yeah, I was heavy on the trees. Yeah. I should have gone deeper into you in the trees. That's my fault.
Filmo, thank you.
Filmo, you're the best.
I had a hard time differentiating your Filmo from your guru, from your grandpa daddy. They all sort of sound like Farhan.
Grandpa, well.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Grandpa daddy's a little bit different. Yeah, Grandpa daddy's like this a little bit more. A little bit of a mix.
It's a little further.
Yeah.
A little further.
A little further.
Yeah. You're straining a little harder.
Straining, yeah.
Anyway.
Filmo a little bit more screaming involved.
Always good to hear Filmo.
A little bit of a mix of my Butcher Boy and my Filmo. I want to go back to the playoffs.
Oh, man. I tell you what, though. This one finally got to a spot for me. And maybe, again, for those of you who don't listen all that closely or whatnot, I've had a crappy health week. So maybe I just woke up and I felt better today. Maybe that was it. But I woke up today thinking, man, are we missing this? Are we missing this experience because we're so jaded? We're frustrated by what's happened. It's all fair. I'm not calling it unfair. Our experience is our experience. And right now, as a 49er fan, it's a little bit difficult to be told you should be excited and thankful that you're in the NFC title game. Because the Niner fans, we're always in the NFC title game. I don't want to just be in the NFC title game anymore. In fact, I don't even want to just really win it anymore. I want to win the one that's in 2 weeks. But does that lead to boredom is the wrong word, but
complacency?
There is an indifference to the conversation and build-up to this game that I wish wasn't there.
It's impossible for it not to be there. And I think about it in terms of getting great seats at an event, and maybe you have great seats all the time, and you and I are lucky that we have press passes to these events. So you go to a Warrior game, and you walk in with your credential, and you sit in your media seat, which is a good seat, and there's a certain amount of ho-hum-ness about it. But if you're a fan who doesn't ever get to go to a game, like a Lions fan, and then you get tickets where we get tickets for the Warrior game, and you're 18th row on the corner, you're feeling differently than you and I would feel because we get to do that all the time. And that's kind of what this is when you're in this spot. Again, it's not so much ho-hum, but you can't be as excited as a Lions fan because it's the 4th time in 5 years.
Well, that I get.
It's impossible.
That I get, but I think that's an advantage for the 49ers. They can be much, much more businesslike in their approach. The Lions are going to be breathing harder. Their fans certainly are. They're foaming at the mouth right now. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Join us over there. Always fun to watch the show, comment back and forth with one another. Twitch.tv/957thegame, YouTube.com/957thegame. It is all brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Also, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's not just a football Friday, it's a damn championship NFC Friday. Let's talk it out. Your phone calls continue next. Rob Parker in 20 minutes on Willard and Dibbs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Hey guys, at Primale Medical, their mission...
I've played this game. I've coached this game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Deebo's in. Deebo's in. And Kyle talked. Deebo talked. I will tell you this, and we are our crack staff is working right now on getting the audio for you. But those on the scene, Dibs.
Yeah?
They state that Deebo looked like he was about to crawl right through the podium because of his energy and excitement level for this game, in which he will now play.
Good.
No comment on that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Excited. I was listening to some of the sound coming out during the break, and apparently the injury that he sustained is not the same injury that he had against Cleveland.
No.
So that's good news.
Very good news.
Yeah.
Well, there was a fracture in that one, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
This is a deep bruise. Oh, it's a deep bruise.
Deep bruises are not comfortable.
No.
Those are not comfortable.
No, but you can work through that more than you can a fracture or a break, for sure.
You can if you're a football player.
Right.
Especially for $85 million.
Ow! I bumped my shin on the corner of the bed. I'm out for a week. Guaranteed. And that's, I mean, that hurts.
It hurts like hell.
Right.
It hurts like hell. You want to talk about what's bugging you on a Friday. Why does that hurt so much? Why does it hurt so much?
Yeah, no protection on the old shin.
God, but it's not even just the shin. What about stubbing the toe?
Oh,
why in the middle of the night does stubbing the toe look like you've just been shot? It's as if you've been shot. Like you're just like down.
Yeah.
Down. And there's that window of 3 seconds before the pain actually hits, but you know it's coming.
Whoa. No doubt. That's why I choose to not get up now in the middle of the night.
That's not what you just told me.
I wake up.
Okay.
I don't get up.
You don't get up.
No.
What do? You just hang there
Just
with that
deal
feeling?
with it, yeah. Just roll over.
Really?
Whatever. Yeah, I'm not getting up. Just let it out. Let it flow.
Don't let it out. No. Don't let it.
I'm not. My baby's not the only one in the house wearing diapers.
Okay,
I'll just say that.
Good Lord. The openness on the show is fantastic.
I'm an open book.
Oh, my God. Let's
Let
go
it
to
flow. Let it flow.
There you go. Let's let it Joe. Let it Joe in San Jose.
Nice.
Hi, Joe. What are you doing?
Hey, how you doing today?
Hey, good.
I definitely think the Niners are going to win this game. I think for them to win this game, I think it's going to come down to penalties. Who commits the most? I think penalties are going to play a big part in this game. I think that Christian McCaffrey is going to have an incredible game. I also think that George Kittle is going to be crucial to a Niner victory in this game. I think he's going to have an amazing game for us. I just want to take a moment because I don't think we talk about it enough. The Niner punting game is so on point. I would put our punting game against any other teams. Honestly, I'm so happy with that, and I think it's going to be very, very crucial to us pinning them back on drives. I think that's going to be very, very important key to success for this game.
Joe, I love that you called, and I love all our listeners, but you are some kind of wackadoodle if you get excited about the Niners punting. I'm just being honest with you, Joe. I think I like it when people are quirky. You're a quirky dude, Joe.
I'm just saying. I mean, he does it. He does a great job. He pins them back like we haven't had a punter like that in a long time.
No, he does. He's done a great job.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Joe's a man who likes an edge, and that's a definite edge.
I hate the punter. I've always hated the punter.
He's a good punter.
I know, but I don't want him.
Great hang time, good placement.
I do not want the punter on the field.
But if you have to have your punter on the field, and invariably most teams do, you want to have a good one, they have a good one.
The punter comes on the field for one reason and one reason only, and that is to hold extra points.
Or to run a fake that he called on his own and go for 30 yards.
That was fun. You're right.
That was super fun. Kyle was a little surprised, and he came back with a penalty, I know.
What do you give me for this? There have been an inordinate number of post-game press conferences this year where Kyle was like, Yeah, that's not what we were planning to do at all.
Totally.
Like, think
the Brock Purdy touchdown.
The Brock Purdy touchdown you're talking about Thanksgiving.
Yep.
He threw to Brandon Ayuk. How about the run to Juwan Jennings to start the second half? That's not what we meant to do.
Yeah.
Somebody had a wristband or something. Something happened. And then, we got fake punts that weren't getting called. And then they were going for 50 yards, and then they're getting called back. Like, there's been a lot of oddity. And I know we're joking around, but it did stop and made me stop and think. When we rip a play caller, not just Kyle, when we rip a play caller, I'm at the point now where I'm like, well, but is that what they called? I don't know if that's what he called. All you can do is call it. And then all hell breaks loose. Players can do the wrong thing. They can change their mind. They can execute poorly. I'm not saying that now all play callers are just immune. They're part of the process. But I just don't accept that what I see is exactly what the coaching staff told them to do.
Of course. It never is. And, you're talking about the confusion with Ray in the last game where Brock threw it to virtually no one, and you immediately see him, like, doing the symbol, the signal, like, you should have gone that way. And, Ray's like, oh, sorry, and I went the wrong way. And so we look at the play call, and maybe it wasn't the play call. It was the route that didn't get run. And a lot of things have to go right for a play to get called, received, and then the formation has to be right. And you saw Brock on the touchdown run actually signal to Charlie Warner, no, don't go in motion, stay there. And they got the snap off just in time, and that was the time that Brock Purdy kind of saved the day.
Let's keep going with the phones, but I do have a wee bit of new developing breaking news.
Okay.
And that is rescheduled Warrior games. Rescheduled Warrior games.
Yeah, I saw one of them.
Well, one of them has been rescheduled, and then another one that was rescheduled has been rescheduled again.
A double reschedule?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
All right, so first off, and these, of course, are the games, unfortunately, lost because of the untimely passing of Coach Milojevic. But the Warrior Jazz game, which was that very next night after the heart attack, that one, which was January 17th, has been rescheduled to February 15th at 6 p.m.
Right.
February 15th at 6 p.m.
Last game before the All-Star break.
There you go. The Mavericks and Warriors game, originally scheduled for January 19th, rescheduled to April 2nd at 7 p.m., and then that game has just been rescheduled as well, moving it from April 2nd at 7 p.m. to April 5th at 5:30 p.m.
Okay.
So that game is now on April 5th between the Warriors and the Mavericks.
Yeah, they're in Dallas on the 2nd, they're in Houston on the 4th, and then they'll be in Dallas on the 5th, and then back home for Utah on the 7th, and then at LA on the 9th.
Got it. Actually, let me restate that. What's being rescheduled, there's two teams. The Mavericks were supposed to be at the Warriors on January 19th. That's been rescheduled to April 2nd. What was supposed to happen on April 2nd was Warriors at Mavs.
Right.
So that one got moved back 3 more days to April 5th.
Okay.
So now you sort of have a home and home that's been built between the two teams between April 2nd and the 5th.
With a trip to Houston on the 4th.
There you go. In between.
Yeah, you'll be in Dallas on the 2nd. And I know that the game on the 15th, you go to Utah on the 12th, back home for the Clippers on the 14th, and then to Utah on the 15th. And I know
it's going to be condensed.
No matter what, though, it was going to be inconvenient. And
of course,
I don't think anybody's going to complain about it in light of the tragedy that took place. But just from a schedule standpoint, that is what they're facing.
I love this. Rob Parker, who is in Detroit right now as we speak, is going to join us in just about 5 minutes or so. He may agree with this. I wonder. We have a line of calls right now. I mean, it's just Niners are going to win by 10. Game's not going to be that close. Niners are going to this. Niners are going to that. Sure. We're here in the San Francisco Bay Area. But I think it also speaks to the buildup to this football game and the history of the 49ers recently, where it almost feels like we've got a birthright to this football game. And fans are not going to be all that interested until things go well beyond this weekend, Championship Sunday. So we'll see. We'll talk more about that, and Rob Parker is about to join us. We're sponsored by the Farmer's Dog. As soon as Rob's done yapping at us, we're going to keep going with your phone calls. Omar, Mo, everyone else, stay exactly where you are. This is Willard and Dibs.
From better poops to more energy, when you switch your...
He's the GOAT.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, I can't wait for this. This is our friend, Boxer and Gerson guest line, our buddy Rob Parker, but I'm already worried about him. Not because the Niners are going to crash the Lions season on Sunday. Not because of that. I know
that's why I'm worried.
Yeah, but he's used to that. I bet he can handle that. I just went to go kind of set things up and see what you've been talking about on Twitter of late. And it appears, did you leave? Did one of the biggest opinionists I know get somehow worked off of Twitter? Where are you on there, Rob?
Yes, I got hacked. I got hacked. So now I'm at Rob Parker. MLB Bro is my new
MLB Bro.
MLB Bro, because you need to know. Remember that.
Is the bro part of the MLB, or is there a second B in there, Rob?
It's a second B. Yep, MLB,
gotcha.
and then BRO.
Oh, I see you.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, gosh, you've got you had a bajillion followers, and now you don't. What the hell?
You got 1,200 followers, Rob? Come on.
You know what? It's what happens, and you know this. Every day you're deluged with fake emails and things that they want you to click on. You know what I mean? And if you tilt your head the wrong way and you're not paying attention, and all the stuff looks legit, and they got me. I mean, I've been on Twitter for a long time, and I can't. And now they don't have anybody there to work to get your account back. You know what I mean? They don't have any workers. So these guys are hacking people. And you can't get your account back because there are no workers.
Yeah, gosh, it's a damn shame. But I'm glad.
Story.
Yeah, glad you let us know where you are. And obviously, we listen. Rob Parker, Fox Sports Radio, The Odd Couple, alongside Chris Broussard. Although you told me that today you're in Detroit, you do know that the game is not there, right, Rob?
Right, I know. As you know, though, Mark, I own a barbershop in Detroit for 21 years.
Whoop.
And just taking care of some business, a little quick business trip, and I own a house out here too. But I'll tell you this, there is no more confetti to be sold in Detroit. They've been throwing it all year. People here are so jacked about the Lions. My God.
Yeah, are you letting Lions fans know to wear a funereal color coming out here? Because you know how this goes for you and your Lions people, right, Rob?
No, hey, I understand. Hey, you know what? If they're coming to hostile territory, you got to be careful because you can't go out there doing that. But I understand why people have gone off the deep end. When you came into the season with one playoff win since 1957, you know what I mean? And you win two of them, and granted, both of them were at home, you're going to lose yourself, and that's where Lions fans are right now.
So, Rob, with all of that said, you talk about that energy. This is one point I've been making about this game. The Lions' 2 games have been at home, and they've really fed off of that idea of we haven't been here doing this in 30 years. They don't get that dynamic in the building on Sunday. How do you think that affects things?
Yeah, it will definitely be different. It's different to go on the road and try to win a big game in this spot. I mean, I know a lot of people are hedging their bets. I hate when people say, don't be surprised if. That doesn't mean anything. You're not making a prediction. You know what I mean? You're kind of covering your ass. I can sit here and tell you the Lions are going to win. I just don't believe it. I don't believe that they're going to go to San Francisco and beat the 49ers because if they do, there will be hell to pay for the 49ers that they had a chance to go to the Super Bowl. And they let a team that hasn't won a road playoff game since 1957 come into their building and beat them. If it happens, it will be one of the biggest upsets I've ever seen.
Rob, what do you think of Brock Purdy?
I think Brock Purdy is not Joe Montana. I hate people keep saying that. I think that he's a good quarterback, but I think the narrative that people have is, well, if he was somebody else who was drafted in the first round, people would be ranting and raving about him and this, that, and the other thing.
I think that's a lazy analysis of Brock Purdy from this standpoint, because we saw a quarterback who wasn't even drafted. Forget about being Mr. Irrelevant. Who was that with the Rams?
Kurt Warner.
Thank you. Was not even drafted, had all the weapons around him, correct, with that Rams offense, and nobody blinked an eye. He was MVP. People automatically bought in because they saw something. And I get it. Like, the 49ers went to the Super Bowl without Brock Purdy. And people are like, well, he's got all these pieces, all this stuff. I still think the jury's out as to really how good he is. And here's a break moment for him, because if he has a stinker, this is going to be bad for Brock Purdy.
Okay, but I think you've also brought up something that is why this is confusing. You say people saw something in Kurt Warner. What was seen in Kurt Warner that's not seen in Brock Purdy?
Kurt Warner threw for over 50 touchdowns in that season.
Yep.
He was spectacular. I don't think that nobody could look at that guy and go, he wasn't even drafted. Oh, he's not. You know what I mean? Like who could say that for a guy with those 50 touchdowns his first season? I just think that he was so good that you couldn't deny him. And then there were moments in Brock Purdy's season, the 3-game losing streak, the biggest game of the year on Christmas night. You know, he choked it down, 4 picks. That was, everybody was watching. People had not seen Brock Purdy all year round, all year, Christmas night, sitting there watching, going, oh, this is the guy? Okay.
Yet he still led the league in yards per attempt and quarterback rating. His quarterback rating was top 15 all-time for a single season, yet you want to drill down on one game that you happen to see in prime time as greater than the other 16, Rob?
Yeah, absolutely, yes, because there comes moments, and let me say this. That was Brock Purdy's moment in that he could have shut up everybody and actually won the MVP if he played well against the Ravens and Lamar Jackson. And if he would have done that, it would have changed the way people looked at him, and that guy would be winning the MVP. Instead, that was the night that Lamar captured the MVP, and it might alter Brock Purdy's career forever. I know that's hyperbole, but that moment may never come back. If that moment got away from him and this moment gets away from him, Brock Purdy may never be in that spot where A, he could win an MVP, or B, go to a Super Bowl. That's how big it was.
Okay, and I'll buy that, but we also do this as, I think, the nature of the beast, especially when a team is favored. Boy, if it doesn't go well tomorrow, then, fill in the blank. What if it does? Rob Parker, Fox Sports Radio, joining us. So,
if he gets to the Super Bowl, it'll still come down to what did he do in the Super Bowl, because the 49ers have already been to the Super Bowl. It's not like they haven't been there for 20 years and Brock Purdy led them. Then you have a different narrative. They've been there a couple years ago, and they lost. And the reason, and they felt like the quarterback wasn't good enough. And if Brock Purdy gets them to the Super Bowl and doesn't play well, people will wonder, well, can he really get us over the top? And it's an unfair narrative. I get it. But I believe that that's the narrative that he has. People won't buy into Brock Purdy until he wins the Super Bowl.
Where do you think that narrative comes from? Because I hear the same narrative about Josh Allen, and he's never made it to the Super Bowl, and we all think that Justin Herbert is an elite quarterback, yet he can't even make it in the playoffs. So, Rob, where do you think this narrative comes from about Brock Purdy versus, the level of success that his team has had while he's been quarterback?
I just think that it also has to do that when Josh Allen got good, that Buffalo turned into a team that was in contention. They were 13 seconds away from going to the Super Bowl, and Josh Allen, played outstanding in that game on the road. I mean, there are certain circumstances that people look at. Justin Herbert, I think he took a step back this past year. A lot of fourth-quarter picks. I don't look at him. I know people love his size and his arm strength, and he's a prototypical quarterback that they love to look at. but he hasn't played up to that potential. And now he's got a coach who could probably help him get there because his coach was so bad. So I think it's things like that make the difference in where you come in. If Brock Purdy came into the 49ers and they were bad for 8 years and he was doing what he's doing now, I think people would look at it differently.
Rob, what's your take on the Dan Campbell versus Kyle Shanahan coaching matchup?
I think there's a chance that Dan Campbell could wind up blowing the game because he's a risk taker. He makes some bad calls to me, that things that, going forward in his own end and all kinds of things that, so far hasn't come back to bite him. I've seen him in a few games during his tenure in Detroit where he cost his team some games. Shanahan, just for him, what was the stat that just happened when they won in the fourth quarter? He was 0-30 or something when trailing by 7 points or whatever. What was it?
Yeah, 5 or more. He was 0-31.
I've lost track because there's like 8 variations of it.
Sure.
But the bottom line is he hadn't won a game where he was trailing in the fourth quarter, and now he has. There's one.
Right. So Shanahan, he has 3 of probably the worst fourth quarters or ends of games in football history. You know that, where his teams have been shut out, and the ending of the Atlanta Super Bowl with the Patriots. They were in field goal range, 1st and 10 at the 22, run the ball 3 times, run the clock down, kick a field goal, you're up by 11, and Tom Brady can't beat you. That one he lost. And then a couple others, they had the Chiefs down by 10. Instead of running the ball like they were doing all game, they decided to throw the ball and give it back to the Chiefs. That cost them another one. So I think until he can get rid of those bugaboos and win a Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl, people will always question him too.
So you pin the Atlanta loss when he was a coordinator on him, even though he was.
Absolutely.
So he's the coordinator, and he gets his team to a 28-3 lead, and the defense doesn't get a stop. And as the coordinator, you're going to put that on Kyle Shanahan, Rob?
Yes.
Okay.
1st and 10 at the 22. Okay? 1st and 10 at the 22. Why are you throwing the football? Go back and watch the tape. They're snapping with time remaining on the play clock. None of it made any sense. You're already in field goal range. You get a holding. You get a sack. You're out of field goal range. It's the dumbest football calls I've ever seen. I'm not a coach, not even pretending to be one. I'm watching that first guess as this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Rob Parker, Fox Sports Radio with us here, Willard and Dibbs. Rob, with a long history in Detroit. Our listeners may not know your history of coming up with the nickname Stat Padford that you used to give to Matt Stafford for years when he was quarterbacking. I'd love your opinion on Jared Goff and what you see in him in that position.
Yeah, it's a big moment for Jared Goff, too, obviously. They ran him out of L.A. and didn't think that he was the weak link on that Rams team, and they wound up winning the Super Bowl without him. So he has something to prove. And if he wets the bed on Sunday, then people might say, see, this is Jared Goff. This is who he is. He's had a good year and a good run with the Lions, you know what I mean, to make the team a lot better. But it still comes down to he wasn't able to win the big game. And you remember that team, they were averaging 35 points a game, and I think they got one 89-yard field goal in that Super Bowl.
Rob, are they all being nice to you out there? I got to imagine this Lions are going to get beat thing is probably not resonating very well out there.
They hate me out here.
Okay.
But that was my whole 20 years here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not, you know me, I'm not rah-rah home team. I'm going to call it like I see it. I'll never forget they asked me to do when the Tigers played the St. Louis Cardinals in the World Series, and they asked for my opinion at the top of the news, local news, and I said I picked the Cardinals. And the anchors almost fell off their chairs. And, of course, the Cardinals beat the Tigers, of course. Right?
Yes, they did. As the Giants did years later, too, Rob.
That's right.
Yeah. We have a history of taking care of things when we battle Detroit.
Okay, I have one question for you. I know you guys got to go.
Yeah.
If they choke this down, how big would this be as far as
the choke Richter scale.
If the 49ers lose Sunday
on the choker scale,
yeah, like give me the scale is what, like a 1 to 10?
1 to 10, 10 being the highest.
I mean, this is a 9.5.
It's a 7, Rob.
It's a 9.5. It's a 9.5. Rob, this fan base has thought that it's going to win the bowl the whole year. And the only thing that has given it pause is what happened on Christmas, but that's got nothing to do with the Lions and the NFC.
Right. Yeah. No, I expect the 49ers and the Ravens. I'm not bragging. It's called proof of performance. I picked Lamar to be the MVP before the season, and I picked the Ravens to win the Super Bowl. I'm just saying.
You sticking with that?
I'm sticking with it.
All right.
In which Twitter account did that come from? Because I got to put my fact checkers on that, Rob.
That was on the radio show. I'll get you the audio.
Yeah, send me the clip, and I'm sure it was on your burner account, Rob. We know.
That's right.
Yeah.
No doubt.
All right, Rob, let's text Monday because we might have something for you if you think the Ravens are going to win.
All right, let's do it.
All right,
guys.
All right, thanks, brother.
Thanks, Rob.
Stay well.
Okay, you too. That's a good man. Rob Parker, Fox Sports Radio, and he's hanging out in Detroit telling everybody they're about to lose.
And he goes about, and I'm not just going to say that he's a troll because I do believe that he believes what he says, but he does it the right way. It's, tongue partly in cheek,
Yes.
and it's not with that same level of like ignorant defiance that you get from other talking heads at this level. And I know that Rob and his opinions at time rankles people, and I didn't love everything he said, but I appreciate the way he delivers it, and it's fun to talk to him.
No doubt. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. You can hang out there. Or YouTube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. See the handsomeness of Dibs. You can see me fall asleep almost like I did earlier in the week. That's actually not true, but you get the whole point. All brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Okay, should we take some calls? Everybody wants to get in on this.
Let's go to the phones.
Let's go and start with Mo in the city. Hi, Mo. What you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Great.
Listening to your discussion with Rob about Brock and whether he's an MVP type of quarterback.
Yeah.
Before that, I was going to talk about the 49ers chances, but I do want to just talk about that thing about what you guys were talking about with Rob. I wonder if the best way to kind of compare and see if he really is an MVP type of quarterback is if you flip the quarterbacks and you put Lamar with the 49ers and you put Brock with the Ravens, what would that look like? I think the Niners, you could say reasonably that they would look phenomenal with Lamar there. And at the very least, they would look like they are now. I don't know if you could say the same thing about the Ravens with Brock there. I think you could make a reasonable argument that maybe they might not even be at this AFC Championship level with Brock. I think people wouldn't think you're crazy if you said that. So maybe that's why, you can make a reasonable... Listen, I love Brock. I think it's great for the 49ers, but maybe that's a analogy where people can say, yeah, and this is why we don't think he's an MVP type of quarterback.
Okay, so this is an interesting point, Mo, and I bet we'd both love to answer it in a number of ways. Mo, thank you. My first answer is there's no way in hell to know in either direction. I know you think the Niners would be amazing with Lamar. I might even agree with you, but I have no idea how that would look. And you might think it would be pedestrian if Brock played for Baltimore. Might be right. No way for us to know any of that. So the reason I say that is now, in my opinion, you cannot move forward and start making other arguments based on the fantasy that you've built in your head about what would happen if then what. This whole MVP argument, in my opinion, has gone to a place that it shouldn't go. First of all, there is no argument Lamar is going to win the MVP.
Right.
But the second part of it is the MVP, we got to stop letting it spill into a conversation of who's better or who you'd want. That's not what the MVP is. The MVP has never been about who's the best player. If it is, we can do that at the beginning of the year.
It's Patrick Mahomes.
Mahomes wins, Ohtani wins, and either Steph or LeBron or Giannis or whatever you want, Embiid.
Yeah.
That's it.
Embiid or Jokic. Every year.
Why even watch the way they play?
Right.
The MVP is based on that season, how that player in that team performs, produces, and so on and so forth. So that's why, yes, Brock Purdy should be second in the MVP voting, not because he's the second best player, but because, quite frankly, he had the second best season. He had the second best imprint on the NFL this year based on the really good teams. That's my opinion on that. So we let it slip into something it isn't. And I also think it's why this thing got so emotional. Ryan Clark, no one forced you to do anything.
Right.
No one asked you to say Brock Purdy is Patrick Mahomes. No one asked you to do that. No one even thinks that. I'm over here in Supporterville, and I don't think that.
And Rob Parker had an interesting take on that in that, the primetime game, it does matter more than every other game. And
Okay.
that's his opinion,
Yep.
and it's the opinion, I think, of many people, including Peter King, who joined us. He had Brock Purdy as his MVP, and then after the Christmas night game, he had Lamar Jackson as the MVP, and Lamar played better head-to-head. They didn't face each other in that game, but something about the one game, the big game, the late season game, it all matters more than the other games. And the notion of Brock on the Ravens and Lamar on the Niners, it's impossible to think about because the Ravens wouldn't run the offense that they run if they had Brock, and the Niners wouldn't run the offense that they run if they had Lamar. So you can never just take, especially players who are so different as these two, you can't just transpose them and figure out who'd be better.
You have to sports.
Right.
I know a lot of people love to just skip the sports. You don't get to skip the sports. I listened to Cowherd do this one year. It's one of the reasons I can't stand the finish to college football. Grandy, cover your ears. I can't stand it. It's the stupidest thing in the history of sport. Why? Because we all sit in a room and decide we know who would be better. Well, you skipped the sports. Cowherd one year is making an argument between the last two teams to get into the college football playoff, and the argument went this way. Well, I talked to Vegas, and Vegas says that Alabama would be a 7-point favorite over the team that you all think should be in the college football playoff. So Alabama's in. No, that's stupid. You skipped the sports. I don't care who would anything. You don't know what would happen until it does. So sports has to be about what did happen, not what you think might happen.
Right.
So I don't care who plays where in a fantasy world. I watched the season, and the season tells me that Brock Purdy was one of the most productive players in the entire league, and he did it at the helm of the team that many think is the best team in the NFL.
Sure.
It's worth something.
Therefore, he's in the final 5 for MVP, and the award will be given out in a couple of weeks, and he'll be there for the ceremony, and I don't think that he'll win it. He might come in second. He might come in third. He might come in 4th or 5th. I don't think he's going to win it, but that's why we love football the most, Mark, is because there is no best of 7. There is no best of 5. And the Lions have to come out to San Francisco because the Niners got the 1 seed, and that's a big advantage. And you get 60 minutes to decide on a Sunday who's better. And if the Lions win, you could still say the Niners are a better team, but it doesn't matter because it all gets settled on the field on Sunday, and that's why we love football the most.
No doubt. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We want to talk to as many of you as possible, and that is the plan immediately coming up next. So David and OG and Omar, everybody, here we go, because Championship Sunday is upon us. 888-957-9570. Your calls coming up next on Willard and Dibs. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Marinwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. I mentioned championships.
Also, Mark.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Was that Larry? Who was that? Was that Larry?
That was Filmo doing his dibs.
Oh gosh. Filmo does know how to change his voice.
Also, Mark.
I didn't think that I spoke that stiltedly in terms of fragmented sentences like Mike was saying in that clip.
I don't think you ever call me Mark.
Occasionally.
Sometimes.
Yeah, but usually not.
It's not a Mark day.
No, and I don't even know
it's not a Dan day.
I don't call you anything.
That's true, too.
Because it's pretty clear that I'm talking to you, and so I don't need to address you.
Who are you? Yeah.
Occasionally when you're
somebody else in here?
You're in your phone, or if there's, a playoff game on, or like Thursday Night Football, occasionally I'll drop a Mark to try to get you to, hello.
Over here.
We're still doing radio
Over
here.
here.
Mark.
Let's go to Mark.
No, you know my new promise this weekend, and I suggested for all of you, especially if you're going to have a party, put the phones away.
Can you help me fix my phone?
And that is not me being a boomer. That is me going, I do not want any notification sensations.
Cha-ching.
I do not want that. Whatever delay the broadcast is on, I do not want your phone going bzz, bzz, touchdown, 54-yard touchdown to Brandon Ayuk, and Brock Purdy's just breaking the huddle. Don't do that. And then, if you do that, certainly don't announce it to the assembled crowd.
Right.
Like, oh my gosh, I got to take my son's phone away from him. Because he can't, like, the other thing is, once you know someone's doing this, they can't hide their face. You're like, Jake Moody's lining up from 52, and you're looking at other people's faces like, are you happy? Are you mad? What's your phone doing?
Yeah.
Just like,
it's annoying.
Good Lord, put the phone away. Just
I have
put it away.
a slightly lesser version of that at my father-in-law's because sometimes we'll be in the kitchen watching a game, and the kitchen's on Roku, and then the living room is on Xfinity. So the living room's about 3 seconds ahead of the kitchen.
Right.
And so occasionally, and if the TV's on in the living room and he's listening to it, it's going to be on about 75 volume because he's 80.
Yeah.
And so, the hearing aids may or may not be in. And so you hear the play, Adam, what a great catch down the sideline. And I'm in the kitchen and I look and they're just breaking the huddle. It's like, okay, I need to take out my hearing aids.
Let's do as promised. Let's go to the phones. Hey, David in Santa Clara, what's going on? You're at the epicenter there. What's going on?
Hey, I just want to talk about Christmas Eve. I don't think Coach Shanahan designed new game plays for that game. He ran the same plays out of the same formation with the exact same motion he did all year. And if they meet up in the Super Bowl, they'll look like those same plays from the start. But guess what? They're going in an entirely different direction to a different player. And that's what happened Christmas Eve. I don't think his main concern was to make Brock an MVP that night. He wants to win a Super Bowl.
Wow. So, David, are you suggesting, and it was Christmas evening, not Christmas Eve, I get what you're saying, but are you suggesting that he purposefully went vanilla?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
Intentional vanilla.
Yeah, David, thanks. I don't agree with that. I think that is almost doing a disservice to how hard it is to get to the Super Bowl. If you think that people like Kyle Shanahan, we all do that, and I'm not saying we're wrong. We're one game away from all of us being right. The two best teams are Baltimore and San Francisco, and they're going to play in the Super Bowl. Well, they might. They're both favored to do exactly that this weekend. That said, if you think the people who are in this assume stuff like that, with 4 weeks to go in the season is sort of like dismissing what they believe about all of these other teams. And they believe all these other teams are really good.
And what they believe about themselves.
Yes.
Because if you really have faith in what you're doing, then you're not going to hold back on Christmas thinking that we don't want to tip our hand for the Super Bowl. And if you get to the Super Bowl, you're thinking, wow, we're one of two teams left. We have a good team. And whatever we want to run, we're going to run it, and if we execute what we want to run, they're not going to be able to stop us often enough to beat us.
Well, go back to the Dallas and Philly game. So are you saying that because they opened it up on those two teams, they were so confident they weren't going to see him again? No.
Of course not.
They're not going to see him again, as it turns out, but everyone thought they would, certainly at the time. So I just don't think that you play games like that. Here's the thing about the Baltimore 49er matchup, and we may have 2 weeks to talk about it, but there's both something to be said that is scary and then something that can build confidence for a 49er fan, I believe. Like, they got beat. They got absolutely hammered. They got in Brock Purdy's face, and they caused turnovers, and they ripped his confidence away from him in the middle of the game. That's all terrifying. Here's the other side, though. A lot of the play calling that you just referenced with Kyle Shanahan, it was working. They were cutting the ball up and down the field on the Ravens. Go watch the tape. And not to say that batted balls aren't the responsibility of the QB they are, but as we know, these all fell directly to Ravens, and it doesn't always work that way. So I guess this is a way of saying that matchup played again with the exact same play calling does not mean it's going to go the exact same way.
Of course not. And you could play this game this weekend 10 times, and it's not going to go the same way all 10 times. Now, should the Niners win 7 of the 10 against the Lions? Sure, you can think that, and whatever the number is, 8 of 10, 6 of 10, depending on where they play, it doesn't matter because you're playing them once. And the key is, can you beat them on Sunday? But if you do face the Ravens again in the Super Bowl, or the Chiefs again, a team that you faced last year, and they cut you up and they went down the field on you ad nauseum in that game, it means nothing in terms of what happens this time around.
Let's keep it up. Let's go to Omar in the city. Hi, Omar. What are you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up?
Good. I just have a quick message to put out there. I hope Deebo's listening, because I don't know if you guys know, before the season, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was calling out Deebo Samuel, calling him a running back. So I hope Deebo Samuel is out there going to prove him wrong, and I hope he listens and he gets reminded of that and he doesn't forget about that.
Real quick on that, Omar, you do not need to worry about Deebo's ears. They're large. He hears everything, and he has done plenty of talking himself.
Perfect. Second thing is, I think we can cancel out. I think our linebackers are better than their linebackers. We have sideline to sideline linebackers, and they don't. I think we should target the middle with Kittle and Jawan Jennings and Christian McCaffrey. We should have a big yard day through the middle of the field.
Omar, thanks so much. I don't disagree with that at all. Although kind of an easy statement to say our linebackers are better than their linebackers. Vanilla comment, go ahead, rinse, repeat, use it every single week.
Right.
Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, there's not a better tandem. There are other great tandems. There's not a better tandem in the NFL.
And I think in terms of the matchup, and you're going to have the linebackers guarding Laporte, a very good tight end, and that's going to be a factor, but also giving help on the in-cutting routes out of the slot when Amon-Ra is coming out of the slot, because he's going to be a problem. So, and I think the bigger issue based on last week is the run defense. So if you don't have a lot of pressure up front, and if you're not stopping the run at the point of attack, well, now you need your linebackers to step up and make tackles.
Well, those wide receivers are tough. But Charvarius Ward, Lenore, they're going to have to do their thing on those guys. Laporta is absolutely an assignment for Warner and Greenlaw. However, the bigger one, to me, is the one who's lying in the weeds, and that's Jahmyr Gibbs. To me, that's the matchup for the linebackers that has to terrify you, because if you're worried about, and this is why you can't give Jared Goff a whole lot of time to sit back there on his spot. Those receivers are good. They're fast. They're a timing offense. If they get open, he's going to hit them. But even if you're covering those assignments, he slips out into the flat for a little screen play, and your linebackers are out of position, you can't catch up. You can't catch up. He's an absolute dart. So they've got all the weapons they need. But again, that's why I'm talking about pressure up the middle on Jared Goff. He can't handle it. If the Niners are able to provide that pressure up the middle, none of these weapons are going to matter. Jared will not have time to get it to him. He won't be able to get on his spot. He has shown that he will turn the ball over when you do that. And the Niners have a great ball hawking defense that'll completely turn that into either a field flipper or a pick six if they're able to create that pressure.
Yeah, it'd be great to get an early pick six, get the crowd into it. That obviously would be the ideal formula. And I do think that, the coin toss is a little bit more relevant, but still you're going to see Detroit with the ball first. And I was looking at some of the stats on coin tosses, and Dan Campbell is more likely to defer than he is to accept.
Okay.
So, but he's not a complete, I'm going to defer no matter what, like Kyle is. So I wonder if you're on the road, you think maybe we get the ball first, we score first, we keep the crowd out of it. That might be the way he goes if they win the toss.
You know what I do if I'm the 49ers this weekend? I hire somebody to follow Dan Campbell around when he gets to the stadium, because I want to hear this conversation he has with the ref before the game. Remember the whole story in Dallas? Like, I sat the ref down and I explained to him exactly what we're going to do. Well, get someone within earshot of that. Don't let Dan Campbell talk to the ref. If you do, something's up. Something's up, because you're right. He is a gambler, but what does that mean for this particular game? This particular game, if I'm Dan Campbell, I acknowledge something. And I know guys like him don't like to do this. Nobody in the NFL thinks anybody else is better than them. They all think they're fantastic, and quite frankly, they're mostly right. These are the greatest athletes in the world, and we're down to the Final Four, so these teams are really good. But if I'm Dan Campbell, I would admit a disadvantage in this football game. I'm going against a team that's a touchdown favorite. I'm in their building. I'm in their game. Like, we might name the game after them if they go again one or two more times. So I'm down on experience. I'm probably a little bit down just in terms of manpower. I'm down in terms of the fans being on my side. I'm down. That means I'm going to try something crazy. Like, if I'm the Niners, I'm watching for an onside kick.
Yeah.
I'm watching for a fake punt. I'm watching for something like that on every single play, because that fits right into Dan Campbell's script in this situation.
And Kyle Shanahan spoke to it yesterday, and when he said they're going to be a team that's going to try to steal a possession, and that's what it comes down to. And not that the Lions can't beat the Niners straight up, but if you can steal a possession here or there, and if you can keep the Niners from doing what they love to do, which is possess it at the end of the second and at the start of the third, if you can disrupt that by stealing a possession or keeping the ball late into the second quarter, even if you know you're not going to get it to start the third, these are little things that the Lions need to do to try to win this game. I do think you're right, though, in terms of not only a trick play, but just a bold call, whether it's fourth down in your own end or an onside kick where you don't expect it or a fake punt. They did use a sixth lineman a lot this year, not only on that famous two-point conversion try that didn't go their way because the ref and the team didn't have the proper communication, but they do that a lot. So I do think you're going to see a lot of lineman-eligible, six lineman type of formations as they try to do what you have to do against the Niners, and that is take the Niners out of their game plan, possess it more than the Niners, run it better than the Niners. That's the best way to beat them.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. You are listening to a Football Friday. It's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. This is your final 2 hours of sports radio until we get to actual game day, when we're going to be live and local starting at 9 in the morning. Grandy and Sterling will get you going, and that's going to lead you up to Larry and Lowe, and Larry's going to join us here in about an hour or so, help us get ready for the game, the feel from down at practice in Santa Clara, all of that. But the more I think about what we were just talking about, yeah, man, I really, with every fiber in my being, I believe that you're going to see something funky at some point in this game from Dan Campbell, a very out-of-the-box type of a play call at some point in this game.
No doubt, and there will be greatness on the field, guaranteed, and I'll get to that in just a moment. But first, a super chat from Diego Sanchez on our YouTube page. Thank you, Diego, for the $4.99.
Cash me out one time.
No doubt. And last week was a trap game, he says. This week is a body bag game. 27-14. Long live the Niner Empire.
Okay.
And on behalf of Diego, I'm going to add in a bang bang Niner gang.
Okay.
At the tail end of that. And that's from me.
You added that.
No doubt.
But on his behalf.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's fine. a body bag game.
Yes, greatness on the field, Mark, guaranteed.
Well, yeah.
Cleet Blakeman will be your head referee.
Oh.
Cleet Blakeman, 16th year, 14th year as a white hat.
Why do I know that
He previously officiated a huge game at Levi's Super Bowl 50. Cleet Blakeman is a veteran referee, 4 wild card, 5 divisional, 4 conference championships, and a Super Bowl. One of the good ones in the game, Cleet Blakeman.
Any major controversies? I feel like I've heard the name, which I wouldn't normally, unless it's like a Hockley who's got the big guns or something like that.
Son of a Hockley now.
Son of a Hawk. But, right, like why do I know that name? I feel like I'd only know that name if there was some national debate that took place for a couple days.
Well, I just Googled Cleet Blakeman controversy.
Okay.
And back in 2019.
Here we go.
It was Blakeman's crew that called 2 illegal hands to the face calls against the Lions during a Monday Night Football game against the Packers. Both calls led to Packers drives extending that resulted in 10 points and a Detroit loss.
Oh.
Team Niner, Cleet Blakeman.
So the Lions do not like themselves some Cleet Blakeman.
And we're going back. We're going Chris Berman back to 2019. And that was from the Detroit Lion blog, Pride of Detroit.
Oh, Pride of Detroit. Yeah. I love that blog.
Yeah.
I'm on there all the time.
I don't miss it. Me too.
No, but he wasn't like the ref when on the Alvin Kamara play with the Saints and the Rams in the playoffs or anything like that, was he?
No, I'll try and get you who that was.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like a dude. You blew it! Like one of those kind of a game. Not like, oh gosh, there was a hands to the face. Like that happens in every football game. Every football game, somebody got hit and it didn't get called. Happened to Steph a couple times last night. No big deal.
I mean,
it's just part of the deal.
Completely.
It's part of the deal. Look at me picking up for the refs over here.
I'm impressed.
Tibbs. I was about to punch TV last night.
I was going to wear my stripes today, but I'm trying to keep it focused on the red and gold, not the black and white.
They were a mess, but I feel like every Warrior Kings game feels that way. And I'm going to admit about myself that it might be the refs and it might just be that I can't stand watching Sabonis play. I can't stand it. I want to cut his hair differently. I want his eyes to stop peering at everyone the way that he does. I want him to stop driving the way that he does. Like he drives with his shoulder. The whole thing is just with his shoulder. And then it's like everyone's like, dude, shoot it. Shoot it. You won't.
You won't. Exactly. You won't.
And then he does. It usually doesn't go in.
Right.
For some reason, though, he shoots the thing so hard. It's like the longest rebound in the history of mankind. It usually leads to another 3 for the Kings. And then there's Fitz to tell you that for the 28th night in a row, the other team's on fire. It's like maybe they're not on fire. Maybe they're not being guarded. Maybe they're not being guarded. Is that
they were on fire early? I mean, that was
yes, of course.
That first half felt like an all-star game.
75-72.
Yep.
What's everybody doing? I know we're all, they gave up 75. Right. So did the other team.
And that's my
what are you all
honestly,
doing?
that's my takeaway from last night's game is yes, we can talk about the last possession and we can say that Steph got fouled a couple times and didn't get the call. If you give up a $130 in a game in the association, then you should not be complaining about not winning the game.
No, they're
get
not,
a stop.
No, they're not good. They're not. They're terrible on defense, and frustrating on offense in the least opportune times. Because they scored 133 points. There was a lot of stuff on offense that was fantastic. Yo, Kuminga, dude, you're doing it. You're doing it. I remember we sat here and said 6 weeks ago, you've got information to give to the organization in these next handful of games before the deadline. You know, you remember the tweet. He no longer believes Steve Kerr's the guy to lead him into the future. And then they had a meeting, and it's like, dude, you can go one of two ways here. And he's going the right way. I love to see it. I love to see it. Quick aside on that, right? Like, to me, if I'm the Warriors now, like Kuminga's off the table. Off the table.
Yeah, maybe he's been off the table.
Maybe. I know they didn't want to.
Or maybe he's more on the table now than ever before. Because, my goodness, Mark, he's gone from...
He looks great.
Geez, I don't even know if we can play him to. He's unstoppable.
He looks great. He looks great.
Unbelievable.
He deserves a ton of credit.
Buy low, sell high.
Well,
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, all y'all want them to make a move in 13 days. If you're going to do something bold, then he's the most coveted piece on that roster.
They're going to do something, but they won't do that.
They won't.
Matt in San Rafael, what the hell are you doing?
I'm actually driving home.
Good for you. Happy Friday,
Don't
man.
talk Warriors. Thanks, you too. Don't talk Warriors. That's just depressing.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that some other day. We'll do that starting on like February 15th or something.
That sounds good. About the Niners, first, to touch on something a caller said a little bit ago about the Ravens game, I think the Ravens sat on the routes that the Niners love, and Kyle didn't adjust at halftime. I think that if they play again, I think Kyle's going to be ready for it. The Packers kind of did the same thing, slide the safeties down and toward the middle a little bit to take that Ayuk route away, the deep crossing route. But anyway, about the game on Sunday, I'm so glad that it's all hands on deck, that there are no injury designations, really. I know Burns is questionable, and I know Ragnow is now not on the injury report, although he's a little nicked up. I want them toe-to-toe, best players they have against best players they have, because I don't want to hear the national media talk about how the Niners got lucky because of X, Y, or Z, and I don't want anyone to have an excuse if things don't go our way, because I think they will go our way. I feel good about the game. The other thing, though, is I think Kyle was smart to pull Deebo's designation today because it's the last day before they fly out, and do you think they're going to want to go through a whole new defensive install putting in the Deebo stuff, or have they been kind of back and forth? I think it puts the Lions defense in a tough position because suddenly the entire playbook is open when up until Wednesday, while everyone I think thought it might be, I think everyone was thinking Deebo might be limited in some regard, and it sure doesn't look like that now. Anyway, guys, enjoy the game. Can't wait. Go Niners.
Yeah, Matt, thanks. It's a good call. That's interesting. I don't know. He's sort of suggesting maybe there is gamesmanship simply by the way they played it. Kyle made the announcement while the Lions were, I would imagine, not already on a plane. They'll probably fly tomorrow. I would bet they fly tomorrow morning, right? The Lions? Don't you think?
I don't know. I'll text my good friend, my former neighbor, Cameron Davis.
On the staff. Yeah.
He's the assistant defensive line coach. We had a little back and forth this morning. I just wished him good luck, and he said, thanks, Dan the man, but I don't know. If I'm the Lions, I would fly out today, personally.
Well, but it's a practice day. You're not going to practice and then go get on a flight. Like, that's not...
I guess you're right, because you're going back in time.
Your
it's
normal
3 hours
game
back.
process.
Right.
Your normal game process, practice Friday, fly Saturday for a road game.
Right, and if you fly out at 10, then you're landing here at probably 1. Right. Because you're going back in time 3 hours, so that actually makes more sense. I was thinking about it the other way. If you're flying east, maybe you want that extra day.
But they're done practicing. So, but I would imagine if I'm the Lions, I assumed all week that Deebo Samuel is going to be a thorn in our side and available. All right, we're sponsored by the Farmer's Dog. Larry Kruger's still ahead. Plenty of your phone calls. We see you coming, so let's do it. 888-957-9570. Here's another question we can throw out there, simply because some of you have referenced that Chiefs-Ravens game. Look, we're going to watch that game before the Niner game even happens. So who are you kind of pulling for? Because we get to act for those 3 hours like the Niners are going to play that winner in the Super Bowl without even knowing if it's true. So we can get to that coming up next as well on Willard and Dips.
From better poops to more energy, when you switch your dog's food to the Farmer's Dog, the effects can feel magical. What sorcery is this? None at all. It's just real food made for the health of dogs. Get 50% off your first...
breakfast for up to $65 off your first box.
I can sit here and tell you the Lions are going to win. I just don't believe it. I don't believe that they're going to go to San Francisco and beat the 49ers, because if they do, there will be hell to pay for the 49ers that they had a chance to go to the Super Bowl, and they let a team that hasn't won a road playoff game since 1957 come into their building and beat them. If it happens, it will be one of the biggest upsets I've ever seen.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And that's fine, but I want to say this, and maybe this is a better way to say some of the things I've been trying to say all day. I don't want to do that show anymore. This is one thing, and it struck me actually on the way in today. If Kyle doesn't win this...
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
The what if show.
Right. Now, that sounds stupid because that's all we do. What else can you do? The game hasn't been played yet. Everything's a what if. What if they play the Ravens? Well, what if they don't? What if they play the Chiefs? What if Kyle Shanahan happens and none of us are alive by the Super Bowl? I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not saying we can't predict, but I think that the 49ers' continual presence in this football game has caused that, what you just heard Rob Parker talking about, that has turned into a disease, even in this market. If Kyle doesn't win, then fill in blank. We've done it all year long. We did it before the year. If they don't make the NFC title game again, well, now they did. If they don't win the division, well, now they did. Well, if they don't make the play, well, they did. Well, if they don't make the Super Bowl, well, okay. If they don't win the Super Bowl, sure, you're allowed. I'm not saying don't have your emotion. It would be wildly disappointing. But it's almost like many 49er fans are sort of, it's like you've run out of enjoyment of the process that leads us to this moment every year, to the point where many of you seemingly have nothing left to say other than if Kyle doesn't win it all, then fill in blank on Monday morning.
Yeah, it's hard to not go that way because that's what we do. It's human nature in terms of how we all process sports. And I do think you're right in terms of for the last 5 years they've been there. So it doesn't have that same newness, that same anticipation that you had. I think about the Warriors' first title, the excitement around that. They went 67-15 in the regular year, and then they made it through one round. They survived Memphis. They beat Houston the night that I had my stand-up comedy debut down there at Bimbo's 365. I was hosting a roast for our former PD. I'm going to throw my own roast. And so it happened to be the night of the final game of the Western Conference Finals, and so there was freshness. And I remember where I was that night. They beat Houston. We watched the game in theater seating, and then the game ended, and I took the stage and proceeded to rip my former boss for 2.5 hours. Yep. And it was fresh. It was new. And this is not that same thing because they've been there for the 5 years. So even if they win, it'll be great. It'll be glorious, but we will shift quickly into, well, now you'd better.
I know we will, but I look at it this way on a Friday. Let me ask you this. Do you remember where you were when the Niners lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl?
I don't remember where I was.
You don't?
I'd have to go back.
You don't?
My thing, Mark, is...
You don't remember where you watched the Super Bowl 4 years ago, 5 years ago?
Took me a minute.
Okay.
I'll say this. Of the last, let's say, 40 Super Bowls, I've watched those 40 Super Bowls in 40 different places.
Yeah, but this is a 49er Super Bowl.
It took me a minute.
Different.
It took me a minute. I was at Justin Sanchez's house.
Okay. So,
in the Oakland Hills, overlooking the Mormon Temple.
Now go to the NFC Championship loss to the Rams. Where were you?
Jeez, not at Justin's house.
Boy, you are older than me. I can do this in like 2 seconds. Everyone, I can tell you exactly what chair I was sitting in.
I have to think about the year because, Mark, I've
2 years ago.
Right.
Where were you 2 years ago on this day?
2 years ago, I was living in Oakland.
I was in Vegas with the lovely Christy. We went to She always gets mad at me when I forget the name of the restaurant in Vegas that does nachos. Nacho Daddy.
I remember that.
Nacho,
Yeah, I
we go to
remember this
Nacho Daddy
story.
and watch the AFC title game.
I think I was with Supper at our old house
Okay.
in Oakland.
Yeah, we went to Vegas last year. Where were you when they played the Eagles?
Jeez, last year. Where was I last year?
You're killing my bit because I actually had a point to make, and I thought for sure it was all based.
Seriously?
It was all based on the idea that you would know exactly where you were for each of these games.
Mark, my life is a whirlwind, as is yours, and I don't have that same level of association as I should. I think I was at home with Supper. Actually, I was with the future father-in-law at the time.
Yeah, the game against the Eagles last year. Was one
this
of those
game's over.
Kids had a lot going on, and
Yeah.
it was I was solo on the couch next to Christy. Like we were and she was cooking food, and the whole thing, like it was before she even sat down, the game was over.
Yeah, I'm sorry for ruining the bit.
No.
We were on a show thread, I remember.
But my point is,
I have to go back to that thread.
for those of you who could answer the question that I was throwing out,
My fault.
the point is, like, we get to do that again. We get to do that again this weekend.
I'm going to be home with Supper, Mark.
You're going to remember exactly where you were, and you're going to remember the concept, the result, the emotions, everything that surrounds this football game. That's where my head goes on a Friday heading into the weekend. Not, I'm going to make my list of things that I'm mad about if they lose.
Yeah.
What?
There's no need to make a list.
But that's all I've been hearing.
I get it.
For 3 months.
The list is 2 names long, and it's either one or the other, and it might be both without the possibility of a third being a goat, not the good goat, but that kind of goat. It's Kyle and Brock. It's Brock and Kyle. Not the gamote, the actual goat or the one to blame. I don't think we're going to have to go to that, nor does Oscar in the EPA. We got another super chat, Mark. $4.99 from Oscar EPA. The Niners will be in Las Vegas, and I'm going to treat Dibs the first dance at the Rhino.
Oh.
Yes, with an uptick.
Is more info than I needed, but I hope it happens. I really do. Hey,
I've been to the Rhino.
You haven't?
In quite some time. Sorry, I had to.
Is that the Spearmint Rhino? Is that what they?
Yeah. I got a couple stories from that night, which
I bet you do.
Yeah, I'll save those for the break.
Hey, do you want to hear from a Lions fan?
Bring it.
Let's go to Bill. He's in Michigan. Hi, Bill. Welcome to the show.
Willard and Dibs, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
Hey, I've been listening to you for a long time, all the way back to this past Monday.
Okay, very good, Bill. Hey, Bill, where's Howell, Michigan? Are you a Youper?
No, it's halfway between Detroit and Lansing, the capital.
Okay, got it. Thanks for calling, man.
I'm from Metro Detroit area, lifelong Lions fan.
Okay.
We all have to premise it that way, but I was just calling in because one, I like the show. I've been listening to you guys all week. It's one of the things that I do when my local teams are playing big games. So when Michigan's playing Ohio State, I listen to a lot of Ohio State podcasts, things like that. But I've enjoyed your show all week.
Well, thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
I just wanted to say, the context of what you guys are talking about compared to Detroit is night and day, because you guys have been to this game so many times.
Yep.
And obviously we haven't. And the Lions fans are super excited, and the players are not carrying the burden of the last 30 to 50 years. They're looking at this game and this game only. But the Lions fans, we are so excited. And I think you're going to realize on Sunday, there's going to be a lot more Lions fans at that game than what you think. And they're going to be loud.
Well,
we got it at 20%, Bill.
Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, that's what the Vivid Seats estimation sensation is.
Then I'm actually going to give you a little bit of a pat on the back there, Bill, because for Levi Stadium, that's high. That's a high number of visiting fans for Levi Stadium. But I don't know if you've ever been to this particular stadium. I don't know how many outdoor stadiums you've been to, but the whole noise thing and how it affects a game, 20% of Levi's Stadium, even if making noise, is not going to like bother the play calling or anything like that. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's going to bother the 49ers play calling. But I went to the New Orleans Saints game. Now that's a dome, and we had probably about 40% of the place filled with Lions fans.
Yep.
But to give you, I think the best example is probably the first game of the year when we played Kansas City. And the fans, my point is, we normally don't travel like this because our teams have been historically not competitive, as you know.
Yeah.
But go back to the very first game of the year against the Kansas City Chiefs, and the place was overrun, relatively speaking, not 50%, but they were overrun with Lions fans. We travel well, and even though it's an outdoor arena, I understand that, but you're going to be impressed by Lions fans this week.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it, Bill. Although this is what I've been saying about the fan thing all week. Honestly, Bill, thank you for listening to the show this week. Hopefully you hang out longer than just this week.
Brock had to go to a silent count at home. That was crazy.
Yeah. Listen, the funny thing is you hear from Lions fans like that, and the emotion we talked about earlier pops to mind. It's impossible to be mad at this group. It's impossible to hate this group. This feels so different than the Eagles or the Cowboys or the Rams or any of that.
Or the Seahawks.
And especially because here comes Jared Goff. It's like our local guy is popping on back, doesn't even know that he's a part of our show open every flipping day of the year. Every show starts with Jared Goff. He doesn't even know that.
Hang in there, big guy.
Brighter days ahead.
Which is a true story, by the way.
I know.
I was about 7 sheets to the wind.
And you were prophetic as well. Look at him. He's in the NFC Championship game.
He owes me. We tried to get his dad on because FP played with him. FP and I were having a back and forth on who knows him better.
And what did Jerry say?
Jerry said, I'm going to take a pass this time
exactly.
around. Well, because last time, I guess, when Jared went to the Super Bowl, he did some media and
didn't go so well for him.
Well, yeah. And it's not great when you're the dad. What can you say other than, I'm real proud of my boy.
Well,
but I've known Jerry. I've known Jerry Goff for 45 years. We grew up together.
I know who the media member is in this town that caused Jerry to feel the way he feels. And Jerry sends the same text every time, I'm going to pass this time. And it's because I think he's such a nice guy that he states it that way. He never going to come on again. He's never going to come. Not to talk about Jared in a big game. He's never going to come on again.
I wonder who that media member is.
I'll tell you.
I mean, I would guess, but if I don't want to guess wrong and be wrong, and I don't want to guess right and be right.
I'm not going to confirm or deny it on the air. When this red light goes off, I'll tell you.
I could do an impersonation of this person, and you could laugh, and then that would be a confirmation sensation.
All right, go ahead.
I think that maybe it could be a guy who talks like this naturally.
Who the hell talks like that?
Anyway.
What the hell was that?
I'll save it for the break. You know who I mean. It's a guy who has a nasally tone, a natural nasally tone. Anyway.
I love a good naturally nasally tone.
Is it hot in here? I gotta take the sweatshirt off. My face looks red. That was
an impression I never heard before.
Yeah. You know what that was, right? It was an impersonation sensation is what it was. I feel like that today, Grandy. I had a little of that free pizza. Just, man, if there's one, like my kryptonite is free pizza.
Oh, you can't say no to it.
You just can't do it.
Listen to me.
I
walked in here today.
Seriously.
I walked in here today. Been battling the flu for 5 days. I walked in here today, and I hope this isn't TMI. My stomach wasn't feeling great this morning. It had nothing to do with what had been happening this week. I ate something this morning. It's probably donuts. It's my son's birthday.
I saw that, yeah.
So we ate donuts. So I already was like, oh, gosh. It's just like, not bad, but full. I've been eating heavy stuff. When you start your day with chocolate as opposed to like eggs or toast, whatever, it's a little bit heavy. So I walk in. I didn't even put my bag down. I didn't even put the bag down. There's pizza sitting there, and I'm like, lift the lid. Lift the lid, lift the lid. As soon as I see sausage and pepperoni, Boom.
Gone.
We're eating it. We're eating it right away.
I'm going to eat it.
Why? Because that's what you do.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
That's what I did. Lori Matthews on the YouTube with free alcohol is her weakness.
That's not bad either.
That's on the list, too.
You can come to one of our watch parties. We got all the free alcohol you want.
Yeah.
Usually people bring it, but...
Well, it's probably going to be my alcohol left over from last year because you're not a big drinker.
Let me think. What did you bring?
I brought some of that hard seltzer.
I love that you can't remember where you were for the games, but you can remember exactly what alcohol you brought to the games.
I brought you some Truly. Or I brought some Truly.
Those
not
are
really
gone.
for you.
Those are gone. Yeah.
Well, you got teens in the house.
Teenagers.
I would hope some of those came up missing.
They're gone, yeah.
Good.
Gone.
And I go to a different venue every year for the Super Bowl. I just always have.
So you won't come this year?
I'm probably not. Well, now that I'm rolling with a baby.
Yeah, no, you're definitely not coming.
Well, and I'm thinking about it in terms of her nap schedule, which is currently, she's on like a 1 to 3.
Yeah, our environment is probably not going to be ideal for her.
It's more the nap.
Yeah.
Because Christy has already volunteered to be on Milo Watch.
I know she has, and we've had huge fights about
But
it.
if my takes her usual nap 1 to 3, well, then I'm landlocked.
Right.
I'm not jumping in the car and driving an hour and missing a quarter.
No,
That's
don't do that.
going to be a no from me, dog.
Right, exactly. Okay,
thank you, Jose.
Let's go to Jonathan in San Francisco. Hi, Jonathan. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just waiting for this Dungeons crab to cook and listening to the 95.7 The Game, as always.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the way I see this game, because of what CMC did last week, I think Brock Purdy's going to be on from the get-go, and Kittle down the middle should be wide open all game long. Number 2, that $300 million defensive line better get it done. Getting close and getting a good grade with the PFF or whatever that is not good enough. So you better get there and get the quarterback down to the ground. I need to see at least 3 sacks and then plus a sack fumble recovery, right? And for your question, Mark, I'd rather see the Kansas City Chiefs. Hopefully they upset the Baltimore Ravens Sunday morning, because I think the 49ers could out-physical the Kansas City Chiefs, but I don't think we could out-physical the Baltimore Ravens. And lastly, imagine this for a Super Bowl dream matchup for the NFL. The massive, faithful fan base versus the Swifties.
Well, that's interesting, Jonathan. Thanks for that. I would say this. I'm going to caution anybody who would answer our question, the Kansas City Chiefs, be real damn careful about wishing to face Patrick Mahomes. I understand that the Ravens spent the majority of the year looking a lot better than the Chiefs. I think they are better than the Chiefs. I think they're going to beat the Chiefs. That's what I think. But I'm also kind of pulling for that. I don't want to face Patrick Mahomes, especially if he's finally on one. And he looked that way last week. And so I don't think you wish to face Patrick Mahomes. As far as what the NFL wants, I think the NFL is in hog heaven unless the Lions win. I hate to say it that way, but that's the truth. They're fine either way. But the NFL loves either of the matchups with the 49ers.
Right.
Both of them are perfect.
I think they're in hog heaven no matter what. FP and I were having this discussion Tuesday or Wednesday in terms of the rating of the game. You could take any 2 teams in the NFL, and the Super Bowl is still going to rate higher than 99.9% of the shows throughout the course of the year. Now, are better matchups going to bring better ratings? Of course. And the Chiefs being in it against the Niners would be the highest rated because of the Taylor Swift factor. Interesting note about Taylor and a potential appearance at the game. She's doing 4 nights in Tokyo, and the 4th night is the night before the Super Bowl.
Oh, so no problem.
It's not no problem. It's a little bit of a tough flight. It is 13 hours ahead. So when she's done, she jumps on a private plane. It's about an 11-hour flight to get back to Las Vegas from Tokyo.
Unless she's on the Concorde and it's a 2-hour flight.
She can make it.
Yeah.
But it's just it's an interesting part of the story.
She'll be there.
There'll be a Santa tracker. There'll be the whole thing like, actually, where's Taylor? And,
I stand down. She won't be there because Travis not going to be there either. She can go to the Pro Bowl, though, if she wants.
Right. She's going to rush back for the skills challenge.
Yeah.
I do think that Kansas City will be there. And, Lamar, He hasn't been good in the playoffs. He was good against Houston, but this Kansas City team is better than Houston. And Mahomes and company, everybody wants to write them off. I think Kansas City goes to Baltimore and they get the win. They get it done. Rashee Rice, big factor.
Okay. Yeah, I got Baltimore in that game. Let's go to Nick in the city. Hey, Nick, what are you doing?
Hey, I am just enjoying Friday out here in the city and listening to you guys while I'm at it. Loving it.
Got a bed?
And, I don't know. Whenever it came down to these questions, I never really care who we face off because anyone we face is just going to be absolutely on one. So whether it's Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson, they are just going to be absolutely juiced up from the AFC Championship win, and they're both scary. So
no doubt. Look, it's not like there's an easy matchup out there in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and with that in mind, I really think it's almost set at this point. I really think Lamar Jackson is just going to be completely ready to go, and I think they're actually going to have a sizable win against Kansas City. But that being said, I think the Niners are going to be fine. They just have to not basically give the game away like they almost did against Green Bay.
Nick, thanks. This one with the Niners to me is like corroboration. You know, that's that word they used to use in Law and Order all the time.
Yep.
Do you have corroboration? I need some corroboration, one way or the other. Like, in other words, was last week a combination of rust, rain, and the Green Bay Packers being better than we thought they were, and a tough matchup, and all of those things that we've said? Or are the Niners kind of out of sync? Because we haven't really seen them technically in sync since before they played Baltimore.
Shout out Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. And even
we get that answer on Sunday.
Against Baltimore, they were not in sync at all.
No. And even when they beat the Commanders the next week, it was like, that's fine.
It's fine.
It wasn't
and then
like
the Rams
an amazing
was a non-game.
You didn't play.
I think of all the things you laid out there, I think that rain was the biggest factor when it came to Brock Purdy. He was very uncomfortable. And rust, in terms of the defensive line, they looked a little bit sluggish.
Yeah.
I don't think that they're necessarily fatigued. I thought that they were a little bit out of sync on defense. And, you know, the team showed great grit in the fourth quarter to come down and get the touchdown to win the game. And I do think that there's a lot of value in that. So I wouldn't expect them to come out and for Brock to look bad again and for the defensive line to look sluggish again. If those things happen against Detroit,
they'll probably lose.
You probably lose the game.
Probably lose the game.
And if that's the case, then you've got big problems. And I think that sometimes we look at the bye and we think, oh, it's so good that you got the bye. And I believe that. But the Niners had 2 byes. And if you go back to...
So Baltimore, though. They did the same thing.
Right. And it took Baltimore a half, really, to impose their will on the game.
To a degree. I mean, they gave up a special teams touchdown. Right? Baltimore came out, their defense was fine. They never let the Texans score a touchdown.
Right, but the Texans, through their special teams, got a touchdown that kept them in the game at halftime. And, you know, what did the Niners do against Green Bay? They gave up a big kick return. So these things are all part of the rust umbrella.
And Dublin Marge brings up a very good point, which was that Deebo goes out early in the game, and that does really mess with a game plan. When you think he's going to be in, it's almost better for you to think that he's not going to be in when he's not in. This one was a surprise, but same kind of thing could happen. Somebody could get hurt early in the game. But Deebo, again, if you are just joining us, Deebo is in. No injury designation for Deebo Samuel. He will play in this one coming up this weekend. All right, we'll keep going with your phone calls. Larry Krueger's going to join us in a short period of time as well. He's been at practice all week. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Keep asking people, where were you?
ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Random stream of consciousness.
I love this on a Friday. I already got you giggling once. You tend to get a little bit a little off the rails on a Friday. I like it.
Thank you. I'm always excited. You know when you get done being sick and you're able to laugh again without coughing?
Right.
That's my favorite. Yeah, so I'm into it.
You almost swore right there.
I'm into it.
That's me.
All right, before we go to the phones.
Okay. Random stream of consciousness.
I got to get this off my chest before we leave for a weekend.
Okay, we had 2 o'clock for what's bugging you.
I know. And
Brought to you by Atco.
I should have thought of it. But I choked on the open net and just got mad at the Warriors' finish. It's not very creative. Would have been better to do this. Dude, Giants. Dude, just do it. Whatever the hell it is you're going to do, can we do it? It's about to be February. The pitchers and catchers are about to report in like 3 weeks. Are we still? And by the way, you too, Boris. This is horrible for baseball. Oh, just like, yep, Cody Bellinger, maybe he'll sign by the All-Star break. Do something. You're losing your audience. Do it now. Okay, back to Niners.
Yeah, you're running out of time on your box of donuts bet.
Not really. I haven't lost any of the people that we bet on.
No, but every day
Reese
that goes
Hoskins
by,
was not one of the guys.
Every day that goes by,
they're all still
you
there.
get closer to the point that you lose. It was Blake Snell.
Well, they're not going to miss the start of the season.
It was Snell,
Bellinger, Matt Chapman, and Corbin Burns. I will argue Corbin Burns probably fell off the table because the Brewers signing of Reese Hoskins means they're not going into fire sale mode, which was thought to be. But you never know.
Yeah, you never
know.
do. Yeah. So. All right. Pitchers and catchers report for the Giants in 20 days. February 15th. So there you go. As the not stove continues. Anyway, glad you got that off your chest.
Actually didn't. I still stressed.
I know.
It's still tight. It's right there on the back of the right shoulder blade.
And hopefully you don't have to even think about it until the report date, which might be the same date as a possible parade. And wouldn't that be cool if we went from a parade for the 49ers winning the Super Bowl and then the next day was pitchers and catchers reporting?
Well, that's probably what the Giants are waiting for. You know how they love to tuck their signings right into massive news for other teams. Niners are going to win the Super Bowl. They're going to sign Bellinger at halftime.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, look, we signed Bellinger. Nobody cares. Like, anyway, just do something.
You guys see Jock Peterson?
Yeah, D-back.
He's a D-back?
He's a D-back. Is Tommy Pham still there?
Oh, that's a good question.
Is Pham still, or is he? He's a free agent too, I think.
I think so, because he was a deadline acquisition.
Yeah, he's a free agent too.
It'd be so great if he was.
I think that they only signed Jock to tell Tommy they didn't want him anymore.
Yeah, he's officially a free agent.
Yeah, Pham was like, hey, come on, Pham. You guys going to sign me again? They're like, we just signed Jock Peterson. I'm out.
There you go.
Yeah.
I just found out yesterday that Jock Peterson's mom is from Marin. So, yeah, roots.
Well, he's low. I mean, you knew he's buried.
Palo Alto, yeah.
Palo Alto.
I covered him when he was a football player down at Palo Alto High with Devontae Adams. And, the quarterback of that team. He was, Jeep Christ's nephew. Kellen Christ was the quarterback.
I love that you pointed at Grandy and said Jeep Christ's nephew as if that was going to do a damn thing to him.
You know what happens, Mark, with memory, and I've told people this a lot before, is sometimes you need to affix your gaze elsewhere. A lot of times if you close your eyes and you block out other stimuli, the thing that you want to remember comes to you much more quickly.
So now you know what I'm doing when I'm not looking at you.
It's totally untrue, but I appreciate that.
All right.
Undo that last text I sent.
49.
Find you back by the kitchen. Try and do a guy a solid, and he comes at you. It's all right, though.
It's all right. It's all right.
It's all right. Clanging of pots and pans.
What's
Happy
going on
birthday.
here?
You're right. You're right, Grandy. Back to business.
Clanging of pots and pans. It's not the damn kitchen. It's the skee ball that the kids come play. Anyway, we're talking about one of our favorite places in San Rafael. Anyway, all right. Niners and Lions NFC title game Sunday right here, 95.7 The Game. We're going to be live and local. 9 a.m. Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett. They're going to be there. They're going to be talking. There's going to be sports. There's going to be all the buildup. And then the kickoff show is at 1. Larry and Lowe. Kruger's going to be on with us here in just a handful of minutes. He'll preview the show, too. This is all happening at the Hilton Santa Clara. Great food, great drinks. Best pregame show in the Bay presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. All right. Let's go to Eric in Los Altos. Hey, Eric, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Love your show. Love 95.7. I've been a listener since the beginning. I think this is the first time I called.
No way. Anyway, thanks, Eric.
Yeah, seriously. So I heard you guys talking about remembering where you were for the Super Bowls, and I had a really quick, funny story. So the year against the Chiefs, I think we started the season off 2-0 or 3-0. I think it was 2-0.
8-0.
And I'm running around, chest out, pumping my fist, and my wife's looking at me and goes, you guys haven't been relevant for how long, and now you're going to win the Super Bowl. Well, that year, I think the mid-engine Corvette came out, and she knew I had the hots for one. So she tells me, I'll tell you what, honey, if the Niners go all the way this year and win the Super Bowl, I'll buy you that mid-engine Corvette. So here we are, flash forward to the Super Bowl, end of the third quarter, we're up, my whole family's there, my wife's patting me on the back going, you got this, honey, I can't believe it, you got this. Fast forward to the end of the game, we collapse. She points her finger at me, looks me straight in the eye, and says, never bet against your wife.
Wow! And you don't have that car to this day, do you, Eric?
I still don't have it.
You still don't have it?
She actually bought him a red Chevette, a Chevy Chevette.
She got you a Hot Wheels car.
Totally.
Oh, my gosh. Well, I don't know if I would constitute that as betting against your wife, but, yep. She's not wrong.
Yeah, so now I'm stuck with the memory here at the end, knowing that no matter who we end up playing, if we win this weekend, I'm either going to be having nightmares of that Super Bowl and losing my Corvette, or nightmares of Crabtree in the end zone.
Yeah. What do you drive now, Eric?
I'm driving a Honda Civic Hybrid.
Yeah, there it is. All right.
I love that car. I had one for years. The Civic Hybrid is an excellent car. 40 to the gallon. Safe and sturdy. Hi, I'm Dan Dibley.
Wow.
I had a Civic Hybrid. Lasted me about 13 years, Mark. Drove it for 250,000 miles. Love that car.
Yeah. No, I listen, my parents drove Hondas for years. They got a bunch of great models. And my question, though, went to a completely different place. I don't want to ask Eric this. Eric, I don't want to Eric, are you still there?
Yeah.
I don't want to get up. I don't want to get up in your business, but curiosity killed the cat. But can I ask you something?
Yeah, sure.
If you're driving the Honda Civic, but your wife has the dough to just be like laughing off, like we're going to go buy a Corvette if the Niners win this game, and then they don't, and you're just like, okay, we're still driving Hondas?
Well, technically, she was going to allow me to buy a Corvette.
Okay,
so, yeah,
gotcha.
I could buy one, but
you could.
A bet is a bet. I lost. So I said, okay, I bit my tongue.
So what'd you buy instead?
I haven't bought anything yet. No, I'm still waiting to get one.
Yeah,
there it is. All right.
Maybe I'll get the electric one in a couple of years.
Okay, Eric.
There you go.
Yeah.
Go
All right,
Niners.
Eric. Thanks very much.
Best of luck.
I didn't mean like what other car did you buy? Like she didn't say that you couldn't go buy something else.
He didn't buy anything, Mark. No. He has not spent a penny since.
It's like many husbands. I don't buy anything.
No.
What are you, crazy? This is a digital imprint of that stuff. Can't be getting away with that thing. There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570. Kruger in just a little bit. Redwood Dave. Redwood City. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Had a great time at my first playoff game last week. Going to the NFC Championship this week. Had great seats. Didn't get rained on.
Did you honestly have a great time, Dave, or were you completely bleeping bricks the whole time?
I only bleeped bricks when Jones broke that last run at the end of the game, which, when they missed the field goal, that was the only time I was really nervous. But the game, the atmosphere and the tailgating was very reminiscent of Candlestick, so it was well worth the money spent, making memories with my son and having a great time.
Beautiful, Dave, beautiful.
So the one thing that I noticed that was very disappointing is when Bosa and Chase Young were getting pinned by the wide receivers, which allowed the offensive linemen to pull and then allowed Jones to break containment and make big gains. They got to get this fixed, because if that continues, then Gibbs will be able to make big games on us on the outside. So, and they also got to get their cleats fixed. I mean, it was super disappointing to see the 49ers just slipping all over the place when that's their home field, and playing on the grass for the Lions. Advantage 49ers.
Well,
that's all I got, guys.
Yeah, Redwood Dave, thank you. Obviously, it's not going to be a wet track on Sunday night, so I don't have any cleat worry. Maybe the head ref, I know his name is Cleat, but I do have worry about the defensive line. I think that's the linchpin of this whole thing, and getting production out of those four guys is going to be the difference between a tight game and one where the 49ers might be able to relax with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, and that's a good question for Larry Krueger when he joins us. The idea of what the Packers did with the pin and pull, where you bring the wide receiver in and you pin the defensive end in, and he can't get the edge, and then you bring a guard around, a pulling guard to lead the way for the second level. The Niners need to see it coming and be able to avoid that, and I wonder if the Lions have the same ability with their receiving core to block the ends the way that the Packers did.
Deebo Samuel's press conference and availability today has the internet buzzing a little bit. We are going to play for you just about everything that he said before Larry Krueger joins us here in mere moments. But first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we love that sound, because you know what that means? That means, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the witching hour. It is Friday, and it is 5 o'clock. And the 5 o'clock pop is brought to you by none other than Farmers Brewing Company. Whatever time it is and wherever you are, join us as we get ready for 49ers Lions. We're going to be sipping on their hazy IPA called Garage Dweller. It's made with Farmer Brewing's own estate-grown rice and wheat, and it has like a sweet, tropical, and citrus aroma to it. You're going to love it. Go grab a six-pack from Farmers Brewing at your nearest grocery store and enjoy the game with us and the beer. Right here on 95.7 The Game. No joke, me and a couple buddies were sipping on some of these during the game last week, and oh my gosh, like the reviews across the board were fantastic. They were delicious. They went down a little bit too easily. They were gone just a few plays in to the first quarter. We will be doing it again just a little bit earlier, because this time it'll be at 3:30.
Yeah, 3:30, which, man, I like a 3:30 kick. You figure you get 3:30, watch that first game. Hopefully there's a little bit of a buffer in between about when baby girl is going to wake up, get her out for a quick walk around the neighborhood, and then boom, 3:30 to 7. And by 7, you get a chance to have a nice meal and hopefully celebrate a Niner trip to Vegas.
That's the plan. That's the plan. I'm ducking out of the Fox show this weekend.
Oh, you are? I was going to ask you.
New Fox show this weekend.
Look at you.
New Fox show this weekend.
That would be a little difficult, even as you, who's very good at multitasking, and I've seen it for myself in real time. You want to be locked in on this one.
I've done this, and it's uncomfortable. The headliner for me, where I did this, Father's Day, Game 7, Warriors-Cavs, and I had a show, and I went and did the show, and I did not enjoy it. I did not enjoy doing that at all.
Probably not your best work either, I would imagine.
No, and you're able to kind of like, it was almost like a Manning cast type thing. Like, we can talk about what's going on in the game, but it's like, who wants to be matter of fact with a national audience when something like that is happening? Like,
you can't just be screaming, that was a foul!
Like, come on, what are we doing?
Right.
So I'm not doing that this weekend.
Good for you.
Yeah, we're ducking out this
You
weekend.
gonna be home or with the lovely Christy?
Yeah. Well, the kids, and I think we'll have some peeps and some pops and some eats.
Peeps and pops.
Daisy
Good.
dips. And
Okay.
we'll do all the stuff.
Attaboy.
All right, here's Deebo Samuel relieved that it was not a break in the shoulder.
Bro, this is right when I figured out it wasn't the same thing as the Browns game. It was kind of a relief because I know it wasn't a fracture. It was just like a deep bruise or whatever. But I'm talking about timeless hours in here, day in and day out, just to get where we at right now.
Okay, so Deebo's been putting in the work, and I'm no doubt. Like, you can hear it in his voice what has gone in to getting him to this point. No injury designation at all. He is in, but don't forget, 6 days ago, that's all it was now. 6 days ago, what's emblazoned in my mind was the look on his face, that camera that caught him going into the locker room, because I do think the look on his face at that point was, man, it happened again. It happened again. And I think he thought in that moment that he was out for the rest of the playoffs.
Right. If it's broken, if it's fractured, then you can't play through it. But if it's a deep bruise, it's a deep bruise, as Ron Burgundy might say, you can work through that. Maybe not in the moment, and he was obviously in so much pain that he thought it was worse than it turned out to be. And so you don't play because you think it can get worse. And then you realize it's not broken. It's a deep bruise. Now you set about getting the treatment, which I would imagine is a lot of deep tissue massage and ice and trying to loosen that thing up and pain management as you go. And you get ready for Sunday. And hopefully you don't get any sort of re-injury,
Right.
especially early in that game.
Well, and we're talking about the emotions that he must have been feeling Saturday. He talked about that.
At the time, it was hurting like really bad. I was kind of scared a little bit. Like, I thought I had fractured it again, and I was just all over the place then. In a big game like that, like, I had like millions of emotions on the sideline trying to kind of hold them together for my team. And, just to see them get the dub and stuff, I mean, that was kind of relief as well, just to know I have an extra week just to figure out what was going on. And we went and got an MRI and everything, showed up negative, and it was just a deep bruise. And it was kind of painful at the time, but as the week on, like I just said, them doing a good job getting all the pain away, getting all my motion and strength back, and I feel like they did an outstanding job.
Yep, to the point where he's not even on the injury report at all. While he was sitting on the sideline, these were the thoughts he had as he watched Brock Purdy and the 49ers somehow navigate the fourth quarter.
That was amazing with how the game was going. Every game has its ups and downs, and, you got all the naysayers about Brock this, Brock that, this, that, and the third. But when Brock best was needed, he went out there and capitalized on the long drive. The receivers going out there making plays, Kittle from Christian, and, it all started with the O-line, and they just went out there and did what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean, he does bring up a point that, and we've said it a couple of times throughout the week. I get it when it comes from teammates. Teammates are always going to be there for their guy. But I do think that's something that Brock has probably not gotten enough credit for, which is usually we watch a player in the playoffs, and what matters is what they do in the end. We don't worry too much about the process. So in other words, take Brock's game and give it to any other quarterback in the playoffs, and they win. What do we say? What if Baker Mayfield had done that?
Oh, what an incredible performance by Baker
Exactly.
Mayfield.
No matter what had happened to that point, we would have said incredible, but that's not what Brock Purdy has afforded for whatever reason or set of reasons. All right. Was asked if he learned anything specifically about Brock in that game.
Not really, because I've been around him for 2 years now, I feel like forever. But, he's never, like, uptight or, the moment is never too big for him. He's always poised, cool. Even though I wasn't in the huddle, like, I can see it. And I can see, like, how the guys are reacting to the things that he's saying. But, with Brock being the commander of the huddle, like, you have no choice but to listen and just follow his lead. And he went out there and did a great job.
I do still get a kick out of listening to some of the teammates talk about his quote-unquote command of the group, because if you watched this group walk into a room, he's the last one that you would point at and go, oh, that's their leader, right? There's their leader. But there's obviously something different about his personality when he's with the guys in the huddle.
Yeah, and it's calm, and it's calm that belies his relative youth and inexperience, and it's the quarterback's job to do that, but we forget sometimes that he is in his second year. He is only 23, and his whole route to become QB1 for a team that, again, is in the conference championship game you can't take that for granted when it comes to the leadership that he continually shows.
We're moving toward the money quote from Deebo.
Okay.
There's two more. One, he's asked just about this game and putting his body on the line.
Well, a game like this, got to put everything on the line because we've been here 4 out of the last 5 years, and 3 years we fell short, and then 1 year we fell short of the Super Bowl. It's kind of like, what is it going to take? And I feel like we got all the things that we need in this building from Jed, John, to Cal, to all the players. So I feel like it's all hands on deck, and we know what's at stake.
Okay, so I think that captures what the fan base is thinking as well. And then here it is, when specifically being asked about the shoulder injury, take a listen to the exchange as the question never even gets finished.
How do you play as physically as you do, but still trying to protect yourself?
I ain't protecting nothing.
Man. So, Deebo, are you planning on going out of bounds at all if you happen to get the football?
One more time.
How do you play as physically as you do, but still trying to protect yourself?
I ain't protecting nothing.
How do you play as physically as you do, but still try to protect yourself? And he cuts the reporter off. I ain't protecting nothing.
Yeah. And he said it in the answer before. They've been there 4 of the last 5 years. So Deebo has been there 4 of the last 5 years. And a number of these guys, Nick Bosa and all the rest of them who've been this close before, you realize that while it doesn't come around every year, it comes around every year. And even though it comes around every year, you got to get to that spot where you get to the next game and then you actually win that next game. So I'm not surprised to hear him say that.
No.
It does make me, every time he gets the football on Sunday, we're all going to hold our collective breath knowing that he ain't protecting nothing.
It always scares me when Deebo Samuel plays football. I'll be straight honest with you. I've felt this way for 4 years. I don't know that the way Deebo plays is sustainable. And most years, it has proven to not be. And so all you can hope for in those situations is that the injuries are coming, but they come at the quote-unquote right time. And in a way, maybe they have. He was able to be there in the beginning. He was able to be there then kind of 2/3 of the way through the season when the Niners made their run. And while he wasn't able to be there for the majority of the game Saturday, the Niners still won. And so if he can just get through 2 more games and he gets a bye week in between them, if he can just do that, then I guess it's all good. But that's one thing that's always been on my mind when they gave him the contract they gave him. It's like, I get his importance to the play calling, but are you handing over a bucket full of money to somebody who's really not capable of a 17-game season?
Right, but this year he played 15, and he could have played 16 had he not, sat out the one game. Last year he played in 13.
I could argue he also played one less than that because one of the games he was a complete decoy.
He's a decoy,
yeah.
But he was out there, so you give him credit for being out there. And being a decoy when you're Deebo Samuel is very valuable. It's as valuable as some receivers who are out there and the impact that they may or may not make in a game.
He also had 2 games that he, quote unquote, played in, but he left immediately in the first quarter.
Right. Last year he played in 13 of the 17. So to your point, there are games he misses. It's interesting about Brock Purdy and what you said about how we would perceive his game. He, before that last drive, was 17 of 32 for 205 before he led them on that final drive where he went 6 of 7 and won the football game. So if that drive never happens and he winds up 17 of 32 for 205, we think about Brock Purdy's performance completely different. If they would have lost that game, maybe he fumbles the snap or somebody fumbles the first play,
who knows?
And they don't drive down and score, and that's his final line, then we feel differently about his game. So all these narratives and all these things can change in the blink of an eye.
Obviously, whether there's a W or an L at the end of the line is what totally shades the way we think. All right, speaking of shading the way we think, let's bring our buddy Larry Krueger in, who of course will be along with Lo Neal, the guys who walk you up to kickoff right here on 95.7 The Game. And Lair, on the Boxer and Gerson guest line, I want to start with the finish because you were resonating in my head during that game on Saturday night. You had said 24-13, 24-17. It was going to be close. I hated that. I didn't want to believe it. You were absolutely right. So I don't want to hear you say it again. Larry, don't say it again.
My guys.
Yeah.
Larry.
Is it going to be close again?
I feel good. I feel good this week about maybe a little bit more separation. I think the Lions are tremendous, but I just think the 49ers Brock Purdy doesn't have two bad games back to back. One of the best articles, guys, that's out there on this Niner thing, and I've read, all day, a bunch of stories, is Kyle Madsen, our buddy Madsen, who wrote 3 reasons for optimism for the Niners in the championship game. And go check it out. It's on Niners Wire, USAtoday.com. And one of them, he says that, Brock, and he's right, Brock Purdy doesn't really have 2 bad games in a row. And, the last time he had a quarterback rating of 86.7 or worse, he came back the next week with 124.7 rating. So, he does tend to bounce back. I think that's true, and I think he will. I think they're going to play well and beat the Lions.
How much of that do you think is predicated on the weather? And the bad weather clearly got to Brock last week. He had the glove on, and the glove came off. It was rainy. It was difficult. He struggled. Looks like the forecast is for mid-60s at the kick, a little bit cooler after that, but no rain. Is the weather as much of an indicator for Brock that he'll play well?
I think there's no question at this point that we have enough evidence that shows that he doesn't play particularly well with a wet ball. Heck, we saw something last week that we've never seen before, and that's a guy rubbing his pants when the ball is still in his, he's already taken the snap and he's trying to dry off his hand. I mean, I think that speaks loudly about how he deals with the wet conditions. But I just expect he's going to play well because, the Lions are 27th in passing yards, and I think they've got 2 corners that I don't think are going to be able to stand up. And I think he'll bounce back in drier conditions. He looked, to me, if there was the number one thing that, when I asked him about it this week, he said, I made that throw to Savage, and I was tentative after that and late on the checkdowns. And, that's very honest. It's candid, but I think he's also right on the money.
You know what? That comment, I'm glad you brought that up, Larry. Larry Kruger joining us on Willard and Dibs because, in a way, that made me a little bit uncomfortable because it's the second time that he's admitted that a mistake in the game will kind of shake his emotions. And I think we hear from a lot of teammates that's not what happens. Like, Brock is going to be aggressive no matter what. But, he mentioned in the Ravens game, like, yeah, man, I didn't want to keep throwing interceptions. So those were on my mind. Same thing here. Like, is that a concern for you that Brock's confidence can still get shaken in such a way?
No, I don't think. I think you're misreading that. I don't think it's his confidence. I think it's just kind of when you play that position, there's a rhythm to the whole thing, and it's not just all success. And sometimes they beat you. Sometimes you feel like they're reading your mail, that you need to make adjustments. It's no different than like a baseball game where you make adjustments to the pitcher. So I think that's what that's about. To me, the guy comes across as very confident. Every guy in that room believes that he's going to, win games. The guy's 17-5 or whatever it is, 3-1 in the playoffs. He's had a lot of success, and the guys believe in him. But it is interesting. I think more than anything, Mark, he's just introspective.
How do you feel about the Niners' ability to run the ball? I know the Lions' run defense is their strength, and Christian McCaffrey may or may not be still nursing that injury that kind of nagged him for the last month or so of the year. Do you think the Niners can get back to establishing some ground attack, Larry?
Well, they're absolutely going to have to. The thing about it, Dibs, that's really kind of scary is that the Niners want to run on first down typically with McCaffrey, and Detroit's the number 1 run defense in the league on first down. They give up 3.3 yards on first down. And so it's a really huge challenge. Do you run against the number 1 run D on first down, or do you try to mix it up and come back with the run on second down and try to maybe take them out of their normal rhythm? So I think that's one of those the game within the game that we're going to see in the first quarter.
Larry, talk to us about the edge rushers of the 49ers. The strength of the Lions' offensive line are their tackles. And so these matchups that Bosa and Young and others will be facing throughout the game is high-level stuff. How do you break it down?
Well, I think it's going to be, Penei Sewell's a phenomenal offensive tackle, maybe the best right tackle in a long time. And so he's really dominant. He's 6'6", he's 330. He's awesome, but he's better in the run game. Taylor Decker, Buckeye, Bosa's watched him for years. We talked about it earlier this week. Those guys are the strength. Ragnow's banged up. He's a terrific center. I mean, he's as good as any in the league, but he's got 2 different injuries. He didn't practice a lot this week. Jonah Jackson had been their left guard, and he was really talented. Now they're going to a really raw kid, Coyote Awasika, and he hasn't played a lot. And Glasgow inside and Ragnow and Awasika. I think if you're the 49ers, you have to find a way to challenge Goff in the A-gap, mostly because he doesn't move well laterally. And I think that's pressuring him in the A-gap all night or all afternoon. I think is going to be a big part of the game plan, I would imagine.
Is it Armstead and Hargrave, or can Javon Kinlaw finally start to live up to his first-round billing?
Yeah, I mean, Dibbs, I think it's just all hands on deck. I mean, at this point, Sebastian Joseph Day played more snaps, I believe, last week than Kinlaw, so they kind of went to Sebastian Joseph Day, who's a little bit more explosive, but Kinlaw is way stronger. And I think I would put my money more on Kinlaw just being able to bull rush and impact the quarterback. Some guys are not going to get there. I mean, the 49ers are having a hard time sacking the quarterback. Bosa hasn't sacked the quarterback in the playoffs in quite a while now. He needs to have a huge day. Goff needs to feel the 49er defensive line in this game, or this is going to be a really rough game.
Yeah, I agree with you there. We've said that a couple of times on this one. But Larry, give us a little bit more of an umbrella view here, because I think that everyone who's watching 49ers games is looking at that defensive line and going, okay, not a lot of sacks. I get that there's some pressures and hits. The production is not what we thought it was going to be. What do you see? Is something wrong?
Well, I mean, first of all, Chase Young has a big name, and he's not the player that he was when he first came into the league and when he was at Ohio State. So even though he's got a big name and may command some significant money if he has a big couple games here, but to this point, he has just been a decent edge setter and kind of a try-hard guy. But a lot of that special edge quickness I don't see. Gregory, I think I do see a lot more speed, but they're just not getting home. Beal is probably the fastest edge rusher they got. You're right. I mean, I think one of the things we're seeing is that, there's reasons for this. Teams are leaving backs in to chip the ends pretty consistently. They're leaving extra guys in to block this front four. I don't think Detroit will, though, because Detroit's got a good enough line where they won't need to. But, I mean, the 49er defensive line, if it gets dominated in this game, there's a lot of guys with big reps and big names there. They get dominated in this game, and it's going to be very difficult to win. So, Gregory, Kinlaw, Givens, Beal, all their second-team guys are all going to matter in this game. So their D-line's got to play, and they've got to maybe use Warner and Greenlaw to kind of dictate the tempo to Goff at times.
Third lowest blitz rate for Steve Wilkes in the National Football League, so I wonder if he gets away from that, as you're indicating, and brings a fifth if it's Fred Warner or somebody else. What's your concern level with Ambry Thomas playing with the bad hand and really struggled against Green Bay?
I'm not concerned. I mean, I think Ambry is going to bounce back. I mean, he had a real bad moment there where he lost his poise with the ball in the air. I mean, he did the one thing that you just can't do, right? You can't wrap the guy up, and that's what he did. He wrapped the guy up. So I'm sure he'll watch it. He's got some really good traits. I mean, he's fast, he's long-armed, he's athletic. He might be their best athlete on the corner, and he's tough, and he'll hit. So they're going to need it in this game. Ambry, I think, is going to help them this week because I think he's real physical against the run, and Montgomery is a horse.
The skill position player on the Lions offense who scares you the most is?
Jahmyr Gibbs. Because Jahmyr Gibbs is a great player, and he's super explosive, and he can beat you as a runner. He gets yards after contact. He can beat you as a receiver. He's dynamic. He's one of the most dynamic players in the league. He was a great pick. I mean, a lot of people said they reached for him, but they took him in the first round. He's an explosive runner, receiver. I mean, there's McCaffrey, but Gibbs is terrific.
I'm surprised you didn't say Amon-Ra, considering he'll be in the slot and a real handful there. Is it because you think Diamond or Lenore can handle him there, Larry?
No, it's just because I just had to pick between aces. I mean, to be completely honest, guys, this is why. I mean, I kind of look at this like the '84 Bears came to Candlestick and the Niners shut them out 23-0, and then in '85 the Bears were like unbelievable. That's what I really see with this Lions team. The next year Lions are going to be crazy good, but they're a year ahead of schedule, and they're going to be tough to beat here. They're rugged, but they don't have great corners. They have weaknesses to their game, and I think the 49ers are going to be able to do a lot offensively.
Do you
and score a lot of points?
Yeah, Larry Kruger with us. Do you buy into the labels on the coaches, which is that Kyle Shanahan in the playoffs skews too conservative, Dan Campbell skews maybe too reckless? Do you buy into those, and how do those affect this game?
That's an awesome question, Mark, because, you're totally right. I mean, Campbell goes for it all the time on fourth down. Shanahan is like third lowest rate at going for it in the NFL. So he's much more conservative. I don't know. It's a hard thing to evaluate. The one thing that's nice is that they tend to get touchdowns in the red zone under Purdy, and they don't settle for field goals nearly as much as they did with Jimmy. That's a good thing. But, that's going to be a key factor. And there's no question.
Well, let's have it, Larry. Enough beating around the bush and handing out accolades to my partner.
Yep.
Score prediction. You were so close against Green Bay. What do you think, Larry? What's the final? How much are we going to celebrate, or are we?
That's a great question,
That's
Gibbs.
better. That's much better.
You like that?
Yeah, I mean, you told him it was an awesome question.
It was.
It was a question, and it was awesome that he asked it, but... Give me
that makes
the
it an awesome
here.
question.
Yeah, it hurts, Larry. That would hurt me.
I mean, your question was a question.
Thank you. Mediocre at best.
But then I follow Mark on Twitter sometimes, and he's so negative when he talks about the Giants. That bothers me.
I've had it. I've had it up to here, Larry. I've had it.
I wish you would be more positive like the rest of us.
Well, I'm trying, but it's Friday, and so I got to just spill my best material out right now.
I'm going Niners 31-20. I think it's going to be like a 31-13 game, and then the Lions are going to get a touchdown late. The scary part is the same way Dallas had Irvin and Emmett and Novacek and those guys. I mean, they were great trio of weapons. This team with Laporta, Amon-Ra, and then the combo of Montgomery and Gibbs. I mean, this is an awesome group of weapons, but I think they'll pressure Goff and he'll make some mistakes.
Hey, before you go, that safety position, Jair Brown, are we going to see more of him, or still Logan Ryan?
You know what? I wanted to ask this question at the press conference like this. Steve, Jair Brown's got to play. Agree? ...
Right?
Right? We're on the same page, right? But I had to ask it a little bit more respectfully, and I did say, what are you doing? I mean, I mentioned the fact that...
That's so much more respectful, Larry. Hey, Steve, what are you doing out there? I was watching.
What would you say you do?
What the hell are you doing?
What are you doing? No, that was Brock Purdy to Ray Ray.
Right.
Steve doesn't want to be disrespectful to the veteran, but I said, obviously, Logan Ryan was not good against the run, and you had the long 53-yard run. Are you going to consider going back to Brown? And he was non-committal, saying that it'll be decided later in the week. But he also mentioned starting. So I think you go with Jair Brown. I mean, this is a 225-pound running back who's a horse to bring down, and he's great at. And Gibbs is no picnic. You need all good run defenders on hand. So there's no question. Jair Brown can hit you like a linebacker. Logan Ryan is a great cover guy. This is the way I'd play it. I'd go with Jair in the first half, and then if the game becomes one-sided and Goff's got to come back, then you trot Logan Ryan in there a little bit more and use him in his coverage ability against the pass.
Do you sense that they have a reluctance to play rookies in general, Larry, in these spots?
That's a great question because,
no, it's not.
Jalen, no, it really is. Like, Jalen Graham someday is going to be fantastic. And people are going to be like, Jalen Graham was on that team? He barely ever played. That's amazing. He's going to be really good. So, I don't know. I mean, I kind of think they've been conservative in certain spots. But, I mean, what are you going to argue with Shanahan at this point? I mean, they're in their 4th NFC championship in the last 5 years.
Larry, ask us anything.
Are you guys going to be in Vegas?
It's a great question, Larry.
It's a great question.
It's an awesome question, actually.
So I'm going to be in Vegas, and I'm buying you guys drinks.
Wait a minute. Are you there either way, or like a crazy person?
Well, no, I'm not going to be there if the Lions are playing the Chiefs.
Well, gee,
at that point, I'll probably just enjoy my family.
Well, I mean, it was a pretty presumptuous way to answer. Like, I'm going to be in Vegas. I'm like, my God.
I'm planning on winning. I'm planning on watching the Niners win on Sunday.
All right, fine.
Be confident, guys. Be confident. Think positively.
All right, so then ask again. Ask again if we're going to be in Vegas. Let's go. Ask me again.
Well, if we're in Vegas, we gotta hook up and hang out and drink some beers and tear it up.
Yeah, that's not what I said. I said ask me if I'm going to be in Vegas because I'm not going to Vegas. But anyway,
I'll be there, Larry. No doubt.
I wish I was going to be there.
You're known well in Vegas.
Well, yeah, might be why I'm not going. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Larry.
Right? Yeah.
Great questions, bud. Great answers too.
I think the other day I stayed at a place, or last time I went there, I stayed at the Mark Willard Suite. It was a really nice place.
And they spell that SWEET, brother. Hey,
Sweet.
Hey, who's getting donuts? I bet Dibs. He's got to get me donuts if any of these 4 players are Giants on opening day. Any of them.
This should be good.
All I need is one of these. All I need is one of them.
Okay, let's hear it. This should be a great all-star list here.
Corbin Burns of the Brewers.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
Cody Bellinger.
Mary, San Mateo, Moraga, right?
Cody Bellinger.
Gotta have Cody Bellinger.
Blake Snell.
I don't know about Blake Snell. That's going to cost a lot, but he would be nice, but I don't see that. I don't see that.
Or Matt Chapman. If any one of those 4 are Giants on opening day, he's got to get donuts. If none of them are, then I do. Who's getting donuts?
Oh, did you say who you're betting on? They are going to do it.
He's betting on Farhan. I bet the don't.
Well, you know what? God, I'm everybody knows I'm an eternal optimist.
Oh,
so,
you're known for it.
Your Twitter handle is @EternalOptimist.
Yeah, in fact, I'm changing the Krug Show from the Krug Show to the Optimist Krug Show. It's going to be really good. You're going to love the second channel.
Perfect.
No,
yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I can't answer, Mark. It's too much pressure. There's too much pressure.
Wow.
Stop ducking us.
No.
Yeah, the bailout.
They'll get Chapman. At the worst thing, the worst they'll do is Chapman. But here's the bottom line on that. Casey Schmidt, I talked to him for an hour 3 weeks ago.
Whoop.
Totally.
No, you didn't. Hold on. Stop right there. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You did not. What did you guys get? Coffee? You went and got nachos together? You talked to Casey Schmidt for an absolute hour. This is a real statement you're making?
Well, it's not just a real statement, Mark. It's actually a YouTube live stream that people can go watch.
Okay.
It's beautiful.
And it's not, and it's no less than an hour.
It was longer than an hour.
And was anybody else there talking to him, or were you solos? Just you and Casey sitting in a tree?
Like the great Dan Coach Emilio, who has the NorCal Sports Network YouTube channel.
I know who you're talking about.
Great Dan Coach Emilio was there as well.
Okay.
And it was really good. And one of Dan's sidekicks on the show was there as well. And we just hung out with Casey and I don't know how Danny booked him, but he booked him, and we hung out, we talked ball, and I think he's good. And I think that a lot of people think that, he's not good enough offensively. I wouldn't want to see the Giants spend $150 million on Matt Chapman when you have a younger, healthier, Casey Schmidt sitting right there. I'd say it's like 50-50 that Schmidt will have better numbers than Chapman. So, I wouldn't do that. I'd rather see them go with Cody Bellinger or Jorge Soler. how nice would Jorge Soler be with the Giants?
Really
Big
nice.
right-handed power hitter, 35 jacks. You know, I mean, he would be nice.
Not getting him either.
Would you still say that if Casey hadn't come on your show?
No, I'm a
great question, Mark.
Guy, man. Look at Willard with these probing questions.
Well, listen.
That would have been a perfect time for. Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah, I asked the tough ones.
That was not a great question. That was just probing crap. That was bottom feeder.
No, it was a court. It was a.
You're better than that.
It was a courtroom question, is what it was.
It was leading, is what it was.
Yeah, when I was sick this week, I watched A Few Good Men. So I'm in the I'm in the mood to lead the witness right now.
You don't
Larry.
have to answer that, Larry.
All
you
right.
want the truth?
I do.
Totally.
I do. And I think the truth is.
So Casey has ability, guys. He's got a great glove. I mean, think about it this way. How many young guys have you ever seen in your entire life who played third base and were really good at third base, just asked in their rookie season, oh, hey, by the way, play shortstop every day?
We get it. He came on your show. We get it.
No, but that was a tall ask, and his bat suffered. But you know what? That guy was a good hitter in the minors. He'll figure it out. That's a good young player. That's like they hit on him. He just
sounds like you're hitting on him.
All come together.
Yeah. Oh my God,
that's a
They
four.
need Matt Chapman. They don't. I could see the Giants signing Matt Chapman and having it being like an Evan Longoria Part 2 situation.
Don't miss Larry's YouTube channel where he books you and then he praises you.
Can we go back to talking about the NFC title game now?
Seriously.
Sure.
All right.
Good.
Thanks. No. We're going to do it without you.
Drags this. See, anytime Dibbs is in the room, it drags back to baseball.
Yeah, I know.
That's me, Larry.
I know.
I'm a Giants fan. There you go.
Thank you, Larry. Have fun.
Thanks, guys. Good to talk to you.
Okay. Bye, Larry.
All right, Larry. Enjoy the game,
Larry
brother.
Kruger. He's
Always
going to be part of the pregame countdown right here on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by Habas Law. You've been wronged? Call Habas Law.
So
They'll make it right.
I was talking to Casey Schmidt for about an hour and 21 minutes the other day.
Stop whopping me. It's just, I mean, seriously, the drip drop was, stop. It's out of control.
Stop whooping me.
Yeah. Stop. And just then stop.
Oh, God.
He's fun.
Always
good. And he says they're signing Matt Chapman.
Yes, and he also says the Niners are going to win by 400. He's like he's.
He had it at 31-13 in a garbage time touchdown to make it 31-20.
That's an Ottoman game. The guy's got his tickets to Vegas already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of see it. I see it that way.
I don't not see it that way. I have actually practiced hard this week to not see it at all because it bothered me the way last weekend felt.
Last weekend felt exactly the way I wanted it to feel.
Yeah.
And I said so last week.
You did.
And you didn't like it.
Well,
it made you a little uncomfortable.
And I didn't like it. I didn't like it in real time either. I meant what I said. It's not like privileged or snooty. I completely cherish every playoff run the Niners go on. But I talked myself into this was as soon as the Cowboys and Eagles and Rams all lost, I talked myself into, well, let's all get on a boat, like Pirates of the Caribbean speed, and just cruise to the Super Bowl. And then we spent 3 hours going,
ho, yo, ho.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, dude, you're going to lose in the first game? That's what it felt like the whole way. So I practiced this week, remove expectation of how it looks, and just be very, very excited if in the end the 49ers have more points than the other team.
That's great.
Yeah.
And I'm happy that you've reached that point of zen and you're staying in the moment and the rest of it. But are you going to make a prediction, or do I need to? Do I need to go to the coop and unleash the chickens on you?
No, I feel very good about the matchup. I feel very, very good about the matchup, and I feel very good about some of the other circumstances that come into play that aren't even matchup related, such as the weather, such as the Lions outside, such as the Lions losing the energy of their fans. I know we had a caller call in and be like, they've got 20% of the building. It's going to be loud.
Yeah.
No, it won't. It's not going to bother the 49ers one damn bit, and that's not enough to inspire the Lions the same way the last 2 weeks have. You got fans crying that they're even here. 49er fans are like, again, this is what we call January. 35% of these games in history have included the 49ers. So if that sounds snooty, sorry. It's also reality,
Right.
and it shades the way that we feel. But I want to do my best to not totally reject that. We're human. You can't remove it completely, but I want to remove that vibe of like if there's angst in this game, it's going to make me angry, as opposed to welcome it in and have confidence that your favorite team can handle that, because they can. Because they did.
And they should. And Brock Purdy was huge on that last drive when the angst was ever present throughout the 9-county Bay Area and abroad. Niner fans were feeling more than angst. And then Brock Purdy, your guy, came in and calmed the seas and let him down the field. And they got the touchdown that got him the victory. So I'm not saying that you won't feel some angst, but I'm thinking 35-24 as a final score. It's going to be, I think both teams will find a way to score. I don't know if the Lions are going to have enough to match the Niners' firepower.
Because of your score, I will tell you my thing. This is my thing. If the Lions go over 24, then I will be upset.
Okay.
Because I think it means that they can't win in 2 weeks.
Our very own Kyle Madsen had some interesting stats that Larry referenced. I'll share those on the other side about the indoor-outdoor Jared Goff splits.
Yep. They're interesting. Okay, we can get to that coming up next. We got Defensive Play of the Week. We got some calls we want to get to for sure. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. This is Willard and Dibs. It's also Willard and Dips. That's Daisy Dips to you. Go ahead and get some right now. Don't wait for the weekend, because I've been checking around at a lot of the grocery stores. They might be gone. They're popular right now because they're brand new and everybody wants to check them out. Go check out Daisy Dips. You'll find them right next to Daisy Sour Cream in your grocery store refrigerated aisle. They got 2 flavors, a brand new recipe that they've put together. Makes life so much easier for you, by the way. Pop the top and get after it with your favorite chip. They've got French onion or ranch. They're both delicious. I've tried them both. Great flavor, no added MSG, none of that other gunk in there, so you don't have to worry about that. They are perfect for your party this weekend. Go to the grocery store tonight and get the all-new Daisy Dips.
Tune in every Saturday morning at 8.
That was not a great question. That was just probing crap.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's what someone says who doesn't want to answer a tough question.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
That's what someone says when they go to the proctologist.
Exactly.
I'll take a $3,000. You felt good coming out.
Yeah. Speaking of that voice, that's Larry Krueger. You know when you're going to hear him next? That'll be Sunday. That'll be Sunday as we get ready for the NFC title game, and we've got you covered. Starting early in the morning, in fact, not too early, but 9 a.m. Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett are going to get you started. We are live and local. We are not messing around, okay? Going to get you ready for this football game. Kickoff shows at 1. Larry and Lowe, Hilton Santa Clara with delicious food and great drinks and the best pregame show the Bay Area has ever known. It is all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged? Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. I will tell you something. Call it a gut feeling, but a streak is going to come to an end in this one on Sunday. Nick Bosa will sack Jared Goff.
Okay.
That is 4 straight playoff games right now without a sack for Nick Bosa.
We have great energy.
4 straight playoff games without a sack for Nick Bosa, obviously dating back to last year as well. And I think this one sets up for him nicely. And I say that knowing that he's going against Penei Sewell, who is absolutely fantastic. But by the same token, it's not just one-on-one when it comes to offensive line and defensive line. And I think Nick's going to break through for one.
I think that if he gets one, it's going to be because they flush Jared his way. And Larry, with some great insight on the Lions' offensive line and their injury woes, I think it's a Hargrave and Armstead game. I think you're going to see Eric Armstead rub the belly and do his celebration when he gets a sack and he rubs the belly. So I'm going to say Armstead more sacks than Bosa in this game.
Okay.
More belly rubs than shrugs.
I mean, let me back that thing up for a second. I don't care who gets the sack.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Just have a feeling that Nick's going to break through and break that streak, but I don't care. Just somebody go get the guy.
Yeah.
He's standing right there and he's not going anywhere.
Well, they had 0 against Green Bay.
Exactly. Go get the guy because he's not going anywhere. You just got to get there and get that guy. Knock him off of his spot. Let's take a few more calls, huh? 888-957-9570. At the end of a show, when we see Jose in Oakland, I just go, that's going to be a yes from me, dog.
Totally.
Hey, Jose, what are you doing?
Well, I'm driving home, and I decided, might as well call the Will and Deebo show and give you my forecast. Listen, 2 things. I see this game being at 35-31.
Oh God!
I see it being that close just because you can count on Jake Moody missing a field goal, and being that high scoring for the Lions because Wilkie, whatever his name is, this guy inherited a variety of a defense, but he's just driving it like it's a Prius on the freeway. Mr. Wilkes, if he comes back next year. That's enough for me, dog. Okay. They need to change it. They need to hire somebody. Hire Bill Belichick if they have to.
Bill Belichick for defensive coordinator.
And I like Silky Wilkes. It was an accidental name by Jose, but thank you. Silky Wilkie is a good one.
Oh, gosh. Look, it's interesting. I fight against this all the time where it's just like, okay, we don't like what we see, then let's go straight to the coach. I don't really know what to do right now with the collective 49er defense. It's not bad. It's not been a bad year, but we already had the whole up in the booth, down on the sideline thing. That goes away because they go on a win streak. Now it feels like it's starting to creep back into some people's minds because the defensive line's not getting pressure, and you got a few people in the defensive backfield who aren't performing well. And I think that those 2 things go hand in hand, by the way. I don't know. I get that when you're in charge, it all comes on you. And so Steve Wilkes is going to get some criticism here if the 49er D-line again can't get home. But it just feels like something bigger is at play here. And I haven't been able to figure out exactly what it is. They're good. They're just not as good as it feels like they should be.
Yeah, it's hard because the other team is really good too. And you face the Detroit Lions and you've got a top 3 offense in football going up against a top 3 defense. So even though the defense is very good, the offense is also very good, and you're not going to win on all the snaps. So the key is to do what they did against Green Bay. Even though they didn't play well, they were great in the red zone when it counted.
Yep, that's true. Speaking of defense, how about the Defensive Play of the Week brought to you by East Bay Law Practice? When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Let's rewind to 6 days ago against the Pack. 49ers locked in a battle and had finally just taken the lead in the final minute of the game thanks to a Christian McCaffrey touchdown. But Jordan Love and the Packers had the ball and timeouts in the hip pocket with a chance to force overtime or even win the game until, speaking of the law, Dre stepped in.
Realistically, need at least 25 yards. Love. Pressure up the middle. Runs away. Throws across his body. And that is picked. 49ers have it. Greenlaw.
Go.
Still up. He needs to get down.
Go, Dre.
Greenlaw still on his feet.
He's got to go down.
Just go down and the game's over. San Francisco takes over.
Okay, first of all, the Defensive Play of the Week was brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. I do love the cadence of that call where Burkhart is kind of speaking for what all of us watching are saying. Well, he's got to go down. And then as he doesn't go down, 3 more beats go by where Greg Olsen comes running in. That's what it sounds like. He runs into the room and he's like, no, this is getting serious. No, he's got to go down.
Totally. He's got to go down. It was great. It's a great way to describe it.
That's exactly what our living room sounded like on Saturday night.
Yeah, and then even a couple more, he's got to go down because, and turns out he didn't have to go down. You can't make him. Although next time he will go down.
We were closing in on a 49er tackling him.
Right.
I mean, we were 2 more seconds away from that. Fred Warner's going to go throw him out of bounds or something.
And then the ball comes out.
Right?
Oh, God.
I didn't want to think about that.
Yeah.
Oh, what a hot mess.
Forced fumble by your own team.
Yeah, no, we don't want any of that. But, all right, we know what we do want. Have a great weekend, everybody, and enjoy the hell out of this. That's my only message. Not every city, not every fan base gets to do this almost every year like we do. There's nothing milk and cookies about that. They absolutely need to win this game, and I believe that they should. But do take a moment to think, man, it's pretty cool. Here we go. Last weekend in January, and the Niners are about to dial it up yet again.
And it's at home, and you get a chance at 3:30 to just set your whole weekend up to be ready to go. You listen to Larry and Lowe at 1. You get Grandy and Sterling starting at 9 a.m. So keep it at 95.7. The game will get you all ready, and by 3:30, when the ball's teed up, and Moody kicks it off to the team in Honolulu Blue. It's on, baby. Niners with a chance to go to Vegas.
It is on. You're going to get some Grandy also right now. Best of the Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. That's what's coming up next. Full hour with Grandy from today and all of the best content, starting with Emmanuel Acho, who joined the midday show and had some really interesting stuff to say about the 49ers and this matchup. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Absolutely, and let's make it a Victory Monday.
No, don't do it again tomorrow.
Not tomorrow?
No. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
No, Mark.
You want to do it on Sunday?
It's trick questions.
I know. Yeah, just say it.
Sunday, I'll call in.
That's an awesome question.
Yeah, that's a great question.
That was not a great question. That was just probing crap.
That was probing crap.
It was. It was a trick question.
Now, do I want to do it Monday?
Do it on Monday?
Absolutely, Mark.
Okay, let's do it on Monday. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Hey, Niners, shoot your shot. This is all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
The road to Vegas is brought to you by Marinwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running. Call it anytime.
I wasn't able to sleep last night, not going to be able to sleep tonight, not going to be able to sleep tomorrow night. Let me tell you what I'm rocking on Sunday for the game, too. P. Willis, baby.
Get excited, go crazy, but leave a message now. 628-400-9880.